Super Devouring System Chapter 1195 to Chapter 1281. A group of old scholars from the inner courtyard were discussing a new poem. However, without exception, all of them were positive comments. The students of the Northern Heavens Academy were all very humble, which made Xian very surprised. Famous works ranking? When Xian approached, he discovered that the silent night thoughts that he had revealed before had already been engraved on a stone wall. It was actually ranked 5th. It's actually not first? Xian felt that it was inconceivable. After all, this silent night thoughts was the work of the poetry immortal, Li Bai. He only felt that this group of people didn't know what was good for them. Such an awesome poem should at least be ranked first. However, he also heard that the top 4 of the famous works ranking had great backgrounds. Any one of the first 3 could easily kill a demonic cultivator below the fulfillment realm. First on the famous works ranking, Kill Word Formula, written by the Slaughtering Scholar. Second on the famous works ranking, Mountain River Treasure Map, drawn by the 4th Dean. Third on the famous works ranking, Devil Suppressing Stone Engraving, carved by the 8th Dean. Fourth on the famous works ranking, Righteous Yang Scripture, created by academician Nayland Kuhn. Xian took a look and discovered that the origins of these authors were not small. The 4th Dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a painter. His works were majestic and grand. When the original Mountain River Treasure Map appeared, even demonic cultivators in the fulfillment realm could be suppressed. The Mountain River Treasure Map used by the 3 scholars was a copy, but it also had the effect of suppressing demons. The 8th Dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a sculptor. His devil-suppressing stone engraving also had the effect of suppressing demons. At the same time, many people copied and carved it and used it in battle. As for the Righteous Yang Scripture, it was the divine ability cultivated by the frivolous scholar, Tang Yuanlong. It was specially used to deal with demonic cultivators. As for that Nayland Kuhn, he was the grandfather of the current dean. As for the Kill Word Formula, it had the greatest origin, because it was created by the 1st Dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, the Slaughtering Scholar. This Kill Word Formula was a painting, and there was only one word on it, kill. However, no one had seen the original. The top 4 looks very powerful, Xian thought to himself. After listening to Li Bai's explanation, he could understand the ranking. After all, Li Bai was just a normal person, and the top 4 on the author ranking were all fulfillment realm experts. Forget the fulfillment realm, even a void god realm great emperor would be able to reign supreme on earth. The fulfillment realm, on the other hand, was a super expert who could easily destroy all continents. At this time, what Xian didn't know was that after the appearance of his silent night thoughts, it set off a huge wave among the upper echelons of the inner court. After the upper echelons found out, they had already sent many people to the outer court to look for Xian. Coincidentally, Xian entered the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard. Whatever, let's find Mo Shui first. Xian was too lazy to care so much. He turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly stopped him. Hey, you're here? A familiar voice entered Xian's ears. Xian focused his eyes and found that the person who stopped him was actually the white-clothed woman from the outer court. Senior sister, is something the matter? Xian asked with a frown. Why were you in such a hurry just now? The white-clothed woman asked curiously. I just joined the Northern Heavens Academy and saw a friend, so I went over to say hello. Xian said truthfully. Of course, the person he saw just now wasn't a friend, but an enemy. So it was like that. Then forget it. The white-clothed woman nodded slightly and said, My young miss wants to see you. Come with me. Your young miss is, Xian subconsciously asked. This white-clothed woman was an expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, and the person she called young miss definitely had a big background. My young miss is Nayland Bing, the daughter of the dean. She saw that you were brimming with talent, so she wants to see you. What, you're not willing? The white-clothed woman said slowly. The daughter of the dean, Nayland Bing? After hearing this, Xian was shocked. This background had scared him. Xian was a little hesitant. This wasn't because he was afraid, but because he had little talent and knowledge. He was a genuine underachiever. What if the other party asked him to compose a few more poems? Forget it. When the time comes, I'll just take it as I heard it. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. After all, quiet night thoughts wasn't his work. If he confessed, he would be lenient. If he resisted, he would be strict. Furthermore, quiet night thoughts was beneficial to the Northern Heavens Academy. Therefore, he wouldn't have any problems. Okay, let's go. Yi Xian nodded slightly and decided to see Nalan Bing. Let's go. The white-clothed woman also turned around and left. After they left, the group of old scholars revealed envious expressions. The talented Nalan Bing was the goddess in their hearts. How could Yi Xian be received by Nalan Bing? However, if they were to find out that the fifth-ranked song, Quiet Night, was personally written by Yi Xian, they would probably be extremely shocked. After leaving, the white-clothed woman brought Yi Xian to the mountainside. I'm called by Su, the maid by the mist side. The one who played the zither in the calm heart lake was my miss. The white-clothed woman said as she walked. Yi Xian had already guessed the identity of the zither player in the lake. This wasn't a big deal to him. He was just curious about how strong Nalan Bing was. Was she at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, or was she at the Fulfillment realm? Just when he was deep in thought, Bai Su said, the killing intent on your body is a little dense. I'm afraid that your mental state hasn't reached the standard. Otherwise, the miss might have given you to the dean and let him accept you as his disciple. Oh. Yi Xian nodded and pretended to be a little regretful. The dean's disciple was very tempting. However, he was different from the others. Cultivation depended on devouring, so it didn't matter who his master was. Of course, the benefit of having a master was that he would have a large amount of natural treasures. Let me remind you that the miss is the dean's daughter. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about her, I'm afraid you won't live to see tomorrow, Bai Su reminded him again. Improper thoughts? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in disdain. However, he immediately reacted. If he did, he would definitely be torn apart by the group of old scholars below. However, what he didn't know was that Bai Su didn't mean that. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in front of a pavilion under Bai Su's lead. Miss, I brought him. Bai Su shouted from outside the pavilion. Come in. A clear and pleasant voice came from the 3rd floor of the pavilion. When Yi Xian heard it, he couldn't help but guess that Nalan Bing was around 20 years old. A 20-year-old at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. She's a genius. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there was a person hiding next to the waterfall. Mo Shui, why is he here? Yi Xian was surprised. If he didn't sense carefully, he wouldn't have found Mo Shui. With his peripheral vision, he saw a figure through the eye of revelation. Why is this kid here? Mo Shui, who was hiding next to the waterfall, thought in shock. At the same time, he could feel that Yi Xian had found him. I just hope this kid doesn't disturb me, Mo Shui thought to himself. At this time, Bai Su saw that Yi Xian didn't move and said, Go up quickly, don't let the miss wait too long. Remember my words. Oh. Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully and entered the building. He didn't expect that Mo Shui, who he was trying to find, would be hiding here. Mo Shui entered the Northern Heavens Academy to investigate. Could it be that Nalan Bing was the person he was looking for? Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked up the building. Soon, he arrived in front of a room. Junior brother, come in. A woman's voice came from inside. Yi Xian pushed the door and entered. The room wasn't big, but it was decorated beautifully. This was Nalan Bing's room. At the end of the room, a woman in white sat on the bed. She had a beautiful face and was dignified and elegant. When she saw Yi Xian come in, she stood up and said, Junior brother, you really made me wait. Sorry, senior sister, I saw a friend earlier, so I came late. Yi Xian cupped his hands in shame. It's okay. Nalan Bing smiled. When I saw Junior brother's quiet night thoughts, I knew Junior brother was talented. Where did Junior brother come from? I was born in a poor family, not worth mentioning. Yi Xian said slowly. Not to mention the Holy Land, even the size of the Blood Rock continent was not comparable to Earth. So, Nalan Bing nodded slightly and recitedly Bai's silent night thoughts as she walked. Junior brother's literary talent really makes me feel inferior. Can Junior Brother compose another poem on the spot? Nailin asked curiously. This? Yi Xian was stunned. He was afraid of being asked this question. If he was asked to compose another poem on the spot, wouldn't that be asking for his life? Just as he was about to open his mouth, a voice suddenly entered his ears. Brat, let's work together again. Help me see if this Nailin has a birthmark on her left breast. This voice was very familiar to Yi Xian because it belonged to Emo Shui. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He knew that Emo Shui had a sound transmission technique, but he didn't expect that Emo Shui would actually seek him out for cooperation. This Emo Shui is indeed here to investigate. Is Nailin his target? Yi Xian thought to himself. Otherwise, why would Emo Shui ask him to see if there was a birthmark on Nailin left breast? Moreover, what the hell was he looking at? He was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nailin was at the 8th level. Moreover, there was Bai Su outside who was also at the 8th level. Most importantly, he was in the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy. If he dared to do so, not to mention the higher-ups of the Northern Heavens Academy, just the group of scholars would be able to kill him. Brat, as long as you help me confirm, I'll teach you my secret technique. Emo Shui said again. Yi Xian wanted to refuse, but after hearing this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Emo Shui's secret technique, could it be the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash? Damn it, I don't know how to send a sound transmission to Emo Shui. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Even if it was a secret technique, he couldn't compromise. After all, he couldn't joke around with his life. He was 2 meters away from Nailin. If he launched a sneak attack, he should be able to do it. However, once he did so, he would have to break through the void and leave. What's more, the target of cooperation was Emo Shui. After seeing Yi Xian's sluggish expression, Nailin suddenly smiled. She walked in front of Yi Xian and said, Junior brother, are you not inspired? Come, senior sister will give you. After she finished speaking, she began to take off her clothes. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly took a step back. What the hell is going on? Junior brother, why are you so nervous? Senior sister just felt a little hot. Nailin smiled again and directly took off her clothes. Suddenly, a pair of white shoulders entered Yi Xian's eyes. Damn. Yi Xian was completely shocked. What was Nailin doing? Was she seducing him? Could it be that because his literary talent was too good, and he was handsome, Nailin fell in love with him at first sight? No, that's impossible. Yi Xian immediately dispelled this idea. This was because he saw a trace of craftiness in Nailin smile. He could also use this opportunity to see if Nailin was the person Emo Shui was looking for. Immediately, he shifted his gaze downwards. He saw that there was indeed a pink birthmark on Nailin white underwear. This position was just above the left side of her chest. It's really her? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He didn't expect Nailin to be the person Emo Shui was looking for. However, in the next moment, his expression changed greatly. This was because he heard the sound of a system notification. Ding. The host is immune to this poison. This system notification came out of nowhere and caught Yi Xian off guard. Poison? Yi Xian's body trembled. He quickly scanned the panel and found that he had inhaled a poison called the Bone of Charm. This poison was an aphrodisiac. In an instant, Yi Xian reacted. He was afraid that he had fallen into a trap. Not good, this is a trap. Let's go. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Junior brother, are you feeling hot too? Come, let me help you. When Nailin saw Yi Xian's expression, she stepped forward and prepared to help Yi Xian take off his clothes. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly burst out at full speed. He crashed into the wall and broke out of the building. Senior sister, I still have important matters to attend to today. I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian broke out of the building and rushed out. He cupped his fists at Nailin and then quickly left. When Nailin saw this, her face turned pale. She hurriedly put on her clothes and cleaned the Bone of Charm poison around her. Miss? Bai Su, who was guarding outside, quickly rushed up to the 3rd floor and looked carefully. I'm fine. I was sparring with junior brother just now and accidentally knocked him out, Nalanbing explained. However, she was puzzled. Why wasn't Yixian poisoned? If Yixian was poisoned, Nalanbing could use an excuse to kill Yixian. This excuse would be that Yixian coveted her beauty and wanted to poison her. Yixian's face was gloomy as he left the building. He didn't expect that he would almost be in big trouble. This Nalanbing actually set a trap for me. She wanted me to be poisoned by the aphrodisiac so that I could violate her. Then, she would be able to kill me naturally? Yixian thought to himself. He was also very scared. If he was one step slower, Nalanbing would have attacked. At that time, the bone of charm poison in the room would be the evidence, and he would die an unjust death. He just didn't know why Nalanbing wanted to kill him. Why? Brat, what did you do? Just as Yixian returned to the outer court, Emo Shui's voice rang in his ears. Yixian turned around and found that Emo Shui had followed him. Why did you show me that? Yixian asked. Just tell me, do you have it or not? No matter what the answer is, I will teach you the peerless flame dragon slash. Emo Shui said coldly. However, even though it was passed down, not everyone could learn his ultimate skill. Give it to me first, then I will tell you. Yixian wasn't stupid enough to tell Emo Shui that Nalanbing did indeed have a pink birthmark on her chest. Okay, take it. Emo Shui was also very decisive. He directly threw the secret skill of the peerless flame dragon slash to Yixian. What the heck? Yixian was shocked again. Emo Shui had a strange personality. Before, he wanted to kill him, but now he wanted to cooperate with him. What the heck? Ding, copy of the peerless flame dragon slash successful. The system notified. However, it wasn't over yet. Ding, the god art is a growth type god art. Another system notification sounded. Growth type god art? Yixian was stunned. He looked at the description and knew that after learning the growth type god art, he only needed to spend a super devour crystal to increase its level. Even if he was in the fulfillment realm or fragmentation realm, he could use it. Simply put, he could use it for a very long time. Waha, this Emo Shui is going to suffer a huge loss. Does he think that I can't learn this peerless fire dragon slash? The heavens are helping me. Yixian's heart was already bursting with joy. Emo Shui didn't know that he had it, so he had taken advantage of him. Since Emo Shui had kept his promise, Yixian decided to be a good person and tell him the truth. Alright, she does have the birthmark you mentioned. Yixian nodded. Really? Hearing this, Emo Shui shuddered and said, what is it? Emo Shui was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, he wouldn't trust Yixian so easily. It's like this. Yixian used his fingers to draw a symbol on the ground. It was the birthmark he saw on Nalanbing's body. After seeing this, Emo Shui's killing intent surged as his eyes widened. As expected, it's this F***Ker. Emo Shui looked like he was about to eat someone. Originally, he wasn't too sure, but now, he was sure. This Nalanbing was the person he was looking for. Emo Shui is really looking for Nalanbing? Why? Yixian didn't understand. However, he could feel Emo Shui's killing intent. It seemed that Emo Shui wanted to kill Nalanbing. Nalanbing wanted to kill him. As long as Emo Shui killed Nalanbing, the hidden danger would be solved. Humph. Emo Shui snorted and disappeared. Next, he had to plan how to kill Nalanbing, who was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yixian felt helpless in his heart as he watched him leave. He also wanted to kill Emo Shui for the revenge mission, but he didn't dare to do it with Emo Shui in front of him. After all, he was in the Northern Heavens Academy. According to the Northern Heavens Academy's rules, if he attacked, he would be killed. At that time, how could he continue his investigation? The underworld and Emo Shui seem to be looking for the same person. Does this mean that the underworld also wants to capture Nalanbing? Yixian organized his thoughts. His purpose of coming here was to see if this matter was related to the Yin-Yang ancestor. However, Emo Shui left so quickly that he didn't have time to ask. However, he had to be careful because Nalanbing wanted to kill him for some unknown reason. Moreover, he wanted to do it cleanly. This bitch, she actually poisoned me. If I catch her, I'll definitely strip her naked and hang her outside. Yi Xian said angrily in his heart. However, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound entered his ears. He turned his head and saw a cloud of dust rising to his left. Could it be that someone didn't get along and started a fight? However, in the next moment, another loud sound came from another place. Rumble. 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 Loud sounds rang out one after another. The entire outer court was filled with smoke and screams. What's going on? Yi Xian was very surprised. He turned his head and saw a burly scholar charging at him. Kid, don't blame me. Die. This tall and sturdy scholar held a long sword in his hand as he struck towards Yi Xian's head. You want to kill me? You're only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. You're not qualified. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He gripped the Skyquake sword tightly in his hand and stabbed at the intruder. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash, he had just learned this move, and it was Mo Xue's ultimate move. Its power was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the burly scholar was swallowed by the flame dragon and turned into ashes. Such power. Yi Xian swallowed. However, in order to use this move, he had used more than half of his true qi. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he could only use it once in a short period of time. After the burly scholar died, Yi Xian rushed over and took his interspatial ring. Then, he found a clue. Oh no, it's a spy from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld. Someone shouted. The moon-worship demonic sect, the underworld. Yi Xian was naturally familiar with these two forces. So that's how it is. Yi Xian immediately understood. This time, the Northern Heavens Academy was recruiting students. Naturally, there were many spies who joined. However, what were these spies trying to do? However, this group of spies from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld was only the vanguard. The real appetizer was yet to come. Ha ha ha, bookworms of the Northern Heavens Academy, come out and die. A group of people suddenly rushed over from the horizon. The leader, a middle-aged man, shouted. Immediately after, a person from the outer court flew into the sky. It was the white-haired elder from the examination hall. Moon-worship demonic sect, how dare you? The white-haired old man shouted as he took out a treasure map. Then, he used the power of all creations to reveal the treasure map. Mountain River treasure map? It's a pity that this treasure map is only a fake. Unless it's the real thing, it has no effect on me. This time, the moon-worship demonic sect had sent quite a few people, and they had even joined forces with the assassins from the underworld. Although they were strong, they couldn't shake the Northern Heavens Academy. However, they weren't here to cause trouble. The outer courtyard was in a mess because everyone was wearing scholars' attire. The only ones who could distinguish them were the students of the Northern Heavens Academy. However, they couldn't tell who were from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld, and who were the real scholars. However, the people from the moon-worship demonic sect cultivated demonic arts. When the white-haired old man's Mountain River treasure map appeared, many of them showed signs of discomfort. Yi Xian felt it for a moment, then attacked again. This time, the Northern Heavens Academy was in danger, but what did it have to do with him? He could use this opportunity to increase his strength. He was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, and wasn't considered outstanding in the outer courtyard. Therefore, he attracted the attention of many people. Die, brat. Another person who didn't care about his life charged at Yi Xian. Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Yi Xian threw the Heavenly Thunder Halberd in his hand, and it instantly sank into the assassin's chest, electrocuting him into a charred corpse. Although Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, he wasn't weak. A mere 6th level of the Nether Passage realm dared to find trouble with him. He was truly courting death. At the same time, he also thought about the underworld and the moon-worship demonic sect's actions. Could it be that they wanted to rescue those who were captured by the Northern Heavens Academy, or could it be that they had other motives? Just as he was thinking, a few figures rushed out of the inner courtyard. These people were the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy, and all of them were in the fulfillment realm. Moon worship demonic sect, underworld, today, you won't return. A battle broke out in the sky, but it was in the fulfillment realm. This time, the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld had sent nearly 10 fulfillment realm experts. However, the Northern Heavens Academy wasn't weak. After all, this was their headquarters. In the blink of an eye, the two sides started to fight. Yi Xian killed those who were eyeing him covetously while observing the battle in the sky. The people above him were all fulfillment realm experts. If he could pick up a corpse, he would definitely be able to break through continuously. However, he felt that this mission was not that simple. Mo Shui? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly discovered Mo Shui's aura. The latter was rushing towards the inner court. This Mo Shui was also an assassin of the underworld, but this time he was not on the same side as the underworld. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately followed him. Was Mo Shui going to kill Nalan Bing this time? In that case, he might be able to join forces with Nalan Bing to kill Mo Shui, complete the revenge mission, and obtain 3 Devour points as a reward. TSK, today is the day you die. Yi Xian snickered as he followed him. Many old scholars came out of the Northern Heavens Academy's inner court. However, Yi Xian and Mo Shui were wearing the inner court's uniform. In addition to the chaotic situation, their killing intent was concealed and they didn't attract the attention of others. Soon, they entered the inner court. Sure enough, as Yi Xian expected, after Mo Shui entered the inner court, he headed towards Nalan Bing's building. However, Nalan Bing was the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean. She would definitely be protected by experts. Sure enough, the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld are creating a diversion. The people in the outer court are just delaying. The real main force is behind the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian felt waves of powerful auras. They were all experts at the 8th and 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Similarly, a battle broke out in the inner court. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly wanted to give up on chasing Mo Shui. He wanted to increase his cultivation first because he was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm like Mo Shui. However, Mo Shui was a reincarnator. If they were at the same level, Yi Xian did not have the confidence to kill him. However, if he was 1 level higher than Mo Shui, then it would be much better. I'll let you live first. Once I break through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, I'll use your ultimate skill to kill you. Yi Xian decided to give up and join the battle in the inner court. The scholars in the inner court had always been on guard against Yi Xian because Yi Xian's murderous aura was too dense. He might be an assassin from the moon worship demonic sect or the underworld. However, when they saw Yi Xian attack the people from the moon worship demonic sect, they knew that Yi Xian was on their side. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian wielded the heaven-shaking sword and fiercely slashed out. A flame dragon formed from a mixture of true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength attacked an 8th level Nether Passage realm expert. This expert was currently fighting with an old scholar. Originally, he did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. However, with this attack, he knew that Yi Xian was not to be trifled with. Boom! This moon worship demonic sect expert was hit head-on. However, because the difference in cultivation was too great, Yi Xian's attack was only able to injure him. Well done, junior brother. The old scholar shouted and used his 10,000 mammoth strength to condense a small sun above his head. The moment the small sun appeared, the moon worship demonic sect expert panicked. Righteous Yang scripture, scorching sun burns the heavens. No, this moon worship demonic sect expert's body started to emit smoke. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation dropped to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and directly pierced the moon worship demonic sect expert's heart. Many thanks, junior brother. After the old scholar shouted, he immediately turned around and went to help the others. The scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were humble and united. This battle was extremely important, so they saved the time to collect the spoils of war and went to help the others. This way, Yi Xian benefited. Haha, an 8th level Nether Passage realm spatial ring. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear. Although there weren't many things, only worth around 500,000 inner demon pills, he could break through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm with 1 or 2 more. At this time, the smell of blood suddenly came from afar. Xian turned around and saw that the sky was covered by blood-red words. This is the 10,000-word blood scroll, the 6th-level writing scroll. Moreover, it's an authentic one. Xian recognized it. There were probably fulfillment realm experts fighting over there. Whether it was the Mountain River treasure map, the 10,000-word blood scroll, or the devil-suppressing stone inscription, they were all devil-suppressing weapons. It was because of these that the moon-worship demonic sect was completely annihilated several hundred years ago. It took them several hundred years to rise again. I heard that the first-level writing scrolls kill character art can not only suppress demons, but also ordinary people. Xian was a little curious. He didn't know who had the kill character art. However, he couldn't care less. This was a good opportunity to quickly increase his strength. He had to break through quickly and then kill Mo Shui. Although the peerless flame dragon slash consumed a lot of energy, Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could use it again very quickly. Immediately, Xian stomped on the ground and shot out to help an old scholar nearby. "Senior brother, I'll help you," Xian shouted as he slashed his sword towards the enemy. Peerless flame dragon slash. Whoosh! The flame dragon whistled towards the enemy, but this time, the enemy was an assassin from the underworld. He was extremely fast and dodged the attack. However, in order to dodge the attack, he was stabbed by the old scholar's sword, causing a large amount of blood to gush out from his abdomen. After that, Xian approached the old scholar at lightning speed and killed him together with him. This old scholar was the same as the previous one. After killing the enemy, he quickly turned around and left to help the others. As for the spoils of war from the underworld assassin, they belonged to Xian. Just a little bit more, about 1,000,000 inner demon pills. Xian thought to himself as he swept his gaze around. In the end, his gaze fell onto a few figures. To his left, there was a 6-person battlefield. 3 old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy had formed the tripartite sword formation to deal with the enemy. As long as he killed these 3 enemies, Xian would be able to break through. However, right at this moment, a powerful aura swept over. 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. It's the Jade-Faced Scholar. The Jade-Faced Scholar is here. Haha, the moon-worship demonic sect is doomed. Senior brother Nalan, kill them. Following the appearance of this pale-faced scholar, all the scholars boiled up. This jade-faced scholar was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. He was the genius in the Northern Heavens Academy who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Fulfillment Realm and opening Yuan Palace before the age of 25. At the same time, this jade-faced scholar was called Xianxia. He was the dean's son and Nalan Bing's older brother. At this moment, the jade-faced scholar Xianxia suddenly took out an object from his spatial ring. It was a carving, but it didn't look like anything. No one knew what it was. However, when Xianxia used his 10,000 elephant power to enlarge the carving, the surrounding experts of the demonic path vomited blood. It's the devil-suppressing stone carving, let's go. The moon-worship demonic sect experts clutched their chests and immediately retreated. Don't let them go, chase them. The jade-faced scholar Xianxia shouted. The scholars' morale was high and they immediately chased after the enemy. However, the direction these people fled in was very strange. They were heading towards Nalan Ice's pavilion. Sister! Nalan Bing uses suppressing stone carving hurriedly. Suddenly, Xianzhu quickly followed. Before that, he first realm, he. Emperor sword, he, Bing sword lord of the underworld emperor sword slashed, bang, yes, nns, Nalan B. Many thanks, junior brother. Let's go. We will follow in the footsteps of senior brother and annihilate the moon-worship demonic sect. The 3 scholars were full of fighting spirit. They didn't even look at the universe rings and followed. Although they were older than Xianxia had broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm at the age of 21. He was the number 1 genius of the Northern Heavens Academy. As for the 3 corpses, they were naturally Xian's. Haha, awesome. Xian quickly rushed over and took the 3 universe rings. It just so happened that the items in these rings could help him break through. Ding. Host has broken through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding. Thunder Pearl has broken through. 3 system notifications rang out in succession. Yi Xian had broken through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl had also broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he were to use his trump card now, he would probably be invincible in the Nether Passage realm. Mo Shui, you're still not dead? Yi Xian's eyes widened as he quickly caught up with the jade-faced scholar. At this moment, he understood a little. Previously, Mo Shui was not looking for one person, but 2. Since Nalan Bing's identity had been confirmed, then the other person was probably this jade-faced scholar, Nalan Jia. The people the underworld was looking for were Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing. Coincidentally, the moon-worshipped demonic sect and the Northern Heavens Academy had a grudge against each other. However, Yi Xian still did not know why the underworld was looking for Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing. Could it be that they were also reincarnators? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and his eyes shone brightly. Yes, reincarnators. They must be reincarnators. Otherwise, why would Mo Shui be looking for them? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Mo Shui was also from the Punlai Holy Land. Why would he be so hostile to Nalan Bing, even showing killing intent? There was only one possibility. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing were both reincarnators. I see. Now, Yi Xian finally understood Mo Shui's purpose. Perhaps, Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing were his grudges from his previous life. After the battle, both sides were heavily injured and reincarnated. However, Mo Shui was the first to awaken, while the siblings had not. Therefore, Mo Shui had to get rid of them first. After guessing the sequence of events, Yi Xian followed the jade-faced scholar and hundreds of old scholars to the waterfall just now. As expected, before Yi Xian could get close, he felt the aura of a group of experts. There were hundreds of them, at least at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. This time, the moon-worshipped demonic sect and the underworld had put in a lot of effort to capture 2 people. However, reincarnators were at least reincarnation realm experts. So what if they sacrificed Nirvana realm and longevity realm experts? When the jade-faced scholar and others arrived at the back of the mountain, they found that Nalan Bing had been captured, and the person who captured her was a fulfillment realm assassin. Damn it! The jade-faced scholar cursed angrily when he saw his sister being captured alive. Brother, Nalan Bing, who was in the enemy's camp, shouted. The moon-worshipped demonic sect and the underworld had planned this. One side was responsible for being the vanguard at the foot of the mountain to lure out the experts of the Northern Heavens Academy, while the other side was on the other side to attract more experts. The real goal was this pavilion. Now, their goal was already halfway there. The jade-faced scholar, Nalan Jia? The leading assassin grabbed Nalan Bing's neck with one hand and looked at Nalan Jia. That's right. Nalan Jia nodded and said, let my sister go, and I'll give you as many inner demon pills as you want. No, I don't want inner demon pills. The fulfillment realm assassin shook his head. Then what do you want? The jade-faced scholar frowned and asked. He and his sister Nalan Bing were twins. They had been very close since they were young. Now that Nalan Bing was captured, he was so anxious that he was about to explode. How about this, you fight with me. If you win, I'll let your sister go. If you lose, you'll have to leave too. The leading assassin said. Me? The jade-faced scholar frowned. He suddenly remembered the recent actions of the underworld. The underworld had been looking for siblings recently, and he fit the criteria. However, he didn't expect that the underworld didn't need so many siblings. They were looking for a pair of siblings instead. This pair of siblings was him and Nalan Bing. However, in order to save Nalan Bing, the jade-faced scholar Nalan Jia could only agree. Okay, I'll fight with you. Nalan Jia nodded. He was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, while the assassin in front of him was at the Fulfillment realm. There was a huge gap between the two of them. However, Nalan Jia was the #1 genius of the Northern Heavens Academy. He might be able to challenge someone of a higher level. Senior brother, you have to win. No, you have to win. The underworld's assassins are so despicable. Why didn't they send a Nether Passage Realm cultivator to fight with senior brother? That's right, too despicable. A group of scholars were shouting and yelling. However, the opponent was an assassin. An assassin who would do anything to achieve his goal. What did it matter if he was called despicable? Humph, kid, you have guts. The Fulfillment Realm assassin let out a cold laugh and dashed forward for a while. The jade-faced scholar put away the devil-suppressing stone engraving and walked out. The devil-suppressing stone engraving was very effective against the moon-worship demonic sect. However, it wasn't necessarily effective against assassins. This was because assassins didn't necessarily cultivate demonic arts. Obviously, this assassin came prepared. He didn't cultivate demonic arts. Therefore, this battle was unfair. At this time, Yi Xian, who was watching from below, was using the Eye of Revelation to secretly size up the situation. He found that Mo Shui wasn't there. Aren't Xianxia and Bing Mo Shui's enemies? Mo Shui came earlier than me. Where did he go? Yi Xian was very puzzled because he didn't find Mo Shui's corpse on the ground. There was only a white-clothed woman's corpse on the ground. It was Bing's maid, Bai Su. As for Mo Shui, there wasn't even a shadow. Maybe before Mo Shui arrived, the people from the underworld had already arrived, so he hid again. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, he suddenly noticed that the captured Bing had been chained up and taken away by a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert. What are you doing? The jade-faced scholar was startled. He hastily shouted. Brat, you have to get past me first before you have the qualifications to chase after them. The Fulfillment Realm expert took off his mask and revealed a scarred face. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. The jade-faced scholar, Xianxia, didn't say a word and directly rushed over with his long sword. The scarred assassin also clenched his longsword and rushed forward. There was a fundamental difference between the Nether Passage Realm and the Fulfillment Realm. When a cultivator broke through from the Nether Passage Realm to the Fulfillment Realm, they would open up a natal palace in a certain part of their body. This Yuan palace could be used to store true qi and then condense it into natal true qi. This natal true qi was much stronger than true qi. A first-level Fulfillment Realm expert could open up one natal palace, a second-level Fulfillment Realm expert could open up 2 natal palaces, and so on. A 9th-level Fulfillment Realm expert could open up 9 natal palaces. Natal palaces could not only increase the strength of one's soul and physique, they could also be used to condense natal true qi. This was why not just anyone could challenge someone of a higher realm. The jade-faced scholar, Xianxia, was powerful, but his opponent was also a seasoned assassin. Xianxia was already at a disadvantage in the first exchange. However, this was already very good. After all, a normal 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert would have been instantly killed by the scarred assassin. The jade-faced scholar is strong as expected. However, my goal today is not to kill you. The scarred assassin's eyes flashed as his aura suddenly increased. 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. What? The jade-faced scholar, Xianxia, was shocked. His opponent was hiding his cultivation. This was over. Even if his opponent was only at the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm, he would have a hard time defeating him. Now that his opponent was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, he was doomed. Come here, brat. The scarred assassin instantly burst forward and rushed to the side of the jade-faced scholar. Then, he formed a claw with one hand and grabbed the scholar's neck. Ugh! The jade-faced scholar was captured in an instant. Eldest senior brother. Quick, go find the dean. Eldest senior brother has been captured. The dean is on the other side. He's been pinned down. The group of scholars panicked. The talented girl in their hearts had been captured, and now even their eldest senior brother had been captured. This was troublesome. The scarred assassin was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Even if all of them attacked together, they might not be able to do anything to him. Unless the scarred assassin was replaced by an expert from the moon-worship demonic sect, they might be able to win. At this time, Bing had already been taken away by someone. Now that Xianxia had been captured by the scarred assassin, the underworld's mission could be considered complete. Let's go. The scarred assassin let out a low shout, and everyone quickly retreated. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the horizon. "Let him go." A deep voice rang out. Then, a man in a green robe flew over. The Dean is here. Haha, these underworld assassins are dead meat. How can the remnants of the moon-worship demonic sect beat us? They will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Following the arrival of the man in blue robes, the fighting spirit of the scholars soared. This man in blue robes was the current dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Xianxia. He was at the second level of the fulfillment realm. Let him go. After Xianxia arrived, his gaze fell on Xianxia. At the same time, he let out a low shout. "TSK, that won't do." The scarred assassin cracked a smile. He put a shackle on Xianxia and threw him to the others. He said in a low voice, "Take him and leave first." Yes. The other hidden fulfillment realm assassin took Xianxia and left the area. "Father, sister has been taken away first." Xianxia couldn't use his true energy at this time, so he could only shout. "Stay here." Xianxia was furious and immediately attacked. It's not that easy." The scarred assassin let out a low shout and went up to meet him. In an instant, the two great experts of the second level of the fulfillment realm began to fight. The group of scholars below were also restless. They wanted to directly charge over and kill everyone from the Underworld Palace and the moon-worship demonic sect. However, there were still one or two fulfillment realm experts. If they attacked, they would probably suffer heavy losses. However, this battle wouldn't last long because the ones who were taken away were Xianxia's children. "Assassins of the underworld, I want you dead." Xianxia roared at the sky and took out a piece of calligraphy from his yin and yang ring. Whoosh! Xianxia unfolded the calligraphy and used the power of manifestation to enlarge it. Suddenly, a large black word appeared in the sky. Kill. What? The kill word art? Wasn't it lost? The scarred assassin was shocked and quickly retreated. The kill word art was ranked number 1 on the famous works list. It was written by the founder of the Northern Heavens Academy, the Slaughter Scholar. This word could not only suppress people of the demonic path, but also those with killing intent. When this picture appeared, the assassins felt their chests tighten. Some even spat out blood and fell from the sky. Among the assassins, there were assassins from the underworld and disciples of the moon-worship demonic sect. Their killing intent was not weak, but they were all suppressed by the kill word art. Not only that, but Yixian was also the same. At this moment, he was suppressed by the kill word art to the point that he could not move. Ouch! Yixian wanted to cry but had no tears. This kill word art had caused him so much trouble. What if someone was plotting against him now? Fortunately, the surrounding scholars were too lazy to pay attention to him, who was at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. When the kill word art appeared, they rushed forward and prepared to kill all the enemies. The kill symbol art was used to suppress people with killing intent. As for the inner courtyard scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy, they were all cultivating within the Northern Heavens Academy before the academy was opened. Therefore, they had never killed anyone before and naturally didn't have much killing intent. Therefore, the kill symbol art had little effect on them. No, this kill word art is a fake. It's not the real thing. Let's go. The scarred assassin immediately reacted. If it was the real kill word art, he might have peed his pants. However, this kill word art did not have as much effect on him as expected. Therefore, it was definitely a fake. Stay. Xianxia was furious and chased after him. However, the scarred assassin was an assassin who relied on speed. If he wanted to leave, even Xianxia could not stop him. In the blink of an eye, the scarred assassin grabbed Xianxia and left with him. As for Xianxia, he could only roar as he watched his son being taken away. Since this was the case, he would vent his anger on these assassins and the moon-worship demonic sect. "I want you all dead." Xianxia roared and began to kill crazily. Mission complete. Let's go. The experts of the underworld and the demonic sect retreated. After the mission was completed, they would receive great rewards and could even break through to the fulfillment realm. A great battle instantly broke out between the two sides. However, Yi Xian was extremely helpless because he was suppressed by the kill word technique and was unable to move. Fortunately, Nalan Hao had kept the kill symbol art after the other party had retreated a certain distance before giving chase. As a result, Yi Xian regained his mobility. Yi Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would kill him just now. Fortunately, they didn't, otherwise he would be in deep trouble. Yi Xian was too lazy to care so much. Mo Shui had disappeared not long after entering the inner courtyard. Therefore, Yi Xian was too lazy to look for him. Leveling up was the way to go. He was currently at the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm. If he used his trump card, there would be no one in the Nether Passage Realm who could match him. He wanted to take advantage of this situation to break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm before chasing after Xianxia and Bing. You guys. Yi Xian glanced in front of him. There were a few voices. Their auras were not strong, only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao, had gone to chase after the scarred assassin. As for the others, they had scattered. If he killed all of them, breaking through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm would not be a problem. He might even reach the 8th level. At that time, if he met Mo Shui again, he would be able to kill him without fear and complete his revenge mission. Brat, a mere 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm dares to cause trouble for us. See if I don't kill you. A brawny man turned his head and looked at Yi Xian as he shouted in a low voice. These people were the only remaining members of the moon-worship demonic sect from the previous group. Therefore, they had retreated in a different direction from the underworld assassins. These people had been targeted by Yi Xian. With just you guys? Yi Xian directly threw out Wei Zhentian and Thunder Pearl. These two treasures were currently at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm and could fight one-on-one with a martial artist at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Unorthodox methods. Get lost. The brawny man stopped in his tracks and charged at Yi Xian alone. The other 3 people ignored him and continued on their way. However, none of them expected that Yi Xian's strength could not be measured by his realm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian casually took out a weapon and fiercely chopped at the brawny man. A flame dragon condensed from true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength roared and instantly engulfed the brawny man. So strong. The brawny man's expression changed. Only now did he realize what kind of enemy he had provoked. However, it was already too late. It had to be said that Mo Shui's ultimate move was extremely powerful. From today onwards, Yi Xian could temporarily not learn any other abilities. With just the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, he could dominate the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame dragon engulfed the brawny man and instantly burned him to ashes. The 3 moon-worship demonic sect experts who were running at high speed ahead sensed something and turned their heads to look. All 3 of them were shocked. The brawny man at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm was actually killed by Yi Xian at the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? At this time, Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected the brawny man's yin and yang ring. Then, he gave chase. A scholar from the Northern Heavens Academy is indeed extraordinary. Let's kill him together. One of the men shouted. 3 at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm dealing with Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm, was already extremely rare. A 6th level Nether Passage Realm expert killing 3 8th level Nether Passage Realm experts was even rarer. After the brawny man died, the Thunder Pearl and Wei Zhentian swept between the 3. These 3 definitely did not know the effects of the Thunder Pearl. Therefore, they only used their 10,000 mammoth strength to repel it. However, when the Thunder Pearl was in the middle of the 3, its aura suddenly surged. An extremely powerful lightning energy erupted from within the Thunder Pearl. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of rays of lightning shot out and enveloped the 3. Countless electric snakes slithered into the bodies of the 3 people. That tyrannical power of lightning directly electrocuted the 3 people into charred corpses. Not only that, but the entire area was also turned into a barren land. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. A trump card that could instantly kill 3 8th level Nether Passage Realm experts could be considered a prophet. At this time, Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected the 3 Xin and Yang rings. Continue. Without another word, Yi Xian immediately chased after the remaining people. However, at this moment, a very familiar aura suddenly flashed within his detection range. Mo Shui? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't see Mo Shui earlier because he was hiding. Now that he appeared again, it seemed that he was going to make a move. He's really going to chase after Xianxia and Bing. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he chased after them. However, what he didn't understand was how Mo Shui was able to keep up with the Fulfillment Realm expert. Mo Shui was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage Realm, 1 level lower than Yi Xian. If Yi Xian attacked now, he would definitely be able to stop Mo Shui. However, he couldn't stop Mo Shui's escaping technique, so he decided to watch first. If Mo Shui could fight until both sides were injured, it would be great. Then, he could take advantage of the situation and kill Mo Shui. I have the Eye of Perception, and my realm is higher than Mo Shui's. If I follow him, he won't notice. Yi Xian thought to himself. Mo Shui was an assassin in the Rebirth realm. His tracking skills were definitely better than ordinary assassins. If he followed him, he would definitely be able to find Xianxia and Bing. At this moment, Mo Shui was running in a certain direction. However, he wasn't running in the direction that the scarred assassin and Xianxia had gone. No, he's not chasing after Xianxia. He's chasing after Bing. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Bing and Xianxia were escorted by 2 people. Moreover, the route of the escort was different. I just don't know how the reincarnators awaken. Do they have to be killed once? Yi Xian was very confused. That day when Mo Shui awakened, he was killed by Yi Xian. However, if that was the case, why didn't he just kill Bing and Xianxia? At that time, he would be able to awaken. However, those people didn't. It seemed that they had other plans. Could it be that the person who wants to capture Bing and Xianxia is plotting something against them? Yi Xian guessed. No matter what, Yi Xian decided to take a look first. Mo Shui had used some unknown method to track down the Fulfillment Realm expert who had kidnapped Bing. Yi Xian, who was following behind Mo Shui, actually saw 2 people moving quickly. No, there was only one. One of them was being dragged. It really is Bing. This Mo Shui is worthy of being an assassin who has lived for thousands of years. It seems that he wants to get rid of one first. Yi Xian thought to himself from behind. At this time, it was already night time. Mo Shui's concealment technique was excellent. If not for Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation, he would not have been able to find him. Xianming Duo Demons, I didn't expect you to reincarnate as well. It seems that today is the day I take my revenge. Mo Shui thought to himself. Then, he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the Fulfillment Realm assassin. He finally made a move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he stopped in his tracks. Back then, when Mo Shui was at the 7th level of the Manifestation Realm, he had killed Lei Guang, the City Lord of Thunder Light City, who was at the 1st level of the Nether Passage Realm. Today, Mo Shui, who was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage Realm, could defeat an assassin at the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm. However, Yi Xian had learned something new. This Mo Shui was actually hiding his strength. No, not hiding his strength, but breaking through on the spot. 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm? Yi Xian was shocked. When Mo Shui charged out, his aura had risen from the 5th level of the Nether Passage Realm to the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm. No, not the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm, but the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Damn, what kind of method is this? Jumping 2 levels in a row? Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. Even for him, breaking through twice in a row was not easy unless he had a large amount of natural treasures. As expected of a reincarnator, breaking through twice in a row, from the 5th level of the Nether Passage Realm to the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Now, Mo Shui was only 3 levels away from the Fulfillment Realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, he didn't immediately attack, or else he would be in trouble. Even if he was 1 level higher than Mo Shui, he didn't have the confidence to kill him. Now that Mo Shui was one level higher than him, if they fought, he would definitely die. "You little rat, how dare you block my path?" A deep voice rang out. The first level of the Fulfillment Realm assassin put down the unconscious Nalan Bing and charged at Mo Shui. If it was an ordinary 7th level Nether Passage Realm cultivator, he could kill them with one slap. However, he felt that Mo Shui wasn't so simple. He had to go all out, or else he would die a horrible death. "You, get lost!" Mo Shui yelled. "You're the one who wants to get lost." The brawny man slapped his hand, preparing to send Mo Shui flying. However, he didn't manage to do so, and his palm was scattered by Mo Shui. "As expected, you have some skills. Try this." The brawny man's body surged with extraordinary true chi. This true chi condensed into a palm and blasted at Mo Shui. This brawny man was a Fulfillment Realm expert of the underworld. He had already opened his natal palace and condensed his natal true chi. A divine ability formed from his natal true chi wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Great Sorrow Heaven Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Shui also slashed out with his sword. This was his strongest attack. Boom. The palm and the dragon collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. The vital energy of a Fulfillment Realm cultivator wasn't something that could be blocked by ordinary vital energy. However, Mo Shui wasn't a simple person either. Although he was slightly weaker this time, he still managed to dodge his opponent's attack. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Shui slashed out again. Another flame dragon appeared, but this time, its target wasn't the brawny man, but the unconscious Nalan Bing. "You're not here to save her?" The brawny man was shocked. Mo Shui looked like a scholar, so the brawny man thought he was here to save her. However, Mo Shui actually attacked Nalan Bing. "Why? What I want is her death." Mo Shui didn't say anything else and sent out another peerless flame dragon slash. "Good lord, this girl is wanted by the big shots of the underworld. You dare touch her? You're courting death." The brawny man was furious. He once again used his natal true chi to disperse the two peerless flame dragon slashes. Some reincarnators would awaken their inherited memories, while others would only do so after death. Mo Shui had awakened his memories after his heart was pierced. However, if Nalan Bing's entire body was incinerated, she wouldn't be able to awaken her memories. However, if he wanted to kill Nalan Bing, he had to get past this brawny man first. In the distance, Yi Xian was very surprised to see Mo Shui fighting a Fulfillment Realm expert. Yi Xian was thinking that he should first use this Fulfillment Realm expert to exhaust Mo Shui, then attack and kill Mo Shui. His wishful thinking was not bad, but he thought of another way. Nalan Bing is wanted by the big shots of the underworld. If I hold her hostage, this man might fight to the death, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Using a hostage to threaten was a little despicable, but Nalan Bing had set a trap for him, so Yi Xian didn't feel guilty at all. However, he was hiding now. If he went out and held Nalan Bing hostage, what if the man suddenly changed his target and attacked him? In this way, it would be a bit of beating the grass and alerting the snake. "Fine, I'll watch here first. I'll let Mo Shui and the Fulfillment Realm expert fight for a while, then I'll go." In the end, Yi Xian decided to give up. After all, this was related to his revenge mission. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. If things went well, he could complete his revenge mission and get 3 Devour points. This way, he could use these 3 Devour points to activate a second combat bloodline in the expansion window of his combat bloodline. Thinking of the upcoming combat bloodline, Yi Xian was excited. He held his breath and quietly observed the battle with the Eye of Revelation. Great Sorrow Heaven Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Shui and the brawny man were locked in a fierce battle. Although Mo Shui was at a disadvantage in the current situation, the brawny man was at a disadvantage in the long run. This was because his natal true chi was quickly depleting. Without the support of his natal true chi, Mo Shui might instantly gain the upper hand. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could see that the natal palace in the brawny man's body didn't have much natal chi left. When the brawny man's natal true chi was almost depleted, it would be time for him to attack. Soon, it will be the best time for me to attack. Yi Xian was excited. Not only was he looking at the brawny man's natal true qi, he was also calculating Mo Xue's natal true qi. The two of them were actually on par with each other. Great Sorrow Heaven Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Rumble. Shockwaves rolled. The entire battlefield had been transformed beyond recognition by the two of them. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was hidden in the darkness, made his move. Mo Xue, your time of death has come. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he charged forward. However, just as he was about to act, the unconscious Nalan Bing suddenly woke up. Nalan Bing was the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao. She was the goddess in the hearts of all the scholars in the academy. However, this goddess revealed a very bewitching smile at this moment. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Mo Xue, you're walking right into a trap. Nalan Bing looked at the flame dragon and said in a cold voice. Boom, this sentence shocked Yi Xian and Mo Xue. The latter turned around and saw that Nalan Bing had broken free of her shackles. 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, Nalan Bing, at this critical moment, had actually awakened by herself. Otherwise, how could she recognize the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash and Mo Xue? Not good. Mo Xue's face darkened as he quickly retreated. He never thought that the heavens would play with him like this. Just as he was about to take revenge, Nalan Bing awoke on her own. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also the same. He originally wanted to attack, but Nalan Bing had suddenly awoken and broken free of her shackles. This was troublesome. Mo Xue was currently at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nalan Bing was at the 8th level. She was an entire level higher than Mo Xue. If Nalan Bing hadn't awoken, Mo Xue would have been able to kill her in the blink of an eye. However, now that Nalan Bing had awoken, who would be stronger? At this moment, Nalan Bing, who had awoken, suddenly glanced at Yi Xian. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked by this look. He hadn't come out of the darkness yet, but Nalan Bing had already discovered him. As expected of a reincarnator, Mo Xue followed her gaze and also discovered Yi Xian hiding in the darkness. Just now, he was fighting with the brawny man and didn't notice that there was another danger lurking around him. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned to leave. This time, he was afraid that he would fail again. He wasn't the only one who wanted to escape. Even Mo Xue, upon seeing Nalan Bing's awakening, immediately turned into a streak of blood-red light and fled the scene. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Mo Xue, where do you think you're going? Nalan Bing snorted and chased after him. Her speed wasn't any slower than Mo Xue's, who was using blood escape. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind the dumbfounded brawny man and Yi Xian. The brawny man glanced at Yi Xian, but he didn't intend to attack at this time. His mission was to send Nalan Bing to a hidden place, and at the same time, ensure her safety and trap her. Now, Nalan Bing had broken free of her shackles and her strength had erupted. Her strength was so strong that it shocked him. He had to report this to his superiors as soon as possible. Therefore, he directly ignored Yi Xian and left in another direction. Damn, this is bad. Not only did my revenge mission fail, but Nalan Bing also awakened. If I meet her again, I will definitely die without a burial place. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only blame his bad luck. Nalan Bing had awakened at this time and disrupted all his plans. Nalan Bing wanted to kill Mo Xue. Once Mo Xue died, Nalan Bing would chase after him. He didn't even have the confidence to kill Mo Xue, let alone Nalan Bing, who was also a reincarnator and 2 realms higher than him. It was impossible for him to defeat her. Therefore, he could only run. What a tragedy. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't say anything and turned to leave. However, he didn't choose to give up because he still had a small chance. As long as he broke through again, he might be able to snatch Mo Xue from Nalan Bing and then leave with the help of the Eyes of the Void. However, the probability was low because he didn't know the whereabouts of Mo Xue and Nalan Bing. However, he didn't know if it was a gift from the heavens. Not long after he left, an aura caught up with him. Mo Xue? Yi Xian was shocked. Why did Mo Xue suddenly turn back? he carefully sensed and found that Mo Shui's aura was very unstable. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Good chance, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that his luck was very good. An injured lamb delivered itself to him. Soon, Mo Shui caught up with him. Sure enough, Mo Shui was seriously injured and looked like he was on the verge of death. Kid, let's make another deal. That Nalan Bing is still chasing you, right? You want me to save you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. You should have guessed it. That Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia are indeed a pair of reincarnators. In my previous life, I had a great battle with them. In the end, I had no choice but to reincarnate. They were also heavily injured by me and reincarnated. Mo Shui said, now, I only have one request, and that is to kill the Xianming duo demons for me. As for the reward, you can name it. You really want to join hands, but I want your life. Yi Xian didn't try to be tactful at all. Life? Mo Shui's eyes flickered as he said, I was hit by that woman's 3 days soul-seeking sword. Anyone who is hurt by this move will definitely die within 3 days. I can't reincarnate now, so there's nothing I can do to reverse the situation. So, I promise you. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Happiness came too quickly. He had chased Mo Shui for so long, and today, Mo Shui actually delivered himself to him. Was this a free lunch from the sky? Boy, I'll use my life in exchange for your promise. I only want you to kill Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing. This deal, do you dare? Mo Shui asked with a dignified face. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Xian immediately replied. What a joke, if he killed Mo Shui and completed his revenge mission, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Okay, then you come. There's not much time left, and that woman will be here soon. Mo Shui was very straightforward. Mo Shui was a real man, and this made Yi Xian admire him very much. At the same time, Yi Xian didn't actually need to agree. He could directly attack because Mo Shui was already at the end of his strength, and his strength was probably less than half of what it was before. If Yi Xian didn't waste his breath and directly attacked after seeing Mo Shui probably wouldn't have been able to survive. However, Yi Xian decided to agree to be on the safe side. After all, Mo Shui was a reincarnator, and it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Mo Shui, since I promised you, I will fulfill your wish. You can go in peace. Yi Xian slowly said. Then, his eyes flickered, and a silver slash flew through the air. Facing this nirvanic slash, Mo Shui this time, he didn't dodge. He just stood there quietly, waiting for death. Yi Xian was actually a bit nervous because he was afraid that this was a trap set by Mo Shui. However, he was overthinking things. Slash. With a crisp sound, Mo Shui's entire head was thrown into the air. When a person's head was chopped off, they would not die immediately. Their consciousness would be retained for a period of time. Yi Xian quietly watched, his emotions slightly agitated. Was Mo Shui really dead? However, after hearing the system notification in his mind, he was certain that Mo Shui was really dead. Ding! Host has successfully killed Mo Shui and completed the revenge mission. Reward, 3 Devour points. The system wouldn't lie to him. This system notification proved that Mo Shui was really dead. The revenge mission was completed. It's finally done. I got 3 Devour points. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't forget to take off Mo Shui's interspatial ring. There were many things inside. Although Mo Shui was a reincarnator, the most valuable thing was his memory. Yi Xian could have asked Mo Shui to write down some unique skills, but Yi Xian couldn't wait, so he took action. Mo Shui said that Nalan Bing, who was chasing after him, would be here soon. The things in the interspatial ring only increased Yi Xian's cultivation by a little. However, he now had 3 Devour points. Come, new battle bloodline. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly used the 3 Devour points on the expansion of his battle bloodline. Bloodlines were not expensive. What was expensive was the expansion. Originally, Yi Xian's Super Devour Crystal was not enough to expand the battle bloodline. However, what he spent now was not the Super Devour crystal, but the Devour points. Moreover, it was 3 Devour points. Ding! Battle Bloodline expansion successful. After the system notification, Yi Xian could finally choose his second battle bloodline. As for the second combat bloodline, he had chosen many bloodlines before, but as he leveled up, he finally chose a bloodline that appeared after leveling up. This bloodline was called the Killing God bloodline. Ding! Killing God bloodline successfully exchanged. Do you want to fuse it? Yes. Ding! Killing God bloodline fusion. After the Killing God bloodline fused with his body, Yi Xian felt a tremendous change. The Killing God bloodline was a new bloodline that appeared after the upgrade, so it was naturally not bad. The purpose of the Killing God bloodline was to kill people. Every time he killed someone, he would accumulate killing intent. The killing intent would increase according to the realm of the person he killed. As long as he accumulated a certain amount of killing intent, he could use some of the Killing God bloodline skills. Yi Xian had just fused with the Killing God bloodline, so the skills of the Killing God bloodline were not fully activated. Killing Intent Explosion fuses killing intent into attack to increase attack power. Killer Instinct allows the host to have extraordinarily sharp senses. Assassination Mode conceals one's aura, making it difficult for others to see through. Increases combat power in the dark. Death Pursuit Order marks an enemy and knows the enemy's direction. While fighting with the enemy, passively increases strength. Killing Feast after activation, killing people for a certain period of time will increase strength. The higher the realm of the people killed and the more people killed, the greater the increase. These 5 skills were the new skills that appeared after Yi Xian fused with the Killing God bloodline. Killing Intent Explosion was an active skill. As long as he had killing intent, he could use it to increase attack power. There was no need to say much about the Killer's Instinct. This was a passive skill similar to Spiritual Sense. Its size was about the same as Spiritual Sense, causing Yi Xian's range of perception to expand once again. The Assassination Mode was also a passive skill. It allowed Yi Xian to have an extraordinary ability to conceal his aura. He could play the pig to eat the tiger. At the same time, he could passively increase attack power and speed in the dark. It was simply a godly skill. The next 2 skills were the highlight of the show. The Death Pursuit Order was the killing mark. The person who was marked with the Death Pursuit Order would be exposed at all times. Even if Yi Xian was millions of miles away from him, Yi Xian would still be able to know the other's direction. Most importantly, Yi Xian could increase his strength by fighting with the target of the Death Pursuit Order. As for the last skill, Killing Feast, it was an extremely powerful skill that was very suitable for group battles. After consuming the killing intent points to activate the Killing Feast, Yi Xian's strength would not increase. However, after killing someone, his strength would increase. To put it simply, the more he killed, the braver he would become within the time limit. This Killing God bloodline was indeed the bloodline that Yi Xian liked the most after the update. It was simply too powerful. These 6 skills were just the initial skills. In the future, Yi Xian could use Devour points to unlock new skills. For example, the Dark Night Canopy that could turn the surroundings into night, the extremely powerful Escape Skill Shadow Ratio, Scarlet Storm, Assassin's Eye, and so on. However, what made Yi Xian feel the power of the Killing God bloodline the most was a passive skill called One-Hit Kill. As long as he learned this passive skill, his attacks in the future would have a chance of triggering one-hit kill. As long as it was triggered, his attacks would have the effect of one-hit kill. Even the last level of the Connecting Heaven 9 levels, the Connecting Heaven realm experts, would most likely die. Amazing, this is really amazing. 3 Devour points, it was worth it. Yi Xian could not help but gulp. He was originally far from the Combat Bloodline expansion bar, but now, he had finally collected 6 bloodlines. In the future, I can use Devour points to fuse the Death Hunt Order with the Eyes of the Void. After the fusion, the Assassin's Eye skill will allow me to instantly teleport behind the target of the Death Hunt Order and assassinate them. Also, the unactivated Scarlet Storm can be fused with the 1,000 Ancestral Swords. The new skill, Blade Storm, is probably extremely powerful. Yi Xian was speechless. He wished he could use a large amount of Devour points to unlock all these skills. Unfortunately, he did not have them now. Ding. The host has collected 6 Void God bloodlines and above. Activating the bloodline fusion system. The system notified again. The 5 bloodlines that Yi Xian had fused before were all Void God bloodlines, which were very inferior. However, the current Killing God bloodline was connecting Heaven bloodline. However, in general, the bloodline fusion system had finally been activated. Just as Yi Xian was about to sink into his mind to see what the bloodline fusion system was for, there was a sudden change in the sky. Yi Xian felt something and turned his head abruptly. He found a huge eyeball staring at him. Death's eye? Yi Xian was frightened by the eyeball. His first reaction was that it was the eye of death. However, the eyeball that appeared this time was not the eye of death. This time, there was no aura of death. Instead, a very strange energy spread out. Then, Yi Xian saw a white gas floating out of Mo Xue's corpse and being absorbed by the huge eyeball. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the mini sky dragon from before. The mini sky dragon saved him that day but didn't kill Mo Xue because it was afraid of something. Could it be this huge eyeball that was similar to the eye of death? Hua! Suddenly, the giant eyeball turned and its gaze landed on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was almost scared out of his wits by this glare. Back then, he had almost died from the glare of the eyes of death. Now, again? Thank you, young man. Suddenly, a strange voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Who's talking? Yi Xian quivered and asked subconsciously, looking around. However, in the next moment, he focused his gaze on the huge eyeball. Could it be this huge eyeball that was talking? I am the Samsara City Lord. Thank you for killing a Samsara traveler and allowing me to absorb the Samsara will. To repay you, I can tell you one thing. You have not been reincarnated. When these words entered Yi Xian's ears, he trembled all over. What did it mean that he had not been reincarnated? Everyone had their own karmic cycle. If they died in this life, they could be reincarnated. The Samsara City Lord can see that I have not been reincarnated? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. What kind of people did not have reincarnated? It was a person or a ghost spirit that had been beaten to the point that their souls were scattered. In other words, in the future, Yi Xian's fate would either be to be beaten to the point where his soul would scatter, or he would become a ghost spirit. This reincarnation thing is beyond my understanding. However, can the Samsara City Lord really see my reincarnation? Yi Xian did not believe it. Because he was a transmigrator, he had transmigrated from Earth. If the City Lord of Samsara could really see the past and the future, would he be looking at the unlucky Yi Xian or him? Or could it be that he was the unlucky Yi Xian in his past life? No, there was another possibility. Of course, your future achievements may be greater than mine. That is why my eye of reincarnation cannot see through you. The mysterious Samsara City Lord said again. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, how could he not have been reincarnated? After all, he had a clone that dominated the Bloodstone continent. His future achievements would definitely surpass the Samsara City Lord. That was why the Samsara City Lord could not see through his reincarnation. However, just as he was pondering, the huge eye of reincarnation turned into a bubble, as if it had never appeared. Previously, it was the will of death and the eye of death. Now, it is the will of reincarnation and the eye of reincarnation. What kind of expert is he? Yi Xian did not understand. However, the Samsara City Lord appeared after Mo Xue's death and absorbed the will of reincarnation in his body. Perhaps the Samsara City Lord became stronger by absorbing the will of reincarnation? Mo Xue was a rebirth realm expert. At his level, there are probably many rebirth realm experts. The Samsara City Lord might be using the will of reincarnation to increase his strength, Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, it was just a guess out of curiosity. After all, he was too far away from the rebirth realm. Fortunately, the Samsara City Lord was different from the Eye of Death. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape death. However, he did not want to think too much about it because he had already sensed a powerful aura rushing towards him. The eye of perception, killer instinct, and spiritual sense made Yi Xian's senses much stronger than the average person. The assassination passive skill that he had just learned allowed him to become one with the darkness. His battle strength also increased by a lot. Even if a fulfillment realm expert appeared in the surroundings, it would be difficult for them to discover him. However, this powerful aura was following Mo Shui. The newcomer was Nalan Bing. She's here. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the white figure in front of him. His eyes flashed. Command of death. Yi Xian immediately used the skill that he had just learned on Nalan Bing. In the next moment, a scarlet kill word appeared above Nalan Bing's head. Nalan Bing could not see or feel it. Fighting with the target of the death pursuit order can increase my strength passively. Adding on the fact that I can increase my strength passively in the dark, I might be able to fight Nalan Bing. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, Nalan Bing landed beside Mo Shui's headless body. She looked at the headless body and frowned. That eye of reincarnation just now, I wonder whose it was, Nalan Bing thought to herself. In her previous life, she was a peerless expert at the same level as Mo Shui. Naturally, she knew what the eye of reincarnation was. However, there was more than one person who had the eye of reincarnation, so she was not sure who it was. However, this was not important. What was important was, who killed Mo Shui? The wound is clean, it seems to be a sneak attack. Who has the ability to kill Mo Shui? Could it be a fulfillment realm expert? Nalan Bing began to be vigilant. Ever since she awakened, she had been chasing after Mo Shui. She even used her 3-day soul killer sword to injure Mo Shui, leaving a deadly sword energy in Mo Shui's body. This deadly sword energy would kill Mo Shui within 3 days. In her previous life, Mo Shui was also hit by this attack, and was forced to reincarnate. However, in this life, Mo Shui's realm was not high enough, so he was bound to die. Of course, if there was an expert helping him, Mo Shui could have escaped. In order to prevent this from happening, Nalan Bing kept chasing after Mo Shui to ensure his death. Now, Mo Shui was dead, but he was not killed by Nalan Bing. This made Nalan Bing very angry. Mo Shui's life belongs to me, the mysterious underworld duo demons. Only I can kill him. Whoever dares to touch him is courting death. Nalan Bing was furious and roared, "Who killed him? Come out." She could not sense anyone, but she had a feeling that the person who killed Mo Shui was nearby. Indeed, as he expected, Yi Xian was hiding in the surroundings, preparing to kill Nalan Bing. Ding. Triggered random mission, kill Nalan Bing. Reward, 1 Devour point. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, the system suddenly gave him a notification. Random mission, it finally appeared again, the reward this time was actually 1 Devour point. How generous. Haha, with this Devour point, I can activate a skill of the god-killing bloodline. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. However, Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, and a reincarnator at that. On the other hand, he was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, and only had one trump card left. Killing Nalan Bing would not be an easy task. Most importantly, this random mission only had 1 day. If he didn't kill Nalan Bing within 1 day, the random mission would be invalid. I have to succeed in one go. Yi Xian changed his appearance, changing into a face that was unfamiliar to Nalan Bing. At the same time, he used Assassinate to hide his true level. This time, he was an assassin. Kill. Yi Xian instantly exploded with speed. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, turned into a ghost and attacked Nalan Bing. 10,000 swords returned to origin, spiritual sword formation. Yi Xian directly used his last trump card in an attempt to trap Nalan Bing. Although Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, Wei Zhentian was also at the 8th level. As long as he could trap her for 3 seconds, it would not be a problem. However, Nalan Bing was also a reincarnator, and an assassin who had killed countless people. How could she be trapped so easily? Humph, you're really nearby. I want you dead. Nalan Bing held a woman's long sword in her hand and actually charged forward. Bang! 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 The gigantic sword continued to descend, but it was all easily dodged by Nalan Bing. However, Yi Xian was not to be trifled with. Although Nalan Bing's speed was fast, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, could still capture her movements. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian viciously slashed his sword, and a flame dragon appeared, whistling towards Nalan Bing. What? Peerless Flame Dragon Slash? Nalan Bing was slightly surprised. Wasn't this Mo Xue's ultimate move? Mo Xue was already dead, so who else could use it? I see. At this moment, a thought flashed through Nalan Bing's mind. This person who used the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash killed Mo Xue. Perhaps, this person was Mo Xue's disciple. Mo Xue was hit by the 3 days soul-chasing sword and would definitely die within 3 days. Therefore, he asked his disciple to kill him and set up an ambush. Thinking of this, Nalan Bing's lips slightly curled up. In her previous life, she and her brother, Nalan Jia, were known as the Xianming duo. They had killed many people. Sometimes, even when they knew it was a trap, they would still take the enemy's head in the midst of tens of thousands of soldiers. Now, a mere person dared to call it an ambush? Soul-chasing sword. Nalan Bing waved her long sword, and a ray of sword energy shot out, sinking into the flame dragon. In the next moment, the flame dragon shook violently and disappeared into thin air. Another divine ability that can't be copied. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself. Previously, he couldn't copy Mo Xue's Peerless Flame Dragon Slash with the Eye of Revelation because his realm wasn't high enough. Nalan Bing was also a reincarnator, so it was reasonable for her to use a divine ability that couldn't be copied. However, after this collision of true energy, Yi Xian also understood the difference between him and Nalan Bing. She could break his Peerless Flame Dragon Slash with a casual swing of her sword. This was the difference between them. After all, he had placed a death pursuit order on Nalan Bing, and he still had the enhancement of the assassination state. Luo Luo. In desperation, Yi Xian could only summon Luo Luo. Luo Luo was currently at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Her Eye of Enchantment could greatly increase the strength of Yi Xian's soul and strengthen Yi Xian's all-creation strength. If the all-creation strength increased, then Yi Xian's attack power would also increase. Luo Luo also knew that Yi Xian was fighting, so she used the Eye of Enchantment as soon as she appeared. Eye of Enchantment. A pink eyeball appeared, and as it stared, Yi Xian's soul strength increased greatly. Again. Yi Xian's strength suddenly increased, and he slashed at Nalan Bing again. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. As for Nalan Bing, after seeing the Eye of Enchantment, her footsteps paused, and her body trembled. How is this possible? How can a clansman with the Eye of Enchantment be born in a place like this? Nalan Bing was shocked. She was very familiar with the Eye of Enchantment because she was a member of the Fox clan in her previous life. She also knew the Eye of Enchantment. Mo Xue had shown killing intent when he saw Luo Luo because he was annoyed by Nalan Bing's Eye of Enchantment. I'm in a human body now, so I'm not used to it, Nalan Bing muttered to herself, and the way she looked at Luo Luo changed. However, it was better to deal with this Peerless Flame Dragon Slash first. Life-Reaping Soul Slash. Bang! 2 different types of true chi collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. This time, they were evenly matched. However, as a peerless assassin, Nalan Bing's attack was extremely fast. This sword will take your life. Nalan Bing suddenly took out an exquisite sword and swept it quickly. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword, this move was her trump card. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He looked at the lightning-fast attack and thought of something. Boom. 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 Enormous swords that shook the heavens descended, blocking in front of Yi Xian. Kacha! 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 Nalan Bing's sword energy shattered the giant swords one by one. In the blink of an eye, she had destroyed dozens of swords. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level was high. The 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword could not hurt Yi Xian. How dare you touch the young master? You're courting death. Luolua's slender hand shook and the 7 demonic flames merged into one. Then, she threw the 7-colored lotus at Nalan Bing. 7-colored demonic flame, 7 consecutive explosions. What? Nalan Bing was shocked again because she knew this move before. It was the Fox Charm clan's ultimate technique. Not everyone knew it. It seems that this little girl is the reincarnation of an expert from the clan, Nalan Bing thought to herself. She guessed that Luoluo was also the reincarnation of an expert from the Fox Charm clan. However, Luoluo was younger than her by a few years, so she did not know who she was. After all, she had reincarnated before Luoluo. Of course, it was also possible that Luoluo was not a reincarnator and had only awakened her bloodline. However, so what if they were from the same clan? Nalan Bing and Xianxia had already left the Fox Charm clan. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Nalan Bing used her ultimate technique again and clashed with the 7-colored demonic flame. Shockwaves swept out again. Nalan Bing was also a member of the Fox Charm clan in her previous life. Now that she had reincarnated as a human, she was not used to it. After all, there were many skills that she could not use. Therefore, she had a plan. She would first kill Yixian, then capture Luoluo. Then, she used a secret technique to erase Luoluo's soul, turning Luoluo into an empty shell. And she would replace Luoluo. To comprehend the Eye of Charm at the age of 10, even the geniuses of the Fox Charm clan at that time were far too lacking. This was a super genius. I must get it. Nalan Bing's eyes widened, revealing a greedy expression. This expression was captured by Yixian. Does Nalan Bing have ulterior motives towards Luoluo? Yixian was shocked. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would incur its wrath. Although Yixian was not a dragon, if anyone dared to touch his reverse scale, he would bite back even if he had to die. Die. Yixian was enraged and began to attack madly. The flame dragon's peerless slash consumed a lot of qi, but Yixian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. In addition to the 10,000 swords in origin, the thunder pearl, and Luoluo's suppression, he could recover. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched. Previously, Yixian could not even deal with Mo Shui, who was at the same level. Now, he could actually fight evenly with Nalan Bing, who was 2 levels higher than him. This was not bad. However, Nalan Bing had just awakened and was not used to it. In addition, she and her brother Xianxia were known as the mysterious underworld duo. If they did not work together, their individual combat strength was much weaker than Mo Shui's. It was because of these two factors that Yixian did not lose. Instead, he had the upper hand. Not good, I don't have enough qi. Nalan Bing's expression became more and more unsightly. She had just fought with Mo Shui and chased after him for a long time. In addition, she had used the 3 days soul-stealing sword technique several times. Thus, she only had 1/5 of her qi left. She looked at Yixian again. Logically speaking, Yixian's qi should have been depleted long ago. However, he looked like he was at his peak. There was nothing strange about him. This did not make sense. One had to know that Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Yixian was only at the 6th level. Luoluo was the same. This was too unreal. What is this brat's background? Nalan Bing could not help but think to herself. Yixian had changed his appearance and had the ability to assassinate. Thus, the aura that Nalan Bing felt was different from that of Yixian. Naturally, she would not be able to associate the two. However, now was not the time to care so much. If I see you again in the future, I will definitely take your life. Nalan Bing coldly snorted in her heart. At the same time, she deeply remembered Yixian's aura. If they met again in the future, she would definitely be able to recognize him. Unfortunately, she did not know that Yixian was the person she wanted to frame that day. Whoosh! Nalan Bing immediately turned into a flash of white light and flew into the distance. Good heavens, a reincarnator is actually a coward. Don't go. Yixian immediately chased after her. Nalan Bing was about to reach the end of her strength. Once the qi in her body was depleted, she would have less than 50% of her battle strength left. This was the best time to kill her. As long as he killed Nalan Bing, Yixian would complete the random mission and be rewarded with 1 devour point. He could also use it to activate the god-slaying bloodline ability. Yixian was determined to kill Nalan Bing. He definitely could not let her escape. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. However, Nalan Bing's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had pulled away from Yixian. Fortunately, Nalan Bing had the death warrant. Even if they were separated by a planet, Yi Xian could clearly sense her direction until she died. The death warrant ignored distance, and that was what was truly terrifying about it. Young master, I don't know why, but I feel a sense of familiarity from Nalan Bing. While chasing after Nalan Bing, Luo Luo suddenly said. What sense of familiarity? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and could not help but ask. I don't know. After her awakening, her aura felt familiar. Perhaps she was also from the Fox Charm clan in her previous life. Luo Luo shook her head. Fox Charm clan? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. If Nalan Bing was from the Fox Charm clan in her previous life, she might have reincarnated into a human to restore the body of a Fox clan member. No wonder Nalan Bing looked at Luo Luo like that. So this was the reason. If that's the case, then you deserve to die even more. Yi Xian looked at Nalan Bing's back and killing intent surged. Although he had already fused with the god-slaying bloodline, he could not use the death warrant other than the initial few abilities. The killing feast required killing intent to activate. However, Yi Xian had not killed a single person since fusing with the bloodline, so he did not have killing intent. Fortunately, Yi Xian's assassination state could increase his movement speed and combat strength in the dark. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't shaken off by Nalan Bing so quickly. Once Nalan Bing's true chi was exhausted, she would die. However, things weren't as simple as Yi Xian thought. Just as Nalan Bing was about to leave Yi Xian's range of perception, an aura suddenly rushed in. A fulfillment realm expert? Yi Xian was shocked. Was it someone from the Northern Heavens Academy, the Underworld, or the Moon-worshipped demonic sect? If it was the Underworld or the Moon-worshipped demonic sect, he still had a chance to kill Nalan Bing. However, if it was a Northern Heavens Academy scholar, then there was no chance. Bing father has finally found you. A familiar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He originally hoped that it would be an expert from the Underworld or the Moon-worshipped demonic sect. However, he didn't expect it to be Nalan Bing's father, Nalan Hao. Nalan Hao was an expert at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. At this moment, his aura was slightly weak. He was probably injured, which was why Yi Xian thought he was at the first stage of the fulfillment realm. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He had to admit that his luck was bad again. At this time, Nalan Bing was actually found. What the f***ck father, someone is chasing me. Although Nalan Bing was a reincarnator, she still pretended to be a frightened little bird. Which scoundrel is it? Come out. Nalan Hao was furious. He raised his hand and blasted out a palm. Whoosh whoosh. This giant palm brushed past Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was hit by this palm, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. As expected of a second stage of the fulfillment realm expert. Even if he's injured, he's definitely not someone I can fight against. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he was in the assassination state and hid in the dark. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. However, it seemed that he had to leave now because he didn't have the confidence to kill Nalan Bing under Nalan Hao's watch. Go. Yi Xian decisively tore open the void and left. It seemed that the random mission of killing Nalan Bing would not be completed. After Yi Xian left, Nalan Bing let out a sigh of relief. With her outstanding intuition, she knew that Yi Xian should have given up on pursuing her. From beginning to end, she did not know who Yi Xian was. However, the Fox Charm clan that could use the Eye of Charm was relatively easy to investigate. As long as that little fox appeared, then she could find out who was chasing after her. Bing are you alright? Nalan Hao hastily asked. I'm fine. Nalan Bing shook her head. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that she had no other choice, she wouldn't reincarnate. This was because she had parents in her previous life. Now that she had one more parent in this life, she felt a little strange. Fortunately, she was someone who had lived for more than 1,000 years, while Nalan Hao was not even 100 years old, so she was too lazy to care too much. Bing how did you escape? Nalan Hao couldn't help but ask. An expert who was passing by saved me. Nalan Bing casually made up an excuse. She didn't want to reveal the matter of the reincarnator, even if the other party was her father in this life. If Naelinhao found out and accidentally leaked it, then they would be in trouble. Their enemies in their previous life would probably come together to eliminate them. So it's like this. Naelinhao slightly nodded and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back first, then we'll start investigating your brother's whereabouts." Just now, he was chasing after the scarred assassin, but he couldn't catch up. So he immediately turned around and found Naelinbing. Naelinbing nodded. She wanted to find Xianxia as soon as possible and awaken him. At the same time, she also knew that the person who ordered to find them was definitely their enemy. Before they rose up, she would capture them first and then play with them as she wanted. After breaking open the void and leaving, Xian once again used the Eye of the Void and returned to the Northern Heavens Academy. But this time, he had already returned to his original appearance. If he stood in front of Naelinbing, she might not be able to recognize him. Naelinbing of the mysterious underworld twin demons wanted to kill me before she awakened. But now that she's awakened, she's a 1,000-year-old monster. She probably won't lower herself to kill me. Xian secretly thought in his heart. Although he didn't know why Naelinbing wanted to kill him before she awakened, Naelinbing had 1,000 years of memories and was extremely arrogant. She probably wouldn't continue to plot against Xian. Of course, this wasn't certain. Maybe Naelinbing's heart was lustful and wanted to kill him when she saw a handsome person. At the same time, as long as Xian didn't reveal the peerless flame dragon / 10,000 swords returned to origin, Naelinbing wouldn't know that he was the one who chased after her. As for why he wanted to return to the Northern Heavens Academy, it was because there was something he coveted there. After fusing with the god of slaughter bloodline, other than killing people to obtain killing intent, I can also devour some treasures to obtain killing intent. Xian looked at the peak of the Northern Heavens mountain and fell into deep thought. The thing he coveted was the kill symbol art. The kill symbol art was the creation of the Northern Heavens Academy's founder, the Slaughter Scholar. If he devoured this treasure, he would definitely obtain a large amount of killing intent. At that time, he could use the killing intent explosion to increase his attack power. Xian re-entered the Northern Heavens Academy. At this time, the outer courtyard was filled with corpses and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. However, most of the corpses belonged to the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld. Xian quickly passed through the outer courtyard and arrived at the inner courtyard. There was also a large amount of corpses here. However, at this time, the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were gathered in front of a stone wall. Xian hurriedly went over to take a look and found an old man nailed to the stone wall. There were a total of 6 swords stabbed into his body. However, this old man wasn't dead yet. There was still a trace of life left. There were also 2 corpses on the ground. They were both scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. The scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were all fulfillment realm experts. Who would have thought that 2 of them would fall this time? At this time, there were still 2 scholars beside the dying old man. They continuously used their spiritual senses to check the old man's injuries. Sigh, this is troublesome. The moon-worship demonic sect actually had someone who mastered the 7 profound demonic sword array. Although Elder Lu didn't get hit by the 7th sword, these 6 swords have already made the 2 scholars anxious. If this 7 profound demonic sword array is hit by the 7th sword, no one can save him. Fortunately, Elder Lu only got hit by 6 swords. As long as the Dean returns, Elder Lu will definitely be saved. It's a pity that the Dean went to chase after that expert from the underworld. He hasn't returned yet. This moon-worship demonic sect is really cunning. They took advantage of the time when our Northern Heavens Academy scholars were out to attack. If the Dean was here, he would definitely not let them return. The old scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were discussing softly. The Elder Lu they were talking about was the old man with the 6 swords stuck in his body. His aura was extremely weak, and he would probably die in a while. You too, don't waste your energy. This old man is powerless. You should set up a defense to prevent the experts from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld from returning. Elder Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood and said weakly. Elder Lu, don't speak. We can suppress your injuries and wait for the Dean to return. A middle-aged scholar said. Elder Lu was an expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm and had already established 2 natal palaces. In this battle, he had killed several fulfillment realm experts, but in the end, he was ambushed and severely injured by a moon-worship demonic sect expert. The 2 first-stage fulfillment realm scholars were helpless against the 7 profound devil sword array. Therefore, they were waiting for the second-stage fulfillment realm expert, Nalan Hao, to return. However, Yi Xian knew that Elder Lu wouldn't be able to wait for Nalan Hao's return. Even if Nalan Hao rushed back with Nalan Bing, it would take at least 2 hours. Elder Lu wouldn't be able to hold on for more than half an hour. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Other than Nalan Bing, the rest of the people he had seen from the Northern Heavens Academy were pretty good. However, at this moment, Yi Xian glanced at the mission system and saw that there was a mission to save Elder Lu. Save Elder Lu. Pull out the 6 swords in order. If Elder Lu survives, the host will be rewarded with 2 million inner demon pills. This was the mission. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would rarely accept missions from the mission system. After all, it was time-consuming and exhausting. However, the mission in front of him had a generous reward. If the treatment was successful, Elder Lu would owe him a favor. Since there's this mission, it means that I can complete it. However, will the 2 scholars let me save Elder Lu? Yi Xian wondered in his heart. The 2 scholars wanted to suppress Elder Lu's injuries and wait for Nalan Hao to return. However, Yi Xian knew that Nalan Hao couldn't return before then. If I can't save him, I'm afraid that I'll be a sinner. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Earlier, he had observed for a while. Relying on the Eye of Revelation, he was able to discern some clues. If he was allowed to ponder over it, he might really be able to successfully treat the patient. Teachers, why don't you let me try? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward and clasped his fist. His words immediately attracted the attention of the several hundred scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of the 2 fulfillment realm scholars. You? The middle-aged academician looked at Yi Xian in shock. However, the other academician recognized Yi Xian. Yi Xian, is that you? When the white-haired elder turned around and realized that it was Yi Xian, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. It was only at this moment that Yi Xian realized that one of the 2 academicians in front of him looked familiar. This white-haired old man was the one who had given him the advancement test. Teachers, Elder Lu's injuries are getting worse. If we don't treat him quickly, I'm afraid that. However, I have a few methods that might be able to break the 7 profound devil sword formation. Yi Xian slowly said. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Earlier, the surrounding people's attention had been on Elder Lu. They were worried about Elder Lu's injuries and did not notice Yi Xian, who was emitting a large amount of killing intent, approaching. Now that he had taken the initiative to reveal himself, he had attracted many people's attention. You have a method? The white-haired elder recognized Yi Xian and asked in shock. Right now, Elder Lu's true qi has been separated into more than 10 segments by the 6 devil swords. If we don't pull out the 6 devil swords, the true qi of others will not be able to enter and suppress the injuries. What method do you have? The middle-aged academician asked. Yes, this junior knows. That's why I have to ponder over it. Yi Xian nodded and said. At the manifestation realm, one would have spiritual sense. However, spiritual sense was not omnipotent. This 7 profound devil sword formation prevented spiritual sense from entering. The middle-aged academician and the white-haired elder's spiritual sense were both blocked by the first devil sword, so it was very difficult for them to suppress the injuries. What they said just now was only to give Elder Lu some hope. Although Elder Lu has only been hit by 6 of the 7 profound devil sword formation, this 7 profound devil sword formation is the ultimate technique of the moon worship demonic sect. If the sword of the person who is hit is suddenly pulled out, it will cause the true qi in the injured person's body to flow backward and then explode. Therefore, we have to deduce the direction of the true qi flow after the sword is pulled out. Otherwise, the first sword may take Elder Lu's life, the middle-aged academician reminded again. Simply put, there had to be the correct order for the sword to be pulled out. Otherwise, Elder Lu would die instantly. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission, save Elder Lu. Completion of the reward, the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye will merge. If the reward is failed, the Eye of Illusion will not be able to be used anymore. Will the host accept this random mission? At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. This random mission came too suddenly, causing Xian to be shocked. If the mission was successful, the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye would merge and create a new skill. If the mission failed, the Eye of Illusion would be useless in the future. This random mission could be accepted or rejected. Xian once again fell into deep thought. Although he had the bloodline of a formation-breaking master, this bloodline was too low level. The 7 profound devil sword formation was the ultimate technique of the moon-worship demonic sect, so the bloodline of a formation-breaking master was completely useless. However, Xian had another thing. Xian did not remember to accept the random mission. Instead, he used the Eye of Revelation to observe the true chi flow in Elder Lu's body. However, there were many functions that could not be called a system, such as a map. Xian rarely used this kind of function, but he remembered it today. Record the direction of the true chi flow in Elder Lu's body and begin to deduce the situation after the 6 devil swords are pulled out. Xian began to use it. These 6 devil swords were respectively stabbed into Elder Lu's 2 shoulders, right chest, left abdomen, and right thigh. Now, Xian began to deduce the situation after one of the devil swords was pulled out. Would Elder Lu live or die? Kid, I know my injuries best. Even if the Dean returns, I'm afraid he won't be able to save me in a short time. I can't hold on for that long. If you have a way, then do it. Even if I die, I won't blame you. Elder Lu, who was on the verge of death, said in a weak voice. Elder Lu, don't worry. I'm still in the midst of the deduction. I'll be done soon. Xian said with a solemn expression. Although the 7 profound demon sword formation was not a fulfillment realm divine ability, it was so tricky that even fulfillment realm experts would shrink back. Even we can't figure out the 7 profound demon sword formation. Can this kid really figure it out? The white-haired elder couldn't believe it, but they couldn't do anything now. Moreover, Xian was only calculating and hadn't made a move yet, so he could only watch. Because it could also be considered a supercomputer. Its calculation speed was off the charts. Xian had spent a lot of super devouring crystals to calculate the order of drawing the 7 profound demon sword formation. At the beginning, it was calculating how to draw the demon sword on his left shoulder first. After careful calculation, the demon sword on his left shoulder was the first sword to be drawn. After it was drawn, the true chi wouldn't flow backward, so Elder Lu wouldn't die. Then, the system started to calculate the order of the second demon sword, which was on his right shoulder. However, this order was wrong. During the calculation, Elder Lu exploded and died. Then, the next step would be his left shoulder, then his right chest. In the end, Elder Lu still exploded and died. Left shoulder, left abdomen, explode, left shoulder, right abdomen, explode, left shoulder, right thigh, success. This calculation method wasn't much different from a math problem, but it was many times more difficult because not everyone could calculate the direction of true chi flow. However, it was possible, after a while. Ding! Calculation successful. The system notified. Hearing this, Xian's eyes lit up. It didn't disappoint him. It's done! Xian exclaimed. What? The surrounding people were shocked. The calculation was completed? Xian, you calculated it? The white-haired elder couldn't believe it. Even he couldn't figure out the 7 profound demon sword formation, but Xian, who was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, actually had a solution. The other middle-aged scholar also couldn't believe it. Not only that, but the hundreds of scholars around them were the same. That's right. I've already calculated it. Xian nodded and said, this is the first time I've seen the 7 profound demon sword formation. But if I'm not wrong, the 7th demon sword should be on the left thigh. That's right. The 7 profound devil sword formation is divided into the shoulders, thighs, abdomen, and right chest. The white-haired elder nodded in astonishment. It was Xian's first time seeing the 7 profound devil sword array, but he was able to calculate the location of the 7th devil sword. He was indeed quite capable. This sentence received the affirmation of many people. Elder Lu had only been hit 6 times, and the 7th demonic sword had not hit him. Otherwise, he would have already died. However, Yi Xian was actually able to deduce the position of the 7th demon sword. Perhaps he really did deduce the order in which the swords were drawn. In this 7 profound demon sword formation, the order of the 7 demon swords can be changed, so there are countless ways to draw the swords. Did you really deduce it? The middle-aged academician couldn't believe it and asked again. In the past, during the war between the Northern Heavens Academy and the Moon Worship demonic sect, there was an academician who had been hit by the 7 profound demon sword formation. At that time, an expert had deduced a way to draw the swords, which allowed the academician to survive. However, that injured person had only been hit 5 times. Now, there were 6. I'm 99% sure. Yi Xian solemnly replied. In fact, he was 100% sure, but if he was too confident, it would make the people around him doubt him. However, 99% was still very impressive. 99%? The white-haired elder was stunned. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At this time, the incomparably weak elder Lu opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, then come. Even if you die, I won't blame you." He was already at the end of his life. In another 10 minutes, he would probably die. Thus, they couldn't delay any longer. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be to treat him. Thus, they had to do it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the white-haired elder and the middle-aged academician, trying to get their permission. Elder Lu can't hold on for that long. Alright, come on. If you dare to fail, I'll beat you to death. The white-haired elder nodded. Come on. If you can save Elder Lu, the dean will definitely reward you greatly. The middle-aged academician also nodded. They estimated that Elder Lu only had 10 minutes left. Within these 10 minutes, even if the dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Nailan Hao, returned, he wouldn't be able to save him. Now, they could only treat a dead horse as a living one. When the surrounding scholars heard this, they held their breaths and didn't dare to disturb. All right. Yi Xian received the agreement of the 3 and immediately nodded. As his voice fell, a wave of all creation strength wrapped around the demon sword on Elder Lu's left shoulder. Rip. This demon sword was pulled out by Yi Xian using all creation strength. The first demon sword was pulled out. As long as the deduction wasn't wrong, Elder Lu's true chi wouldn't flow backward, and he wouldn't explode and die. Clang. This demon sword fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. At this moment, the entire place was silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. Puff. As this demon sword was pulled out, Elder Lu coughed out another mouthful of blood. However, the true chi in his body didn't flow backward. It's done, it's done. His true chi didn't flow backward. This sequence is correct. Amazing, amazing. This junior brother really deduced it. Elder Lu can be saved. Haha, Elder Lu's body is still strong. How could he die at the hands of the moon worship demonic sect? The surrounding disciples all revealed hopeful expressions. When the white-haired elder saw that the sequence was correct, his eyes lit up. The first demon sword had a 1 in 6 chance of being pulled out by Yi Xian. No one knew if he really deduced the sequence or if he got it right. If the second demon sword was pulled out successfully, the probability would be 1 in 30. For the third demon sword, the probability would be 1 in 120. Shut up, all of you. Be quiet. The middle-aged academician hurriedly shouted. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Kid, you're quite capable. Come on. Elder Lu felt that the true chi in his left shoulder had returned to normal. He hurriedly suppressed the injury on his left shoulder. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he wrapped the hilt of a demon sword with the power of all creations. Rip. This demon sword that was stuck in Elder Lu's right thigh was pulled out. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Elder Lu. His true chi didn't flow backward, Elder Lu was fine. The first demon sword had a 1 in 6 chance of being pulled out. However, the second demon sword had a 1 in 30 chance of being pulled out correctly. Yi Xian probably really deduced the sequence of the sword. He's saved. Elder Lu is saved. Everyone's hearts were boiling. Yi Xian was very confident. Since he said that the deduction was successful, it must be successful. Left shoulder, right thigh, left abdomen, right chest, right shoulder, right abdomen, 6 demonic swords were pulled out by Yi Xian in an instant. At the same time, old Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was alive. Everyone looked at the 6 demonic swords on the ground, their hearts filled with shock. Yi Xian's actions were too fast. They didn't even have time to react. Everyone was stunned. Old Lu? The white-haired old man reacted immediately. He hurriedly rushed forward to check. The middle-aged scholar did the same. After checking, he found that old Lu's life wasn't in danger, but he was very weak. Don't look, I'm fine. Old Lu leaned against the stone wall and said in a weak voice, I never thought that you could really save my life. In fact, there were people who suspected that Yi Xian was a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect. However, if Yi Xian was a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect, why did he save old Lu? If he waited a little longer, old Lu would die. Why did he expose himself? The middle-aged scholar and the white-haired old man also thought about this. They never thought that Yi Xian would really succeed. I, Lu Wanli, killed nearly 10,000 people a few decades ago. After that, I almost went berserk. Then, I joined the Northern Heavens Academy and began to cultivate my mind. As old Lu spoke, he took out a scroll from his universe ring and said, This is what I wrote before I joined the Northern Heavens Academy. Now that you've saved my life, I'll use this to repay you. This scroll fell into Yi Xian's hands. Before Yi Xian opened it, he felt a murderous aura. 10,000 words blood scroll? The middle-aged scholar was shocked. The 10,000 words blood scroll was ranked 6th on the famous works list. It was a treasure of the Northern Heavens Academy. He never thought that old Lu would give it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was also shocked. He only saved old Lu because of the random mission. He never thought that he would receive such a big gift. Although the 10,000 words blood scroll was ranked 6th, it could intimidate everyone like the kill word art, even if the enemy didn't cultivate demonic arts. I can no longer display the power of the 10,000 words blood scroll. You have a dense murderous aura. This 10,000 words blood scroll is more suitable for you. Old Lu said. Thank you, old Lu. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked old Lu. At the same time, the system notification sound of notifications. Ding. Host has completed the mission of saving Elder Lu. The reward is 2 million inner demon pills. Ding. Host has completed the random mission, Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye Fuse. Host has learned the Scorching Hell. 3 consecutive system notifications, 3 Old Lu, Yi Xian, Old Lu, Old He, Yi, Lu, Old Lu, Old Ji, Old of I. The Scorching Hell was a new skill created by the fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. It was a combination of illusion and mental attack. Its effect was stronger and more convenient. Yi Lu and felt Yi Lu to it of ye old thousand of course. Of it. Everyone, don't tell anyone about what happened today. The white-haired old man hurriedly said. The 10,000 words blood scroll originally belonged to old Lu. Therefore, he didn't have the authority to ask about it. It was reasonable for old Lu to use it to repay his life-saving grace. However, a treasure like the 10,000 words blood scroll had fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. This matter had to be concealed. If outsiders knew about it, Yi Xian would be in trouble. The surrounding people were all old scholars, and they all remembered this point. Okay, everyone go and set up a defense. Then, clean up the corpses. The middle-aged scholar said. In this battle, the White Northern Heavens Academy's losses were relatively small. However, they still lost 100 scholars from the inner courtyard and countless from the outer courtyard. As for the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld assassins, they lost at least 3 times more people. Old Lu was also sent to a hidden place by the white-haired old man and the middle-aged scholar to treat his injuries. The other scholars stood guard outside the Northern Heavens Academy to prevent the enemy from launching another sneak attack. After obtaining the 10,000 words blood scroll, Yi Xian suddenly looked into the distance. There was a scarlet kill word that ordinary people couldn't see. Nalan Bing will probably return in 1 or 2 hours. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Not even an hour had passed since the random mission to kill Nalan Bing. Yi Xian still had 23 hours to complete it. Now that he had obtained the 10,000 words blood scroll, he could directly devour it and convert it into killing intent. At that time, he could use the killing intent explosion to fight Nalan Bing again. Unfortunately, when Nalan Bing returned to the Northern Heavens Academy, there would definitely be a fulfillment realm expert protecting her. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't complete this mission. Forget it, I'll give up for now. Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. Of course, if the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld assassins launched another sneak attack before Nalan Bing returned, he might be able to break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, he might not succeed in killing Nalan Bing. After all, he had changed his identity. However, the assassins from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld probably wouldn't come for a while. After 1 or 2 hours, the Northern Heavens Academy experts who went out to kill the underworld returned. At the same time, Nalan Hao and Nalan Bing also returned. The Dean is back. After hearing this news, everyone quickly gathered together. Dean, where's Nalan Jie? A fulfillment realm academician asked. We couldn't catch him. He ran away. Nalan Hao said helplessly. Fortunately, he had saved Nalan Bing. Otherwise, this loss would be too great. Dean, the dead scholars have been buried. As for the corpses of the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld assassins, they are all piled up in the back mountain. The expert continued to report. Did you capture anyone alive? Nalan Hao frowned and asked. Yes, we captured a few 8th-level Nether Passage Realm moon-worship demonic sect members and a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm assassin. The expert nodded. Ask. We must find the moon-worship demonic sect's nest and the whereabouts of my son, Nalan Jie. Nalan Hao said sternly. Yes. The expert quickly left. At this time, Yi Xian, who was mixed in the crowd, looked at Nalan Bing, who had the word kill above her head, and felt an unbearable impulse in his bones. His mission target was close at hand. As long as he killed Nalan Bing, he could complete the random mission and obtain a devouring point. However, Nalan Hao was now beside Nalan Bing. No matter what, he couldn't kill Nalan Bing. Fortunately, Nalan Bing didn't notice anything. This was because Yi Xian used the assassination state and changed his aura that day. After Dean Nalan Hao returned, he began to take charge of the situation. Soon, the Northern Heavens Academy returned to normal. However, this time, 3 experts had died. In addition to that, there were also hundreds of inner courtyard scholars. It was very painful. Dean, I have one more thing. What? Nalan Hao asked in astonishment. In the previous battle, Elder Lu was ambushed by the remnants of the moon-worship demonic sect. He was hit by 6 of the 7 profound magic sword formation. The middle-aged scholar slowly said. After hearing this, Nalan Hao suddenly remembered that Elder Lu wasn't present. He hurriedly asked, 7 profound magic sword formation, how is Elder Lu now? He's fine now. Just now, a student successfully broke the 7 profound magic sword formation and saved Elder Lu. At the same time, Elder Lu bestowed the student with the 10,000 word blood scroll as a reward. The middle-aged scholar said. Broke the 7 profound magic sword formation? Nalan Hao felt that it was inconceivable. He asked, my Northern Heavens Academy actually has such a student. Who is it? Yi Xian, why aren't you coming out yet? The white-haired elder reminded him. Helpless, Yi Xian could only slowly walk out from the crowd. Just now, he was mixed in the crowd, so Nalan Bing didn't notice him. However, when he walked out, Nalan Bing's attention fell on him. It's him? Nalan Bing raised her eyebrows as she recognized Yi Xian. However, she didn't recognize Yi Xian as the person who had chased after her. Instead, she recognized him as the one who had entered her room before her awakening. At that time, after seeing Yi Xian's silent night thoughts, she was afraid that Yi Xian's literary talent would surpass that of her brother, Nalan Jie. Therefore, she wanted to frame Yi Xian. After her awakening, she had recovered 1,000 years of memories. Naturally, she wouldn't do such a thing. However, Xian had seen some things that he shouldn't have seen. Furthermore, to prevent this matter from leaking out and ruining her reputation, Nalan Bing didn't want to see it. Therefore, when Nalan Bing looked at Xian, there was a trace of killing intent that was difficult to detect. If there was a chance, she would definitely eliminate Xian. With such dense killing intent, he actually passed the advancement test? The Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao, had a face of disbelief when he saw Xian. Yes, I personally tested him. He can even memorize CIU's record. The white-haired old man stepped forward to prove to Xian. Nalan Hao quietly looked at Xian. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that Xian was not simple. At this moment, the white-haired elder continued, Dean, he also composed a poem. After the appraisal of the appraisal hall, this poem's ranking is even higher than the 10,000-word blood calligraphy. What? When these words entered Nalan Hao's ears, it caused his body to tremble. You're saying that Silent Night thought was composed by him? Not bad. The white-haired old man nodded. So it's him. Very good, I can help make that Silent Night thought into a treasure. If the person who made the poem did it himself, the effect would be even higher. However, your realm is too low. Nalan Hao said somewhat helplessly. Let's give the quiet night to the academy, Xian said generously. Then I thank you on behalf of the academy. Nalan Hao did not hold back. He had seen that Silent Night thought before. Even he might not be able to compose such a poem. If it was made into a treasure, it would definitely be a demon-suppressing weapon. At that time, he could even make a large number of counterfeits for the academy scholars to use. After Nalan Hao finished speaking, he took out a bag of items and handed it over to Xian. These 10 million inner demon pills are your reward. I hope you can compose a better poem. Thank you, Dean. Xian did not say anything as he accepted the 10 million inner demon pills. This time, he had really made a huge profit. If these 10 million inner demon pills were exchanged for ores and heavenly treasures, it would be enough to shock the heavens and allow Luo Luo to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Not only that, Xian could also break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Okay, everyone can disperse. Dean Nalan Hao waved his hand, and the surrounding students dispersed. This matter was not over yet. Because Nalan Jia was still kidnapped, the higher-ups of the Northern Heavens Academy had to discuss this matter and come up with a strategy. This enmity must be avenged. As for Nalan Bing, she also left with Nalan Hao and the rest. However, before she left, she shot a deep glance at Xian. It shouldn't be because she discovered me, but because she had the intention to kill me. Xian's heart trembled. In this world, everyone would hold grudges. Although Nalan Bing was the one who did it, after awakening, she still held a grudge against Xian. Xian knew that if Nalan Bing had the chance, she would definitely eliminate him. Xian looked at Nalan Bing's back as she left. Although he could no longer see her figure, the word kill on top was extremely eye-catching. The death hunting order would not disappear even if he went to the ends of the earth. Xian immediately went to the refining hall of the Inner Academy and exchanged a large amount of inner demon pills for ores and heavenly treasures. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Thunder Pearl has broken through. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level 7 Nether Passage stage. 3 system notifications rang out. Xian's strength had a qualitative leap. However, he still didn't have the confidence to kill Nalan Bing. The Northern Heavens Academy already knows that the targets are Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. They will definitely send experts to protect me. Even Nalan Hao won't leave my side. Unless I'm alone, I have no chance of winning. Xian looked at the blood-red word, kill, on top of the Northern Heavens mountain and thought of a solution. Right, I haven't looked at the bloodline fusion system. At this moment, Xian suddenly thought of this matter. Previously, the bloodline fusion system hadn't been activated because he hadn't fused 6 bloodlines. Now that he had 6 bloodlines, he had already activated the bloodline fusion system before the fight with Nalan Bing. However, he had forgotten to check it. Xian immediately started to check it. Although it had been activated, he still couldn't use the bloodline fusion system. The bloodline fusion system was to fuse two bloodlines of the same type. For example, the Sword God bloodline and the Slaughter God bloodline. Then, a new bloodline would appear. This new bloodline would be more powerful than the previous two. The Slaughter God bloodline is the best. It seems that I will have to use fusion in the future to obtain a stronger bloodline, Xian said inwardly. This bloodline fusion system required the devouring origin or devouring point. Therefore, it couldn't be used at the moment. After that, Xian discovered that after the bloodline fusion system was activated, there were additional functions. For example, recycling. For example, he could exchange the previous miscellaneous bloodlines for super devouring crystals. Even skills could be used. Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword, Devouring Point. Eye of Nirvana, Devouring Point. Eye of Decomposition, Devouring Point. This list contained all the skills that Xian could recycle. It's really difficult. These skills are quite useful. Xian was slightly helpless. However, the return of 10,000 swords had only leveled up once. Currently, it was at 1,000 swords. If it leveled up to 10,000 swords in the future, it would be awesome. Furthermore, the Scarlet Storm in the God of Slaughter bloodline could be fused with the 10,000 swords returned to origin, fusing into the Sword Storm. Forget it, I'll retract the Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword. Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. The Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword was an AoE skill. The fact that this skill was worth 1 Devour point was out of Xian's expectations. This was because even the Nirvana I only had half a Devour point. Ding! The Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword has been successfully retrieved. The host has obtained 1 Devour point. The system prompted. Now, Xian could no longer use the Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword, but he had 1 more Devour point. Coincidentally, this devouring point could be used to exchange for the growth contract. Then, he could make the rumbling thunder pearl like Wei Zhentian. This was originally Xian's plan. However, Xian suddenly changed his plans. If that was the case, he might as well pawn off the thunder pearl as well. Ding! Thunder Dragon's Roar and Heavenly Thunder Apocalypse have been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 Devour points. Now, Xian had a total of 3 Devour points. Under the Slaughter God bloodline, there were still a few skills that had not been unlocked. These required Devour points to exchange for. At that moment, Xian expended 2 Devour points to activate his ultimate skill, Scarlet Storm. Ding! Scarlet Storm activated successfully. The system prompted again. This move was one of the super powerful skills of the God of Slaughter bloodline. Its power was probably not inferior to the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Moreover, the cooldown time was the same as the 10,000 swords returned to origin, 3 days. However, this Scarlet Storm could fuse with the 10,000 ancestral swords. Ding! Do you want to fuse Scarlet Storm and 10,000 swords into one? Fusion requires 1 Devour point. Yes. Ding! Fusion of powers. Ding! Host has learned Bladestorm, 1,000 swords. After a few system announcements, Xian mastered the most powerful attack skill to date. Ding! The Spiritual Sword Array has been successfully retrieved. The host has obtained 1 Devour point. This notification sound was out of Xian's expectations. Only then did he remember that there was a sub-skill of 10,000 swords in origin, Spiritual Sword Array. Not bad, not bad. I got a little more. Xian nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Bladestorm. This skill also had a cooldown of 3 days, but its power was probably several times stronger than 10,000 swords returned to origin. However, it was a pity that this move required killing intent to use. After using it, Wei Zhentian could turn into thousands of blood swords and cut the enemy into minced meat. At the same time, the Bladestorm also had a passive effect, which was that the more people killed, the stronger the Bladestorm would become. It was a bit like a killing feast. Worth it, it's really worth it. Xian was overjoyed. Although he had lost his 3 skills, he now had a powerful trump card. At this moment, he hoped to be able to fight with Nalan Bing the most. Would Nalan Bing be able to withstand the storm of swords? Even if Nalan Bing was a reincarnator, she would not be able to escape death from the sword storm. Now that he had this additional point, Yi Xian decided to fuse his skills again. Ding. Would you like to fuse the Deathly Hunt command with the Eyes of the Void? Fusion requires 1 Devour point. Yes. Ding. Fusion. Ding. Host has learned Assassin's Eye. The fusion this time was a little different from the previous one. After Scarlet Storm and 10,000 swords fused, both skills disappeared, leaving only the Blade Storm. However, this fusion did not cause the Deathly Hunt command and Eyes of the Void to disappear. Instead, there was an additional skill called Assassin's Eye. With this Assassin's Eye, I can immediately appear behind Nalan Bing and assassinate her. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This move was very practical. However, Nalan Bing was currently being protected, so he could not use it for the time being. All the blood in my body is boiling. Nalan Bing, give me a chance to assassinate you. Yi Xian looked at the blood-red kill character in the distance and roared in his heart. Scorching Hell, Bladestorm, and Assassin's Eye. These 3 new skills made Yi Xian's battle intent explode. With his current realm, if he used Bladestorm, he might even be able to kill a Fulfillment Realm expert. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have the chance. Very quickly, a day had passed. During this day, the entire Northern Heavens Academy was in a state of alert. At the same time, many scholars went out to inform the academicians outside. Yi Xian was also waiting for an opportunity. Soon, it was time for the random mission to kill Nalan Bing. Once the time was up, there would be no more rewards for killing Nalan Bing. It seems that there is no other way. Yi Xian was very helpless. At this time, he felt the group of Fulfillment Realm academicians move. Everyone, gather. A familiar voice echoed in the air. Soon, all the scholars in the Northern Heavens Academy gathered. Nalan had descended from the sky and began to speak. From the mouths of the moon-worship demonic cult's remaining members and the assassins of the underworld, we obtained the location of the moon-worship demonic cult's hiding place. Therefore, I have decided to mobilize all of our forces. This time, we must eliminate the moon-worship demonic cult. Hearing this, all the scholars present boiled up. This time, they must eliminate the roots. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the moon-worship demonic sect rose again. Dean, what about eldest senior brother? Suddenly, someone asked. The eldest senior brother he spoke of was Nalan Jia, who was kidnapped by the scarred assassin. Nalan Jia's life shouldn't be in danger. This time, the elimination of the moon-worship demonic sect is the key. We will talk about this later. Nalan Hao said. If the moon-worship demonic sect was not eliminated, more people in the Northern Heavens Academy would die in the future. Therefore, it must be carried out first. Hearing this, Yi Xian admired Nalan Hao in his heart. No wonder he could become the dean. I have already interrogated the location of the moon-worship demonic sect's headquarters. This time, we will be too big of a target. Therefore, I have already sent people to find the old dean and prepare to ride the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Nalan Hao said. The Northern Heavens Academy had only been opened recently. Before that, the people in the academy couldn't not leave their homes. The old dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a private teacher in a small village. Everyone, wait for half a day. After half a day, we will set off. Nalan Hao said. Just as he finished speaking, a golden ray of light suddenly swept over from the horizon, followed by a sharp cry. It's the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, the old dean is back. The last time we saw the old dean was last year. I wonder if the old dean's realm has increased again? This time, many experts of the moon-worship demonic sect have died. We will definitely be able to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Soon, the golden light arrived above everyone's heads, and a figure slowly descended. Nalan Hao, what's going on? The person who descended was an old man. He had a thin figure and wore coarse hemp clothes. If they met outside, no one would think that he was the previous dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Tang Hongchang. There were a few families in the Northern Heavens Academy, and the frivolous scholar Tang Yuanlong was Tang Hongchang's grandson. In addition, the middle-aged scholar who was with old Lu was Tang Yuanlong's father. As for the white-haired elder who took the test for Yi Xian, he was Tang Hongchang's younger brother, Tang Hongyang. He was also Tang Yuanlong's second grandfather. What's going on? After Tang Hongchang appeared, he frowned. Master, the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld have joined forces to launch a sneak attack on the Northern Heavens Academy. This time, I want to eradicate the moon-worship demonic sect, so I'm asking you to come out. Nalan Hao directly explained the situation. The moon-worship demonic sect sure has guts. Tang Hongchang coldly snorted and said, have you notified the others? I've already sent people to notify the scholars outside. I estimate that they will arrive in half a day. Nalan Hao nodded. Good, this time, we must clean up the moon-worship demonic sect, or else they will rise again. Tang Hongchang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although the Northern Heavens Academy didn't like killing, they wouldn't be merciful to the moon-worship demonic sect. Soon, half a day passed. After half a day, close to 10 scholars outside returned. Other than Tang Hongchang, there were also 2 second-stage fulfillment realm experts. This time, they must annihilate the moon-worship demonic sect in one fell swoop. Okay, everyone, come up. Outside the Northern Heavens Academy, Tang Hongchang stood on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle and shouted. Then, all the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy jumped on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. There were more than 400 people. Previously, when the Northern Heavens Academy was in seclusion, only teachers and scholars who met people they liked would bring them back. Therefore, there weren't many scholars in the academy. However, this wasn't something that the moon-worship demonic sect, which had yet to rise, could contend with. After hundreds of people climbed on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, Tang Hongchang ordered them to head northwest. This heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle was a fulfillment realm heaven-piercing beast. It would take about half a day to reach its destination. As for their destination, it was called the Unmarked Common Graves. The Unmarked Common Graves could be considered a dangerous place. Once, a sect was established here. However, that sect was later annihilated. Tens of thousands of people from the sect were killed. Corpses piled up into mountains and rivers of blood flowed. As a result, the resentment energy there was extremely great, directly affecting the surrounding areas. Not a single blade of grass grew there, only a few dark creatures moving about there. Over time, that place became a dark and gloomy place with no sun and no moon. The Unmarked Common Graves happened to be the most ideal cultivation location for the moon-worship demonic sect. This was because the remnants of the moon-worship demonic sect could absorb the essence of the moon to cultivate. This time, the entire Northern Heavens Academy had mobilized. There were 4 people at the second level of the fulfillment realm, a dozen people at the first level of the fulfillment realm, and several hundred disciples at the 6th to 9th level of the nether passage realm. Yi Xian stood on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Looking at the blood-red kill character in front of him, he revealed traces of killing intent. Although the random mission to kill Nalan Bing had already expired, he still had to help Mo Shui fulfill his wish. This Nalan Bing must be killed. The assassins from the underworld are probably still thinking about that Nalan Bing. This time, the operation to annihilate the moon-worship demonic sect might also be supported by the assassins from the underworld, Yi Xian thought in his heart. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to increase his strength. If he broke through to the 8th level of the nether passage realm, he might not even need to use his trump cards to fight against fulfillment realm experts. At the same time, the Unmarked Common Graves was a very good place for him. Because it was pitch black here, in this kind of environment, his assassination state would be effective again. Riding on the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, it took another half-day before they arrived at the Unmarked Common Graves. This Unmarked Common Graves is rather dark and will be quite troublesome. You guys should ride my heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Tang Hongchang directly rode on the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle and entered the Unmarked Common Graves. The Unmarked Common Graves wasn't large, and the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle would probably be able to explore it in 2 hours. However, since the moon-worship demonic sect had been hiding for so long, they should be hiding somewhere. Immediately, the Northern Heavens Academy scholars flew at a low altitude and used their spiritual senses to check every corner. Maybe one of the caves was the entrance to the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect. Yi Xian also held his breath and started to investigate. His eye of perception, spiritual sense, and killer instinct made his range of perception second only to Tang Hongchang, an expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm. They wandered around for an hour, but didn't find anything. Could it be that we were played? Nalan Hao said with some astonishment. Impossible. During the interrogation, I poisoned them with the sex poison. Everyone's testimony is the same, there's no mistake. One of the scholars replied. At this moment, a figure was suddenly swept by the spiritual senses of the group of experts. There's someone. Nalan Hao gave a low shout and immediately rushed out. The unmarked common graves was barren and rarely had people. Since this person appeared in the unmarked common graves, he probably wasn't a simple person. He might even be a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect. Not good. When the passing man saw the golden light in the sky, his expression changed and he immediately turned around and ran. Where are you running to? Nalan Hao rushed out from the shadows and instantly appeared in front of the man. Then, he patted the man's shoulder with his large hands. Immediately, the man felt that the true qi in his body wasn't flowing smoothly. He was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nalan Hao was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm. There was a difference of 3 realms. If Nalan Hao wanted to kill him, he would have become a corpse already. Where is the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect? Nalan Hao didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Senior, what are you saying? I don't understand. The man pretended to be at a loss and asked. However, he didn't expect that Nalan Hao would grab his throat the moment he spoke. Don't talk nonsense with me. I've already sensed the devil vein in your body. If you don't speak, you'll die. Nalan Hao snorted coldly. His spiritual sense had already entered the man's body before he got close. If he wanted to, he could easily cripple the man's cultivation. Kill me if you want. This remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect had a backbone and spat out a few words with difficulty. Humph, I won't let you die so easily. Nalan Hao took out a bottle of liquid from his universe ring and forced it into the man's mouth, forcing him to drink it. Then, he used his true qi and manifestation strength to urge the man to refine it. What did you give me? You. What did you give me? Nalan Hao didn't answer the question. Instead, he waited for 2 seconds. The man was forced to consume the unknown substance. 2 seconds later, his mind started to fall into a trance. Where is the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect? Nalan Hao asked again. This time, the man was stunned for a second before he answered, walk 10,000 miles to the west. There is a cave under a stone wall. Okay. Nalan Hao nodded. He lifted the man onto the back of the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle and asked a few more questions. For example, how many experts were there in the moon-worship demonic sect and whether the assassins from the underworld were there. There are a few assassins from the underworld here. There is only one in the fulfillment realm. As for the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect, there are 2 second-stage fulfillment realm experts and 5 first-stage fulfillment realm experts. The man answered. After hearing this, the faces of the experts from the Northern Heavens Academy sank. They never thought that the moon-worship demonic sect would rise so quickly. One of them had already died in the Northern Heavens Academy. They never thought that there would be 2 more. If they had acted together that day, the Northern Heavens Academy might have been finished. However, the moon-worship demonic sect couldn't figure out the Northern Heavens Academy at that time. They didn't know how many experts were there, so they cooperated with the underworld to investigate. Okay. Find someone to watch over him. If he makes any strange movements, kill him without mercy. Nalan Hao put a shackle on the dazed man and handed him to the others. The shackle sealed the man's true energy. He could only display strength at the 3rd stage of the Nether Passage realm. Anyone present could easily kill him. Since they already knew where the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect was, it was time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Soon, the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle arrived at the place mentioned by the man. Nalan Hao scanned with his spiritual sense and found a cave. The headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect. Old Dean, what should we do? Nalan Hao asked. We don't know if there are other exits in this cave. If we kill our way in, we might fall into the enemy's trap. Tang Hongchang said. If we suddenly kill our way in, they shouldn't have set a trap, right? Nalan Hao frowned. That might not be so. 2 days have already passed. The moon worship demonic sect still hasn't leave. They might be waiting for us. Therefore, you must be careful. After Tang Hongchang finished speaking, he glanced at the man and said, even if the moon worship demonic sect set up a trap, they probably won't tell people of their level. It's better to be careful. Then let's look for the exit again? Nalan Hao asked. This time, Tang Hongchang did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. The remnants of the moon worship demonic cult are extremely cunning. They might have more than one escape route. It's not possible to find all of them in a short time. So, let's just kill our way in. Tang Hongchang continued. In the end, they still decided to kill their way in. However, this did not mean that they were going to charge in with great fanfare. They were going to do it secretly. Alright, then I'll take the lead. Nalan Hao suggested. He was an expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm, and the moon worship demonic cult only had 2 experts at the second level of the fulfillment realm. If he was the vanguard, he would be able to kill all the experts who weren't at the fulfillment realm along the way. Alright. Tang Hongchang nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, waves of aura suddenly rushed out of the catacombs. Be careful. Tang Hongchang and Nalan Hao were shocked. Northern Heavens Academy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A black-clothed old man slowly walked out. Behind him, there were hundreds of experts from the moon worship demonic cult. Sure enough, there's an ambush. Seeing this, Tang Hongchang and Nalan Hao's face sank. The moon worship demonic cult had not moved away after failing to attack the Northern Heavens Academy. They must have some kind of plan. Tell me your name. Nalan Hao said loudly. This old man is the current sect leader of the moon worship demonic cult, Fang Yuanqing. The black-clothed old man replied. Sect leader. When these 2 words fell into the ears of the experts of the Northern Heavens Academy, their bodies trembled. It seemed that the moon worship demonic cult wanted to fight with the Northern Heavens Academy this time. However, they did not know if the assassins from the underworld had come. Thinking of this, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were very cautious. If they were to compare, the Northern Heavens Academy had many more experts than the moon worship demonic cult. If they were to fight, the Northern Heavens Academy would definitely win. However, if the underworld also came, the result would not be certain. So, the assassins from the underworld are nearby? Nalan Hao immediately reacted. That's right. Before Nalan Hao's voice fell, another group of auras appeared. This group of assassins from the underworld were proficient in concealment. In addition, they had set up a formation beforehand. Even Tang Hongchang and Nalan Hao, who were at the second stage of the fulfillment realm, did not discover them. This time, the underworld had sent over 10 fulfillment realm experts. The person leading them was the scarred assassin who had kidnapped Xianxia. He was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. It seemed that the Northern Heavens Academy had fallen into the enemy's trap this time. This was indeed a trap. Don't worry. This time, we are going all out. Those people from the moon worship demonic cult all cultivate demonic arts. Our martial arts and treasures are specifically targeted at them. This battle will definitely be our victory. That's right. Almost all of us cultivate the righteous Yang scripture. As long as we use all of them, these remnants of the moon worship demonic cult will be burned to ashes in an instant. We just need to pay more attention to the assassins from the underworld. On the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, a group of old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy whispered to each other. However, the expressions of Nalan Hao and the others were not very good. If they could think of this, why couldn't the moon worship demonic cult? However, the people from the moon worship demonic cult were very calm. It was obvious that the assassins from the underworld were not their true reliance. At this time, Fang Yuanqing narrowed his eyes and quietly made a hand gesture to the people behind him. Form, Great Demonic Moon Suppressing Yang Formation. In an instant, the experts of the moon worship demonic cult condensed their true qi and 10,000 elephant strength, forming a bright moon above their heads. A unique aura spread into the surroundings. These bright moons looked after each other. The experts of the moon-worship demonic cult were also draped with a faint layer of silver gauze. At the same time, the white clouds in the night sky receded, revealing the real moon above their heads. This was a true bright moon, making the silver veil on the experts even thicker. The great demonic moon-suppressing yang formation was a magical array that the moon-worship demonic cult had spent 100 years researching. It was specifically targeted at the Northern Heavens Academy. At this moment, the effects of the Northern Heavens Academy's divine abilities and treasures were negligible. What? After seeing the actions of the experts of the moon-worship demonic cult, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were shocked. Originally, the Northern Heavens Academy was confident that they could easily kill the moon-worship demonic sect's experts as long as they dealt with the underworld's experts. However, the moon-worship demonic sect unexpectedly had such a trick up their sleeve. The Northern Heavens Academy's advantage instantly decreased. No, if the underworld's assassins were included, the Northern Heavens Academy was already at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, your current expressions are really interesting. The sect leader of the moon-worship demonic sect, Fan Yuanqing, laughed with a calm expression. Not only that, the moon-worship demonic sect's people all revealed smiles. The Northern Heavens Academy was full of confidence just now, but now, they were worried. There were even some who were trembling in anger. Their expressions were really interesting. It's not certain who will live and who will die. Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. He whispered, set up the formation. The moon-worship demonic sect had the demonic moon-suppressing sun great array, while the Northern Heavens Academy had quite a few sword arrays. Moreover, they knew that as long as they broke the demonic moon-suppressing sun formation, victory would belong to them. Since that's the case, let's start the battle. Fan Yuanqing's expression sank as he prepared for a big battle. At this moment, the scarred man on the assassin's side suddenly shouted, wait. Scar, what's the matter? Fan Yuanqing asked. Long ago, they had already discussed it. The moon-worship demonic sect wanted to destroy the Northern Heavens Academy, while the underworld's assassins only wanted Xianxia and Xianxia. This was a mutually beneficial deal. I have a few words to say to Xianxia. The scarred man suddenly turned to look at Xianxia. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Lip reading. It's lip reading, analyze it for me. Yi Xian immediately used some super devouring crystals. Soon, he learned what the scar-faced man had said. This scarred assassin, let Xianxia go with him, then the underworld can withdraw from this battle. Yi Xian frowned as he thought. This was what he analyzed, but there was one sentence that he did not analyze because he was one step slower. Father, this scarred man let me go with him, then he can lead the other assassins from the underworld and withdraw from this battle. Xianxia whispered to Xianxia. Bing when did you learn to read lips? Xianxia was very surprised. Xianxia had always lived in the Northern Heavens Academy and had never left. Within the Northern Heavens Academy, there wasn't a single person who knew how to read lips. However, Xianxia actually knew how to do it. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, ever since Xianxia was rescued, Xianxia felt that his daughter was a little strange. She was not the same as before. This change was so big that if Xianxia was not his daughter, Xianxia would not recognize her. I've read about it in a book. It's a common technique used by assassins in the underworld. Xianxia casually explained. He also said that Big Brother is very safe right now. However, a super expert has taken a fancy to us siblings and wants to take us as disciples. However, it's not convenient for him to show himself, so he entrusted it to the underworld. A super expert? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, this underworld palace's assassin is unscrupulous in order to complete his mission. You cannot trust him so easily. In his heart, because Xianxia had always been in the Northern Heavens Academy, she had never seen the world. Therefore, she would be easily deceived. Father, the reason why I was able to escape that day was because of that senior. He asked me to think about it. Xianxia continued. It's him? After this reminder, Xianxia immediately reacted. So this was the reason why Xianxia was kidnapped by a fulfillment realm assassin and luckily escaped. Otherwise, with Nalan Bing's realm, how could she break free from the shackles and escape from the hands of a fulfillment realm expert? Then why did someone want to kill you? Nalan Hao continued to ask. Maybe those low-level assassins did not know and wanted to capture me after seeing me on the road. Nalan Bing replied. Now, Nalan Hao was also deep in thought. Let the Underworld Palace's assassin wait first. We'll talk about this after we deal with the moon-worship demonic sect. Tang Hongchang suddenly suggested. Okay, I'll discuss with him. Nalan Bing nodded, then turned to look at the scarred assassin and used lip language to communicate with him. Scar, what are you talking to her about? Fang Yuanqing asked in surprise. At this time, the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing just finished communicating. The former replied, I asked her to come with me so that she won't be accidentally injured in the battle, but she didn't agree. Okay, since that's the case, then let's do it. Things might change if we delay. Fang Yuanqing did not think much about it. Father, the scarred assassin said that they can wait and talk about it later. Nalan Bing reminded. Okay. Hearing this, Nalan Hao's eyes lit up. As long as the Underworld Palace's assassins did not help, then even if the moon-worship demonic sect had the demonic moon-sun suppression array, they would definitely not be a match for the Northern Heavens Academy. Of course, the Underworld Palace's assassins were unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Therefore, their words could not be trusted. Maybe they just agreed verbally, and when the Northern Heavens Academy fought with the moon-worship demonic sect, they would suddenly appear and severely injure the Northern Heavens Academy. Scar, do it. Fang Yuanqing could not wait any longer and hurriedly said. As his voice fell, everyone from the moon-worship demonic sect attacked. Kill. Tang Hongchang also gave the order. In the next moment, everyone from the Northern Heavens Academy attacked together. A great battle broke out. Tripartite sword formation. The scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy formed groups of 3 and attacked with the tripartite sword formation. The Fulfillment Realm academicians all rushed out. Even the heavily injured Elder Lu did the same. On the Northern Heavens Academy's side, there were a total of 4 second-level Fulfillment Realm experts. The moon-worship demonic sect only had 2. If the Underworld Palace's assassins did not help, the Northern Heavens Academy could crush the moon-worship demonic sect. In the blink of an eye, both sides started to fight. The Northern Heavens Academy's experts fought while guarding against the Underworld Palace's assassins. The moon-worship demonic sect's side was very surprised. They were surprised that the Underworld Palace's assassins were indifferent. Scar, what are you doing? Fang Yuanqing immediately shouted. Sorry, there's a change in the cooperation. The scarred assassin's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately ordered the Underworld Palace's assassins to block the retreat of the moon-worship demonic sect's experts. Scar, what did you say? Fang Yuanqing panicked. In the original plan, the moon-worship demonic sect and the Underworld Palace worked together to eliminate the Northern Heavens Academy. This way, the moon-worship demonic sect could develop steadily, and the Underworld could capture Xianxia and Nalan Bing. But now, why did the Underworld Palace suddenly change sides? The Underworld Palace's assassins are a bunch of trash. Fang Yuanqing cursed in his heart. At this time, he remembered the scene of Scar and Nalan Bing communicating with their lips. Now, Fang Yuanqing had 10,000 what the fucks galloping through his heart. Originally, they could have destroyed the Northern Heavens Academy. Now, it seemed that they were in danger of being destroyed. Scar, *CK your mother. Fang Yuanqing finally scolded. Haha, my mother was killed by me 30 years ago. If you want, go find her grave. Scar suddenly replied. When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Scar actually killed his own mother with his own hands. This was a little shocking. However, there were many such examples, so they were not surprised. Scar, you don't need to do anything. Our Northern Heavens Academy's matter will be dealt with by ourselves. Nalan Hao shouted. Now that the Northern Heavens Academy had crushed the moon-worship demonic sect, they did not need the help of the underworld. In fact, Nalan Hao was afraid that the underworld would interfere, so he did not want them to interfere. Up to you. Scar did not intend to interfere in this battle. He only ordered his subordinates to set up defenses to prevent the moon-worship demonic sect from escaping. At this time, Yi Xian in the Northern Heavens Academy was already full of killing intent. This battle would not last long, at most half a minute. If he used the sword storm, he would accidentally injure the Northern Heavens Academy's disciples. Moreover, he could not use skills like the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash because Nalanbing was nearby. Fortunately, when he was in the state of assassination, his combat strength was already invincible under the Fulfillment Realm. Therefore, even if he used the Northern Heavens Academy's high-grade ethereal opening divine ability, the Taiji Sword Art, he would still be able to annihilate the moon-worship demonic sect. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's killing intent was soaring. A few seconds ago, his killing intent was still 0. Now, it had increased to the point where he could use the killing intent explosion. There was still a 10,000-word blood letter in his devouring space. As long as he devoured it, he could obtain a large amount of killing intent. Of course, devouring weapons that had killed many people could also obtain killing intent. Let me see the power of your killing intent. All of a sudden, Yi Xian gathered a surge of true energy and 10,000 mammoths power and ruthlessly swung his sword at a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert of the moon-worship devil cult. Killing intent explosion. This slash not only contained genuine chi and the all-creation's force, but also a new type of energy, killing intent. His attack, infused with killing intent, multiplied its power. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of this 9th-level Nether Passage Realm moon-worship demonic cult expert. What? This 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert of the moon-worship demonic cult was stunned for a moment before his head was chopped off by this Taiji sword that had broken through the great formation of the demonic moon. A single sword strike was enough to instantly kill a 9th-level Nether Passage martial artist who was 2 levels higher than him. If he used the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash again, he might even be able to threaten a Fulfillment Realm expert. Haha, the eruption of killing intent is indeed powerful. Yi Xian laughed heartily. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to devour the 10,000-word blood letter, then use Bladestorm and Slaughter Feast to kill everyone. If he did that, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage Realm. However, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were pretty good. Killing indiscriminately wasn't his style. The Northern Heavens Academy and the moon-worship demonic cult had already started a chaotic battle. The Fulfillment Realm experts had also risen to the sky to fight, while those below that were fighting on the ground. The moon-worship demonic cult also had many geniuses who could challenge those above their level. However, compared to Yi Xian, these geniuses were simply weak chickens. Fang Yuan, go and kill Nalanbing. Suddenly, a Fulfillment Realm expert of the moon-worship demonic cult made a gesture to a youth below. The original ambush plan was flawless, and the Northern Heavens Academy had also fallen into their trap. However, with the betrayal of the underworld, the moon-worship demonic cult had fallen into a crisis. The underworld's target was Nalanbing. Therefore, the moon-worship demonic cult couldn't let them succeed. All right. A moon-worship demonic cult youth understood and immediately retreated. Then, he circled around the crowd and rushed towards Nalanbing, who was behind the Northern Heavens Academy. Humph, the target is me? How naive. Nalanbing coldly snorted in her heart. If it was before her awakening, she might not be able to defeat this 9th-level Nether Passage Realm genius of the moon-worship demonic cult. However, after her awakening, she also had the ability to challenge those above her level. Be careful. Nalan Hao, who was above her, felt the aura and hurriedly shouted. The genius of the moon-worship demonic cult who rushed towards Nalanbing was called Fang Yuan. He was the grandson of the moon-worship demonic cult sect leader, Fang Yuanqing. At the same time, he was also the #1 genius of the moon-worship demonic cult. Fang Yuan's talent was similar to that of the Northern Heavens Academy's eldest senior brother, the jade-faced scholar Nalan Jia. He was in his early 20s and was already attempting to break through to the Fulfillment Realm. In Fang Yuanqing's eyes, Fang Yuan's strength was enough to kill Nalanbing and take revenge for the betrayal of the underworld. However, how would they know that Nalan Bing was a reincarnator? Reincarnators were all reincarnation realm experts in their previous lives. In their eyes, fulfillment realm experts were just ants. How could a mere 9th level nether passage realm expert threaten Nalan Bing? I've heard that there's a talented girl in the Northern Heavens Academy. That must be you. You're also shockingly beautiful, but it's a pity that you're going to die today. A voice rang out as Fang Yuan madly ran towards Nalan Bing. Junior sister, be careful. 3 old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy gathered together and formed a tripartite sword formation to intercept Fang Yuan. Righteous Yang Scripture, blazing sun burns the heavens. The 3 old scholars were all unleashing their most powerful moves, causing numerous small suns to appear, formed from true energy and the power of myriad mammoths. The light of these 3 small suns shone on Fang Yuan's body, causing the moon veil on his body to become thinner. However, Fang Yuan was still at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Furthermore, he was someone that the moon-worship demonic cult had focused on nurturing. How could he be so easy to deal with? Devil Moon Head, Moon Will Slash. Fang Yuan finally made his move. The longsword in his hand slashed horizontally, and a crescent moon slash flew towards the 3 old scholars. So strong. Junior brothers, block with all your strength. The 3 old scholars' faces sank as they each displayed their strongest attacks. However, they were unable to block this attack. Bang! 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 The 3 old scholars were all sent flying. Fortunately, they were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Otherwise, they would have died under this attack. Fang Yuan sent the 3 old scholars flying with a single slash. However, he didn't take advantage of the situation to chase after them. Instead, he swept towards Nalan Bing. Die. If you want to blame someone, blame the underworld. Fang Yuan muttered as he slashed his sword once again. In his heart, even 3 old scholars of the same level wouldn't be his opponent when they formed a formation. Nalan Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. How could she block his sword? Is that so? Nalan Bing's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, she flicked the long sword in her hand and passed through Fang Yuan like a ghost. A crisp sound was heard, but no one knew where it came from. Drip. Blood was dripping from Nalan Bing's longsword. Nalan Bing had not participated in the battle since the beginning. She had been under the protection of the 3 old scholars. Where did this drop of blood come from? Junior sister? The 3 old scholars opened their eyes wide, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Originally, they were worried about Nalan Bing's safety. However, after seeing Fang Yuan's neck slowly split open, they were shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. Fang Yuan, the genius of the moon-worship demonic sect who had sent the 3 of them flying, had his head chopped off by Nalan Bing's sword. How was this possible? Plop. The head of the number 1 genius of the moon-worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, fell to the ground. The sound reverberated, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Among these people, there were people from the Northern Heavens Academy and the moon-worship demonic sect. There was no lack of experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, none of them had seen Nalan Bing's movements clearly. Killing the number 1 genius of the moon-worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, with a single strike. Even the jade-faced scholar, Xianxia, could not compare to this strength. When did Nalan Bing become so strong? However, among the people present, there was one person who had seen Nalan Bing's movements clearly. That person was Yi Xian. As expected of a reincarnator. You have some skills. Yi Xian sized up Fang Yuan from the corner of his eyes as he fought. Among the people present, he was probably the only one who knew about Nalan Bing's background. As for Scar, he might not know either. At this moment, in the sky. Fang Yuan? The sect leader of the moon-worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan Qing, also widened his eyes in disbelief. Fang Yuan was the focus of the moon-worship demonic sect's cultivation. However, he was challenged and killed in a single strike. This must be a dream. However, the pain on Fang Yuanqing's body made him realize that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan was indeed killed in an instant. What happened to Bing Er? She has become even stronger than Ajia. Nalan He was shocked. Ever since he rescued Nalan Bing, he felt that his daughter was very strange. Now that he saw this scene, he began to suspect that his daughter was not someone else's fake daughter. Right, could it be because of that super expert? A possibility flashed through Nalan Hao's mind. He estimated that this super expert was at least at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. He might even be at the 4th or 5th level of the fulfillment realm or even higher. In order to make Nalan Bing compromise, he first passed on some things to her. That must be it, Nalan Hao thought to himself. Since Nalan Bing's strength had increased so much that even Feng Yuan had died at her hands, Nalan Hao was no longer worried. After all, the fulfillment realm experts were all fighting in the air and were suppressed by them. Everyone, let's destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. At this time, Nalan Hao suddenly shouted. All right. The other Northern Heavens Academy's academicians shouted in response. In the next moment, Nalan Hao took out a large amount of treasures from his interspatial ring. Kill character formula. Mountain River treasure map. All the academicians took out their treasures. Although some of these treasures were not in the top 10, when used on the moon worship demonic sect experts, it was very terrifying. In an instant, the moon veil on the moon worship demonic sect experts quietly collapsed. Not only that, but even their demon veins were suppressed by a third. Their combat strength was reduced by a third in an instant. The moon worship demonic sect was originally at a disadvantage. Now that they were shocked, their fighting spirit was completely gone. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's go. Feng Yuanqing made a prompt decision and turned around to run. The rest of the moon worship demonic sect experts also realized that they were in trouble and retreated while fighting. Haha, moon worship demonic sect, now you know how powerful we are. Tang Hongchang laughed loudly and took the lead to chase after them. Now was the chance to beat them while they were down. At this time, more than half of the remaining moon worship demonic sect members were killed. Only half of them were left. The remaining people were already unable to move when the Northern Heavens Academy's treasures appeared. Then, they were instantly killed by the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. In the blink of an eye, the entire moon worship demonic sect only had a dozen fulfillment realm experts left. Moreover, these experts were fleeing while covering their heads. As the moon worship demonic sect experts were retreating, the underworld assassins led by Scar intercepted them. Scar, I'll F***ck your ancestors. Feng Yuanqing couldn't help but curse. The winner takes all. Just admit it. The scar-faced man said slowly. Humph, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Feng Yuanqing shouted and launched an attack at the scar-faced man. Just with your current strength? The scar-faced man showed a disdainful expression. At this time, the moon worship demonic sect experts were shocked by the treasures and had less than 70% of their strength left. What was there to be afraid of? Bang! The two true chis collided, and Feng Yuanqing's attack instantly turned into nothingness. At the same time, the Northern Heavens Academy experts chasing after the moon worship demonic sect members also used the same magical power. Righteous Yang Scripture, Blazing Sun Convergence. The small suns above the heads of the dozen fulfillment realm experts all converged above Tang Hongchang's head and merged together. The small sun above Tang Hongchang's head expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to a radius of 20 meters. Moon worship demonic sect, die. Tang Hongchang's eyes flickered, and the small sun above his head burst out a dazzling light. This light directly shone on the backs of the moon worship demonic sect members. ZZZ. The backs of the moon worship demonic sect members all began to burn, including Feng Yuanqing, who was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. No, Feng Yuanqing screamed in pain. He knew that this time they were done for, but he was unwilling to accept that the moon worship demonic sect would be destroyed just like this, and at the hands of his sworn enemy, the Northern Heavens Academy. Hundreds of years ago, the moon worship demonic sect was destroyed once, and after hundreds of years of struggling at death's door, they finally rose from the ashes. But now, they were destroyed again. Huff huff huff. In just a breath, Feng Yuanqing and the others were burned to ashes. The moon worship demonic sect was finally destroyed, however, Feng Yuanqing had already arranged everything before this. Simply speaking, the moon worship demonic sect members were not all dead yet. They would hide and fight with the Northern Heavens Academy in the future. After seeing this scene, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy revealed gratified smiles. They finally took revenge for the Northern Heavens Academy experts who had died. At the same time, they also knew that the moon-worship demonic sect was still alive, but they could no longer threaten them. Next, the Northern Heavens Academy would develop greatly. In the future, even if the moon-worship demonic sect grew again, they would not be a threat. Nalanhao looked at the corpses on the ground that were burned by the righteous Yang scripture and breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought that it would be so easy to destroy the moon-worship demonic sect this time. One must know that they were still in danger a minute ago. This time, fortunately, the assassins from the underworld did not join in. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die in this battle. Congratulations Dean Nalan for destroying the moon-worship demonic sect. The scarred man also cupped his fist and smiled. Humph. Nalanhao coldly snorted. Although the underworld did not join in this time, the underworld assisted the moon-worship demonic sect last time and killed many scholars in the Northern Heavens Academy. They even kidnapped his son, Xianxia. This hatred was not over yet. Dean Nalan, now, shouldn't we talk about our matter? The scarred man said to Nalanhao. Hearing this, Nalanhao turned to look at Nalan Bing. Did you really see that senior? Yes. Nalan Bing nodded. That's true, but the underworld captured Audiobook. If they really wanted to take him as a disciple, why would they entrust him to the underworld? Nalanhao did not understand the situation. That day, because of the underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy suffered heavy losses and 3 fulfillment realm scholars died. However, without the underworld, the moon-worship demonic sect might not be destroyed. At that time, the moon-worship demonic sect would hide in the dark and start to nibble away at the Northern Heavens Academy. Don't worry. I, Scarface, swear on my life that Xianxia is still alive and well. After a while, that senior will come to Tianyuan City after finishing his business. If you don't believe me, you can come to Tianyuan City's underworld. Scarface said sternly. Hearing this, Nalanhao turned to look at the surrounding people to see if there were any other opinions. If what Daoba said was false, he could have taken advantage of the situation to rob us. In that case, we would have suffered heavy losses. It wouldn't have been so easy to annihilate the moon-worship demonic cult. We might even have died here. Tang Hongchang whispered. Indeed, if the underworld had taken action, this battle would not have ended so quickly and the Northern Heavens Academy would have been in danger. Bing you decide for yourself, Nalanhao said to Nalan Bing. Father, I will follow them and take a look. Nalan Bing replied. Alright, this is your decision. Nalanhao nodded and said to the scarred assassin, if what you said is false, I, Nalanhao, will destroy the underworld even if I have to die. The underworld he was talking about was only the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. This scarred assassin was the sect master of this underworld branch. The true hell was so powerful that it even had rebirth realm assassins. In the eyes of the true underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy was nothing more than an ant. Haha, don't worry. It's your honor that this big shot has taken a fancy to your children. The scarred assassin laughed. In fact, even he didn't know who wanted to capture Nalan Bing and Xianxia. When that big shot heard these 2 names, he immediately gave the order to release the other siblings and only wanted Nalan Bing and Xianxia. After that, Nalan Bing left the Northern Heavens Academy's group and shot towards the underworld's assassins. Seeing Nalan Bing coming over, the scarred assassin smiled and said, little girl, let's go. After saying that, he led the assassins and disappeared into the darkness. Nalanhao and the others looked at Nalan Bing's back as she left. After a while, Nalanhao said, clean up the battlefield and count the people. Now that the moon-worship demonic sect was destroyed, they probably wouldn't rise again in a short period of time. They could finally relax. In this battle, although the Northern Heavens Academy crushed the moon-worship demonic sect, many scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy died in this battle. There were a total of 50 of them. Because this battle was very important, no one would collect the corpses in the middle. Even the actions of collecting the universe rings were very rare. Soon, the dead people were all collected by Nalanhao into the universe ring. When they returned to the Northern Heavens Academy, they would be buried one by one. As for the corpses of the moon-worship demonic sect, they would just throw them in the wilderness. After all, this was an unmarked graveyard. However, Nalan Hao and the others missed out on one thing. Yi Xian, who had obtained Elder Lu's blood letter, was nowhere to be seen. The moon-worship demonic sect's sect leader's universe ring contained the strongholds of the moon-worship demonic sect. Therefore, Nalan Hao immediately ordered people to clean up these strongholds. Although they couldn't completely eliminate them, they could still deal a heavy blow to the moon-worship demonic sect. The more thoroughly they cleaned up, the more time it would take for the moon-worship demonic sect to rise again. After a while, hundreds of disciples and scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy took the stronghold maps and left. Where's that kid? Only at this time did Elder Lu realize that Yi Xian, who had broken the 7 profound demonic sword formation and saved his life, was nowhere to be seen. Elder Lu, who are you talking about? One of the scholars asked. Yi Xian, who broke the 7 profound demonic sword formation that day. Why is he missing? Elder Lu frowned. After his reminder, the surrounding people also reacted. Right, Yi Xian hadn't been here since a while ago. Could it be that he was killed in the chaotic battle? Nalan Hao said with a frown. Yi Xian was a very good seed. His Silent Night Thoughts was ranked 5th on the famous works list. In the future, his achievements might even surpass them. However, there was no sign of Yi Xian in the surroundings, nor was there a corpse. Where did he go? Immediately, Nalan Hao checked his universe ring and found that Yi Xian's corpse wasn't inside. Elder Lu, I saw that kid easily kill the moon-worship demonic sect's 9th level Nether Passage Realm survivor. He's very strong and shouldn't have died in that chaotic battle. I guess that we didn't notice him, so he took the map and left. One of the scholars replied. Hearing this, Elder Lu nodded slightly. However, a 7th level Nether Passage Realm expert could kill a 9th level Nether Passage Realm expert. Such a genius should be nurtured with great effort. This matter would have to wait until Yi Xian returned to the Northern Heavens Academy. However, how could they know that Yi Xian didn't leave with the moon-worship demonic sect's stronghold map? Before this, he had already concealed his aura and disguised himself as a normal person to blend into the group of assassins. At this time, he was following the group of assassins towards distant Sky City. This group of assassins had more than 100 people, and they were all at least 8th level Nether Passage Realm experts. Among them, there were nearly 10 Fulfillment Realm experts. Nalan Bing, who had willingly left, followed behind the scarred assassin. At this time, the scarred assassin suddenly asked, Nalan Bing, I wonder if I can ask who that big shot is? It's best if you don't ask. Nalan Bing replied in a cold tone. Just now, the scarred assassin had given Nalan Bing a secret signal from his lips. With this signal, Nalan Bing knew who was looking for her and Nalan Jia. The person who was looking for them was not an enemy, but an ally. That was why she left with him. After hearing Nalan Bing's answer, the knife-scarred assassin was very unhappy. He thought that if it wasn't for some big shot taking a fancy to Nalan Bing, he would have raped Nalan Bing and then killed her. However, as long as he completed this mission, the rewards he would receive would be the most he had ever seen as an assassin. Therefore, Nalan Bing was equivalent to his moneybags. As long as he completed this mission, he would be satisfied in the future. However, he did not know that an uninvited guest had sneaked into his team. At this time, at the back of the team, there was an assassin dressed in black with only 2 eyes exposed. His face under the mask revealed a sly sneer. This assassin was Yi Xian, who had used the assassination state to sneak into the team. Mo Shui would rather die in my hands than be killed by Nalan Bing. This shows how much hatred he has. Since I promised Mo Shui, I will fulfill this promise. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he hurried. Although Nalan Bing was his senior sister and the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalan Hao, Nalan Bing had set a trap for him. Moreover, after Nalan Bing had awakened, she still did so. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill Nalan Bing. This time, he had hidden in the team for no other reason than to kill Nalan Bing. Of course, Nalan Bing was being escorted by the scarred assassin, a second-stage Fulfillment Realm expert. In addition, there were nearly 10 first-stage Fulfillment Realm assassins. Therefore, if Yi Xian was exposed, he would definitely be besieged. However, Yi Xian had been suppressing a battle intent that had not completely erupted in his heart. Just now, when the Northern Heavens Academy fought against the moon-worship demonic sect, the number of people on both sides was about the same. Therefore, the battle ended very quickly, and he didn't gain much from it. Now, this assassin troop had more than 100 people, and no one could compete with him. If he could kill all of these enemies, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, killing Nalan Bing would be extremely easy. Slaughtering Feast, Bladestorm. If these two skills are used together, I wonder how strong they would be. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Feast of Slaughter was his initial skill after fusing with the Slaughter God bloodline. After activating it, he would become braver the more he killed for a certain period of time. The more people he killed, the more his strength would increase. Bladestorm was a new skill after the fusion of Scarlet Storm and 10,000 Swords in origin. Its power was needless to say. This time, Yi Xian had to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and kill Nalan Bing. Come on! Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he devoured the 10,000 words blood oath and the weapons that had killed many people. In an instant, his killing intent skyrocketed. However, what surprised him was that he had overestimated the value of the 10,000 words blood oath. The killing intent that the 10,000 words blood oath gave him was not enough to activate Bladestorm. What the F***ck? Yi Xian's eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Everything was ready, except for the crucial element, but now, something had gone wrong with Bladestorm. What should he do? Damn it, I'll do it all the same. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He gathered his true qi and all creation strength, then slashed with his sword. Slaughtering Feast. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's Peerless Slash. A powerful flame dragon roared out, instantly engulfing several assassins in black in front of Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, these assassins were incinerated by the flame dragon. This attack caused the death of 8 people, 2 of whom were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. An ordinary peerless flame dragon slash would not have been able to create such an effect. However, Yi Xian had fused Killing Intent Explosion with it this time, so its power was multiplied. The killing intent from Killing Intent Explosion would increase as Yi Xian's cultivation level increased. To put it simply, there was a limit to the amount of killing intent that could be unleashed every time. This time, Yi Xian had unleashed his killing intent to the extreme. Hearing the commotion behind them, the scarred assassin and the others could not help but stop. They turned around and saw that someone was making a move. What's going on? The scarred assassin and the others did not understand the situation. They were all on the same side. As long as they returned to Tianyuan City and waited for the big shots to arrive, they would be rewarded handsomely. But now, why would someone suddenly make a move? However, the scarred assassin and the others did not directly attack and take down the rebel Yi Xian. After all, the dead would not receive any rewards. The more people that died, the more rewards the others would receive. However, when Nalan Bing saw this scene, her eyes widened involuntarily, because she saw a familiar ability. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash, is it him? Nalan Bing immediately reacted. Although she could not see the person who used the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash, she was certain that this person was the assassin who chased after her that day, the one who killed Mo Shui. She did not expect that this assassin had been hiding in the team all this time. More importantly, even she did not notice him. Now, I will take revenge for that day. Nalan Bing snorted and suddenly took out her long sword, ready to charge forward and cut Yi Xian into pieces. At this moment, Yi Xian had already used the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash several times, killing more than 30 assassins. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash that was infused with killing intent was extremely powerful. Every time he killed an enemy, his killing intent would skyrocket. It was very profitable. Not enough, not enough. Yi Xian thought to himself as he killed. Although he received a lot of killing intent, he was still unable to use the Bladestorm. However, it might be enough to collect all of these people's interspatial rings. These assassins had killed countless people, and their weapons were full of killing intent. If they were devoured, he could still obtain a considerable amount of killing intent. Moreover, there were many good things in these people's interspatial rings that could help him break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Nalanbing found me? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he felt a familiar aura rushing toward him. However, he was not afraid. Luo, come. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. In the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside him. Luo, who had been concentrating on cultivating in the planting space, had also broken through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Young master, watch me. After Luo appeared, a pink eyeball immediately formed. Back at Black Chaos Corner, Luo was only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm, but her eye of enchantment had charmed dozens of people and caused the Phantom Gang to kill each other. This time, she played a very important role as well. The eyes of the group of assassins were all focused on the big pink eyeball. This was exactly what they wanted. Enchantment. Luo controlled the eye of enchantment and focused it on 10 people. These 10 were all 9th level Nether Passage realm experts. Not only that, but Yi Xian also used his new skill. Scorching Hell. Scorching Hell was the result of the fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. It was both an illusion and a mental attack. In fact, its effect was stronger than both. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people fell into the illusion. Ah, Flame Demon! Flame Demon! Many people cried out in alarm, and then directly attacked the people around them. In the blink of an eye, this group of assassins was half taken out by Yi Xian and Luo. These two guys are pretty good. Nalanbing thought to herself. Yi Xian, she wanted to kill him, as for Luo, she wanted to capture her. Yi Xian's gaze swept over and landed on Nalanbing's body. Immediately after, he had Luo control the 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts and attack her. Understood, young master. Luo immediately did as she was told. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts attacked Nalanbing directly. The face of the knife-scarred man behind them darkened and he yelled, "Not good, help." Nalanbing was his mission target. He had to escort her safely to distant Sky City and wait for the experts to arrive. If something happened to Nalanbing, he would have to find a place to hide. Because he didn't do his job well, only death awaited him. In the blink of an eye, the knife-scarred man and the other first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins all rushed out. Although they hoped that fewer assassins would receive the reward, if Nalanbing died, not only would they not receive the reward, but their lives would also be in danger. Therefore, they had to protect Nalanbing with all their strength. However, even though they reacted quickly, they were still a beat too slow. The attacks of the 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts were already in front of Nalanbing. Humph. Petty tricks. Nalanbing snorted softly, and the real chi and the power of all creations on her body surged, and condensed into a layer of ice armor around her body. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These attacks, without exception, all landed on the ice armor. Not a single one was able to penetrate the ice armor and injure Nalanbing. As expected of a reincarnator. Taste this move. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he suddenly struck out with his sword. Another flame dragon that was infused with killing intent rushed out and attacked Nalanbing. This attack was even more powerful than the previous ones, because Yi Xian had already used a feast of slaughter from the very beginning. His current strength was 30% stronger than before. This was the boost he received after killing so many assassins. After feeling the extraordinariness of this aura, Nalanbing's expression became even more gloomy. This attack was incomparably powerful, and even she had to use all her strength to block it. But before that, the Scarred Assassin arrived first. The Scarred Assassin was the sect master of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. He was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, and he had 2 natal palaces in his body. He casually swung his sword and shattered Yi Xian's peerless flame dragon slash. What a hindrance! Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Fortunately, his strength was still increasing. That was because the people that Luo killed could also be considered as his. Megatron, Thunder Pearl, you two go as well. Yi Xian swung the Skyquake sword in his hand. Both the Skyquake sword and the Thunder Pearl had reached the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Although the Thunder Pearl no longer had any skills, it was still very useful. It had no problem killing an ordinary 8th level Nether Passage Realm cultivator. On the other side, the 8 first level Fulfillment Realm assassins were taking care of the traitors. At the same time, they had their eyes set on Luoluo. Whoever captures that little fox alive will be greatly rewarded. At this time, Nalan Bing shouted loudly. What? Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. Who was Nalan Bing? She was someone chosen by a big shot. Her words were worth 1,000 gold. The 8 assassins were originally planning to kill Luoluo, but when they heard this, they all surrounded her. Humph, you think you can capture me with just your strength? Luoluo had a disdainful expression. Immediately, hundreds of clones appeared. Then, these clones all formed 7 demonic flames. 7-colored demonic flames, 1,000-layer explosion. All Luoluos attacked together. A powerful aura caused the 8 Fulfillment Realm experts to break out in cold sweat. This attack is no small matter. Defend with all your strength. A Fulfillment Realm assassin yelled. Among the 100 clones, there were more than 70 true energy clones. Only 20 or so were fake. If these 70 true energy clones attacked at full power, even the scarred assassin would have a hard time defending. This was why Yixian always gave Luoluo treasures. Although Luoluo wasn't a reincarnator, she had awakened the heavenly loathing fox bloodline and was very powerful. If she grew up, she would be Yixian's right-hand woman. These treasures were much better than using them on Yixian. After all, Yixian's leveling up experience was too terrifying. Boom. 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 A series of explosions rang out, and the entire battlefield was swept up into a giant wave. The assassins in the range of the explosions were blown to pieces. Not only that, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins were actually pushed back by this attack. Fortunately, the 8 of them worked together. Otherwise, they would have been injured. So scary. She has such destructive power at the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Who is this little girl? These Fulfillment Realm assassins all thought to themselves. The scarred assassin was the same. He wondered who Luoluo was. This little fox probably awakened some kind of bloodline, and its grade is high. I must get her body. Nalan Bing's eyes revealed an expression she had never seen before. Compared to Yixian, she wanted to capture Luoluo more. This way, she could use a secret art to steal Luoluo's body. Nalan Bing looked at Luoluo and reminded, be careful. Don't kill by mistake, or I'll kill him. Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. It seemed that they would have to be careful. Go. Everyone went forward again. Humph, you bastards. You're bullying me with numbers. Taste this. Luoluo snorted softly. The long white tail behind her suddenly split into 5. 6 tails appear. Rainbow demonic fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Luoluo attacked again. This time, the power was much stronger than before. 6 tails. Nalan Bing's expression turned serious. The greed in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. In Nalan Bing's previous tribe, even foxes who had lived for hundreds of years might not be able to grow 3 tails. Even foxes who had lived for thousands of years might not have 6 tails. Nalan Bing was only at this level when she was at her peak. However, Luoluo was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm. She only had a lifespan of 100 years. Nalan Bing estimated that Luoluo was no more than 20 years old. To have 6 tails before the age of 20 meant that she was the #1 genius in the history of the fox race. I must have her. I must have her body. Nalan Bing's eyes widened as she stared at Luoluo. Yixian's heart trembled when he saw Nalan Bing's expression that seemed to be on the verge of madness. This Nalan Bing has been coveting Luoluo. I can't let her succeed. Yixian said in his mind and hastily attacked. However, the scarred assassin easily blocked his attack. Kid, you're not someone I recruited. Who are you? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. Guess who I am? Yixian snorted and continued attacking. Right now, he was stalling for time. The more time passed, the stronger his strength would become. Because there were people constantly dying. If you won't tell me, then I'll do it myself. The scarred assassin's eyes flashed as he prepared to kill Yixian. However, Nalan Bing suddenly said, Scar, you go too. Capture that girl and I'll teach you a fragmentation divine ability. What? As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred assassin was dumbfounded. Fragmentation divine ability? The scarred assassin gulped. He was only at the second level of the fulfillment realm and had barely learned a low-level fulfillment divine ability. However, Nalan Bing said that she would teach him a fragmentation divine ability. If he mastered it, wouldn't he be invincible? Why, you're serious? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. A fragmentation divine ability, however, even a 9th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioner might not know a fragmentation realm martial practitioner's divine ability. Nalan Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Why would she know one? Could it be, the scarred assassin guessed, is Nalan Bing a reincarnator? Previously, he had heard that Nalan Bing had broken free from her shackles and then erupted with a powerful strength. Now that he thought about it, Nalan Bing might really be a reincarnator. Reincarnator, he had actually managed to gain the support of a reincarnator. This meant that he would have a meteoric rise in the future. That's right, shatter your divine ability, as long as you can catch that girl. Nalan Bing nodded solemnly. Hearing this, the scarred assassin hesitated. Among the people present, his cultivation was the highest. He was at the second level of the fulfillment realm. If he attacked, Luoluo would probably be captured by him in an instant. However, if he were to leave and Nalan Bing was unable to defeat Yixian, not only would he not be able to obtain the shattering ability, but his life would also be in danger. Hence, he decided to kill Yixian first before capturing Luoluo. However, just as he was about to make a move, Nalan Bing continued, Don't be a busybody. Go and capture that girl. I want to personally kill this brat. When these words entered the ears of the scarred assassin, he couldn't help but stop. After a short pause, he rushed towards Luoluo. Luoluo, Dao Ba is heading towards you. Yixian hurriedly reminded her. Don't worry, young master. It's not like you didn't hear them. They want to capture me. Even if I'm captured, can't you immediately rescue me? Luoluo's voice rang in Yixian's mind. Indeed, as long as she was within Yixian's sensing range, Luoluo would instantly be sent into the artifact space or the plantation space. Hence, Yixian could focus on dealing with Nalan Bing. Was it you who killed Mo Shui? After the scarred assassin left, Nalan Bing frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. That's right. Yixian replied. Mo Shui's life is mine. How dare you interfere? You're courting death. Nalan Bing didn't say anything else and directly attacked. A cold light shot towards Yixian. It was the life-seizing soul slash. Tisk, if you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Yixian had a look of disdain on his face as he also slashed with his sword. Although he was a level lower than Nalan Bing, with the assassination mode, killing feast, and killing intent explosion, he might not be weaker than Nalan Bing. Previously, he was waiting for the killing intent to increase. As long as the killing intent reached the required amount for Bladestorm, then he would be able to kill everyone. However, he used Luoluo as bait to lure the enemy away. Hence, he had to kill Nalan Bing within this period of time. Otherwise, once Luoluo was captured, these people would immediately turn around and attack him. He would be doomed eternally. Young master, I can only hold on for 2 seconds. Luoluo reminded. 2 seconds should be enough. Yixian's eyes flashed as 2 golden lights shot out. Eye of Glory, a set of golden armor covered Yixian's entire body. Although the Overlord's limitless sword had been recalled by the system and Yixian had obtained a point of devouring, the Eye of Glory could still be used. In an instant, Yixian's true energy turned golden. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After activating the Eye of Glory, Yixian once again slashed out with his sword. The power of this slash was much stronger than before. The reason Yixian hadn't taken it out earlier was because he was waiting for an opportunity like this, an opportunity to kill Nalan Bing in one hit. This golden flame dragon roared as it attacked Nalan Bing. Nalan Bing's expression had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. She hadn't expected that Xian, a mere 7th-level Nether Passage Realm martial artist, would be able to unleash such an attack. The Sword God's bloodline, the Eye of Glory, the eruption of killing intent, and the command of death. All of these factors added together allowed this peerless flame dragon slash to have the power to threaten a fulfillment realm expert. If Naelanbing didn't have the ability, she would definitely die under this attack. Naelanbing didn't dare to be careless, nor did she dare to use the soul-seeking fatal slash. Instead, she used her ultimate move. 3-day soul-seeking fatal slash. Whoosh! This sword beam pierced through the air and collided with the golden flame dragon. Xian was at the 7th level of the Nether Passage Realm, while Naelanbing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Moreover, she was also a reincarnator. However, Xian's strength was extraordinary after he merged with the God of Slaughter's bloodline. In this clash, Xian had the upper hand. 2 seconds is enough for me to use the peerless flame dragon slash 3 more times. Xian thought to himself as he looked at the huge explosion in front of him. However, Naelanbing could probably use the 3 days soul-seeking fatal slash 3 more times. Therefore, if he didn't use some trump cards, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Naelanbing. The 10 9th level Nether Passage Realm martial artists under Lualua's control had all been taken care of by the Fulfillment Realm assassins. Therefore, Xian was currently fighting Naelanbing alone. However, Xian still had one last trump card, one that he had almost never used before. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Come out. Xian's lips curled slightly. He waved his hands, and in the next moment, a dense pack of black shadows appeared around him. Before this, he had taken in a lot of exotic beasts and let them reproduce endlessly in the planting space. These exotic beasts had grown to at least the 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm after being nourished by the abundant natural energy. Some of them had even reached the 5th level. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivation level and Naelanbing's, their numbers were enough to make Naelanbing pale. The blue silk snakes, 100-flower butterflies, and lightning blade mantis were fine, but the poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes were very good at reproducing. Before Xian released them, they had already gathered an army of 100,000 inside. Before this, Xian was worried about the number of exotic beasts. Because the planting space was not big enough, he wanted to use some of them. Now, they finally came in handy. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes appeared, shocking everyone. Besides that, thousands of lightning blade mantis, 100-flower butterflies, and blue silk snakes were mobilized. What is this? Everyone was shocked, including the Fulfillment Realm experts. Naelanbing was also shocked. With so many exotic beasts surrounding her, even a Fulfillment Realm expert would have to avoid them. Go. At Xian's order, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts swarmed toward Naelanbing. At the same time, Xian launched another attack. Killing Intent Eruption. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A flame dragon led the exotic beast army and charged toward Naelanbing. Not good. The scarred assassin and the others paled. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to protect Naelanbing. If Naelanbing died, not only would they lose their reward, they would also have to flee this place. Anyone could die, but not Naelanbing. Xian predicted that Naelanbing would not be able to stop the exotic beast army. However, Naelanbing was a reincarnator. She would not die so easily. She immediately channeled a large amount of true energy and manifestation power to form layers of ice armor around herself. In the blink of an eye, an ice crystal cage appeared and protected her. Boom! The flame dragon's peerless slash hit the ice crystal cage, but it only broke through a few layers of ice crystal defense, not even half of it. Immediately after, tens of thousands of exotic beasts surrounded Naelanbing and began to attack. Xian did not expect Naelanbing to have such a strong defensive mystique. It seemed like this was going to be troublesome. Kacha! 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 The bloodthirsty mosquitoes' sharp mouths kept stabbing at the ice crystal cage, but the difference in their realms was too great, so they couldn't break through its defense. Seeing this, Xian immediately gave them other orders. Change the target. In an instant, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts pounced toward the other assassins. I've just learned a heart's will divine ability some time ago. It just so happens that I can test its power today. When the scarred assassin saw that Naelan was safe, he immediately snorted coldly. Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind. He suddenly swept the sword in his hand, and an extremely ordinary sword ray swept into the group of exotic beasts. However, this attack was not that simple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, when the sword ray entered the group of exotic beasts, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Countless sword rays appeared and swept away all the exotic beasts in the surroundings. In an instant, more than 20,000 bloodthirsty mosquitoes and poison wasp king were torn to shreds. Severed limbs flew through the air. The entire group of exotic beasts was reduced by half. This move was also beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Ding, Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind has been successfully copied. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he listened to the system notification. With his current realm, he could use it. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Go. Without another word, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword. Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind, whoosh, this sword ray tore through the air, but its target was not Naelan. It was the first-level fulfillment realm assassins. What? This attack was beyond everyone's expectations. Wasn't this what the scarred assassin used just now? Not good, run. The fulfillment realm experts who were fighting Luo immediately retreated when they saw this attack. This move was a Heart's will divine ability. Even if the person who used it was just a 7th-level Nether Passage realm brat, it was not to be underestimated. However, there were still 3 fulfillment realm experts who were too slow to dodge and were heavily injured by the sword energy that burst out of the sword beam. This whirlwind was a move that gathered a large amount of true energy and then exploded. However, this move could easily injure allies, so Yi Xian quickly summoned Luo back. Then, Luo appeared again. Young master, for you. Luo took out a handful of universe rings and handed them to Yi Xian. Just now, she had used the charmed people to collect universe rings. There were 50 of them in total. All right. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured these universe rings. However, these Netherworld Palace assassins were out on a mission, so there wouldn't be too many things. Yi Xian couldn't break through. Damn it, just a little more. Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. The "a little more" he was referring to was his realm and killing intent. These things weren't enough for him to break through to the 8th level of Nether Passage realm, and they weren't enough for him to use Bladestorm either. This time, he was screwed. While Yi Xian was still in a daze, the scarred assassin had already slashed again. This time, it was the Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind. It tore apart the remaining exotic beasts. Now, Yi Xian and Luo were like turtles in a jar. Young master, what should we do? Luo couldn't help but ask. At this time, Yi Xian was also hesitating. Should he continue fighting or run? In fact, he still had a trump card he hadn't used yet, and that was the Eye of Assassination. However, the Eye of Assassination consumed a lot of killing intent. Once he used it, he probably wouldn't be able to use Bladestorm. A reincarnator really isn't that easy to kill. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Previously, he was at the same level as Mo Shui, but he couldn't do anything to Mo Shui. Now that he was 1 level lower than Naelan, if he broke through, Naelan would definitely die. What he lacked was only luck. I'll let you guys off for now. Let's go. Yi Xian glanced at the experts that were flying towards him and directly broke through the void. What? The scarred assassin and the others were shocked as they watched the void door close. Crack. At this time, the ice crystal cage suddenly shattered, and Naelan walked out of it. She couldn't figure out how Yi Xian left. Find them. We must find them. Naelan immediately ordered. Of course, Naelan target wasn't Yi Xian, but Luo. However, Yi Xian had already run far away. At this moment, in another part of the unmarked common graves. Young master, what a pity. Luo couldn't help but say. Yeah, just a little bit more. Yi Xian nodded helplessly. There was another reason why he ran away. The duration of the Feast of Slaughter was about to end. The deaths of so many people had increased the Feast of Slaughter's buff by 50%. that was why he could fight with Nalan Bing. If the duration of the Feast of Slaughter was over, his strength would fall. However, he wouldn't be able to fight with Nalan Bing. Thus, he could only give up on this mission. However, there weren't any random missions now and he was about to break through. As long as the death warrant was still in effect, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. This group of people is heading towards Tianyuan City. That means Nalan Bing's brother, Nalan Jia, is probably in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian said in his heart. He guessed that Nalan Jia hadn't awakened yet. The latter should be his senior brother. However, he had already promised Mo Shui. Thus, he had to kill Nalan Jia. If he were to awaken as well and join forces with Nalan Bing, then it would not be so easy to kill Nalan Bing. Thus, he had to rush to Tianyuan City before the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing. Let's go. Immediately, Yi Xian started running and hurrying on his way. The scarred assassin was the leader of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. In other words, there weren't many experts in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. His success rate was high as long as he got there before them. On the other side, Nalan Bing ordered a search of the surroundings. It took a long time. During the search, Yi Xian had already passed them and was heading towards Tianyuan City. The group of assassins couldn't find anything. Thus, they could only stop and escort Nalan Bing to Tianyuan City first. Along the way, Yi Xian constantly paid attention to the blood-red kill word in the sky. With the death warrant, he could clearly feel that Nalan Bing was behind him. From the unmarked common graves to Tianyuan City, it would take at least a day's time to travel at full speed. However, I don't need to rest while traveling. I will definitely be able to arrive before them. Yi Xian said to himself. The group of killers also needed to use their movement divine abilities to travel. Their true qi was not inexhaustible, so they were slower than Yi Xian. Very quickly, a day later, Yi Xian arrived at Tianyuan City. The city master of Heaven Distance City was a fulfillment realm expert. However, with Yi Xian's current strength, he could already contend against an expert of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he directly entered Tianyuan City and sensed his surroundings. The perceptive eye, spiritual sense, and killer instinct allowed his perception range to be even greater than that of a first-level intent realm expert. Right now, he was looking for experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Got it. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed forward. This 9th level Nether Passage realm expert was eating in a restaurant. Yi Xian was looking for him for no other reason than to ask for the location of the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian directly rushed to the restaurant and used his heaven's eye from afar. Scorching hell, this new move was very useful. In the blink of an eye, this 9th level Nether Passage realm old man was trapped in an illusion. Around this illusory realm, there was scorching magma everywhere. The rising flame aura made the old man feel so hot that his chest felt stuffy. What's going on? The old man was a little surprised. He immediately stood up and found himself on top of a large stone pillar. Below his feet was a sea of lava that stretched as far as the eye could see. The strongest illusion art not only blinded the enemy's eyes, but also deceived their spiritual sense and memories, making them feel like they were in reality. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Although this 9th level Nether Passage realm old man had lived for more than half his life, he had only just broken through. He had no resistance to Yi Xian's heaven's eye attack. After the old man was controlled, Yi Xian withdrew the illusion. Then, the old man left behind a few inner demon pills and rushed out of the restaurant. Greetings, master. The old man said respectfully as he came to Yi Xian's side. Do you know where the underworld branch of Tianyuan City is located? Yi Xian asked directly without hesitation. I do. The old man nodded. In fact, he was also an assassin in the underworld. He had accepted and issued several missions before, so he knew where the underworld branch was. Very good. Take me there. Yi Xian said with great satisfaction. His purpose in coming to Tianyuan City was to find the underworld branch. If Nalan Jia was there, it would be best if he could control Nalan Jia. This was because Nalan Bing was someone he had to kill. If he killed Xianxia, Xianxia would definitely seek revenge in the future. Although Xianxia hasn't awakened, he is still a reincarnator. He won't be so easy to control. If I fail, then I can only kill him. Yixian thought to himself as he followed the old man. He was on the verge of breaking through, but it wasn't something a few 9th-level Nether Passage Realm cultivators could make up for. Unless he destroyed the city lord's residence in Tianyuan City. Therefore, Yixian decided to kill his way into the underworld and kill Xianxia. Then, he would break through and wait for Xianxia. Killing two birds with one stone, after a while, the controlled old man brought Yixian to a seemingly ordinary residence. This place was very cheap, and very few people passed by. However, Yixian felt an unusual aura. There were more than 10 8th and 9th level Nether Passage Realm experts hidden around this residence. It seemed that he had found the right place. Knock, 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 knock. The old man came to the residence and knocked a few times. 3 long knocks and 2 short ones. Then, a middle-aged man came to open the door. "Do you want to eat or stay?" asked the 9th level Nether Passage Realm middle-aged man. This was a professional job. In other restaurants, it meant to eat, but in this restaurant, it meant to issue missions. As for staying, it meant accepting missions. "Eating," the old man answered directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of Yixian, who was behind the old man, flashed. Scorching hell. Eye of control. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. This middle-aged man had already broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage Realm, so his soul was much stronger than the old man Yixian was currently controlling. The middle-aged man started to fall into an illusion. Then, he was attacked by the Eye of Control and immediately reacted. However, before he could speak, Yixian used another round of attacks. Ding. Control successful. The middle-aged man was immediately controlled by Yixian. "Come, let's go in." Yixian ordered the middle-aged man in his mind. Then, the middle-aged man led Yixian and the middle-aged man into the room. There was a hidden passage behind the bookshelves in the room. This was the entrance to Tianyuan City's underworld branch. However, they didn't immediately go down. "Let me ask you, is there a person called Xianxia down there?" "He came from the Northern Heavens Academy and was kidnapped," asked Yixian. At the same time, he took out Xianxia's portrait from his universe ring. "There is. A few days ago, the lords brought him here. However, I don't know if he's still down there." The middle-aged man shook his head. The underworld branch had many entrances and exits. This middle-aged man was only guarding one entrance. "All right." Yixian didn't ask any more questions. He directly passed through the formation and entered the underworld. It was very spacious down there. Even Yixian's perception couldn't cover it completely. At this time, there were still a few assassins and staff of the underworld. 22 9th level Nether Passage Realm cultivators and 7 1st level Fulfillment Realm cultivators. Yixian made a rough calculation. There were still some secret rooms in the underworld branch. He didn't know where Xianxia was. "I didn't expect Tianyuan City's underworld branch to have so many experts. Were they originally here, or were they transferred from other places?" Yixian guessed in his heart. However, Yixian couldn't be bothered. What he lacked now was natural treasures. Therefore, he decided to control all 22 9th level Nether Passage Realm experts first. When the time came, these people would be able to defend against a few Fulfillment Realm experts if they fought. He immediately began to act. If he delayed any longer, the scarred assassin and Xianxia would arrive. With the death warrant, Yixian could clearly sense the distance between him and Xianxia. He estimated that in half an hour, the scarred killer and Xianxia would be able to rush back. Scorching hell. Eye of control. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another as Yixian's servants increased in number. He first looked for martial artists with weaker auras. Such people were easier to control compared to others. Then, he asked them to go outside and bring all their belongings over. Yixian estimated that he would definitely be able to break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm as long as he gathered all of their belongings. At that time, would he even need to worry about not being able to fight a fulfillment realm expert? However, at this moment, an aura suddenly appeared in the underworld branch, causing Xianxia's heart to tremble. What? Second level of the fulfillment realm? Xianxia was extremely shocked. Why was there another expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm in Sky Faraway City? Xianxia immediately asked the middle-aged man who had received him. Master, this is the sect master of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch, Quan Long. He was invited to protect Xianxia, the middle-aged man replied. What? Xianxia's eyes widened. He had only asked about Xianxia earlier, but he had been careless and forgot to ask about how many experts there were in the underworld branch. After the sect master of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch arrived, he directly walked into the depths of the underworld branch as if it was his own home. Scarface sent a message saying that a troublesome person might appear in Sky Faraway City. He asked me to protect Xianxia at all costs. Quan Long was very disdainful of the Seizing Heart City's underworld branch. How troublesome could a troublesome person be in front of a second-level fulfillment realm expert like him? However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he directly went to a secret room protected by a formation and sat down. At the same time, he also ordered the fulfillment realm experts of Seizing Heart City's underworld branch to be careful. Their every move fell into Xianxia's ears. Now, Xianxia was in a difficult situation. It seems that Xianxia is in that secret room. This is going to be troublesome. Xianxia thought to himself. Now that Xianxia had not awakened, it was the best time to kill him. However, Xianxia was surrounded by many experts. It would not be easy to kill Xianxia under the protection of so many experts. It was not that easy for a reincarnator to awaken. Back then, Xianxia had accidentally awakened Mo Shui. However, when Nalan Bing and Xianxia met, Xianxia would probably awaken. When that time came, Xianxia would lose the best opportunity. Let's do it. Xianxia sensed Nalan Bing's location and immediately made a decision. Nalan Bing would be here soon. He had to act immediately. Immediately, he left the underworld branch and looted all of the controlled experts' belongings. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. After the system notification rang out, Xianxia's strength skyrocketed. If he had been at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm back then, Nalan Bing would have been an ice-cold corpse by now. Unfortunately, he had only broken through now. All of you, attack the underworld branch in 1 minute. Xianxia gave the order to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yes. The group of people responded in unison. This time, Xianxia's plan was to create a diversion. He would use these people as bait to attack the underworld and lure away the fulfillment realm experts. Then, he would disguise himself as someone from the underworld branch and launch a sneak attack on Xianxia. With his realm, as long as Quan Long didn't interfere, attacking the unawakened Xianxia was 100% success rate. Xianxia returned to the underworld and waited quietly. 1 minute later. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from above, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? The members of the underworld branch in Tianyuan City all raised their heads. Could it be an earthquake? This thought flashed through many people's minds. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. This wasn't an earthquake. Someone was attacking the formation of the underworld branch. Boss Quan Long, I'll go take a look. A fulfillment realm expert immediately said. He wanted to find out which bastard had the guts to attack one of Hell's branches. Even the Tianyuan City Lord didn't have the right to do so. Very soon, the fulfillment realm expert left through the back door. When he arrived outside, he discovered that there were more than 29th level experts attacking one of Hell's branches. How dare you? The fulfillment realm expert was enraged and immediately attacked. Most importantly, these people had a captain, and this captain was a young fox girl with a long tail. Luo Luo. Empower me with all the power of Myriad Mammoth. Luo Luo immediately ordered. Yes. In an instant, the 29th level Nether Passage realm experts empowered Luo Luo with all the power of Myriad Mammoth. Luo Luo's speed instantly skyrocketed. Demon Fox Flash. Luo Luo turned into a bolt of white lightning and flashed past the fulfillment realm expert. Rip. A crisp sound rang, and the first-level fulfillment realm expert's head was cut off by Luo Luo. Yesterday, Luo Luo had stopped 8 first-level fulfillment realm experts by herself. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Today, with so many people helping her, it was within Xianxia's expectations that she could kill a fulfillment realm expert instantly. Of course, the real reason this fulfillment realm expert died was because he was careless. He saw that Luo Luo was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, so he did not think much of her. Inside the Nether Palace branch. Seeing that the commotion at the top of Seizing Heart City's Nether Palace branch still hadn't stopped, Quan Long said to the others, "Go, 2 more go and check." He guessed that the fulfillment realm expert must have been held back by Qin Lai. Yes, Lord Quan Long. 2 fulfillment realm experts left the Nether Palace branch again. However, they still did not return. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in a corner, was using the Eye of Revelation to observe Quan Long. There was a secret room behind Quan Long. The array formation in this secret room was extremely profound. Yi Xian's Eye of Insight was unable to see through it, but the moment the Berserk Dragon came out, he felt the aura of a 9th-level Nether Passage realm cultivator. Yi Xian estimated that the person inside the secret room was Xianxia. Right now, he was waiting for Quan Long to personally go out and check. When the time came, he could directly enter the secret room and kill Xianxia inside. The 2 fulfillment realm experts who were sent out still had not returned. Right now, there were only 4 fulfillment realm experts and Quan Long, who was at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, left in distant Sky City's Nether Palace branch. "What should we do, Lord Quan Long?" asked a fulfillment realm expert. "Humph, the 4 of you guard this place. I'll go out and take a look myself." Mad Dragon snorted coldly and walked toward the entrance. With his cultivation level, could it be that he couldn't take care of the people outside? Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw Berserk Dragon making a move. He immediately slipped into the shadows and headed for the secret room. The 3 fulfillment realm experts who went out just now were all killed by Luo Luo. At the same time, before Luo Luo had killed them, Yi Xian had already used up his killing intent and started a killing feast. The lives of 3 fulfillment realm experts caused Yi Xian's killing intent to skyrocket. At the same time, the slaughter feast's buff also skyrocketed. Luo Luo was his personal possession. The people that Luo Luo killed were considered to be killed by him. At this moment, the buff from the Feast of Slaughter was even greater than yesterday's battle against Nalan Bing. "The 4 of you, prepare to die." Yi Xian stealthily made his way over. Although he didn't have the attack and speed bonuses of Assassinate, he still had burst of killing intent and Eyes of Glory. Add that to the fact that he was ambushing them, and he could take out at least 2 fulfillment realm experts in one go. "Come." When Yi Xian got close, his eyes opened wide and 2 rays of golden light shot out. Eyes of Glory. Burst of killing intent. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A scorching hot aura spread through the branch of hell. This flame dragon had appeared out of nowhere and devoured 2 of the fulfillment realm experts in an instant. What? The remaining 2 fulfillment realm experts were shocked, but by the time they reacted, the other 2 had already been burned to ashes and died instantly. Instant kill, 2 first-level fulfillment realm experts no less. Yi Xian's strength was enough. "You too, go to hell as well." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he prepared to use the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash again. But at this time an aura suddenly appeared in his perception range. 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, this aura caused Yi Xian's mind to tremble. Before he could turn around, a blade beam came at him. Rip. This wave of saber light directly sliced Yi Xian in half. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eyes of Eternity, wouldn't die just like that. The divine tree of life's bloodline in his body activated the moment he was injured and began to heal him. "It's that mad dragon." Yi Xian immediately reacted. "Kid, you're the troublesome person in Scar's news, right? You don't look like much." Mad Dragon's voice rang behind Yi Xian. As it turned out, Mad Dragon had already guessed that Yi Xian had infiltrated the branch. Instead of going out to check the situation, he used a concealment method to avoid Yi Xian's perception. After Yi Xian attacked, he also attacked and killed Yi Xian. But how could he have known that Yi Xian wouldn't die even if he was cut in half? Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After being cut in half, Yi Xian attacked again and attacked with another flame dragon. What? This time, Mad Dragon and the other two first-level Fulfillment Realm experts were shocked. How could a dead person attack? After all, Yi Xian's heart had already been cut in half. This scene was extremely shocking. While Mad Dragon was still shocked, the Flame Dragon had already devoured the other two first-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. In the blink of an eye, two more Fulfillment Realm experts had died. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Now that all four watchdogs were dead, the only one left was Xianxia. Slap. Yi Xian ignored the universe rings of the four corpses and slammed his palm on the ground, charging into the secret room. Xianxia, die. Without another word, Yi Xian stabbed with his sword. Pfft. The sword beam sank into the chest of the 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert in the secret room and pierced his heart. However, when Yi Xian focused his gaze, he discovered that the person inside wasn't the jade-faced scholar Xianxia, but someone he didn't recognize. What, a substitute? Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that the person Mad Dragon was protecting personally wasn't Xianxia. Haha, you miscalculated. Mad Dragon's laughter rang out, but it was mixed with a lot of anger. This was because the corpses on the ground were all from seizing Heart City's underworld branch. In other words, they were Mad Dragon's subordinates. Now that Yi Xian had killed them, how could Mad Dragon not be angry? Not good, let's go. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly broke through the void and returned to the ground. The moment the void door closed, the Berserk Dragon also charged into the secret room, preparing to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, when he entered, he discovered that Yi Xian was gone. The only thing left in the secret room was a warm corpse and some blood stains. Yi Xian, where did he go? How is this possible? How is this possible? Mad Dragon couldn't believe it. He was an expert at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, yet an 8th-level Nether Passage Realm brat had escaped from him right under his nose. How was this possible? At that moment, he searched the entire secret room, but didn't find any trace of Yi Xian. Where was he? Where was he? Mad Dragon was stunned. Meanwhile, on the ground. You're out, young master. Luo Luo hurriedly asked when she saw Yi Xian emerge from the void eye. I failed. Xianxia isn't down there. He's probably hidden somewhere else. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. At the same time, the divine tree of life's bloodline healed his wounds to his thighs. He was fully healed in the blink of an eye. Luo Luo's face reddened when she saw Yi Xian's sinister lower body. She hurriedly turned away and said coquettishly, young master, hurry and put on your clothes. Yi Xian finally reacted. He had been cut in half by Mad Dragon's blade at a 45-degree angle. However, the divine tree of life's bloodline wouldn't heal his clothes, so he was running around naked. He hurriedly put on a long robe and said, you hide first. I'll go in and take the items when Mad Dragon comes out, okay? Luo Luo nodded. Then, Yi Xian hit her in the planting space. At that moment, Yi Xian devoured the universe rings of the 3 Fulfillment Realm experts, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Mad Dragon was at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm. He was probably even stronger than the Scarred Assassin. If Yi Xian and Luo Luo worked together, they might be able to put up a fight. However, Yi Xian waited outside for a while, but Mad Dragon didn't come out. What's going on? Even if Mad Dragon took the rings, he should come out and take a look. Yi Xian frowned and thought to himself. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Xianxia is still in the branch of the underworld and not elsewhere? Yi Xian suddenly thought. Xianxia might be in the branch of the underworld, but not in the secret room guarded by Mad Dragon. He should be in another secret room. That was why Quan Long didn't dare to come out. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the people under his control were still attacking the underworld branch of Tianyuan City. He believed that the city guards and the city lord would be alerted soon. All of you, don't attack. Kill your way in. Yi Xian said to the assassins. Yes, master. The 10 Nether Passage experts nodded and entered the room from behind the bookshelves. As for Xian, he went around to the back and entered through the back door. When he re-entered Hell, he sensed that several servants had been killed. A mere Nether Passage realm cultivator dares to challenge me? You're courting death. Mad Dragon's voice reverberated throughout the entire branch of Hell. Xian spread out his senses and discovered that Berserk Dragon was in the midst of a massacre in front of a secret room in the corner. In the blink of an eye, all 10 9th level Nether Passage realm assassins were killed. Brat, I know you're here. Come out. The voice of the Berserk Dragon continued to reverberate. At this moment, Xian and Mad Dragon were the only ones left in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. No, there was one more person, and that was the prisoner in the secret room behind Mad Dragon. However, because the door to the secret room was closed and the outside was protected by a formation, Xian couldn't see if there was anyone inside. Even if there was someone inside, he wouldn't know if it was the jade-faced scholar, Xianxia. But the most important thing right now was to get rid of Mad Dragon. Otherwise, the scarred assassin and Nalan Bing would catch up to him. Assassination mode. Xian hid in the shadows of the corner and used the assassination mode to conceal his presence. Even if Mad Dragon's consciousness swept over him, he might not discover him. How could the God of Slaughter bloodline be discovered so easily? After killing 3 Fulfillment Realm experts, my Slaughter Feast's buff has reached 50%. However, the time limit is almost up, so I must kill Mad Dragon before then. Xian thought as he approached Mad Dragon. The lighting system of the underworld branch had been destroyed, so it was very dark right now. Xian's assassination mode wasn't just effective in the dark. Simply put, hiding in the darkness would also increase his combat strength. Unfortunately, the Death Hunt command could only mark one person at a time. Otherwise, Xian could mark Mad Dragon and increase his strength again. Mad Dragon guarded in front of the secret room very cautiously. He felt that Xian wasn't a simple person. Not only did he not die after being cut in half, but he also used a mysterious method to escape right under his nose. And now, his consciousness couldn't find Xian at all. This method was too clever. After seeing how he killed 4 Fulfillment Realm experts in one hit, Mad Dragon didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was an assassin himself. He knew that if he let his guard down in battle, he could lose his life. Although his consciousness couldn't find Xian, Mad Dragon's intuition told him that Xian was nearby. Plus, he had to guard this secret room, so he couldn't leave. He became Xian's target. If I have the chance in the future, I must create the God of Slaughter set. This way, I can increase the level of all the God of Slaughter bloodline skills, Xian thought as he said to Luo Luo in his mind, Luo Luo, I will delay Mad Dragon later. You enter the secret room and execute Xianxia on the spot. Amen, okay. Luo Luo was already on standby. She was waiting for Xian's signal. After receiving Luo Luo's answer, Xian's body shook violently. 2 golden lights burst out of his eyes. Eyes of glory. Killing intent eruption. Flame Dragon's peerless slash. In an instant, the killing intent that Xian deliberately hid was completely revealed. Whoosh whoosh. The dim underworld branch was suddenly illuminated by a fiery light. A dancing flame dragon danced wildly as it charged towards the Berserk Dragon. You're still here. Mad Dragon's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. He waved the saber in his hand and slashed out a fierce and thick saber light. Bang! The 2 true chis collided, stirring up thousands of waves of air that swept through the entire branch of the underworld in an instant. Taking advantage of the opponent's loss of vision, Xian's eyes flashed. Scorching Hell, although there was a gap of 3 realms, this move was a new skill after the fusion. It shouldn't be a problem to cross 3 realms. A spiritual attack? When Mad Dragon noticed the change in his surroundings, he quickly reacted. The scorching hell made him fall into an illusion, but it couldn't block his memory and spiritual sense. Everything he saw was real, but when his spiritual sense swept over, there was nothing. No, there was something. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several flaming flame demons charged at the Berserk Dragon. Die, all of you. A surge of true chi gushed out of Quan Long's body and fused with his all creation's force, instantly shattering the flame demons. However, at this moment, another gust of wind appeared. Rui Theurgy, whirlwind. Whoosh! A piercing sound rang out. Mad Dragon lowered his body and dodged the attack. However, he didn't know that there was a follow-up to this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword gleam suddenly split into countless wind blades, instantly hitting Quan Long's back. What? Whirlwind? Quan Long was shocked. He had seen this move before. After all, it was his good friend Scar's ultimate move. Scar had used it when they fought a few days ago. He didn't expect Xian to know it too. This is a Rui Theurgy that Scar obtained by chance. Why does this brat know it too? Moreover, this brat's concealment skills are heaven-defying. Could it be, Quan Long hurriedly circulated his true qi and all creation's force to defend himself? At the same time, his thoughts were running wild. He guessed that Xian was Scar's monstrous disciple. Otherwise, how could Xian, who was only at the 8th tier of ethereal opening, be able to fight him? No matter what, he couldn't lose. While Quan Long was defending against the wind blades, Xian had already quietly slipped into the darkness and circled behind Scar. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. Whoosh whoosh. Another killing move was unleashed. In terms of group attack power, the peerless flame dragon slash might not be as good as the whirlwind. However, in terms of individual attack power, the peerless flame dragon slash completely overpowered the whirlwind. Bang! This time, Quan Long was too slow to defend against the whirlwind and was sent flying by the peerless flame dragon slash. Not good. Quan Long's expression changed because he was sent flying. This way, Xian was the closest to the secret chamber. Luo Luo. Seeing Quan Long being bitten by the flame dragon and sent flying, Xian hurriedly summoned Luo Luo. 100-layer demon fox doppelganger. As soon as Luo Luo appeared, she immediately created hundreds of doppelgangers. Then, 7 lotuses appeared in the hands of each doppelganger. Rainbow demon fire, 1000-layer explosion. Countless rainbow demon flames appeared and smashed into Quan Long Luo Luo. If Quan Long was hit, he would probably be smashed to death. However, the most important thing right now was for Xian to break into the secret room and kill Xianxia. Luo Luo Luo. Luolua's flame demon dragon Luo Luols, Luo Luo Luo, Luo 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 Luo, Luong Luo Luo, Luo, T, TS, Luo TS8, ST Hmph. If forceful attacks don't work, then I'll use this. Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he shot out 2 disintegration rays, which hit the protective formation. Xian rarely used the disintegration eye in battle, but it was very useful at times. Back then, he had used the disintegration eye to break the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse membrane. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by the Vajra Corpse King. BZZT. The 2 disintegration rays hit the protective formation. In the next moment, the protective formation was broken. It expanded from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist, and then to the size of a wash basin. At the same time, Luo Luo punched the door open through the protective formation. Xian's eye of perception spread inside and found that there was indeed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm inside. Moreover, he had encountered this aura before. The jade-faced scholar, Xianxia. Xian's plan was to control Xianxia. If he couldn't control him, he would choose to kill him. Xian took advantage of the time before the protective formation was restored to its original state to enter. Not good. Quan Long's expression changed drastically. He had been stalling for time, but he had failed in the end. Not only that, but he had also been severely injured by 2 juniors. It was a disgrace. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Xian entered the secret chamber and stared. He was now certain that the person inside was Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was lying limp in a corner with his eyes closed. Open your eyes. Without another word, Xian used the power of all creations in an attempt to lift Xianxia's eyelids. Then he used the Eye of Control. Although Xianxia was also a reincarnated one, he had not awakened and was still unconscious. Moreover, Xian was only 1 level below him, so he might be able to control him. As long as he could control a reincarnated one, Xian would not lack supernatural powers in the future. he would also have a way to rapidly increase his strength. However, what Yi Xian did not realize was that Xianxia did not have any shackles on his body to seal the flow of true qi. At the same time, the moment the power of all creations approached Xianxia's eyes opened on their own. Two fierce murderous intents burst out from them. What? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly used the scorching hell and the eye of control. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control failed. Two system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian's control had failed. At the same time, he felt a familiar aura. Xianxia had awakened. Not good. Kill. Without another word, Yi Xian held the heaven-trembling sword tightly in his hand and directly launched his strongest attack at Xianxia in the corner. Killing intent explosion. Flaming dragon's unparalleled slash. At the same time, Xianxia also took out his weapon. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. Whoosh. The two attacks collided, and the entire secret chamber was suddenly filled with a powerful shockwave. Because Yi Xian's attack was too fast, the power of this attack wasn't very strong. However, from the beginning, Xianxia had been gathering true qi. Therefore, he and Yi Xian were evenly matched. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. This Xianxia has really awakened. How is this possible? Yi Xian could not believe it. He did not expect Xianxia to awaken at such a crucial moment. It was not easy for a reincarnated one to awaken. After death, there was not a 100% chance of awakening. If a special method was used, the success rate could be increased. However, what he did not know was that Mad Dragon had already used that special method to forcibly awaken Xianxia when he first entered the underworld. Fortunately, Xianxia had successfully awakened. Humph. So what if you've awakened? I'll still kill you. Yi Xian's face darkened. He once again used the unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's guess was wrong. Before he could draw his sword, Xianxia flashed to his side like a ghost. Then, he turned his body and swept his right leg out. Soul-breaking kick. Kacha. Pung. This kick directly broke through the brilliant golden armor and landed on Yi Xian's stomach. The true energy instantly passed through Yi Xian's flesh and blood, causing the organs in his body to explode. Pooh. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the secret room. At this time, he felt that Xianxia was not easy to deal with. Xianxia was much stronger than Bing and was second only to Mo Shui. This was troublesome. Ding, the host triggered a random mission to kill Xianxia. Completion of the reward to activate the shadow step. The system prompted. This random mission made Yi Xian's eyes light up. The shadow step was an unactivated skill of the slaying god bloodline. It was a powerful escape skill. If it was activated normally, it would cost 1 devour point. However, as long as this random mission was completed, it could be activated directly. Although the reward was not as good as the devour point reward, it was not bad. Luo Luo, trap him. Yi Xian released Luo Luo. Luo Luo did not say anything and threw out the long whip in her hand. The long whip flew towards Xianxia, but Xianxia quickly dodged it. After Xianxia awakened, his battle strength was very strong. If Mo Shui had encountered Xianxia that day, it would not have been Yi Xian's turn. Fox bloodline? Six-tailed? Xianxia's eyes widened when he saw the 6 tails behind Luo Luo. He was also a fox in his previous life, so he naturally knew what 6 tails meant. Such a young 6-tailed demon fox, I must catch her and let my sister possess her. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Yi Xian noticed his eyes and quickly stabilized his body and attacked together with Luo Luo. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon slash. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. However, Xianxia's expression was unpredictable. He easily dodged the 2 attacks and attacked Luo Luo. Humph, the target is Luo Luo again. It won't be that easy. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he slashed his sword at Luo Luo. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. This flame dragon directly attacked Luo Luo, while Luo Luo stood in place, accumulating power and waiting to attack. What? Xianxia was shocked. Luo belonged to Yixian, but Yixian dared to attack her. Why? Humph, this girl belongs to my younger sister. Don't even think about harming her. Although he didn't know why Yixian did this, Xianxia couldn't help but take action. 3-day soul-chasing sword. Bang! Another wave of air swept across the area. Amidst the dust, Luo finally made her move. She turned into a beam of white light and quickly attacked Xianxia. Demon Fox Flash. What? Xianxia was shocked again. He didn't expect Luo to have so many Supreme Fox skills. It seemed that Luo had either awakened her bloodline or was a reincarnator. No matter what, I will capture you. Xianxia's expression was dignified. He turned into a phantom again and dodged Luo's attack. Whoosh! Luo passed by him, but at this moment, Xianxia suddenly pinched his left hand and locked it on Luo's white and tender neck. Haha, little girl, you are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Xianxia was overjoyed. He planned to restrain Luo first and then kill Yixian, this annoying guy. But at this moment. Swoosh! Luo, who was in Xianxia's left hand, suddenly disappeared. Yes, she disappeared right in front of him. What happened? Xianxia's eyes widened. He didn't understand how Luo escaped from under his nose. Could it be that it was just a genuine energy clone? Just as he was surprised, Luo suddenly appeared behind him and used Demon Fox Flash again. Xianxia felt something and turned around. Rip! Only to hear a crisp sound, Xianxia's left hand was thrown up and blood spurted out. Fortunately, Xianxia dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would be his head that flew up. How dare you cut off my arm, you are courting death. This time, Xianxia was angry. He directly slashed at Luo in front of him. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Those who were hit by this move, if they didn't die immediately, they would be killed by the remaining sword chi in their body within 3 days. However, as the creator of this magical power, Xianxia naturally had a way to remove it. However, when the 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword was in front of Luo, she suddenly disappeared again. Where is he? Xianxia held the long sword in his hand tightly and stared at her. From the beginning, Yixian had disappeared. Even his spiritual sense didn't find him. At this time, Yixian was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, Luo appeared again, still behind Xianxia. Whoosh! Xianxia reacted and dodged the attack. However, he happened to expose his back. This attack will kill you instantly. Yixian opened his eyes wide. He gathered a large amount of vital energy and slashed at Xianxia's back. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. This attack had reached the limit of the killing intent explosion fusion. It was Yixian's current strongest single attack. However, at this time a figure suddenly appeared from the side. Kid, don't ignore me. A familiar voice sounded and fell into Yixian's ears. It was Long. Although Long was seriously injured by the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash, he could still fight. The moment Yixian attacked, he attacked at the same time. Bang! The blade collided with the Flame Dragon. Although it didn't destroy the Flame Dragon, its power was greatly reduced. The power of the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash was greatly reduced. When it reached Xianxia, he easily dodged it. This is troublesome. Yixian's expression was gloomy. Xianxia's awakening had already exceeded his expectations. Now that Long was at the second level of the fulfillment realm, he was in danger. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have entered the secret room. He would have killed Long directly. Unfortunately, he did it in the wrong order. Just now, my killing intent was enough to use Blade Storm, but after using killing intent explosion so many times, it's not enough anymore. Yixian quickly thought in his heart. The reason he didn't use Blade Storm directly was because there were many innocent people around. If he used it, hundreds of innocent lives would be lost. That was why he held back. If he wanted to use Blade Storm now, he would have to kill Long and escape from Skyfaraway City. Go. Yixian made a prompt decision. He immediately fled into the darkness and broke through the void. You want to leave? Stay. The light shone on Yixian, who had entered the void door. Only then did Quanlong know how Yixian had left. Whoosh, while Quanlong and Xianxia were still in shock, Yixian left the underworld branch and returned to the mainland. Seeing this, Xianxia whispered, "Chase, I want to capture that girl alive." Although Luo had been hidden in the planting space by Yixian, Xianxia knew that as long as he captured Yixian, it was equivalent to capturing Luo. Okay. Quanlong nodded and immediately rushed out of the underworld branch. It was obvious that Xianxia had successfully awakened. Otherwise, how could he fight Yixian? If he helped Xianxia capture Luo, it would be a great achievement. He might even be rewarded with the Shattering God art. Immediately, the two of them arrived on the mainland. It was daytime on the mainland, so Yixian had nowhere to hide. However, he didn't think of hiding this time. Instead, he swaggered towards the southeast. Chase. Xianxia didn't say anything and chased after him. Quanlong followed closely behind. If Yixian wanted to run, he would have left Tianyuan City directly. However, he didn't this time. This meant that he still had a chance. The direction he was running in was the direction of Bing and the scarred assassin. In front of him was a blood-red kill. It was Bing's death warrant. This Bing suddenly sped up. She should be able to catch up in a few minutes. Yixian's eyes flashed. Originally, he estimated that Bing would arrive in half an hour. He didn't expect her to suddenly speed up. This was good. He could catch Bing and Xianxia, the Xianming duo demons, in one fell swoop. However, before that, he had to weaken Xianxia and Quanlong's qi. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Yixian, who was running out of Tianyuan City, suddenly turned around and slashed at Xianxia. Another flame dragon appeared and swept over. This move didn't combine with the explosion of killing intent because Yixian was only using it to consume energy. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly and blocked it. Deadly soul slash. Bang. The two streams of true qi collided and then were annihilated. Yixian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his recovery speed was terrifying. However, Xianxia and Mad Dragon didn't, so Yixian's advantage was gradually increasing. Of course, this was only before Xianxia and Bing met. Xianxia and Bing were siblings, known as the Xianming duo demons in his previous life. With the two of them working together, even Mo Shui would have to flee. If they were allowed to meet up, Yixian's chances of winning would be even lower. However, this was also a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop because there were 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners behind the scarred assassin. The success of Yixian's plan this time depended on whether or not he could kill these 8 people. Unparalleled Flame Dragon slash. Soul-chasing slash. Along the way, Yixian was constantly depleting Xianxia's Zhenqi. At the same time, he was also controlling the Zhenqi in his body. It couldn't be too low, otherwise he wouldn't be able to recover. The blood-red kill character in front of him was rapidly approaching. Soon, Yixian felt a few auras. These auras belonged to the scarred assassin, Bing, and the others. Big brother? In the distance, Bing felt a familiar aura and raised her eyebrows. Little sister. Xianxia's body also trembled. Even if they weren't siblings, they had been together for 1,000 years and were naturally very familiar with each other. They remembered each other's gaze. The two instantly understood that the other had awakened. Their gazes met for only an instant before they simultaneously turned their attention to Yixian. Immediately, Yixian's hatred soared. Success or failure, it all depends on this. Yixian held his breath and thought with a serious expression. At this time, the scarred assassin also noticed Yixian, who was being chased. At the same time, he was shocked when he saw Mad Dragon, who was heavily injured. Mad Dragon is heavily injured? The scarred assassin found it unbelievable. Mad Dragon's strength was above his, but he was injured by Yixian. Was this Yixian also a reincarnator? Everyone, attack together and capture him. There will be great rewards. At this time, Bing suddenly shouted. She wanted Luo, and Xianxia also wanted to capture Luoluo for her to possess. And Luoluo's appearance and disappearance were all related to Yixian. In an instant, Yixian was surrounded from two sides. At this moment, there was a hungry wolf in front and a fierce tiger behind. Yixian was in a dilemma. Come on, let's fight. Yixian was already prepared to fight to the death. This time, he had to kill Bing and Xianxia. First, to fulfill his promise to Imo Shui, and second, to complete the random mission. Kill. Yixian's expression darkened. He directly released a large number of exotic beasts. These exotic beasts directly covered the sky. Passive effective assassination mode activated, Yixian hid in the shadows and attacked Bing. With so many exotic beasts, not only did they cover Yixian's figure, but they also covered Yixian's aura, which was difficult to detect. They had to be eliminated. Humph, I'll do it. The scarred assassin's anger rose as he ruthlessly slashed at the exotic beasts. Wishful will super ability, whirlwind, but at this time, a figure suddenly jumped out of the exotic beasts. It was Yixian. Eye of the Void. A void door suddenly opened in the air, and the scarred assassin's sword energy swept in. The exit of this void door happened to be near Xianxia and Mad Dragon behind him. What? Xianxia and Mad Dragon were shocked, and their figures paused. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While they were surprised, wind blades madly swept out. This was a scene that no one had expected. Yixian didn't know whether this move was called a straw boat to borrow an arrow or a driving tiger to devour a wolf, but it was very useful. Using the scarred assassin's attack to attack Xianxia and Mad Dragon was really perfect. When Bing and the scarred assassin reacted, they found that Yixian's figure had suddenly disappeared. And behind them, a familiar aura appeared. Behind. Bing's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly turned her head. Eye of Assassination. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's Unparalleled Slash. With the Eye of Assassination, Yixian directly crossed a large distance and directly appeared behind Bing. However, Bing was an assassin who had lived for 1,000 years. The moment she turned around, she used her life-saving ability. In an instant, a hard layer of ice condensed around her body. Bing was previously under the Death Hunt order, so Yixian's attack on her was enhanced. Bang! Before the ice layer was completely condensed, the flame dragon had already crashed into it. In an instant, the scorching temperature melted the ice layer and directly broke it, biting Bing's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bing was swallowed by the flame dragon. Sister? Bing was hit by Imo Shui's peerless flame dragon slash at such a close distance. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Yixian expected Bing to die under this attack. However, Bing was a reincarnator, and he couldn't let his guard down when fighting her. However, it didn't matter whether Bing died or not. The flame dragon was biting her and flying away. Yixian's real target wasn't her, but the scarred killer and the other 8 fulfillment realm experts. Slaughter Feast. Yixian's eyes flashed. At the same time, the light in this area grew dimmer and dimmer. Another group of strange beasts appeared in the sky. This time, Yixian was prepared to fight to the death. That was why he summoned almost all of the strange beasts. His goal was to hide his figure. Not good. The scarred killer's expression changed when he saw Yixian in front of him. Scar, you're going to die too. Yixian gathered his true energy and slashed at the scarred killer. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Another flame dragon rolled out and engulfed the scarred assassin. However, the scarred killer was the second target, so he was prepared to defend himself. Right now, there were only 8 martial practitioners at the first level of the fulfillment realm left. However, they weren't the only ones here. There was another one. Transform. Luoluo had appeared behind the 8 people at some point in time. Moreover, her fur had turned completely gold. Demon Fox Flash. Luoluo transformed into a golden lightning bolt. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Hiss. 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 First kill, second kill, third kill. Yixian's amplification grew stronger and stronger, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. These 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm experts didn't even have time to react before their heads were cut off by Luoluo. 8 consecutive kills, Yi Xian's amplification reached an unprecedented height. Double, at the same time, his killing intent soared to the highest point. However, it could go even higher. Young master, for you. Luoluo threw the 8 yin and yang rings to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the yin and yang rings and devoured everything inside, increasing his strength once again. After the preparations were complete, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Everything was ready, now, it was time for him to start a massacre. Come, let me show you the might of Bladestorm. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. He threw out the Skyquake sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of Skyquake swords. Not only that, but the heaven-shaking swords were also covered by a strange energy, and they all turned into blood-red swords. Wei Zhentian, tear them apart. Yi Xian shouted in his mind. After accumulating for so long, he could finally witness the might of Bladestorm with his own eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely excited. Although Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia had reunited, both of them were seriously injured. Although they were reincarnators, could they survive the storm of thousands of blood-red swords? Looking at the thousands of blood-red swords, the 2 siblings' faces sank. Could it be that they were going to die here this time? Both of them were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. There were many reincarnators among the souls that had died under the swords. Even if reincarnators were awakened, they would only have memories. It wasn't that easy for them to grow. In this world, reincarnators were dying all the time. Could it be that they were going to become one of them? No, we can't die here. Sister, set up the formation. Nalan Jia panicked. The seriously injured Nalan Bing nodded fiercely. Layers of ice crystal suddenly condensed on the long sword in her hand. The Xianming duo demons were very famous in the underworld. Their mission completion rate was very high. Their individual combat strength was actually not strong. They couldn't compare to Mo Shui, but their teamwork was flawless. However, what made them fearful was that they were good at a super sword formation. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing moved quickly. They used the strength of all things to condense the shadows of a flame dragon and an ice dragon. The 2 different true chis merged together. In an instant, a magical defensive formation was formed around the 2 of them. Yi Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the scene. Ding. Copy of Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon successful. Ding. Copy of Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation successful. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. What surprised Yi Xian was that these 2 superpowers were the same as the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. They were both growth-type superpowers. In order to learn the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation, one must first learn the Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation and copied it directly. Let's see if the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation or my Swordstorm is more powerful. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He controlled Megatron to attack the 2 of them. In an instant, thousands of blood swords turned into blood rays and attacked the Xianming duo. Swordstorm was a new skill created by the fusion of Scarlet Storm and Thousand Returning to Origin swords. Its power was much stronger than Thousand Returning to Origin swords. However, Megatron was only at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. In Yi Xian's estimation, the Xianming duo would definitely die in the Swordstorm. As for Yi Xian, he directly used the Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon to attack the scarred assassin who was closest to him. The scarred assassin was injured just now. Now that Yi Xian had obtained a growth-type superpower, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. Damn it! The scarred assassin looked at Yi Xian who had turned into a dragon and rushed towards him. His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Mad Dragon, save me!" What he said was to save me, not to help me. This was enough to see how powerful Yi Xian was now. In the distance, Mad Dragon saw this and also attacked Yi Xian. In fact, he already had the intention to escape. However, the scarred assassin was his best friend since childhood. If he was in trouble, he still had to help. At this time, he didn't care about Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia because he felt that the siblings would definitely die. As long as I kill you, the killing feast will increase again. At that time, the Xianming duo will definitely die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He suddenly cloned. After the Gemini bloodline had increased many times, he rarely used clones to fight. This was because the combined form could increase his strength by 50%. However, this time, he wanted to give it a try. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Yi Xian's original body held a Fire-type immortal artifact, while his clone held an Ice-type immortal artifact. The two of them used the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Like Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing, they turned into a Fire Dragon and an Ice Dragon and attacked the Scarred Assassin and Mad Dragon. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing had painstakingly obtained the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Now, Yi Xian had secretly learned it. How was that possible? The Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation required two people to have a tacit understanding to master. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing were siblings. Coupled with 1,000 years of tacit understanding, it was not easy for them to master it. Yi Xian had suddenly split into two and performed the same technique. This was already beyond their understanding. However, they did not have time to think so much. What they were about to face was thousands of blood swords. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon. Roar, the Flame Dragon and Ice Dragon suddenly merged into one and let out an earth-shattering roar. The blood swords that had not yet approached were all blown away by the roar. What? Yi Xian heard the roar from afar. Yi Xian's body trembled. He did not expect the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation to have such a move. Unfortunately, he missed it and could not copy it down. At this time, the Xianming dual demons used their ultimate move to repel the thousands of blood swords and quickly turned around to leave. The red-blue sky dragon formed by the combination of the Flame Dragon and Ice Dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had stepped out of Yi Xian's detection range. They're running. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. This time, it was not easy for him to intercept these two people. He was prepared to catch them in one fell swoop. How could he let them escape? Nalan Bing is seriously injured, Nalan Jia lost an arm, and I have the death hunt order. You can't escape. Yi Xian quickly calmed down. With the death hunt order, he could sense the location even if the other party was at the ends of the earth. Since Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia had met, they would not be separated. As long as Yi Xian finished off Scar and Mad Dragon, the killing feast would receive a second boost and quickly catch up with the Xianming dual demons. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Yi Xian's original body and clone, one ice and one fire, charged towards Scar and Mad Dragon. Kid, don't underestimate us. Scar and Mad Dragon joined forces as well. Two mighty experts at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm were actually working together to deal with a brat at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm like Yi Xian. If news of this were to spread, they would probably become a laughingstock. However, in the current situation, whether or not he could survive was already a problem. Why would he care about face? The Ice and Fire Double Dragon Sword Array required extremely high tacit understanding. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia also spent many years to successfully cultivate it. Although this Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array didn't have proficiency, the power displayed by Yi Xian was still somewhat inferior to that of the mysterious underworld twin demons. The Xianming duo demons were able to unleash about 80% of their power, and this was after they had practiced it countless times. However, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger had perfect chemistry. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to unleash the full power of the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger clashed with Scar and Mad Dragon. Although Yi Xian's strength had increased by 50% after merging with his doppelganger, the power displayed by the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array had already surpassed his after merging with his doppelganger. Boom! 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 Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked continuously. At first, Scar and Mad Dragon were still able to hold on for a bit. However, as time passed, it became very difficult for them. Scar and Mad Dragon were both heavily injured. If the blade storm swept over, they would instantly be torn into pieces. However, Yi Xian wanted to use his own strength to kill the two of them. Therefore, he only used the blade storm to surround the battlefield. Seeing this, Scar and Mad Dragon's expressions were extremely gloomy. Facing so many blood swords, they probably didn't have a chance of survival. However, they still felt that there was a chance. These blood swords were controlled by Yi Xian. As long as they killed Yi Xian, no one would be able to control these blood swords. Kill. There was only killing intent left in Scar and Mad Dragon's eyes. At the same time, Yi Xian was using these 2 second-level Fulfillment Realm experts to temper his Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. This Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array is even more powerful than Mo Shui's Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. It just so happens that I have the Gemini bloodline, so this skill was prepared for me. Yi Xian was very satisfied. It was because of this that he let the Xianming twin demons leave and didn't immediately chase after them. Boom. 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 The sounds continued. Yi Xian fought 2 Fulfillment Realm experts by himself. Moreover, he had the upper hand. This battle result was enough to make any genius in this area speechless. As the battle continued, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger became more and more in sync. The Xianming twin demons were siblings, but they were 2 people after all. Therefore, they could only use 80% of the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array's power. However, Yi Xian was one person. His original body and doppelganger had the same thoughts, so he could use 100% of the Sword Array's power. Yi Xian soon reached this level. It's about time. Die. After 30 seconds of fighting, Yi Xian finally couldn't hold back and started killing. At this time, the Feast of Slaughter's effect had long since worn off. Fusion of Ice and Fire. Roar of Ice and Fire Twin Dragons. Roar. The 2 dragon shadows that Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger suddenly merged into one and let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. The Xianming twin demons used this move just now. It was a sound wave attack. They used this move to knock away the 1,000 blood swords and then escape. Yi Xian hadn't succeeded in copying it just now, but after half a minute of tempering, he actually comprehended it himself. Yes, he comprehended it. Boom. Scar and Mad Dragon felt intense pain in their ears. Even their heads felt heavy. Their bodies were sent flying by the sound wave attack, and they spat out several mouthfuls of blood along the way. What a powerful attack. If I were at the 9th tier of the Nether Passage realm, Scar and Mad Dragon might have died under this attack. Yi Xian was also shocked. However, the roar of ice and fire consumed too much true qi. At his level, he could only use it once. Alright, it's time to reap your lives. Yi Xian didn't plan on playing anymore. With his aptitude, he'd already mastered the ice and fire twin dragon sword formation to the point of perfection in a short period of time. He'd even surpassed the Xianming dual fiends and was able to unleash 100% of its power. In an instant, the 2 heavenly dragons formed by his original body and doppelganger attacked Scar and Mad Dragon respectively. Roar. The 2 dragon shadows, one ice and one fire, swallowed Scar and Mad Dragon. The former was frozen into an ice corpse by the extreme cold inside the heavenly dragon's body, while the latter was burned to ashes by the extreme heat. 2 second-level Fulfillment Realm assassins were dead. Yi Xian was very satisfied that he was able to kill 2 second-level Fulfillment Realm experts who were 3 realms higher than him. Although the Xianming duo demons had escaped, he had learned this growing divine ability that was even stronger than the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. This ice and fire dragon sword formation seems to be stronger with my flame sword. Is it because I learned the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash? This doubt flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Right now, the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash was stronger than the Ice and Fire Dragon Sword formation. However, when the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash grew into the true Flame Dragon Slash, it would probably be able to shake off the Ice and Fire Dragon Sword formation. He didn't know how strong the Ice and Fire Dragon Sword formation would become. However, he would think about these questions later. The most important thing now was to chase after the injured Xianming duo demons. After all, the mission to kill Xianxia had a one-day time limit. At this time, Wei Zhentian had already returned to his original state. He helplessly rushed in front of Xian. It's not your fault. I haven't broken through yet, so you're stuck at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Xian comforted him. He was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he hadn't broken through to the Fulfillment realm, Wei Zhentian wouldn't have been able to break through. If Wei Zhentian was already a rank 3 divine artifact, then the Xianming duo demons would have died even if they used the roars of ice and fire dragon slash. The blade storm is a waste, but it's nothing compared to the ice and fire dragon sword formation. When he thought of this, Xian turned to look into the distance. At this time, more than half a minute had passed since Xianxia and Bing escaped. These two reincarnators were peerless assassins in their past lives. They were skilled at tracking, so they naturally wouldn't leave any traces. Half a minute was enough for them to run for a long time. Unfortunately, Xian had placed a death warrant on Bing. Even if Bing ran to another holy land, Xian would be able to sense her location. Come, I'll let you experience the feeling of being chased. Xian immediately merged with his shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon and chased after them. In order to master the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon sword array, one must first master the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. At the same time, the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon was a movement technique that allowed one to fly in the air. It was very useful. However, Xian's agility advancement skill gave him a movement speed boost on land, so he decided to use it on land. It would be faster. Bing stopped? After chasing for 3 seconds, he realized that Bing had stopped moving. The distance between him and Bing was rapidly shrinking. Could it be that his injuries are so severe that he's on the verge of death? Xian frowned. If that was the case, then it would be a tragedy, because Xianxia could directly put away Bing's corpse. This way, the death warrant would be refreshed, and he would lose track of Xianxia. However, the mark of the death warrant was still there, which meant that Bing was still alive. Xian continued to give chase. When the distance between them was very close, he slowed down and slowly approached. Bing and Xianxia were both injured. Xianxia was fine, as only his left arm was broken. However, Bing was hit by the flame dragon's peerless slash head-on. It was a miracle that she was not burned to death. At this time, they were no threat to Xian. However, Xian was curious as to whether the two of them would reveal some secrets after awakening. For example, who asked the underworld to find them? Could it be related to the Temple of Yin Yang? Therefore, Xian used the assassination mode to hide his presence and quietly approached. Bing and Xianxia thought that they did not leave any clues, so they found a random mountain and hid in a cave. Xian approached to see if he could hear anything useful. After all, there was still plenty of time. However, when he got closer, with his extraordinary senses, he heard some unusual sounds. This was Bing's voice, and it sounded a little strange. Ever since Xian activated the eye of perception, he was used to it. After all, every time he entered a city, he would hear such sounds. Damn, this pair of siblings, Xian was shocked. With his powerful senses, not only did he hear it, he also felt it. The two figures in the cave were intertwined together, doing some kind of activity not suitable for children. This gave Xian a fright. One must know that Bing and Xianxia were siblings. In his previous life, Xian did not know if the mysterious underworld duo demons were siblings. However, in this life, Bing and Xianxia were the children of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Hao. This could not be fake. However, siblings who were related by blood were actually doing this kind of activity. Wasn't this messy? They were running away just now to avoid my pursuit. It's impossible for them to do this kind of thing, Xian suddenly reacted. At this time, only a minute had passed since the battle just now. The siblings could not let down their guard. Of course, this was not certain. After all, the two had lived for 20 years before awakening. They might not be able to hold it in. However, at this time, Xian's extraordinary senses felt that Xianxia's broken arm was actually beginning to heal. Sure enough, they were not just messing around. Dual cultivation. They are dual cultivation. They are using dual cultivation to recover their injuries and true qi. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He never thought that the mysterious underworld duo demons would use such a method to cultivate. It was no wonder that they could catch up to Imo Shui, who had cultivated for thousands of years. In his previous life, the mysterious underworld duo demons were unmarried. They were together all the time. Everyone thought that they were like this because they constantly pursued the martial Tao. However, who knew that they were messing around? Scary, this is too scary. Yi Xian could not help but shiver. Even if it was to increase their cultivation speed, it was a little too messy for siblings to do this kind of thing. However, at this time, Yi Xian did not want to care so much. He was ready to seriously injure the two and then interrogate them about the matter and the supernatural power. At this moment, he took advantage of the two in the cave and rushed into the cave. Nalan Bing's voice echoed in the cave. However, the moment Yi Xian stepped into the cave, the voice stopped. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, who were deep in the cave, trembled violently and quickly separated from their combined state. Someone's here. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia immediately reacted. Although Yi Xian had concealed his aura, the mysterious underworld duo demons were peerless assassins. They immediately discovered Yi Xian. At this time, they were guessing who the intruder was. Was it Yi Xian, Scarface, or Mad Dragon? They were very confident that they did not leave any traces on their escape, not even true chi fluctuations. The Xianming duo's plan was to use dual cultivation to quickly recover their injuries and true chi, then counterattack. However, it had to be said that if they were suddenly interrupted while doing this, even an ordinary person would be enraged. The two of them didn't even bother to put on their clothes. They directly drew their swords and glared at the front. After this period of dual cultivation, Nalan Jia's broken arm had been completely healed, and Nalan Bing's injuries had also recovered by quite a bit. Not only that, but even her realm had broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Sensing the change in aura, Yi Xian couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The Xianming duo has a special dual cultivation technique. Nalan Bing has broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm in less than a minute. If we don't kill them this time, won't we be able to break through to the fulfillment realm soon? Yi Xian couldn't help but think to himself at the entrance of the cave. Mo Shui was only one person, so he had to rely on pills to recover his cultivation. However, the Xianming duo could use dual cultivation techniques to recover at a much faster rate than Mo Shui. If they didn't succeed this time, then the Xianming duo would quickly pull away from Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian was slightly regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have dealt with the Xianming duo first. However, it wasn't too late. So what if we've recovered? So what if we've broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm? Yi Xian's confidence had skyrocketed. Even if he was a level lower than his opponent, he wasn't afraid. Since that was the case, then he wouldn't be negligent. Things might change if he delayed, so he had to deal with the Xianming duo first. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian split into two and charged into the cave. The cave was quite spacious, but a battle of this level would cause the heavens to fall and the earth to shatter as soon as it started. Soon, Yi Xian met with Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. The Xianming duo were afraid of Yi Xian, so they didn't even wear clothes, exposing their bodies to the air. Fortunately, the cave was rather dark. Even if the two were naked, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. However, Yi Xian had the ability to see in the night. He directly ignored Nalan Jia and finally looked at Nalan Bing. If the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were to see traces of blood on the thighs of the talented girl in their hearts, wouldn't they immediately go berserk? Yi Xian sized him up and suddenly remembered that he was running out of nutrition, so he quickly averted his gaze. Who are you? After Yi Xian appeared, Nalan Bing couldn't help but ask. That day, she had awakened at the critical moment and chased after Mo Shui. Later, Mo Shui was killed by an assassin who knew the peerless flame dragon slash. This killer was none other than Yi Xian. Nalan Bing never understood why Yi Xian wanted to kill him. Senior sister, you're really forgetful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly changed back to his true appearance and sneered. This voice was half familiar to Nalan Bing. She felt like she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. However, the way Yi Xian addressed her revealed a lot of information. Nalan Bing was a talented girl of the Northern Heavens Academy. To be able to call her senior sister meant that the other party was also a scholar of the Northern Heavens Academy. However, why would a scholar of the Northern Heavens Academy want to kill her? One must know that even the underworld didn't want to kill her, so why would Xian? It seems that senior sister has forgotten that we met before the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld attacked the Northern Heavens Academy. Xian said slowly. This hint was very obvious. After hearing this, Nalan Bing immediately thought of a person. That person was Xian, who made the silent night ponder. It's you? Nalan Bing cried out in surprise. She never thought that the assassin who was chasing after her would be Xian. How was this possible? One must know that Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. In such a short time, he had broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm and could even fight with the reincarnated ones and force them to flee. Sister, you know him? Xianxia asked in shock. Nalan Bing naturally knew Xian. That day, when she saw Xian's famous poem, she was afraid that it would overshadow Xianxia's talent. Therefore, she wanted to frame Xian and kill him on the spot. However, she didn't expect that Xian would see through her plan and escape. However, this wasn't important. What was important was why Xian wanted to kill them and Mo Shui's peerless flame dragon slash. You, why are you chasing after us? Nalan Bing couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Xian answered without thinking, because I promised Mo Shui that I would kill you and bury you with him. Mo Shui, it was indeed because of Mo Shui, Nalan Bing had been guessing before. However, she originally thought that Xian knew the peerless flame dragon slash because he was Mo Shui's disciple. Now, it seemed that Mo Shui had used the peerless flame dragon slash and his own life to ask Xian to kill them. The truth of the matter had finally come to light. If that's the case, then I'd like to see if you still have the ability to kill us. Nalan Bing coldly snorted. Just now, she took advantage of the conversation to quickly take out a set of robes and put it on. Although it was a critical moment now, it was still a bit strange to fight with others naked. Xianxia was also prepared to fight to the death. Although Xian's realm was lower than the two of them, he had so many tricks up his sleeve that even they were shocked. Not only could he create identical clones, but he also had the eyes of the void and could instantly learn the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation that they had painstakingly practiced for countless years. If this Xian wasn't eliminated, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The two sides looked at each other quietly. There was no sound in the cave. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, after a full 3 seconds, the sound of wind appeared. Nalan Bing, today is the day you die. Xian roared in his heart. He directly formed the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation and attacked the Xianming duo demons. Ice and fire dual dragon sword formation. On the other side, the Xianming duo demons did the same. This time, it was the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation versus the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation. One side had practiced for countless years, while the other had only practiced for 1 minute. It was unknown who was stronger. In order to make the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation stronger, Xian purposely exchanged for 2 Tier 3 divine weapons called the Scarlet Flame Sword and the Azure Ice Sword. These 2 Tier 3 divine weapons, one was of the fire attribute, and the other was of the flame attribute. They could increase the power of the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation. Xian's original body held the Scarlet Flame Sword and formed the shadow of a flame dragon. Xian's clone held the Azure Ice Sword and formed the shadow of an ice dragon. On the other hand, the Xianming duo demons only had superior Tier 2 divine weapons. In terms of weapons, Xian had the advantage over them. As for Megatron and the Thunder Pearl, they assisted Xian in attacking. In the blink of an eye, the two sides began to fight. Flame Dragon against Flame Dragon, Ice Dragon against Ice Dragon. This was the first time they had seen such a battle. Apart from the realm, Xian surpassed the Xianming duo demons in every aspect. This time, the Xianming duo demons would definitely die. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises rang out from the cave. The noise was so loud that the entire cave shook. The stone walls above them began to crack and fall. For people of Xian's level, even if millions of kilograms of stones fell on them, they would still be smashed into smithereens. Hence, they ignored the terrain. 2 fire dragons and 2 ice dragons were battling. At this moment, Xian did not use his killing intent explosion, nor did he use his Eye of Glory. His current plan was to test the Xianming duo demons and see if there were any other uses for the ice and fire dragon's sword formation. Waves of air billowed in the cave. Soon, the entire cave began to collapse. Xian and the Xianming duo demons broke through the stone walls and flew into the air. "Kid, why do you know the ice and fire dragon's sword formation? Who are you?" Seeing that Xian's ice and fire dragon's sword formation was no weaker than theirs, Xianxia could not help but ask. Xian was too strange. Hence, Xianxia guessed that he was also a reincarnator. Perhaps, he was someone they knew in their previous life. In fact, Xian had also guessed that they thought he was a reincarnator. Hence, he answered directly, "I'm not a reincarnator. I'm just someone who got lucky." The reason why he answered this question was because he had a purpose. Before the Xianming duo demons could speak, he asked directly, "Are the 2 of you related to the Yinyang Temple?" Yinyang Temple? Xianxia and Bing were stunned for a moment. They quickly searched their memories, but they couldn't find anything related to this. "Humph, if you want to know, then defeat us." Bing snorted. "Damn it, how shameless." Xian cursed in his heart. Since that was the case, he did not want to waste time with them. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of the ice and fire dragons. The 2 dragon shadows formed by Xian's original body and doppelganger suddenly merged into one. What? Bing and Xianxia were shocked. They did not expect Xian to have learned this move. This was too unbelievable. They naturally knew the power of this move, so they did not dare to be careless. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom, the 2 sound waves spread out and collided fiercely with each other. The shock waves that were produced directly broke the trees in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. The birds and beasts all exploded and died without exception. This move consumed a large amount of vital energy. Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could recover quickly. But what about the Xianming duo demons? A minute ago, they had used it once to send the blade storm flying. After that, although they had recovered a lot of their true qi through dual cultivation, they had used up a lot of their true qi after this. However, this move was slightly more powerful than the Xianming duo demons. Xian was directly sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. As expected of the Xianming duo demons, Xian couldn't help but think to himself. But overall, he was the one who had profited. This kind of injury could be healed in the blink of an eye. He was like a cockroach that could not be killed, but at this time, Bing and Xianxia suddenly looked at each other. Then, the 2 sky dragon phantoms suddenly opened their mouths. Double dragon roar. Boom, the vital energy of extreme ice and extreme flame fused, forming an even more terrifying dragon breath. This dragon breath directly blasted towards Xian. If Xian did not dodge this attack, he would definitely die under this attack. But Xian did not need to dodge. "It seems that if I don't show some ability, I won't be able to kill you." The 2 Xian's eyes widened. In the next moment, they transformed into Super Saiyan. Golden hair, golden eyes, golden armor, 2 sets of brilliant golden armor wrapped the 2 Xian in it. At the same time, the 2 sky dragon phantoms also changed color. One turned golden, the other white. Killing intent explosion. Double dragon roar. The 2 sky dragon phantoms opened their mouths. Boom, another collision of energy. After the Xianming duo demons used it, Xian accurately copied the double dragon roar and used it immediately. This time, his attack completely crushed the Xianming duo demons' double dragon roar. What, how is this possible? Bing and Xia's eyes widened. This move was already the strongest attack they could use at the moment. However, it was easily defeated by Xian. Haha, die. Xian revealed a strange smile. It seemed that this time, he could complete Mo Shui's request and the random mission. The Xianming duo demons had no ability to block or dodge Xian's double dragon roar. However, Xian's luck was not very good. Just as the twin dragon roars were about to engulf the twin fiends, a figure suddenly appeared from the horizon and bravely blocked the twin fiends. Then, he used a single hand to block Yi Xian's twin dragon roars. Boom boom boom, the double dragon roar was blocked single-handedly by this mysterious expert and was immediately annihilated. Yi Xian was stunned. Even the despairing Xianming duo demons were the same. They did not expect that someone would interfere midway. Moreover, it was beyond Yi Xian's reaction time. Who is it? When the true energy dissipated, Yi Xian saw that it was a one-eyed old man. However, the aura that this one-eyed old man exuded was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Yi Xian guessed that this one-eyed old man was at least at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. He might even be at the 5th, 6th, or 7th level. Because the difference was too great, Yi Xian could not accurately sense it. However, he knew that this was another tragedy. Fortunately, I made it in time. The one-eyed old man sighed in relief. Who are you? Yi Xian's nerves tensed as he hurriedly asked. This old man is one-eyed Lu Tiangong. The one-eyed old man replied. Not only had Yi Xian not heard of this name, but even the Xianming duo demons had not. However, Xianxia and Xianbing knew that this one-eyed old man had come to save them. Capture him and I will reward you greatly. Xianbing hurriedly said. What she wanted was not Yi Xian, but Luo Luo, who had the Eye of Enchantment and 6 fox tails. However, Luo Luo had a special relationship with Yi Xian and came and went without a trace. Therefore, only by capturing Yi Xian would they know where Luo Luo was. Yes, my lord. The one-eyed old man's eyes lit up as he prepared to attack. With his cultivation, it was too easy to capture Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. When Yi Xian heard the one-eyed old man's words, he knew that he had no choice but to leave this time. By the time he reacted, the one-eyed old man had already turned into a streak of light and swept toward him. So fast, the one-eyed old man's withered right hand reached for Yi Xian's neck. He disappeared? The one-eyed old man was shocked. Although he was wearing an eye patch, he was not dazzled. Yi Xian had really disappeared. When he turned to look, he found that Yi Xian's clone had disappeared as well. Yes, he had disappeared into thin air. However, the one-eyed old man realized that his aura had moved to another place. When he turned around, he found that Yi Xian had fused and attacked Xianbing's back. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. After fusing with Yi Xian, he directly launched a killing move at Xianbing. This attack was enough to kill her. It's not that easy to kill under my watch. The one-eyed old man snorted in his heart. In the next moment, his eye patch turned to ashes, revealing his left eye. It turned out that he was not a one-eyed old man. His left eye was special, so he had to cover it with an eye patch. The pupil of this eye was very strange, but Yi Xian did not see it. At this moment, the one-eyed old man's left eye suddenly flashed. A wave of all creation's force appeared around Xianbing's body, protecting her. Boom! Yi Xian's peerless flame dragon slash was blocked by this powerful all creation's force defense. It did not hurt Xianbing. Only then did Xianbing remember that Yi Xian had the mysterious ability to suddenly appear behind her. Yi Xian had used this move to avoid the one-eyed old man. What? Yi Xian was shocked. What method did the one-eyed old man use to condense all creation's force around Xianbing out of thin air? However, he did not care so much at this moment. If his attack failed, he had to escape immediately. Immediately, he broke through the void and entered. You want to leave? Xianbing suddenly turned around and slashed at Yi Xian. 3 days soul-chasing sword strike. This move was Xianbing's most powerful attack besides the ice and fire twin dragon's sword array. Poof, Yi Xian was unable to dodge in time and was pierced through the chest by the sword. However, his heart was not injured, but there was an additional violent sword aura in his body. Brat, you think you can escape in front of me? The one-eyed old man's left eye flickered again, and in the next moment, Yi Xian's body stiffened. His lower body was fixed in place, and he couldn't enter the void door. Not good, close the door. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Hua. The void door closed, and Yi Xian's upper and lower halves were directly severed. Only the lower half of his body was left behind. However, the lower half of the body soon withered and turned into ashes. Escaped? Suddenly, Nalan Bing felt a surge of anger rise within her body. She turned her head angrily and said, "You have the eyes of myriad forms, but you actually let him escape?" The one-eyed old man's face stiffened, and he said awkwardly, "I was careless." This was his first time seeing Xian, so he didn't know that Xian had such a trick up his sleeve. That was why he allowed Xian to escape. Humph. Nalan Bing was very displeased. If she had the strength now, she would directly kill the one-eyed old man to vent her anger. Unfortunately, her current level was not high enough. If the one-eyed old man had reacted a little faster, Xian would have been instantly pulled out of the void door. At that time, he would be a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, somewhere in the unmarked common graves. Xian had previously located himself in the unmarked common graves, so this time, he directly broke through the void and returned to the unmarked common graves. In fact, he also had a location in Tianyuan City, but Tianyuan City was too close to the battlefield just now. Just in case, he ran further away. Phew, that scared me to death. Xian, who only had half of his body left, breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body began to heal his injuries. Xian, who had the eyes of eternity, would not die as long as his two eyeballs were not destroyed. However, if he was caught by the one-eyed old man, his life and death would not be up to him. Of course, there was still a trace of sword chi left in his body, so he immediately swung his sword and chopped off his head. Then, he healed his body except for his head, just in case. That old man didn't only have one eye. His other eye is more special and conceals his strength. Xian's head thought. When his body was fully healed, he took out a new set of clothes and put them on. Most people had to use their all creation's power like vital energy, but that old man's all creation's power could be used from a distance. This was very rare. Fortunately, Xian made a prompt decision. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. What a pity. If I had known, I would have acted earlier. Things really do change when delayed. Xian was very regretful. That old man must have come from another underworld to receive Lan Bing and Nalan Jia, and then hand them over to the higher-ups. Now, the Xianming twins were saved by the one-eyed old man. If Xian could not grow to the level where he could fight them in the next few days, he probably would not be able to kill the Xianming twins. Once the one-eyed old man escorts the Xianming twins to a certain place, there will be stronger people to act as guards. At that time, maybe there will be Fragmentation Realm, Nirvana Realm, Longevity Realm, or even Rebirth Realm experts. Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the random mission to kill Nalan Jia was going to fail again. Once bitten, twice shy. Fortunately, this time it was only a close call. This reminded Xian of something. In the future, he must not talk too much when facing his enemies. Didn't those bad guys in movies all die because they talked too much? Sigh. Xian sighed again. This time, although he did not kill Nalan Jia, he secretly learned 2 growth-type supernatural powers. This was not a loss. At this time, Xian suddenly felt that the target of the death warrant, Nalan Bing, was getting farther and farther away from him at an explosive speed. It seemed that the one-eyed old man had already left with the Xianming twins. That one-eyed old man has already remembered me, but I have the assassin mode and the eye of control. As long as I change my face and aura, even if I appear in front of them, they might not be able to recognize me. Xian thought to himself. Then, he used the face-changing mask and turned into a stranger. Then, he chased after Nalan Bing. He did not want to give up, because the reward was to unlock a god-slaying bloodline skill. Shadow Step was an escape skill. If the situation had been like before, Xian could have used Shadow Step to increase the distance between them, then used the Eyes of the Void. For this skill, Xian decided to chase after the one-eyed old man and the Xianming twins. At least, he would wait until the random mission was over. However, the one-eyed old man was extremely fast. He led the Xianming twins further and further away from Xian. A day later, Xian had already been ruthlessly shaken off. Young master, I've broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Luo Luo sent a message from inside the plantation space. Unfortunately, unless she broke through to the fulfillment realm, she would not be of any help in this situation. Min, keep working hard. Yi Xian encouraged her. The plantation space was a good thing. As long as it leveled up, it would be able to store heaven-reaching beasts inside. At that time, Luo's cultivation speed would greatly increase. Although the beasts' realms were low, they were still very useful in critical situations. Very quickly, another day had passed. At this moment, Yi Xianli and the one-eyed old man had already left Yi Xian behind by 100,000 streets. If Yi Xian were to travel day and night, he would need at least 10 days to catch up. Forget it. Since I can't catch up, I might as well give up. Yi Xian stopped and probed. Nalanbing had designs on Luo. Therefore, he guessed that Nalanbing would definitely send experts to investigate. Therefore, he had to leave this area. I'll chase for another day and wait for the Bladestorm's cooldown to end. Yi Xian made his decision. Very quickly, another day had passed. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left that area. As for the one-eyed old man, he was leading the Xianming duo further and further away from him. It would take at least half a month of travel. No, the one-eyed old man's speed had suddenly increased. Perhaps the Xianming duo had already been led by someone else. Forget it, I'll give up. This time, Yi Xian had really given up. However, he didn't erase the death-chasing command. After all, he hadn't encountered any troublesome enemies. Looking at the map, he discovered that he was currently in the territory of a power called the Green Sun Sword Sect. The Luguang Sacred Ground and Punlai Sacred Ground were mainly sections. Furthermore, there were countless powers. Just the small sects in the Green Sun Sword Sect's territory numbered more than 10. Furthermore, these small sects were all on the level of the Northern Heavens Academy. As for the Green Sun Sword Sect, it was naturally 10 times stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. Regarding this, Yi Xian was already used to it. This world was originally unfair. Some people were born at the 10th stage of the martial path, while others were born at the sovereign realm. During these 3 days of travel, Yi Xian had passed by countless powers that were comparable to the Northern Heavens Academy. There were also many powers that were stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. However, the strongest was still the Green Sun Sword Sect. This Green Sun Sword Sect has nothing to do with me. I'll find a place to investigate that one-eyed old man, Lu Tiangong. Yi Xian inwardly said. Yi Xian guessed that the Xianming duo demons had changed their bodyguards when they suddenly sped away. This Lu Tiangong had probably completed his mission and returned to his family or sect. Yi Xian wanted to investigate and see if the other party knew where the Xianming duo demons were going. Although the random mission had already exceeded the time limit, Yi Xian still remembered his promise to Imo Shui. Of course, he could also ask around about the Yinyang Temple. However, just as Yi Xian was preparing to rush to the nearest city, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky. There were at least 100 of them. Such a large scale, where are they going? Yi Xian dodged out of curiosity. This group of martial practitioners were all dressed in the same uniform, and they were all experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm at the very least. Among them, there were more than 30 Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners, which gave Yi Xian quite a fright. However, right at this moment. Yi Xian suddenly discovered that this group of people had a tattoo of a character on their left chest. Lu, this meant that they were from the Lu family. Is the Lu family related to that Lu Tiangong? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. His original intention to leave was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Lu Tiangong was that one-eyed old man from that day. Perhaps he was related to the Lu family. This is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. Regardless of whether this Lu family is related to Lu Tiangong, let's take a look first. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Seeing the Lu family's ferocious appearance, it seemed that they were going to fight. Although he had only met Lu Tiangong once, Lu Tiangong had almost killed him. Naturally, this grudge had to be avenged. Soon, this Lu family group approached Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while the weakest in this Lu family group was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Therefore, he was naturally inconspicuous. In fact, not many people even looked at him. That flying scorpion stronghold has gone too far. They actually sealed off the entrance to the primitive world of the wood spirit. This time, we must teach them a lesson. That's right. This time, for elders are moving out. We'll definitely beat the crap out of them. My blue sun sword art has also reached the 3rd level. This time, we must have a big battle. When this group of Lu family members passed by, Xian relied on his extremely strong perception to hear some news. Flying scorpion stronghold, primitive world of the wood spirit, blue sun sword art? Xian guessed in his heart. He didn't know what that flying scorpion stronghold and primitive world of the wood spirit were, but that blue sun sword art caught his attention. Blue sun sword art, blue sun sword sect. Could this group of Lu family members be disciples of the blue sun sword sect? Almost all sects nowadays had a 1,000-year-old legacy. It was normal for some families to appear. The Xianming duo demons seemed to have stopped nearby for a while, then suddenly increased their speed. Perhaps that Lu Tiangong is from the blue sun sword sect, and then handed the Xianming duo demons over to other escorts. Xian guessed in his heart. He originally wanted to investigate, but now that a clue had appeared, he decided to follow this group of Lu family members and take a look. This group of Lu family members had some fulfillment realm experts at the front who were using the power of 10,000 mammoths to boost their speed and fly. However, after Xian learned the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon, his speed had increased dramatically. Therefore, he could catch up. Elder, someone is following us. Should we? Suddenly, someone reminded him. A mere 8th level Nether Passage realm martial artist can catch up to our speed. He's a genius. He probably wants to see what we're going to do. Ignore him. The leading white-haired elder didn't think much of it and continued on his way. Xian followed behind this group of Lu family members and traveled for more than half a day. Soon, he felt an aura that energized him. This aura came from in front of the Lu family members. Using the Eye of Revelation, Xian discovered that there was an entrance to a secret realm in front of the Lu family group. The entrance to the secret realm was also a trans-realm teleportation formation that appeared randomly. This secret realm entrance could be connected to a corner of the glazed light sacred land, Punlai sacred land, or other sacred lands or continents. Beside this secret realm entrance were several brawny men dressed in purplish black. When they saw the Lu family group, their expressions changed. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to charge into the secret realm. Humph, you think you can escape from me with just the few of you? The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly and immediately increased his speed. At the same time, the group of Lu family experts behind him also used the power of 10,000 mammoths to boost him. His speed was off the charts. In the blink of an eye, this white-haired elder rushed to the side of the group. Then, with a few swings of the long sword in his hand, he killed several people, leaving only one alive. Flying Scorpion Stronghold, how dare you kill my Qingyang Sword Sex Expedition team? The white-haired elder shouted angrily as he grabbed the last man by the throat. Kill me if you want. The man from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold was stubborn, but he didn't expect this. Rip. The white-haired elder waved his long sword, and with a flash of green light, the man's head flew into the air. The Qingyang Sword Sect was righteous, but it didn't mean they didn't kill. The Lu family team arrived at the same time. Elder, are we going in now? Someone asked. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold wants to monopolize the primitive world of wood spirit. What wishful thinking. The white-haired elder snorted and said, all of you are the elites of the Lu family. You must be careful when you enter the primitive world of the wood spirit. If you see other people or beasts, kill them all. Remember not to be careless. Yes. Everyone answered. The Lu family team was at least at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, and some geniuses had even reached the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm. This time, they came to the primitive world of wood spirit to train. As I've said before, the most precious thing in the primitive world of wood spirits is the wood spirits. Wood spirits are usually obtained after killing tree demons. They also have different ages and can greatly improve the planting effect of natural materials and earthly treasures. If you get them, you can come to me and exchange them for heart devil elixirs or good fortune elixirs. The white-haired elder turned to look at the primitive world of wood spirit and said, you guys go in first. Yes. The Qingyang Sword Sect disciples nodded and entered the secret realm entrance in groups of 2 or 3. After a while, only a few Qingyang Sword Sect elders were left outside. Third elder, should we guard the entrance? A middle-aged elder asked. No need. The sect leader will be here soon. Let's go in together and kill the flying scorpion stronghold people. The white-haired elder shook his head. Okay. Then, the second and third level fulfillment realm elders entered the primitive world of Wood Spirit one after another. As for Yi Xian, who followed the Lu family team here, he pondered for a moment outside. The wood spirits in the primitive world of Wood Spirit are very useful for my planting space. It seems that I should go in and take a look. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Firstly, he wanted to investigate if there was a person called Lu Tiangong in the Lu family. Secondly, the primitive world of wood spirits was also a good place for him to gain experience. The wood spirits could improve the planting effect of the heavenly treasure tree, and maybe even the level of the planting space. Therefore, Yi Xian had to go in. However, the Lu family team had just entered not long ago, so Yi Xian waited outside for a while. About 10 minutes later, he quietly sneaked over. The entrance to this mystic realm is a little unstable. Please don't disappear halfway through. Yi Xian took a look and realized that there were some fluctuations at the entrance of the mystic realm. He didn't know where the primitive world of the wood spirit was located. It wasn't easy for Yi Xian to get to where he was. If the entrance to the mystic realm disappeared, he would be in big trouble. After Yi Xian mentally prepared himself, he stepped in. In fact, before he even stepped in, he had already felt a strong yuan qi of heaven and earth. After Yi Xian passed through the entrance of the mystic realm, he found himself in the depths of a forest. The trees in the primitive world of wood spirit were tall and majestic. Each one was like a skyscraper, and they were all heavenly treasure trees. However, one heavenly treasure tree was enough for the planting space. Any more would only rob it of nutrients. In this kind of forest, the most common dangers are heavenly beasts and tree demons. However, with my powerful perception and eye of revelation, I'm no less safe than a third-level intent realm expert. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he used the eye of revelation to scan his surroundings. He didn't find any danger. Now, he also had the ability to track. Although he couldn't compare to Imo Shui and the Xianming duo demons, he could still see which direction the people who had entered before had left. Immediately, he chose to go forward and began to run. After entering the primitive world of wood spirit, he had a premonition that this time, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. Moreover, there would be great opportunities. Perhaps he could upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. Once the planting space was upgraded to the 3rd level, heavenly beasts could live in it in the future. Although mutated beasts were good, their combat strength couldn't compare to heavenly beasts. Yi Xian fantasized. Wouldn't it be awesome if he could cultivate 10,000 powerful heavenly beasts in the future? Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon, go. Yi Xian used a movement technique he had just learned and began to chase quickly. He could control those martial artists at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. First, he would ask about Lu Tiangong. Just now, because the group was too large, he couldn't get close and couldn't use the eye of control. However, people at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm couldn't move very quickly, so Yi Xian was able to catch up to one very quickly. After chasing for a minute, with the help of the eye of revelation, he saw 3 figures. These 3 were all elites of the Lu family. Yi Xian immediately chased after them at full speed. Careful, there's someone. The young man who was the leader of the 3 shuddered. Yi Xian didn't use the assassination mode to hide his presence, but he was still discovered. This leader was quite capable. Who is it? Come out. The leader suddenly turned around and shouted angrily. Soon, a figure entered his sight. When Yi Xian darted out of the thicket, the 3 shuddered. 8th level of the ethereal opening realm. Could he be from the flying scorpion stronghold? The 3 were puzzled. However, the white-haired elder had said that if they met other people in the primitive world of the wood spirit, there was only one word to say, kill. However, the 3 saw that Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the ethereal opening realm, so they wanted to capture him and ask him about it. However, Yi Xian didn't want to waste time with them. He directly used the scorching hell and the eye of control. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row as Xian successfully controlled the 3 of them. Following that, Xian didn't say anything and directly asked, "Who are you people?" After hearing this, the leader answered without thinking, "We are disciples of the Green Sun Sword Sect's Lu family." "Then is there a person in your family called Lu Tiangong?" "He wears an eye patch over his left eye." Xian asked again. "Lu Tiangong?" After hearing this name, the 3 looked at each other and said, "The Sky Generation is the ancestor level, but we've never heard of this name." "Is there a Tian generation?" "Then I'm not mistaken." Xian narrowed his eyes. However, the 3 of them didn't even know who Lu Tiangong was, so they naturally didn't know his whereabouts. "Then tell me more about the primitive world of the Wood Spirit," Xian asked again. "The primitive world of the Wood Spirit is a secret realm that appeared recently. No one knows where it is. The people who found it that day were from the Qingyang Sword Sect, but then the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold also found it, so we discussed and decided to explore it together. However, the bandits from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold went back on their word and wiped out the exploration team sent by the Qingyang Sword Sect. If it weren't for someone desperately sending back the news, we wouldn't have known about it," the young man in the lead said. "Get to the point," Xian reminded him. "According to the news that was sent back earlier, many plants in the primitive world of wood spirits produce wood spirits. These wood spirits have many uses, such as speeding up the growth of treasures of heaven and earth, fertilizing the soil, and refining medicine." The young man in the lead paused and said, "However, I heard that there's a strange heaven-reaching beast in the primitive world of the wood spirit. Its combat power is no less than that of humans, and its corpse is more valuable than wood spirits." "A strange heaven-reaching beast? What is it?" Xian asked curiously. "It seems to be a kind of mushroom. This is a portrait." The young man in the lead took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and handed it to Xian. Xian was shocked when he saw it. It was AF** King Mushroom. However, the mushroom had hands and feet, and it was holding 2 battle knives. It looked very out of place. "It should be a strange beast, right?" Xian couldn't help but ask. "We're not sure. In short, it's very powerful. Ordinary mushroom soldiers are comparable to humans in the 9th tier of the ethereal opening realm. In addition, there are more powerful captains, general mushrooms, and emperor mushrooms." After Xian heard this, he also felt that it was incredible. Mushroom soldiers, captain mushrooms, general mushrooms, and emperor mushrooms. Was the primitive world of the wood spirit a mushroom empire? However, even the most ordinary mushroom soldiers were comparable to humans in the 9th tier of the ethereal opening realm. It seemed that there was a great opportunity here. "Alright, I got it." Xian lightly nodded his head. He directly took off the spatial rings of the 3 of them, poured out the contents, and returned them to them. This was also the first time the 3 of them had come here. They had only obtained some information. Xian did not kill them. He turned around and left. Regardless of whether the mushroom was a heavenly reaching beast or a mutated beast, its corpse could be devoured by Xian. The primitive world of the wood spirit was a treasure trove for leveling up. Therefore, Xian wanted to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm as soon as possible, or even reach the Fulfillment realm. However, not long after Xian left, he sensed that the 3 Qingyang Sword Sect disciples he had just controlled had died. In the primitive world of the wood spirit, only the Flying Scorpion Stockade and the Qingyang Sword Sect are enemies. Did these 3 die at the hands of warriors from the Flying Scorpion Stockade, or? Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately turned around. No matter what, those 3 people were his subordinates. Now that they had been killed, as their master, he naturally had to take revenge. Soon, Xian arrived near the spot where the 3 people had died. Using the Eye of Revelation, he saw 3 umbrella-shaped figures in front of him. Mushroom people? Xian raised his eyebrows. So, his 3 subordinates had been killed by the mushroom people he had just mentioned. Of the 3 mushroom people, 2 were short, and 1 was relatively tall. He was about 1.7 meters tall. "There's a Captain Su," Xian immediately guessed. Captain Su was a human at the first level of the fulfillment realm. It was no wonder that he could kill 3 9th-level Nether Passage Realm Qingyang Sword Sect disciples. However, this strength was not worth mentioning in Yi Xian's eyes. Assassination mode. Yi Xian immediately slipped into the shadows and stealthily crept over. "Captain, what should we do with the 3 human corpses?" a mushroom soldier asked in the human language. "Bury them first. We'll dig them up and send them back after we've dealt with everyone," the relatively tall mushroom captain answered. Their conversation shocked Yi Xian, who was hiding in the shadows. These mushroom people could talk. After hearing this, Yi Xian's first reaction was to wonder if they were monsters. Monsters could talk too. No matter what, he had to kill them first. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's Peerless Slash. Immediately, the sound of wind could be heard. If Yi Xian's sneak attack had succeeded, it would have been enough to kill that Captain Su in one hit. These mushroom people mainly relied on their physique to fight. They did not have true energy, but their full power attacks were not weak. Although Yi Xian had stealthily crept over, his sneak attack was immediately discovered by Captain Su. Bang! The flame dragon swallowed Captain Su and then slammed into a heavenly treasure tree. However, this Captain Su was wearing an unknown set of armor that blocked the fatal blow. Human? The other 2 mushroom soldiers immediately widened their eyes when they saw their captain being sent flying. But at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flickered twice. Scorching hell. Eye of control. As long as it was a creature with eyes, Yi Xian could control almost all of them. These 2 mushroom people were no exception. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 system notifications in a row allowed Yi Xian to control these 2 mushroom people. However, that Captain Su was not dead yet. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array, kill. Yi Xian instantly split into 2, one from the left and one from the right, charging towards Captain Su. "Human, I want you dead," Captain Su shouted in the human language. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was going to use his ultimate move now. Dual Dragon Roar. Boom. 1 ice and 1 fire, the 2 types of energy instantly drowned Captain Su. In an instant, Captain Su's aura disappeared as he was directly blasted into powder by this attack. Not only that, even the heavenly treasure tree behind him was blasted into a large hole. The entire tree began to burn, the flames soaring into the sky. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the power of this move to instantly kill a fulfillment realm Captain Su. After Captain Su's death, Yi Xian also received a huge amount of killing intent. However, Yi Xian was helpless because he forgot to keep the corpse. Now that Captain Su was blasted into pieces, what would he devour? Forget it, next time. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head, turned around, and walked back. What are you? He glanced at the 3 human corpses on the ground, then asked the 2 controlled mushroom soldiers. "Master, we are citizens of the Great Mushroom Empire," one of the mushroom soldiers replied respectfully. Great Mushroom Empire? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Empires were very rare in the sacred lands. "Why did you kill these humans and bring their corpses back?" Yi Xian asked again. "Because human flesh is a tonic for us. It can increase our strength." "Yes, we haven't seen a human in the primitive world of wood spirits for 100 years. The 2 mushroom soldiers' answers made Yi Xian fall silent. These mushroom people were carnivorous. "Then what kind of creatures are you? Are you heavenly beasts or strange beasts?" Yi Xian continued to ask. "We're not sure, but we're not like the monster clan. They can take human form and use true energy and interspatial rings, but we can't," answered one of the mushroom soldiers. "Let me see the package on your back." After Yi Xian said that, the mushroom soldier opened the package on his back and put it on the ground. Inside, there were 3 fist-sized green stones. "Are these the so-called wood spirits?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "Master, these are wood spirits. They can also be used to increase our strength. We're looking for humans while looking for tree demons that can produce wood spirits," answered the mushroom soldier. Yi Xian walked over and put away the 3 wood spirits. Then he analyzed them. "These wood spirits are really good stuff. They can be used to heal injuries and improve self-healing abilities. After refining them, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately used a special devouring method to devour one of the wood spirits. However, the benefits were minimal. Besides, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so the wood spirits were useless to him. As for the remaining 2 wood spirits, Yi Xian threw them into the planting space. Wood Spirit King, use one of the wood spirits on the heavenly treasure tree. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the Wood Spirit King in the planting space. The Wood Spirit King was also very interested in the wood spirits, but at first went to carry out Yi Xian's order and put the wood spirits in the hollow of the heavenly treasure tree. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly treasure tree absorbed the wood spirits. It's really good stuff. It's even more effective for the heavenly treasure tree than my blood. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Over the past few days, the heavenly treasure tree had been nurtured with his blood. It had already grown to a height of 10,000 meters. Perhaps it was because he had fed it too much, causing its effects to worsen. However, this wood essence was very fresh to the heavenly treasure tree. A single piece of wood essence allowed the heavenly treasure tree to grow 10 meters. If I can collect more, I might be able to level up the planting space. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Then, he asked the 2 soldiers about other things. It turned out that the primitive world of the wood spirit not only had the great fungus empire, but also a faction called the Tree Demon Alliance. The Tree Demon Alliance was hostile to the great bacteria empire, and was formed from all sorts of creatures. In the primitive world of the wood spirit, other than the mushroom people, there were all kinds of heaven-reaching beasts and strange beasts. These creatures were afraid of being killed by the great fungus empire, so they banded together and resisted for hundreds of years. Among them, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was a fairy. This fairy was a strange beast a level higher than the wood spirits. For hundreds of years, it was she who had led the Tree Demon Alliance in battle against the great fungus empire. It's really complicated, but I, Yi Xian, don't belong to the great fungus empire, nor do I belong to the Tree Demon Alliance. All I want is wood essence. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The skyquake sword in his hand flashed, and the 2 soldiers' mushroom caps were cut off by him. They died instantly. Then, Yi Xian tried to devour the bodies of the soldiers, but found that he couldn't. This made him feel rather regretful. However, the bodies of the soldiers could be thrown into the planting space as fertilizer, so it wasn't completely useless. This great bacterial empire has a special tracking and marking method. I've already mastered it. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked around. However, there were no marks left behind by the soldiers. Otherwise, Yi Xian could use the marks to catch up with the other group. The 3 of you are my subordinates. I'll give you a proper burial. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he put away the bodies of the 3 Qingyang sword sect disciples. Then, he quickly left the place and began to wander around the forest. According to the 2 soldiers, the Great Fungus Empire was west of the entrance to the Wood Essence primitive world, while the Tree Demon Alliance was east. Yi Xian needed wood essence, so he needed to enter the Tree Demon Alliance. As long as I have a large amount of wood essence, the planting space might be able to level up. The growth rate of Luoluo and the exotic beasts will also skyrocket. The space will also be larger, and there will be many more effects. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but quicken his pace. Whoosh whoosh, just as he was hurrying along, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, and it was rapidly approaching. Ambush! Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly left the place. Poof! 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 Dozens of sharp branches pierced deep into the ground. If Yi Xian had dodged a little slower, he would have become a sieve. Tree demons! At this time, Yi Xian finally realized that the one attacking him was a type of exotic beast, a tree demon. According to the attack speed just now, this tree demon should be at the fulfillment realm, so the wood essence in its body should be better than the 3 pieces just now. Eye of Revelation! Immediately, Yi Xian swept his gaze around, following the sharp branches, and found the tree demon. The wood essence is in this tree demon's body. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw that there was a green stone in this tree demon's body. It was the wood essence, and it was much larger than the 3 pieces he had just obtained. How dare you ambush me, you're courting death! Yi Xian didn't wait for the tree demon to continue attacking, and directly attacked. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the flame dragon roared and blasted towards the tree demon. Tree demons were very difficult to deal with, and ordinary people would have a hard time distinguishing them. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation, so he could see the wood essence in the tree demon's body. Moreover, his perception was very strong, so he could find it by following the branches. It's been a long time since I met a human. I'm going to kill you and drink your essence blood. The tree demon suddenly spoke in human language, and then used countless branches to block the peerless flame dragon slash. You're quite capable, after all. Have a taste of this move. Yi Xian suddenly split into two. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar. The ice dragon and flame dragon opened their mouths, and spat out two opposite energies. Here, the two opposite energies fused together, creating a huge power. This attack directly blasted through the branch's defense, and then slammed into the tree demon's main trunk. The tree demon's heart was inside the tree demon's body, which was its weak point. Now that the tree demon's heart was directly shattered, this tree demon immediately died. This piece of wood essence is worth the two pieces from before, but the bigger a piece of wood essence is, the more valuable it is. Its value is much higher than the two pieces of wood essence. It's worth 10 pieces at the very least. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he threw the piece of wood essence into the planting space and had the Wood Spirit King absorb it for the heavenly treasure tree. Don't worry, I'll continue. Don't worry. Yi Xian hurriedly said to the eager Wood Spirit King in the planting space. The Wood Spirit King was also an exotic beast, so the wood essence was very useful to it. It might even evolve into a flower spirit. If the Wood Spirit King matured, it would be even better at taking care of the planting space. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately started on his way again. Soon, he arrived at the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Just now, I was in the area between the Great Bacterial Empire and the Tree Demon Alliance. There weren't many tree demons. Now that I'm going to enter the Tree Demon Alliance, I have to be careful. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. The Tree Demon Alliance could fight against the Great Bacterial Empire for hundreds of years, so they definitely weren't weak. They definitely had second or third level Fulfillment Realm tree demons. It would be fine if Yi Xian ran into a second level Fulfillment Realm tree demon, but if he ran into a third level Fulfillment Realm tree demon, it would be troublesome for him. Roar. Half a minute after Yi Xian stepped into the Tree Demon Alliance's territory, a beastly roar suddenly attracted his attention. Is that a Skirich beast? It seems like someone's fighting it. Yi Xian paused, then immediately rushed in the direction of the roar. He didn't know if the one fighting the Skirich beast was a mushroom man from the Great Bacterial Empire, or a human who had just entered the primitive world of wood spirits. When Yi Xian got closer, he took a look. The Tong Tian beast was a giant wolf, and it was fighting with 3 burly men. Judging from their attire, they don't seem to be from the Green Sun Sword sect, but the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold was an evil force. Many fierce people joined the Flying Scorpion Stronghold because they had nowhere else to go. Therefore, the strength of the Flying Scorpion Stronghold was not weaker than the Qingyang Sword sect. The 3 men were all at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm while the giant wolf was at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm. This time, we've made a huge profit. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Because both the humans and the heaven-reaching beasts were his enemies, he didn't charge out immediately. Instead, he watched from afar, waiting for both sides to suffer. No, I've already fused with the God of Slaughter bloodline. Killing can increase my killing intent value. No matter who dies, it's a loss. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. On one side was the ruthless man of the Flying Scorpion Stronghold, and on the other side was the Tong Tian beast, so he didn't need to show mercy. Luo Luo, let's attack together. Yi Xian suddenly summoned Luo Luo, who had already broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Kill, in an instant, Yi Xian and Luo Luo rushed out together. The 3 men and the giant wolf also noticed Yi Xian and divided their attention to guard against him. Who is it? A man from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold exclaimed. At this time, Yi Xian just happened to jump out. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roars of ice and fire. Rainbow demonic fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Xian and Luo immediately let loose their attacks. Boom. 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 Immediately, violent sounds came from the area. The surrounding heaven-reaching treasure trees were all blown apart, and some were even burned to a crisp. The 3 flying scorpion stronghold experts and the giant wolf were seriously injured. One of them even died. One more time, dual dragon roar. The 2 Xian used their ultimate move again, and their target was the giant wolf at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Boom. The dual dragon roar hit the giant wolf, and the 2 auras of ice and fire drowned it, instantly injuring it. This wolf's defense is so high. Xian thought to himself. However, he didn't use his full strength just now because it wasn't necessary. Eye of Glory. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Xian used his ultimate move again, and another powerful sound wave attack spread. This time, the 2 remaining flying scorpion stronghold experts didn't survive. Not only that, even the giant wolf at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm was shattered. In the blink of an eye, both the humans and the heaven-reaching beasts were killed by Xian. Xian's killing intent instantly increased by a large amount. "Young master, you're so violent right now," Luo couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but grin. Right now, his skills were too violent. All of them were powerful moves. Bladestorm, dual dragon roar of ice and fire, dual dragon roar, burst of killing intent, Eye of Glory, peerless flame dragon slash and so on. However, the 3 fulfillment realm flying scorpion stronghold experts had been fighting the giant wolf for a while and didn't have much true energy left. That was why Xian was able to take advantage of this opening. Immediately, Xian quickly went over and put away the corpses and universe rings of the 3. There are a lot of things, and more than a dozen wood essences. Not bad, not bad. Xian nodded in satisfaction and directly consumed the items. Then, he threw the wood essences into the plantation space. As for Luo, she was once again sent into the planting space. Luo didn't have the divine tree of life bloodline, so her true energy would run out eventually. However, in the plantation space, her recovery speed was very fast. As for the giant wolf's corpse at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, Xian naturally put it away as well. The corpse was also thrown into the plantation space. As for the beast soul, Xian devoured it himself. Soon, I'll break through to the 9th level of the nether passage realm very soon. Xian suddenly felt impatient. As long as he broke through, there probably wouldn't be anyone in the primitive world of wood essences who could stop him. He calculated that he probably needed to devour another 2nd level of the fulfillment realm beast soul before he could break through. When he thought of this, Xian left his original spot again and looked for his next target. However, he had only run for a short while when a burst of noise entered his ears. Buzz buzz buzz. The clamor was rapidly approaching. Xian turned his head and saw a large group of creatures rushing towards him. It looked like they were bees. What powerful auras. Although each of them isn't very strong and is only at the 9th level of the nether passage realm, there are at least 1,000 of them. Xian's expression rippled as he decided to take a look first. However, when the swarm of bees came closer, Xian realized that they were coming for him. There are also heaven-reaching beasts in the Tree Demon Alliance. It looks like these bees are here to help the giant wolf. Xian immediately reacted. In the primitive world of wood essences, only the Tree Demon Alliance and the Great Fungi Empire were enemies. The entire Tree Demon Alliance naturally had to help each other. These seem to be exotic beasts, but I don't think I can tame them. In that case, I'll just kill them all. Although the benefits of devouring these beasts were less than the heaven-reaching beast, there were so many of them. If they were all killed, the benefits would still be considerable. More importantly, Xian was about to break through. Luo, let's kill them together. Xian summoned Luo again. Group attacks were Xian and Luolua's forte. Coincidentally, the effects of the Eye of Glory were still active, so Xian could save some eye power. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roars of ice and fire. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. When the group of exotic beasts approached them, the two of them attacked together. Although they were both in the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, their destructive power was no weaker than that of a 2nd level Intent realm expert. Turn all of them into my killing intent. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. A wave of air swept out, and more than half of the beasts in the air were instantly killed. Lualua's terrifying explosive attack followed. Bang! 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 This group of over 1,000 beasts was instantly slaughtered by Yi Xian and Luoluo. And this was before Yi Xian unleashed his killing intent. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single bee left in the air. Gather around me. Yi Xian used the power of 10,000 mammoths to gather the corpses of the beasts and devour them all. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now in the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Finally, he heard the long-awaited notification of a breakthrough. Right now, Yi Xian had already reached the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Even if he were to fight against the Azure Yang Sword Sect team from before, he would probably be able to kill them all. Breakthrough, I must break through again. Maybe I can still catch up to the mysterious underworld duo demons. Yi Xian said to himself. The time for the random mission to kill Xianxia had already passed, but Yi Xian was still in hot pursuit. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry to avenge Imo Shui, but to set a goal for himself. From the Blood Rock continent to the Punlai Sacred Land, and then to the Luguang Sacred Land, it had actually been a year. During this year, Yi Xian had run into obstacles everywhere, and had not heard any news about the Yin Yang Temple. Therefore, he felt that he had slacked off a little. It was also because of this that he needed to find another motivation for himself, a motivation to level up as soon as possible. Without a doubt, the Xianming Duo Demons were his current motivation. Yin Yang Old Ancestor, Xianming Duo Demons, you are all people that I, Yi Xian, must kill. I will definitely find you. Yi Xian said resolutely as he gazed into the distance. Although this was the primitive world of the Wood Spirit, he could clearly sense the location of Nalan Bing, the target of the death warrant. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was too great. Yi Xian could no longer accurately calculate the distance. He could only sense the general direction. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's head deeper into the Treant Alliance's territory. Yi Xian shook his head and threw all the extra exotic beast corpses into his planting space as fertilizer. Then, he began to go deeper. Although he had not broken through to the fulfillment realm, with his various ultimate moves and bloodlines, if he went all out, he estimated that he could exchange blows with an expert of the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. Of course, this was only his estimate. An expert of the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm had opened 3 natal palaces in their body. Every time a fulfillment realm expert broke through, the amount and strength of their natal true chi would increase qualitatively. Previously, he was able to defeat the combined forces of Scar and Mad Dragon because they were both heavily injured. Moreover, the Green Yang Sword Sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were not small factions. They probably had many fulfillment divine arts, so it would not be easy to deal with them. There are wood spirits in the Tree Demon Alliance's territory, and the corpses of the Great Fungi Empire's mushroom soldiers are also very good refining materials. I just don't know where the Green Yang Sword Sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold went. Yi Xian guessed as he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. After a while, he discovered other creatures. The mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire? Yi Xian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow and looked at the dozen or so figures in front of him. There were more than a dozen mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire in front of him, 10 Captain Su, and a General Su who was a size bigger than the Captain Su. The Captain Su is at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm, and the General Su is at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. However, their physiques are far superior to us humans. They might even be stronger than heaven-reaching beasts of the same level. I don't know how they cultivated them. Yi Xian was very curious. It was hard to imagine that a mushroom had hands and legs and could kill people. It was simply inconceivable. At this time, the 11 mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire were discussing something in low voices. Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation swept over and suddenly found something strange in another place. Tree demons. Yi Xian saw that there was a tree demon's heart and a large piece of wood spirit in one of the heaven-reaching treasure trees. However, this piece of wood spirit was the largest piece he had seen so far. Could it be a third-level fulfillment realm tree demon? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. There was no standard for the level of this heaven-reaching treasure tree, so it was very difficult to estimate. However, if it was a third-level fulfillment realm human martial practitioner, Yi Xian might be a little wary, but this was only a third-level fulfillment realm tree demon. What was there to be afraid of? Even if this tree demon has not reached the third level of the fulfillment realm, it is probably at the peak of the second level of the fulfillment realm. If I eat this wood spirit, I might be able to grow into an emperor mushroom. This General Su looked at the tree demon in front of him with shining eyes. In the Great Fungi Empire, emperor mushrooms had the highest status. There might not even be one emperor mushroom in 100 General Su. My lord, I'm afraid we are not its match. A Captain Su said timidly. Captain Fungus was a human at the first level of the fulfillment realm. 10 Captain Fungus added together was an extremely powerful force. However, they did not have true energy and could only fight with the special weapons in their hands. The tree demon had countless branches, so at the same level, the tree demon was stronger than the mushroom men. However, the tree demon also had a fatal flaw, and that was that it could not move. Once it was exposed, it would only be the fate of being surrounded. Humph, you are my soldiers, how can you be so cowardly? As long as I become an emperor mushroom, you will naturally rise as well. This tree demon has already been exposed, and it might have already started to rescue us. If we are any slower, we will not have a chance. General Su said very unhappily. Indeed, as long as they could raise Su to an emperor mushroom, then these 10 Captain Su would become very powerful in the future. They thought for a moment and finally nodded resolutely. All right, my lord, we will fight. Very good, when the time comes, we will attack according to the training. We must quickly cut off all of its branches. General Su nodded in satisfaction. They reorganized themselves for a moment before they quickly rushed over. This team of mushroom men did not split up and rushed over while facing the tree demon's attacks. Hiss! 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 The twin blades in Xianxia's hands were extremely sharp, and he cut through the tree branches like he was cutting vegetables. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered half the distance. Despicable mushroom people, you've betrayed the will of nature. Die. The tree demon spoke in the human language and began to use all of its branches to attack. Shut up, we're the true masters of this forest. Xianxia roared angrily. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of purple poison at the tree demon. Hiss hiss. This mouthful of purple poison landed on the tree demon's trunk. The tree bark instantly melted away, and a hole appeared in the tree. Moreover, it was rapidly expanding. Despicable mushrooms, I'm going to use your corpses as fertilizer. The tree demon was furious. In truth, that mouthful of purple poison was Xianxia's blood. However, their blood was extremely harmful to the tree demon. This tree demon was indeed not at the third level of the fulfillment realm, but it was at the peak of the second level. Facing these 11 mushroom people from the Great Mushroom Empire, the tree demon was already prepared to go on a killing spree. Fortunately, every tree demon had some extremely tough branches that could repair themselves very quickly. Otherwise, the 11 mushroom people would probably have already approached this tree demon. At this time, what both sides did not know was that there was another danger around them. If I throw all 10 mushroom leaders, 1 Xianxia, and 1 tree demon into the planting space, it can fertilize the soil and increase the production of those natural treasures. Yi Xian thought to himself. The planting space was his back garden. He had planted many natural treasures in it. There were natural treasures ripening at all times and then being devoured by him. Simply put, the planting space was a place for him to hack. It could constantly increase his experience points. Although it was slow, as long as the planting space's level increased, then the production of natural treasures would also increase. Yi Xian liked this feeling of bountiful harvest very much. Waiting for them to fight each other isn't a bad idea, but now that I've fused with the god of slaughter bloodline, killing people, killing monsters, and even devouring weapons can increase my killing intent, Yi Xian thought for a moment, then finally decided to go out. In an instant, he was split into two. The twin dragons of ice and fire sword formation required a large amount of true qi to activate, but Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so he could completely recover. Therefore, this move had become a common skill for him. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar. Xian was in the distance. He ordered his ice dragon and flame dragon to spit out 2 mouthfuls of dragon breath. The 2 dragon breaths merged into one and blasted towards the commander mushroom. Tree demons were actually the most difficult to deal with, but they could not move, so Xian decided to leave them for last. As long as this Xianxia was dealt with, the rest would be simple. The tree demon was just a target. What? Xianxia, who was dodging the tree branch attacks, suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure. When he turned his head to look, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Sneak attack, boom, Xianxia couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on. Gotcha. Fortunately, he was wearing an armor specially made from the bones of the heaven-reaching beast, so he managed to survive. However, he was also blasted to the point where he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who is it? The other mushroom team leaders hurriedly turned their heads to look when they saw their leader being blasted away. At this moment, Xian also just happened to dash out from inside. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom, a sound wave attack rapidly spread out. The 10 mushroom team leaders were directly blasted away, their armor shattering. As they flew out, a white figure suddenly dashed out from the side. This white figure was extremely fast. Every time it flitted past a mushroom team leader, it could cut off their mushroom cap. In the blink of an eye, this nimble white figure killed all 10 mushroom team leaders. And this white figure was Luo, who had used Fox Flash. Young master, it's done. When the 10th mushroom team leader died, Luo also directly reported, then threw the items to Xian. These mushroom team leaders' bags contained wood spirits and the universe rings of the humans they killed. However, because they didn't have true qi, they couldn't use the universe rings. They could only bring them back and let the human captives help pour out the items. Now, all of them had benefited Xian. Xian took these bags and poured them all into the devouring space or the planting space. His cultivation base had improved a little more. Xianxian, it's your turn now. Xian's eyes widened. He turned into 2 heavenly dragons and attacked the heavily injured Xianxian. Not good, run. Xianxian's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly turned around. Although Xian was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, he was much stronger than this tree demon. Against Xianxian had no doubt. However, just as he was turning around, a golden light suddenly appeared and collided head-on with Xiangji's stomach. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xianxian exploded. Purple blood sprayed everywhere. What? Xian was shocked. He hurriedly avoided the poisonous purple blood and looked in front of him. This damned thing that appeared out of nowhere killed the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm General Shen in one hit. What was this? He immediately focused his eyes and found that it was a tiger with golden fur. Its golden eyes made Xian's hair stand on end. A 3rd level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast, the golden-eyed Tiger King? Xian immediately reacted. Only a 3rd level Fulfillment Realm beast could kill a 2nd level Fulfillment Realm General Shen. Roar! This golden-eyed Tiger King also stopped after insta-killing Zhu Ji. The intelligence of heaven-reaching beasts was not lower than that of humans. This golden-eyed Tiger King didn't attack because it was sizing up Xian. On the tree demon's side, there were also heaven-reaching beasts and strange beasts besides the tree demons. They were on the same side, so the tree demons didn't continue to attack. You're dead, human. This tree demon said with a bit of schadenfreude. Shut up, you old piece of wood. Xian let out a low shout. A mere plant dared to mock him. It really didn't know what was good for it. If he encountered a 3rd level Fulfillment Realm Elder of the Green Sun Sword sect right now, Xian might be wary, but this golden-eyed Tiger King was only at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. He wasn't afraid of heaven-reaching beasts. Roar! At this time, the golden-eyed Tiger King let out another roar. Young master, it's asking about your origins. Luo suddenly said. What? This sentence stunned Xian. This golden-eyed Tiger King was asking about his origins. Shouldn't it start a fight? Big Tiger, what do you want? Xian couldn't help but ask. Roar. The golden-eyed Tiger King roared again. It says it wants to cooperate with humans. Luoluo said in disbelief. Cooperation? Xian was very surprised. What kind of cooperation? Why me? Because I'm a member of the Fox clan. Also, because you're so strong, young master. You should be a super genius of a human sect. You have the right to speak. Luoluo continued to translate. A super genius of the Fox clan? Xian frowned. The golden-eyed Tiger King had seen him with Luoluo. Luoluo belonged to the Beast clan, which was between a human and a beast. Therefore, compared to a human, the Skirich beast would trust Luoluo more. However, the golden-eyed Tiger King hadn't said what it wanted to cooperate with. Just as Xian was about to ask, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was a large bird with snow-white feathers. On its head was a mini green figure. Xian focused his eyes and found that the green figure was only the size of a fist. Apart from the small wings on its back, it was completely a miniature human. This little person looked like a girl. She looked very obedient and cute. What's that? Xian's brain didn't react. Hello, human. A light voice fell into Xian's ears. Are you the one talking? Xian looked at the little thing and said in shock. Yes, it's me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hualien, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance in the Wood Spirit Primitive World. The little girl answered. Xian didn't react until now. The leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was a fairy, which was the little thing called Hualien in front of him. What surprised Xian was why the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was here. My name is Xian. Since the other party had introduced herself, Xian also wanted to know. Human, I'm here this time because I want to cooperate with you. Hualien went straight to the point. Just say it. What kind of cooperation? Xian asked directly. I don't know if you know, but in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit, there is the Great Fungus Empire and the Tree Demon Alliance. We have been enemies for hundreds of years. Hualien began, however, in recent years, the Great Fungi Empire has been developing rapidly. Our Tree Demon Alliance is a bit lacking. In a few more decades, we'll probably be wiped out by the Great Fungi Empire. Therefore, I wish to seek your cooperation and destroy the Great Bacterial Empire together. After hearing this, Xian raised an eyebrow and said, Destroy the Great Bacterial Empire? Ding. Host has triggered a random mission, exterminate the Great Bacteria Empire. Reward, unlocking the Godslayer Bloodline Dark Knight Canopy skill. This notification sound suddenly rang out. The duration of the mission was 7 days. There was no punishment for the mission, so Xian accepted it without hesitation. The Murderous God Bloodline's Dark Knight Canopy skill required 1 Devour point to activate. After using Dark Knight Canopy, the surroundings would be plunged into darkness. This skill was very useful when paired with the Assassination mode and the Eye of Revelation. The enemy was out in the open while Xian was in the dark. This would greatly increase the success rate of Xian's assassination. That's right. Hualien nodded and said, Just now, when I was patrolling the territory, I happened to see you killing Captain Su and Jiangsu. I remember that humans have a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, I wish to have a chat with the upper echelons of your human race. You think that my aptitude is not bad and that I come from a large sect? Xian immediately understood and asked again. That's right. Hualien responded, As long as we work together to destroy the Great Bacterial Empire, I can take out a large amount of wood essence as a reward, and even all the corpses. Wood essence was very valuable, and so were the corpses of the mushroom people. Under normal circumstances, no one would refuse. Even the Green Sun Sword sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold probably did not have the courage to refuse, because the Great Bacterial Empire was a huge fortune. But after we humans came in, we also killed many tree demons. We are also considered your enemies. Xian asked again. No, you shouldn't be. Hualian shook her head and carefully sized up Yixian, saying, "Your body exudes an affinity. You are different from other humans." Affinity. Hearing this, Yixian could not help but be stunned for a moment. He immediately remembered that he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. It seemed that Hualian had appeared because of this bloodline. "I see, I understand." Yixian nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell the truth. "Sorry, I don't belong to any sect. I'm afraid I can't help you." "You don't belong to any sect?" This time, it was Hualian's turn to be shocked. Not belonging to any sect? That was impossible. Hualian felt that Yixian was not very old, and he even had the ability to challenge people 2 levels above him. Could this strength have been cultivated by himself? While the other was surprised, Yixian suddenly said, "However, I do have the ability to challenge people above my level. You can tell me about the Great Fungus Empire's strength." In the Great Fungus Empire, the fungus soldiers are comparable to humans at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. The fungus captain is at the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm, and the general fungus is at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm. Also, there is the 3rd level of the Fulfillment realm Emperor Fungus, and the 4th level of the Fulfillment realm Emperor Fungus, Hualian answered casually. There is something called the Emperor Fungus above the Emperor Fungus? Yixian was a little shocked. That was an enemy at the 4th level of the Fulfillment realm. The mushroom men were stronger than heaven-reaching beasts at the same level. It was a little difficult for Yixian to face a 4th level Fulfillment realm Emperor Fungus. However, if he broke through to the Fulfillment realm, opened his natal palaces, and condensed his natal true energy, what was the Great Fungus Empire? You haven't even reached the Fulfillment realm. Even if you can challenge people above your level, it is useless. Leave, and do not step into the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Hualian said a little disappointedly. Wait. Seeing that Hualian was about to leave, Yixian hurriedly shouted, "That is not necessarily true. As long as I am given enough cultivation resources, I can break through to the Fulfillment realm in a short time. There are not many things in the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Also, the secret realm entrance will only last for 10 days. Hualian said. Although she did not say it explicitly, Yixian knew that Hualian thought that he could not break through and help her destroy the Great Fungus Empire. Wait. Yixian suddenly called out to Hualian and said, "Do you not believe in my strength? Even if you can challenge people 2 levels above you, you can only kill the General Fungus at most. Above the General Fungus are the Emperor Fungus and the Emperor Fungus with the title of King. They can easily kill you." Hualian sighed and said, "You should leave." "Are you sure?" Little Gold is a 3rd level Fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. "It can probably smash you to pieces with just 1 hit, Hualian said in surprise. "Haha, then let's see if it can smash me to pieces, or if I can skin it and make clothes out of it." Yixian suddenly showed a confidence he had never shown before. So what if it was a 3rd level Fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast? Roar. The golden-eyed Tiger King roared in dissatisfaction when it heard Yixian's words. It was a capable member of the Tree Demon Alliance, and now it was being looked down upon by a brat who hadn't even reached the Fulfillment realm. It couldn't stand it. "Alright, since you asked for it, then come." Hualian nodded her little head and stood on the snow-white bird to watch. One was a 9th level Nether Passage realm human, and the other was a 3rd level Fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. There was a difference of 3 realms. Although heaven-reaching beasts relied on their physique to fight and were weaker than humans of the same level who could use divine arts, the golden-eyed Tiger King could probably defeat a human 3 realms lower than it with a single swipe of its paw. "Big golden bug, do it." Yixian's true body and avatar held the scarlet flame sword and the blue ice sword respectively as they stared at the golden-eyed Tiger King. "Big bug?" The golden-eyed Tiger King was furious when it heard this. The great golden-eyed Tiger King was being looked down upon by a human. It couldn't tolerate this, it definitely couldn't. Roar. The golden-eyed Tiger King roared loudly as its 2 powerful hind legs kicked off the ground. Its huge body turned into a ray of light and charged toward Yixian. "Big Tiger, you rely on your speed to survive. Since that's the case, then let's try this move." Yixian's eyes flashed as he transformed into 2 golden-armored war gods. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. An extremely powerful shockwave swept out. The golden-eyed Tiger King, who was about to smash Xian to death, was shocked and couldn't stop in time. It was sent flying by the shockwave. Humans were powerful because they could use weapons, true energy, and divine abilities. The ice and fire twin dragon sword formation was learned from the reincarnators Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. Using it to deal with a heaven-reaching beast was overkill. Seeing the golden-eyed Tiger King suffer a loss, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance, Hualian, was also a little surprised. She directly laid on the head of the snow-white bird, using two slender hands to support her chin, and watched with interest. Big Tiger, try this again. Taking advantage of the golden-eyed Tiger King being sent flying, Xian shouted at Yiheng. Twin Dragon Roar. Hoo hoo hoo. The twin dragon's breath swept out. If this was a real battle, Xian would have used Killing Intent Explosion. But this time, he didn't really want to kill the golden-eyed Tiger King. Hualian had evolved from a wood spirit and had no fighting power at all. However, Xian estimated that the snow-white bird beneath her was on the same level as King Shroom. In other words, it was at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Moreover, there might be other 4th-level Fulfillment Realm cultivators nearby. Therefore, if Xian accidentally killed the golden-eyed Tiger King, he would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, the golden-eyed Tiger King wasn't too weak. When the twin dragon roar was about to hit its body, it suddenly grew a pair of golden wings and deftly dodged the attack. Holy shit, it has a pair of wings. Xian was shocked. This golden-eyed Tiger King had probably mutated before. Otherwise, why would it become a winged tiger? However, the golden-eyed Tiger King with golden wings was even faster. This is a little tricky, but I don't believe that I can't wear you down. Xian's confidence was still off the charts. A 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm human expert wouldn't be able to do anything to the golden-eyed Tiger King in a short time. They might even be killed by the golden-eyed Tiger King. But who was Xian? Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Xian looked at the golden-eyed Tiger King charging at him and used his ultimate move again. Boom. Another sound wave attack spread and sent the golden-eyed Tiger King flying again. Fortunately, the golden-eyed Tiger King was a heaven-reaching beast and relied on its physique to survive. That was why it was able to survive the 2 twin dragon roars of ice and fire without taking any damage. Of course, this was also because Xian hadn't used his killing intent. Come on, big tiger. The two Xian suddenly smiled provocatively at the golden-eyed Tiger King. He couldn't catch up to the golden-eyed Tiger King with his speed, but the golden-eyed Tiger King couldn't get close to him either. Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could recover. He just needed to do this a few more times. Even if the golden-eyed Tiger King was a 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast, he didn't believe that it wouldn't get a concussion. Roar. The golden-eyed Tiger King didn't back down. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Xian again. This time, he was going to smash Xian into pieces. However, Xian didn't want to play anymore. His time was very precious. Merge. When the golden-eyed Tiger King rushed toward him, Xian's true body and avatar suddenly merged into one. His aura instantly increased by 50%. Come on, big tiger. Let's see what you can do to me. Xian looked at the golden-eyed Tiger King with a dark expression. Hualian was very surprised to see that Xian had no intention of dodging. One had to know that the golden-eyed Tiger King had a hobby of bumping into people. Xian was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage Realm. If he was hit by the golden-eyed Tiger King even once, his body would probably explode. However, Hualian didn't say anything when she saw Xian's confident expression. Roar. The golden-eyed Tiger King roared and ran headlong into Xian's arms. Crack. Crisp sounds rang out. Xian's bones and innards were instantly blasted apart. Not only that, even his back was cut open. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. A normal person's heart would probably stop after receiving such a heavy blow. However, even if Xian's heart was crushed to pieces, he wouldn't die. Big tiger, I've won this battle. Xian's eyes flashed the moment he was sent flying. The Eye of Nirvana. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The golden-eyed Tiger King was also sent flying. The Eye of Nirvana was one of Yi Xian's killing moves. It was very sinister. Yi Xian felt that he hadn't used it in a long time, so he tried it out. Looking at the effect, it was pretty good. Hua Lian, who was on the back of the snow-white bird, suddenly widened her eyes. He's dead? The golden-eyed Tiger King's attack was no small matter. Even the tree demon behind it would probably have a big hole in it. Yi Xian had the body of a mere human. If he didn't die, then it would be too outrageous. However, Yi Xian didn't die. Tap tap. Yi Xian, who was sent flying, quickly used his true qi and 10,000 mammoth strength to stabilize himself. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's back was completely healed. If it wasn't for his torn clothes and blood, it was as if he hadn't been injured at all. The golden-eyed Tiger King's fur was also very tough. It wasn't damaged by the Eye of Nirvana. Of course, if Yi Xian's killing intent had exploded just now, the golden-eyed Tiger King would have at least lost a large chunk of its flesh. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King stabilized itself and roared in disbelief when it saw that Yi Xian was fine. TSK TSK TSK, you can't kill me. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. The Eye of Eternity had always been his secret. How did this golden-eyed Tiger King know that his weak points were his eyes? Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King didn't believe it. It gathered its courage and prepared to attack again. But at this time, Hua Lian suddenly said, "Little Gold, stop." The golden-eyed Tiger King stopped. Although Hua Lian was just a fairy and didn't have any combat strength, the golden-eyed Tiger King didn't dare to disobey her. Yi Xian, you are very strong. Even Little Gold can't do anything to you. I estimate that you are strong enough to fight against the monarch fungi. Hua Lian praised. Now do you believe that if I break through to the fulfillment realm, open my natal palaces, and condense my lifeblood true energy, I will have the strength to destroy the great fungi empire? Yi Xian asked. Hua Lian paused and said, if you break through, you do have the strength to do so. However, the great fungi empire has more than one monarch fungi. Also, according to legend, they have a monarch fungi. Monarch fungi? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard this name. He calculated in his mind. Fungi soldier, captain fungi, general fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi were equivalent to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, and the 1st to 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Then, wouldn't the monarch fungi, which was one level higher than monarch fungi, be at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm? Then, does your Tree Demon Alliance not have anyone in this realm? Yi Xian asked again. No. Hua Lian shook her head and said, in our Tree Demon Alliance, only Little White and a few others are at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. In fact, in terms of strength, our Tree Demon Alliance is slightly superior, but we have a fatal flaw. Yi Xian immediately reacted and said, fatal damage? Are you talking about the immobile Treant? That's right. They can't move, but the warriors of the Great Mushroom Empire can. That's why we have a large number of flying beasts patrolling the area every day and night. Because the growth cycle of the Treants is too long, every time one dies, our Treant Alliance will be destroyed even faster. Hua Lian nodded and said, I estimate that if this continues, we will be annihilated by the Great Bacteria Empire in a month's time. Now that the entrance to the secret territory has appeared, why aren't you leaving? Yi Xian asked. We've lived here for hundreds of years. Naturally, we don't want to leave. Most importantly, we can't let go of our anger. If the Great Bacterial Empire is not destroyed, even if this forest withers, we will not leave. Hua Lian suddenly revealed an indignant expression. I do have a good idea, Yi Xian said. What? Hua Lian asked subconsciously. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. If the Great Bacterial Empire is not destroyed, you won't leave either. Yi Xian shook his head and felt that it was better to forget about it for now. He originally wanted to invite Hua Lian into the planting space. This way, the production of the natural treasures would increase by a lot. After all, flower spirits were evolved from wood spirits. They were much more powerful than wood spirit kings. Your strength has been acknowledged by us, But you are only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm right now. There aren't many things in the Triad Alliance that you humans can use. Hualien reminded him again. That's impossible. This is such a big forest, and there's so much natural energy. How can there not be any? Yi Xian found it hard to believe. His request was very simple. He wanted Hualien to break through to the Fulfillment Realm. Then he could help the Triad Alliance destroy the Great Bacteria Empire. However, if he couldn't break through to the Fulfillment Realm, he would have to do it himself. There is, but I've used it to nurture Little White, Little Gold, and the others. The most I have is wood spirits, and I snatched them from the mushroom people of the Great Bacteria Empire, Hualien replied. I see, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. After thinking for a moment, he said, if that's the case, then I want those wood spirits. However, I want a lot of them. No problem. After Hualien flew a circle in the air, she immediately agreed. The primitive world of wood spirits had been formed for hundreds of years. Countless tree spirits had died at the hands of the Great Bacteria Empire's mushroom people. At the same time, many mushroom people were killed by the Skirich beasts and tree spirits. This way, the wood spirits returned to the hands of the Triad Alliance. These wood spirits were of little use to the Skirich beasts and even the tree spirits, so they could have as many as they wanted. Let's go. Hualien said, then turned around and left on her snow-white bird. The golden-eyed Tiger King Little Gold immediately followed. Luo, let's follow. Yi Xian followed closely behind. This time, he might be able to directly upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. This way, Luo might be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm first, or even the Fulfillment realm. At that time, the success rate of destroying the Great Bacteria Empire would be greatly increased. With Hualien and the others leading the way, Yi Xian's following journey was very smooth. Half a day later, they entered the depths of the Triad Alliance and arrived at their headquarters. At this time, there was a huge Skirich treasure tree in front of Yi Xian. It was twice as big as the one in the planting space. Under the Skirich treasure tree, there were large numbers of Skirich beasts and strange beasts. Their auras were all very strong. Dozens of 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm beasts, and a few 4th-level Nether Passage Realm beasts. Yi Xian did a rough calculation. Apart from the snow-white bird under Hualien, there were a few 4th-level Nether Passage Realm beasts. In other words, they were on the same level as the king of the Great Bacteria Empire, Monarch Mushroom. Roar. Aoo. The group of Skirich beasts couldn't help but roar when they saw Hualien return. With Luo as the interpreter, Yi Xian understood their words. They were asking why they had brought a human back. From now on, this human is our ally. Hualien flew directly to the center of the group of Skirich beasts and said in a light voice, although his realm isn't high, he was able to fight Little Gold to a draw. If he can break through again, he will be a great help. Hearing this, the surrounding Skirich beasts were very shocked. A mere 9th-level Nether Passage Realm beast could fight the 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm Golden-Eyed Tiger King to a draw? What kind of racial joke was this? Little White can testify as well. In order to convince the remaining heaven-reaching beasts, Hualien reminded them once more. Little White was the snowy white bird beneath Hualien. It was a snow wind demon spirit condor. Although it was still in its infancy, it was one of the few 4th-stage Fulfillment Golden Realm cultivators in the Tree Demon Alliance. Beep. The snowy white bird shrieked as it personally testified. Now, all the heaven-reaching beasts were convinced. This human has boundless potential, but our Tree Demon Alliance doesn't have many things that we can use. That's why we can only pay with wood essence. As Hualien spoke, she suddenly turned to a mountain in the distance and said, Little mountain, take out 1/5 of your wood essence. Rumble. Hearing this, the mountain suddenly shook violently. Then, the little mountain transformed into a giant. This was a mountain giant, a 4th-stage Fulfillment Realm cultivator in the Tree Demon Alliance. At the same time, it was also the Tree Demon Alliance's treasure trove. Soon, the mountain giant spat out a large amount of wood essence from its stomach, which piled up into a mountain. From the beginning, Yi Xian knew that the mountain in front of him was no ordinary mountain, but a heaven-reaching beast. This was because his eye of revelation couldn't see through this mountain. He didn't expect that the mountain giant's stomach would contain such a large amount of wood essence. A fifth of wood essence? How much was that? After the mountain giant finished spitting out the wood essence, Xian's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. There were at least 10,000 pieces of wood essence piled up. This meant that there were 30 to 40,000 pieces of wood essence in the mountain giant's body. Xian, this is your down payment. If you can destroy the great bacterial empire, I'll give you the rest. Hualien flew to Xian's shoulder and said, "Deal." Xian immediately agreed. These wood essences were enough to upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. He immediately went over and collected all the wood essences. Then, he threw them all into the planting space and located them at the Tree Demon Alliance's headquarters. As long as the heaven-reaching treasure tree absorbed all the wood essences and released the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, it would probably upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. You're still at the 9th stage of the Nether Passage realm. Can you break through to the Fulfillment realm in half a month? Hualien asked. As far as I know, there are 2 forces that have entered the primitive world of the wood spirit. One is called the Flying Scorpion Stockade, and the other is called the Qingyang Sword Sect. If I were to deal with them, it would be enough. Xian answered honestly. I also came into contact with these 2 forces, but they refused to cooperate, so I killed them all. In addition, I had the Treants set up a mystifying mirage formation to guide these humans to the Great Fungi Empire. If you want to find them, you'll probably have to go to the Great Fungi Empire. As Hualien spoke, she also found a few interspatial rings on the snow-white bird and threw them to Xian. Using a maze formation to guide them to the Great Bacterial Empire? Xian narrowed his eyes and took the interspatial ring. Unfortunately, there were very few things in these interspatial rings. They were like a drop in the bucket. However, if he were to rob all the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold and the Green Sun Sword Sect, it would probably be enough. Moreover, it seemed that the Qingyang Sword Sect would send a follow-up team into the primitive world of the wood spirit. If that's the case, then give me a map. Xian said. I don't have a map. Let Little Gold send you there. Hualien shook her head. That works too. Xian didn't refuse. Although very unwilling, the golden-eyed Tiger King didn't disobey the order and led the way into the forest. Xian followed closely behind and left. Hualien fell into deep thought as she watched his back. Beep. The snow-wind demon spirit condor suddenly let out a low cry. You're asking why I trust this human so much? Hualien paused and answered, our 1st and 2nd lines of defense have been defeated by the Great Fungi Empire after years of wear and tear. The 3rd line of defense is also about to collapse. If no one helps, I estimate that we'll be annihilated in another month. Most importantly, I feel that this human is very unusual. To put it simply, Hualien chose to trust Xian based on her intuition. At this time, Xian was already following the golden-eyed Tiger King towards the maze formation. During the journey, Xian also saw some soldiers from the Great Fungi Empire. Of course, these mushroom men were all dealt with by him and their corpses were all thrown into the planting space. After about 2 seconds, Xian finally arrived in front of the maze formation. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared. With Lualua's translation, Xian understood what he meant. You go on your own. If I want to, I can easily leave this maze formation. Xian replied. The golden-eyed Tiger King had just asked if he wanted to continue bringing him along. However, Xian had the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception, so he wouldn't get lost in there. Even if he accidentally fell into a trap, he had the Eye of the Void and could directly return to the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared in dissatisfaction, then turned around and left. As for Xian, he also stepped into the lost forest. A maze, it was a piece of cake for him. Even if I don't have the Eye of Heaven, I still have the death warrant. With this precise location, I can't get lost. Xian thought to himself. The target of the death warrant, Nalan Bing, was unknown how far away she was from here, so even if she moved, Xian didn't see much of a deviation. However, Xian was now going through the lost forest to reach the Great Fungi Empire's territory. There are signs of human activity. Not long after Xian entered the lost forest, he found a set of footprints that had been left recently, about half an hour ago. Xian immediately chased after them. The Lost Forest was actually a place made up of a large number of tree demons. After that, they would constantly move, causing people to get lost. As long as these tree demons didn't reveal themselves, no one would be able to discover them. Xian did indeed encounter many tree demons along the way because he had the Eye of Revelation. However, he was now in an alliance with the Tree Demon Alliance, so he had to be merciful. Moreover, the 10,000 pieces of wood essence in the planting space hadn't been used up yet. It would probably take another half a day. After half a day, the planting space would be upgraded to level 3. At that time, he would be able to let the Skirich beasts into the planting space. Xian could actually stay at the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters for half a day, then load a large number of Skirich beasts into the planting space and directly attack the Great Fungi Empire. However, he didn't want to waste this half a day. Without the tree demons blocking his path, Xian quickly caught up to the group of humans in front of him. According to the footprints, there were 5 people. He didn't know whether they were from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold or the Green Sunsword sect. At the same time, he also felt that the 5 people in front of him were all experts at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm. Big brother, we've been walking for more than an hour and we still haven't gotten out. Why don't we use violence? Looks like that's the only way. However, we can't use up too much of our true chi. Otherwise, we'll be in danger if we run into enemies. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble in front of him. Since they couldn't get out of the Lost Forest, they started attacking the surrounding trees in an attempt to blast their way out. However, at this moment, Xian suddenly charged out of the forest. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Ice and Fire Blend. Twin Dragon Roar. Xian launched a sneak attack. Moreover, it was an attack that was infused with killing intent. What? The 5 of them were shocked and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, there were still 2 people who couldn't dodge in time and were instantly killed. The reason why Xian directly attacked was because 3 of the 5 people actually used sabers as weapons. Moreover, judging from their walking posture, Xian guessed that they were from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold was full of ruthless bandits. Naturally, there was no need to show mercy. 3rd brother, 4th brother. The bald leader's eyes widened because he saw 2 of his brothers die with his own eyes. Immediately, he glared at Xian and charged toward Xian. If we were closer, we could have killed at least 3 of them. Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately charged forward. The killing intent gained from the Twin Dragon Roar was more than the killing intent consumed. However, every time he used up a bit of killing intent, he would save as much as he could. In the blink of an eye, the 3 experts from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were fighting with Xian. The 3 of them had very few opponents at the same level as them. Unfortunately, their opponent was Xian. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Roar. Boom. After Xian approached, he immediately used his ultimate move. A powerful sound wave attack blasted the 3 of them, causing them to vomit blood. Whether it was the Twin Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire or the Twin Dragon Roar, both consumed a shocking amount of true energy. Fortunately, Xian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so he could keep up with the consumption rate. In order to end this as soon as possible, Xian decided to use Double Dragon Roar again. Your Excellency, please spare me. I have a secret, the bald man in the lead suddenly shouted. Secret? Hearing this, Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested. Seeing Xian suddenly stop, the bald man's eyes flickered and he said, the secret is K your mother. Before he could finish his words, a beam of light flashed past and cut off his head. Humph, how dare you disrespect the young master's family? You're courting death. Luoluo snorted softly. She took off the bald man's universe ring and threw it to Xian. Run. The other 2 knew that they were no match for him, so they immediately turned around. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape death. 2 seconds later, the 2 were taken care of by Xian and Luoluo. The battle had only lasted for 5 seconds, but Xian had already taken care of 5 martial practitioners at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm. This strength was explosive. When I was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, I could easily kill 5 martial practitioners at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm, and even fight against 3rd level Fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. If I can break through to the Fulfillment realm, open my natal palaces, and condense my lifeblood true energy, I probably won't have a problem fighting against Monarch Shroom. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. Monarch Shroom was at the 4th level of the Fulfillment realm, and it was said that she was even stronger than 4th level heaven-reaching beasts. However, what Yi Xian wanted the most right now was to kill his way into the Great Mushroom Empire and use Swordstorm. Killing intent exploded, Feast of Slaughter, Swordstorm. If these 3 moves were used together, they would definitely be as strong as the heavens. There were some cultivation resources and prosperity pills in these 5 people's universe rings. Yi Xian directly gave them to Luoluo and kept some prosperity pills as backup. This was because he predicted that he might need the prosperity pills when he reached the peak of the Nether Passage realm. Young master, give me half a day more, and I will be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Luoluo returned to the planting space and said to Yi Xian. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. There was a precious land in the planting space that was occupied by Luoluo. It was very close to the heavenly treasure tree, and there was a spirit-gathering formation set up to gather the world's origin energy. The world's origin energy was gathered and then absorbed by Luoluo's body. Luoluo's cultivation speed was at least 100 times faster than normal people, and with the help of natural treasures, a day's worth of cultivation was equivalent to a year's worth of other people. Of course, this was also due to the wood essence. In just a few hours, the world's origin energy in the planting space had doubled. If all the wood essence was absorbed by the heavenly treasure tree, Yi Xian estimated that it would be at least 3 times as much as before. Let's continue on our way. It'll be best if I can break through to the Fulfillment realm in one day. That way, I can fight my way to the Great Fungi Empire alone. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's figure flashed and he left the place. The primitive world of wood essence had appeared for some time, at least 5 days. The Flying Scorpion stronghold had sent many people to explore, but almost all of them were trapped in the Lost Forest without exception. This was, of course, Hualien's doing. Hualien's plan was to have these people wear down the mushroom men of the Great Fungi Empire and weaken the empire. Now, these people were all Yi Xian's targets. Yi Xian wanted to use the cultivation resources in their rings to break through to the Fulfillment realm. Found it again. They passed by about 10 minutes ago. There are 3 of them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over. Soon, he encountered 3 more people, and they were all experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. After a period of recovery, his true energy had returned to peak condition. He immediately crept closer and unleashed a powerful attack. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Twin Dragon Roar. After a few seconds, the battle ended. The 3 experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold were all killed by Yi Xian. Continue. Yi Xian swallowed the items and continued on his way. There were many dangers in the primitive world of wood essence, so whether it was the Flying Scorpion stronghold or the Green Sun Sword sect, at least 3 people moved together. Half an hour later, Yi Xian found the 3rd group. However, this was the most troublesome one he had ever encountered, because these 3 were all at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm. They seemed to be experts of the Green Sun Sword sect. Yi Xian recognized the auras of these 3 people. They were in the Green Sun Sword sect's group. However, this didn't affect his plan. Although the Green Sun Sword sect is righteous, the white-haired elder previously said that if his disciples encountered others in the primitive world of wood essence, they should kill without mercy. When he thought of this, Yi Xian revealed traces of killing intent. Killing and robbing was a matter of course. Kill. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly charged out. Eye of Glory. Killing intent explosion. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. Yi Xian immediately used his ultimate move. A formless attack blasted towards the 3 of them. What? The 3 Green Sun Sword sect elders trembled and hurriedly used their natal true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength to defend themselves. They were all at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm and had opened 2 Yuan palaces. The strength of their natal true qi was also stronger than those at the first level of the fulfillment realm. When the attack landed on their bodies, half of its power was instantly reduced. However, they were still sent flying. Yi Xian never thought that he could kill 3 second-level fulfillment realm experts in one hit. After all, the Flying Scorpion stronghold was much stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. If one were to compare, any one of the 3 of them was stronger than the sect master of the underworld branch in seizing Heart City. If the 3 of them worked together, they could even fight against a 3rd-level fulfillment realm expert. Killing Intent Explosion. Dual Dragon Roar. Yi Xian once again used his ultimate move and blasted it towards one of them. The dual dragon roar of ice and fire was just to separate the 3 of them. If the 3 of them worked together, they could easily destroy his attack. Huff huff huff. The 2 dragon breaths, one ice and one fire, merged and formed an extremely strong attack. Green Sun Sword Bell. Yi Xian's target's face darkened. He knew that he couldn't avoid this attack. Hence, he circulated all of his true qi and merged it with his 10,000 mammoth strength, forming a giant green bell around his body. Boom! The twin dragon roar slammed into the giant cyan bell, and another sound wave attack spread out, shaking the surrounding trees and breaking them. Oh? A defensive divine ability? Yi Xian was slightly surprised and his eyes flickered. Ding! Copy of Green Sun Sword Bell successful. Ding! Green Sun Sword Bell can perfectly merge with the dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Do you want to proceed? When the dual dragon roar collided with the Green Sun Sword Bell, a system notification suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. This kind of notification sound had appeared in the Thousand Tree Sect's historical remains before. Last time, when Yi Xian was fighting Mo Shui, he copied down Mo Shui's Azure Dragon Claw and merged it with Dragon Catching Hand. The result of the fusion was Qinglong's 8 forces stretching claws. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. This perfect martial arts fusion only required the super devouring crystal. If it was an awesome skill, then it would be a huge gain. Ding. Fusion of powers. Ding. Host has learned the double dragon sword bell. 2 system notifications sounded. Double dragon sword bell? Could it be the same defensive divine ability as the Azure Yang sword bell? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Most likely, even the Xianming twin fiends did not know this move. He didn't expect the Will Manifestation God Art to be able to fuse perfectly with the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Come, let me see the defensive capabilities of this Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Yi Xian sneered. Brat, I'll kill you. At this time, the other 3 launched their attacks at the same time. Azure Sunburst. All 3 of them channeled their natal true qi and launched their strongest attacks at Yi Xian. 3 streaks of Azure Sword Qi shot towards Yi Xian. Double Dragon Sword Bell. Facing the attacks from 3 directions, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon rose into the air and condensed into a giant golden bell. The Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon coiled around the giant golden bell. If Yi Xian hadn't used the Eye of Glory, the bell probably wouldn't have been golden. However, it didn't matter. Boom. 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 The 3 streaks of Azure Sword Qi all landed on the golden bell. Immediately, another sound wave attack spread out. The 3 second stage fulfillment realm elders of the Azure Yang Sword sect were shocked as they were sent flying by the sound wave attack. What a strong defense, and it even has the effect of the dual dragon roar of ice and fire after being attacked. A divine skill, a divine skill. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to be so lucky this time. He obtained a powerful skill that even the mysterious underworld duo demons didn't know. Haha, I'll kill you while you're down. Yi Xian laughed loudly as he once again fused the 2 flying dragon silhouettes. Double Dragon Roar. The target this time was the same as before. The second stage fulfillment realm elder of the Green Sun Sword sect had used a large amount of his lifeblood true energy to block the twin dragon roar. He had also used his strongest attack, so he didn't have much lifeblood true energy left in his body. He didn't have the strength to block this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the second stage fulfillment realm elder of the Azure Yang Sword sect was engulfed by the double dragon roar. The power of extreme ice and fire instantly turned his body into ash. Instant kill. What? Elder Shui was instantly killed. The other two elders were shocked. Elder Shui's strength was the strongest amongst the three of them. Yet he was instantly killed by a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm Junior. Who is this kid? How can he be so monstrous? The two elders couldn't help but guess. Even the most monstrous genius of the Azure Yang Sword sect could only fight a 1st-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner when he was at the 9th-level Nether Passage Realm. Defeating one was out of the question, let alone insta-killing one. Yi Xian was 10 times more powerful than the number 1 genius of the Azure Yang Sword sect. Kill him and avenge Elder Shui, shouted one of the elders. Then, he charged toward Yi Xian again. Humph, you think you can kill me? Yi Xian sneered. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. The two elders of the Azure Yang Sword sect were sent flying again. 2nd-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners were only at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm after all. Even if they could fight a 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner when they worked together, many people would choose to fight 3 2nd-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners at the same time instead of 1 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner. You probably used up most of your vital energies. It's time to end this. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With the Eye of Revelation, he could see that the vital energies in their natal palaces were almost depleted. Of course, he only had 1/3 of his own vital energy left. However, he had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, so he didn't need to worry about that. Yi Xian's true body and avatar immediately charged forward. Bang! 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 This time, Yi Xian didn't use any of his ultimate moves. Instead, he used the Twin Dragons of Ice and Fire sword formation to fight the remaining two elders. Even so, the two elders couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. In fact, they were at a disadvantage. As their vital energies continued to deplete, their expressions grew darker and darker. They wanted to run, but Yi Xian held them tightly. They couldn't escape at all. The Azure Yang Sword sect won't let you get away with this. An explosive roar rang out in the Lost Forest. Then, 2 crisp sounds rang out. Rip! Rip! With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 heads fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Let me see what you've got. Yi Xian walked over, picked up their universe rings, and inspected them. There were many things in the universe rings, including more than 2,000 prosperity pills and more than 100 wood essences. Yi Xian threw all the wood essences into the planting space. As for the prosperity pills, they were all devoured. Every time he leveled up, he needed a large amount of experience. These 2,000 prosperity pills were just enough for him to reach the 9th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Ding! The host has reached the shackles of the Nether Passage Realm. 1,000 prosperity pills are required to break through. The system notified. As expected, I need prosperity pills to level up. However, my strength has increased a lot. It won't be difficult to get 1,000 prosperity pills. When he thought of this, Yi Xian instantly left his original spot. He was a little impatient to break through. Soon, he passed through the Lost Forest and arrived at the territory of the Great Mushroom Empire. There are many traces of battle. Yi Xian sensed for a moment, then chased in a certain direction. He guessed that there was a battle about 10 minutes ago. There were about 3 people fighting here. The ones fighting these 3 people were mushroom people. The footprints of the mushroom people were very special. Moreover, they were the victors. After the 3 mushroom people killed them, they dragged the corpses away. Yi Xian immediately chased in that direction. He hoped that the 3 mushrooms would kill the 3 human martial practitioners at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. If that was the case, he might be able to break through. The wood spirits couldn't fly in the primitive world, and the mushroom people couldn't fly either. Therefore, Yi Xian could definitely catch up to them if he followed the footprints. He was very fast. 10 minutes later, he sensed the 3 figures. I've caught up. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. But in the next moment, his footsteps paused. The 3 mushroom people he was chasing were indeed mushrooms, but one of them was even taller and stronger than the other 2. Could this be the Emperor Mushroom Hualian was talking about? Yi Xian exclaimed inwardly. Emperor mushrooms were a level higher than general mushrooms. They were comparable to a human at the third level of the fulfillment realm. I had the strength to kill the golden-eyed tiger king, but I heard that emperor mushrooms are stronger than ordinary heaven-reaching beasts, Yi Xian thought to himself. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid, but there were 2 Xianxings around him, so it was tricky. Those 2 Xianxings were carrying 3 human corpses. For them to be able to carry them back, their realms must have been quite high when they were alive. If I can get their Qianquan rings, I might be able to break through. By then, what about the Emperor Xings? Yi Xian pondered for a moment and decided to make a move. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Go. At that moment, Yi Xian concealed his aura and figure, slipped into the darkness, and stealthily made his way over. The 3 warriors of the Great Bacterial Empire were currently resting. My lord, we've been wandering around here for hours and killed many people. If we can't get out, these corpses will be useless. What's the hurry? It's not like we're going to starve to death. At most, we'll just cut down the entire forest, said the tall Emperor Xings. He was a full 2 meters tall, and the 2 blades in his hands were stained with blood. Just as he was about to speak, the Emperor Xings suddenly trembled and roared angrily, "Who is it?" As expected of an Emperor Xings, they actually found him. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the shadows, was startled. In the next moment, a wave of blade light attacked. Whoosh! Yi Xian quickly dodged. This wave of blade light directly cut the heaven-reaching treasure tree behind him in half. Although the Emperor Xings didn't know how to use true qi, their physiques were stronger than the heaven-reaching beasts. A casual wave of their blade could produce enough force to kill a heaven-reaching beast at the first level of the fulfillment realm. Since he was already exposed, Yi Xian could only walk out himself. Human? Seeing Yi Xian walk out, the Emperor Xings were very surprised. Of course, he was surprised at Yi Xian's realm. 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. TSK, I didn't expect to meet an Emperor Xings here. Yi Xian sneered as he walked out. TSK, I thought I met a big prey. So it's just a little brat. The Emperor Xings was very disdainful. After a pause, he said, however, to be able to dodge my blade, you're quite capable. Hee, I'm quite capable. I can even kill you. Do you believe me? Yi Xian looked very calm. If it was any other 9th level Nether Passage realm, they would probably be scared to death when they saw Xianxings. However, Yi Xian was still so calm when he saw the Emperor Xings. This brat is not simple, the Emperor Xing said in his heart. However, he had already attacked once, and Yi Xian didn't die from that attack. Hence, he didn't want to attack anymore. You, go and kill him, the Emperor Xing said to the idle Xianxings. Yes, my lord. When Xianxing saw that his opponent was only 9th level Nether Passage realm, he didn't care at all. He directly pulled out his dual blades and walked out. Brat, do you have any last words? Xianxing said with a look of certainty on Yi Xian's face. No last words, but I have a question. Yi Xian shook his head and said. Since it's the last question before you die, ask away. Xianxing gripped the dual blades in his hands tightly. Hearing that, Yi Xian paused, then slowly asked, actually, what I want to ask is, how do you guys reproduce? This was his question. Mushrooms were fungi. These mushrooms had mutated into mutated beasts. Then how did they reproduce? Could it be that they also went through OOXX? Yi Xian was very confused. Of course, he didn't even know how normal mushrooms reproduce. However, his question angered Xianxing's. Brat, you're courting death. Xianxing's was furious and directly charged at Yi Xian. I might not be the one to die. Yi Xian stopped joking and instantly split into 2, one on the left and one on the right. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation. Xianxing's was comparable to 2nd level Fulfillment Realm cultivators. He might even be stronger than humans. However, Yi Xian was able to fight against 3 2nd level Fulfillment Realm sect elders at the same time before. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the Nether Passage realm, how could a mere Xianxing's be his match? Immediately, the 2 sides began to fight. In Emperor Xing's heart, Yi Xian was already a dead man. He just didn't want to make a move. However, when he saw the situation in front of him, he was shocked. His subordinates were actually being suppressed by Yi Xian and were at a disadvantage. Moreover, it looked like their lives would soon be in danger. You, go and help. Emperor Xing turned and said to the other Jiangxings. Yes, my lord. This Jiangxing threw the 3 human corpses on his shoulders to the ground and also threw away the bag on his body. Then, he pulled out his dual blades and went to help. Seeing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Everything was going according to his plan. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. That surging wave of air directly sent the 2 generals flying. The 2 generals each spat out a mouthful of purple blood and venomous liquid. Good boy, let me deal with you. Seeing that his 2 subordinates weren't a match for Yi Xian, the monarch mushroom coldly snorted and slowly walked out. Hee hee, you're coming? Yi Xian sneered. Just as the emperor was charging towards him, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared not far away. Luo Luo. After Luo Luo appeared, she quickly kept the corpses and the bag containing the wood essence and yin and yang rings. What? The emperor and the 2 generals were shocked. They clearly didn't see anyone else, but now, why was there suddenly another one? This boy has so many tricks up his sleeve. The emperor said in his heart and directly slashed a blade light at Luo Luo. This blade light was extremely sharp. If Luo Luo didn't dodge it, she would definitely be cut in half. However, Luo Luo didn't need to dodge. Keep. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Luo Luo instantly disappeared, and that blade light missed. Young master, I got it. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Good. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The items were all taken away by Luo Luo. Then, Luo Luo put the items into the planting space, and finally, they were taken away by Yi Xian. These 3 corpses were all 2nd-level fulfillment realm martial artists. However, they weren't elders of Green Sun Sword sect, but experts of Flying Scorpion stronghold. Although they didn't have more than 1,000 fulfillment pills in their yin and yang rings, the emperor had already collected several yin and yang rings. In total, there were exactly 1,050 fulfillment pills, enough. Ding, host has broken through. Current level is 1st level of fulfillment realm. Ding, host has opened up a Yuan palace. After the 2 system notifications, Yi Xian's aura suddenly increased by at least 1-fold. Nether passage realm to fulfillment realm was a major realm. In an instant, Yi Xian's physique and true energy had undergone a qualitative leap. However, the most important change was the opening of a Yuan palace in his body. At the same time, the divine tree of life began to work, and began to refine vital energy. What? How did this kid suddenly break through? The monarch mushroom in front of him was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had seen a breakthrough in battle. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger, mixed with a trace of the smell of death. Impossible, incomparable to a human at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. How can I be scared by a brat who just broke through to the fulfillment realm? He didn't dare to believe it, but he did feel a sense of danger. If he was careless, he would be doomed. All of you, go. At this moment, Monarch Shroom suddenly gave an order to the other 2 shrooms. My lord, the 2 generals looked at each other and panicked. When Yi Xian was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, he could already send the 2 of them flying. Now, Yi Xian had broken through to the fulfillment realm, opened up a Yuan palace, and refined vital energy. Wouldn't he be able to kill them? However, they didn't dare to disobey Monarch Shroom's order. If they had any objections, they would probably be killed by Monarch Shroom first. Fight. The 2 generals knew that they were being used as cannon fodder, so they directly charged at Yi Xian. Trying to break a rock with an egg, die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and immediately turned into 2 bolts of lightning, attacking the 2 generals respectively. With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 generals were easily killed by Yi Xian. One was incinerated, and the other was frozen into an ice corpse. Instant kill. Is this vital energy? It's twice as strong as normal vital energy. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Other people's vital energy was difficult to refine and recover. However, with the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he could recover it like it was child's play. Although the recovery speed was not as fast as normal vital energy, it was enough for Xian to squander. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword bell was invaded by the sound wave attacks. As for the monarch mushroom, it was constantly enduring these attacks. It felt as if its head was about to explode. Fortunately, this was unleashed by Xian himself. His true chi was immune to these sound wave attacks. Unleashing the dual dragon roar of ice and fire in this dual dragon sword bell is truly terrifying. Xian looked at the monarch mushroom's pained expression and couldn't help but think to himself. If it was him, his ears would probably explode. Haha, looks like killing you won't be too difficult. Xian couldn't help but laugh wildly. In the next instant, another dragon roar spread out. Wang! 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 The dragon roar echoed in the dual dragon sword bell. The monarch mushroom was dizzy from the dragon roar, and cracks appeared on the canopy above its head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian once again gathered his true chi and attacked the monarch mushroom. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar. True chi, killing intent explosion, eye of glory. These factors combined allowed Xian's attack to have the power to instantly kill a third-level fulfillment realm cultivator. The monarch mushroom was dizzy from the dragon roar, and with the addition of the scorching hell, its battle strength was less than 60%. It couldn't dodge this attack at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 dragon breaths instantly drowned the monarch mushroom. At this time, Xian finally remembered a problem. This monarch mushroom's corpse was useful to him. Oh no! Xian cursed, blaming himself for forgetting. Right now, he could only pray in his heart that the monarch mushroom's body was strong enough to not be burned to ashes. Boom! Another wave of air swept across the area. What made Xian relieved was that the monarch mushroom's body was still strong enough to not be burned to ashes by the dual dragon roar. Its aura has disappeared. It's dead. Xian sensed for a moment and walked over. At this time, the monarch mushroom had already been killed. Its entire corpse was in pieces and was too horrible to look at. Xian immediately went over and stored it in his planting space as fertilizer for the heavenly treasure tree. Now that Xian had broken through to the fulfillment realm, his combat power was extraordinary. If he wanted to, he could slaughter his way into the Great Bacterial Empire's territory. However, just in case, he decided to rest for half a day in the Lost Forest and continue hunting. After half a day. Ding! The level of the planting space has increased. Currently at level 3. This system notification caused Xian's footsteps to involuntarily stop. In fact, an hour ago, the heavenly treasure tree in the planting space had absorbed all the essence of wood. After another hour, the vitality of the world in the planting space had finally reached the required level. Now, the planting space was at level 3, Xian sensed his surroundings and found that the planting space had doubled in size. The concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi had also doubled. This meant that Luolua's cultivation speed had doubled. Young master, I'm also about to break through. Luolua's voice sounded in Xian's mind. Very good. Xian was very satisfied. After a while. Young master, I've broken through. At this rate, I'll be able to break through to the Nether Passage realm in 2 more days. Luoluo sent another message. She had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Since that's the case, then you should cultivate well. This time I'm going to show off my skills. Amen. After resting for half a day, Xian felt that it was about time. This time, he was going to directly enter the Great Bacterial Empire's territory and go deep into it. Although the Great Bacterial Empire had the Emperor Mushroom, who was even stronger than the Emperor Mushroom, with his strength, if he couldn't beat it, could he not run? However, he didn't know if the legend of the Emperor Mushroom that Hualien had told him was true. The Emperor Mushroom was the first mushroom person, the ancestor of the Great Bacterial Empire. This was a super battle prowess at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. With Xian's current realm, he couldn't fight it. However, Xian had the Eye of Eternity, and the mushroom person didn't have true chi or the power of all things, so he was still very safe. He immediately used the Eye of Revelation and began to leave the Lost Forest. Along the way, he encountered a few humans and mushroom people who were trapped in the lost forest. These people all had designs on him, and he killed them all. About 2 hours later, Xian finally came out of the lost forest. At this time, he was already in the center of the Great Bacterial Empire's territory. Xian identified the direction and then hurried toward the depths of the Great Bacterial Empire. This time, he was going to go on a killing spree. If everything went well, he might be able to increase the vitality of the planting space to another level. In fact, he might even be able to break through to the second level of the fulfillment realm. Xian began to hurry again. He felt that he would only need 2 hours at most to reach the depths of the Great Bacterial Empire. Using his extraordinary senses, he killed all the unlucky people on the way. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more mushroom people there were. Just 10 minutes after Xian left the lost forest. There's a large group of mushroom people ahead? Xian's footsteps paused. He sensed that there were hundreds of mushroom people in front of him. There were mushroom soldiers, mushroom leaders, general mushrooms, and even emperor mushrooms. Could this be a military camp of the Great Bacterial Empire? Such a thought flashed through his mind. In the Great Bacterial Empire, every person was a warrior, so there were a lot of them. There were at least 100,000 of them. The military camp in front of him had more than 100 people, and there were even emperor mushrooms. This made Xian's eyes light up. So much fertilizer, I've earned big. The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Although he couldn't directly devour the corpses of these mushroom people, he could use them to fertilize the soil of the planting space. This would increase Luolua's cultivation speed. Of course, the most important thing was that killing these mushroom people gave him a lot of killing intent. Kill. At that moment, Xian quietly snuck over. The military camp of the Great Bacterial Empire was very simple and crude. It was just a few tree holes. At this time, the 100 people just happened to be gathered together to listen to the leader, the Emperor Mushroom. Xian sneaked over and then split into two. In the next moment, the two Xian stabbed out with their swords at the same time. Double Dragon Sword Bell. 2 phantoms of heavenly dragons circled in the air, condensing into a golden sword bell that fell down. What? The Emperor Mushroom and the other general mushrooms were shocked. What the hell was this? Before they could react, the two Xian quickly swept out. At the same time, the golden sword bell had already covered the ground. Tremble, mushrooms! Xian didn't say anything and directly used a big move. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom, this time, Xian used killing intent explosion, and its power was much stronger than before. This dragon's roar instantly blasted apart the mushroom soldiers. Even quite a few of the mushroom squad leaders died. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 or so living creatures left in the golden sword bell. The dragon's roar hit the golden sword bell and began to echo. After a few dragon roars, there was only 1 emperor mushroom left, as well as 4 general mushrooms that could not even stand properly. This move was much more useful than Bladestorm. After all, it had no cooldown and was completely executed using true chi. TSK, I didn't even use my own true chi and I was able to kill so many. If I used my own true chi, would only the Emperor Mushroom be left? Xian was very satisfied with this power. Who are you? At this time, the Emperor Mushroom could not help but ask. One attack had killed so many of his subordinates. This was not something a human at the first level of the fulfillment realm could do. In Xian's heart, this Emperor Mushroom was already dead. Therefore, he did not need to waste words with him. Taste this move. Xian's eyes flashed. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. This time, he used his own true chi. The power was more than twice as strong as before. This time, there were no other enemies in the golden sword bell except for this Emperor Mushroom. At the same time, this Emperor Mushroom spat out several mouthfuls of purple poisonous blood and looked at Xian in shock. His head was about to explode. I'll send you to the afterlife. Xian said coldly in his heart. This time, it was the strongest move of the dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar. Boom. The dragon's breath swallowed this Emperor Mushroom. Another third level of the fulfillment realm was killed by Yi Xian. In this dual dragon sword bell, Yi Xian's battle power was greatly increased. He even had the guts to kill that emperor mushroom with the title of king. Of course, this dual dragon sword bell had to have one condition, and that was to trap the enemy. If not, the effect would be greatly reduced. But then again, this time, Yi Xian had easily killed an entire camp of soldiers of the Great Mushroom Empire. There was even an emperor mushroom among them. This allowed Yi Xian to earn a lot of killing intent. If he destroyed the entire Great Mushroom Empire, would these corpses be able to increase his planting space to level 4? Whatever, let's kill them first. Yi Xian didn't want to think too much. After all, it wasn't good to think too much. It would only bring trouble to himself. Immediately, he began to search quickly. After he had broken through to the fulfillment realm, his eye of perception, his spiritual sense, and his killer instinct had improved a lot. He estimated that his perception had surpassed a human at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. At this moment, what he hoped for the most was to encounter more military camps. That way, he would feel good. After traveling for 5 minutes, Yi Xian finally found the second military camp. This camp was similar to the previous one. They both had a monarch fungus. Monarch fungi were actually equivalent to marshals in human empires, while monarch fungi were equivalent to royalty. Yi Xian used the same old method. He used stealth mode to sneak over and then used the twin dragon sword bell to trap his opponent. Who are you? This monarch mushroom's reaction was faster than the previous one, but it was useless. He was still trapped inside. In order to save time, Yi Xian immediately made his move. Killing intent explosion. Eye of glory. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. This time, he directly used his lifeblood true qi. In an instant, a large number of the mushroom men inside the twin dragon sword bell fell. After a few rounds, only the monarch mushroom was left. Twin dragon roar. Another killing move was unleashed. Yi Xian finished off this monarch mushroom. A normal human at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm would probably find it difficult to finish off even one monarch mushroom. However, this was extremely easy for Yi Xian. Another large amount of killing intent. Yi Xian walked over and collected all the mushroommen's corpses. Then, he prepared to leave. Continue. His movements were very fast and very nimble. A battle didn't even take 5 seconds. The time spent traveling was much longer than the time spent fighting. One camp after another was destroyed by Yi Xian. The Great Mushroom Empire's army was quickly reduced in numbers. However, paper couldn't wrap fire. Soon, the news reached the ears of the Great Mushroom Empire's higher-ups. Immediately, the Great Mushroom Empire sent out their top fighting force. Monarch mushroom. According to Hua Lian, there were a total of 5 monarch mushrooms. This was a conservative estimate. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of this monarch mushroom. He continued to destroy the Great Mushroom Empire's camps. Finally, after Yi Xian had slaughtered 8 whole camps, he finally encountered an expert that he could take seriously. At this time, he had just slaughtered the 9th camp. He looked at the 100 or so corpses on the ground and suddenly trembled. He felt a slight movement. Whoosh, the originally quiet battlefield suddenly had the sound of something breaking through the air. So fast. Yi Xian's chrysanthemum tightened, and he abruptly turned around. Swish. A crisp sound rang out, and a pillar-like object was thrown into the air. A wave of pain transmitted to his brain. Yi Xian dodged with a large stride and quickly pulled away. What had just been thrown into the air was his left arm. If his reaction had been just a bit slower, it would probably have been his head that flew up. The person who had ambushed him was a monarch mushroom of the Great Mushroom Empire. Moreover, this person was skilled in concealment and ambushing. In other words, this person was an assassin. Yi Xian focused his eyes and found that the person who had ambushed him was a thin mushroom person. This person was about the same height as him, but unlike the other mushroom people, this person's skin wasn't brown, but a disgusting black. There was a large king character on the giant umbrella. Monarch mushroom? Yi Xian immediately reacted. At this time, even if he was an idiot, he would probably be able to guess. Only the fourth level of the Fulfillment Realm monarch mushroom could ambush and cut off one of his arms. What powerful concealment abilities. Even my perception didn't detect it. Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. At this time, his arm grew back as if nothing had happened. Brat, you're the one who destroyed several of my great Mushroom Empire's camps? A cold voice rang out and entered Yi Xian's ears. The one who spoke was the Black Monarch Mushroom. Yes, it's me. Yi Xian nodded and said without hiding anything. How bold of you. A mere human dares to touch my great bacterial empire? This monarch mushroom said with a superior attitude. A mere human? Then why are you speaking the human language? Where did your sense of superiority come from? Yi Xian couldn't help but ridicule. You're courting death. When the monarch mushroom heard this, she turned into a streak of light and attacked Yi Xian without another word. Come, let me see what a fourth level of the Fulfillment Realm monarch mushroom is capable of. Yi Xian also used all of his skills. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Too slow. The King Shroom thought that Yi Xian was going to use the Dual Dragon Sword Bell to defend and couldn't help but snort. Is that so? The corner of Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. Boom. A shockwave swept out and reverberated within the Dual Dragon Sword Bell. The King Shroom's expression froze. It quickly moved and used the two swords in its hands to disperse the shockwave. Seeing that the Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire had no effect on the King Shroom, Yi Xian thought to himself, as expected of the King Shroom, it has some skill. The Emperor Shrooms were only at the third level of the Fulfillment Realm, so Yi Xian could easily kill them. However, the King Shroom was at the fourth level of the Fulfillment Realm, so it was several times stronger than the Emperor Shrooms. Moreover, the cultivation resources that the Great Shroom Empire obtained were probably all used on these Emperor Shrooms, so it was natural for them to be strong. However, Yi Xian didn't use his true strength. Killing Intent Explosion. Natal True Qi. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. This time, Yi Xian used the strongest attack in the Dual Dragon Sword Bell. A sound wave attack 3 times stronger than before spread out. The King Shroom widened its eyes and quickly rushed to the Dual Dragon Sword Bell and stabbed with all its strength. Bang! A hole was poked in the Dual Dragon Sword Bell, and the King Shroom quickly flashed out. The sound wave attack reverberated within the Dual Dragon Sword Bell, but it had no effect. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. If the King Shroom hadn't escaped, the outcome of this battle would have been decided. However, in any case, Yi Xian could still continue to use the Twin Dragon Sword Bell. If the King Mushroom were to attack, he would be trapped inside again. However, the King Shroom wasn't stupid. After seeing Yi Xian's attack, it attacked from afar. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of energy slashed towards Yi Xian. Although the King Mushroom didn't have the true qi or the power of Wanxiang, his physique was several times stronger than Yi Xian's. A casual strike from him wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the attack of a martial artist at the third level of the concept. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Yi Xian also began to fight back. At this moment, he was thinking about how to kill this monarch mushroom. Even if Yi Xian had the Tree of Life bloodline, he wouldn't be able to use his ultimate moves continuously. After all, he would run out eventually. In that case, he had to think of another way. Yes, let's do that. An idea suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and it was highly likely to succeed. Although he really wanted to fight to his heart's content, he wanted to improve his strength even more. Therefore, he would not fight this battle. Bang! 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 The two Yi Xian fought fiercely with the monarch mushroom. However, the monarch mushroom was extremely fast, and Yi Xian couldn't hurt him. Combine! At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly combined into one, and then broke open a void door, and directly entered. You want to escape? The monarch mushroom saw through Yi Xian's intention and hurriedly chased after him. However, after he entered the void gate, he immediately regretted his decision. Whoosh! He wanted to turn around and go back, but the void door closed before he could do so. Monarch mushroom, you're in trouble. Yi Xian sneered. Yi Xian had only located the primitive world of Wood Spirit twice. The first was at the entrance of the primitive world of Wood Spirit, and the other was at the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance. At this moment, the monarch mushroom was directly brought here by Yi Xian. The moment he passed through the gate of the void, he felt waves of powerful auras. There were a large number of heaven-reaching beasts in the surroundings, and all of them were at the third level of the fulfillment realm. There were even a few at the fourth level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian, why are you back? Seeing Yi Xian suddenly appear, Hualian also asked in surprise. Oh, I brought back a gift for you all, Yi Xian said without turning his head. Everyone saw this gift, and it was the monarch mushroom at the fourth level of the fulfillment realm. After the monarch mushroom appeared, the heaven-reaching beasts also surrounded them. You actually lured a monarch mushroom here, that's great. Hualian also reacted, and said, Big Gold, Big Mountain, Little White, he's yours. Big Gold was also a golden-eyed tiger king, and was one of the few in the fourth level of the fulfillment realm in the Tree Demon Alliance. Big Mountain was the mountain giant, and Little White was the snow wind demon spirit condor under Hualian. These three were all at the fourth level of the fulfillment realm. In addition to Yi Xian, this monarch mushroom's fate was sealed. Let's go. The monarch mushroom reacted extremely quickly, and hurriedly turned around to leave. However, Big Gold had already turned into a streak of light and blocked its path. In the blink of an eye, the two sides began to fight. This monarch mushroom also relied on speed to make a living, and so did Big Gold. Not only that, but Little White was also the same. With them here, Yi Xian didn't need to do anything. If these three fourth-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts couldn't even beat this monarch mushroom, then they might as well just kill themselves. This was Yi Xian's plan, to kill with a borrowed knife. How did you come back? At this time, Hualian flew over and couldn't help but ask. I have my own way. Let's take care of this monarch mushroom first. Yi Xian said slowly. Then, the two's attention was placed on the battlefield in front of them. Big Gold, Big Mountain, and Little White, the three fourth-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts besieged the monarch mushroom, and the latter was instantly at a disadvantage. The mountain giant blocked its path of retreat, while Big Gold and Little White were in charge of attacking. In less than 10 rounds, the monarch mushroom was covered in wounds. Tree Demon Alliance, even if I die, you all will die with me. The monarch mushroom roared loudly. Humph, you're about to die and you're still talking nonsense. Kill it. Hualian said very unhappily. The moment she said this, the three heaven-reaching beasts went all out. Bang! Although the monarch mushroom was fast, the mountain giant's fist was bigger. After it was hit, it was sent flying, and purple blood spurted out. It was a tragic sight. Then, Big Gold stomped with all its strength, and turned into a streak of golden lightning. Rip! A crisp sound rang out, and the monarch mushroom was directly cut in half vertically, and instantly died. A monarch mushroom was stronger than a fourth-level intent heaven-reaching beast, but when three heaven-reaching beasts of the same level worked together, it couldn't resist at all. How is it? You don't regret working with me, right? Yi Xian smiled faintly. No, I didn't misjudge you. Hualian giggled and landed on Yi Xian's shoulder. If that's the case, I'll be taking the corpse. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He used the power of all creations to collect the corpse and put it into the planting space as fertilizer. Can you continue to attract them? Hualian asked excitedly. If Yi Xian could continue to attract the king fungi, then the great bacterial empire would be exhausted to death by them sooner or later. I can, but this king fungi is a little brainless, so they followed us. If someone doesn't follow, then there's nothing we can do. Yi Xian paused, then said, however, I have another method that's faster. What method? Hualian blinked her large eyes curiously. I have a private space. Perhaps I can hide you all in there. If I run into the king fungi in the great bacterial empire's territory, I can summon them to battle. Yi Xian answered directly. Private space? How is that possible? Hualian couldn't believe it. When I was a mortal, I also thought that flying was impossible. But now, not only can I fly, but I can also burrow into the ground, move mountains, and fill seas. In this world, nothing is impossible. Yi Xian waved his hand as he spoke. In the next instant, Luoluo appeared in front of him. She's been in that space all this time. The Yuan Qi in that space is only slightly weaker than in the primitive world of the wood spirits. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Yi Xian continued. This time, Hualian fell silent. If Yi Xian really had the ability, then they might be able to easily annihilate the great bacterial empire. As long as Yi Xian was in danger, then these heavenly beasts could directly charge out and kill the enemy. But could this really work? Roar. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the crowd. It was the golden-eyed Tiger King, Little Gold. With Luoluo's translation, Yi Xian understood what Little Gold meant. Alright, you want to go in and take a look, right? No problem. Yi Xian nodded. After all, he was a human, and Hualian was the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance, so Xiao Jin was worried. Those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. Yi Xian had also heard this saying a lot. Later on, don't resist and you will be able to enter my space. Yi Xian said to Little Gold as he used the storage function of the space to store Little Gold. This kind of plant space could only be entered with the other party's permission. In the next instant, Xiao Jin disappeared. At the same time, Luoluo disappeared as well. Xiao Jin had already appeared in the planting space. Xiao Jin's foothold was next to the heavenly treasure tree. It looked at the endless sea of flowers and was shocked. It had lived in the primitive world of the wood spirit for so many years and was very familiar with it. But now, it had appeared in another place, which was incredible. At this time, a few more figures appeared. They were the heaven-reaching beasts that had volunteered. Awoo, beep, moo, one by one, the heaven-reaching beasts came in and cried out excitedly. This place was very suitable for them. Alright, come out after you've seen it. Yi Xian released the heaven-reaching beasts. How was it, Xiao Jin? Hualian could not help but ask when she saw Xiao Jin appear again. Awoo. Xiao Jin could not hide its excitement and began to tell them what it had seen in the planting space. After listening to it, the surrounding heaven-reaching beasts were shocked. There was actually a private space? Yi Xian, how did you do it? Really? Hualian could not believe it. She had lived for hundreds of years, but this was the first time she had heard of such a method. Even a peerless immortality state or rebirth state powerhouse would not be able to create a private space, right? This is a private space called the planting space. I use it to plant treasures of heaven and earth, as well as to cultivate exotic beasts. Previously, I asked if you were willing to leave the primitive world of the wood spirit so that you could enter here, Yi Xian said. At this time, Hualian also thought of this matter. This place was not at all inferior to the primitive world of the wood spirit. Moreover, the owner was Yi Xian, so there was no need to worry about any enemies. Let me go in and take a look. Hualian said impatiently. No problem. Yi Xian did not say anything else and let Hualian enter the planting space. Not only that, but he also brought in Big Gold, Little White, Mountain, and the other fourth-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. The planting space was currently at level 3, so it could accommodate heaven-reaching beasts. Moreover, it could accommodate heaven-reaching beasts that were 3 levels higher than Yi Xian. Soon, this large group of heaven-reaching beasts were all stored in the planting space by Yi Xian. There were hundreds of them, and all of them were second-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. After entering the planting space, Hualian's eyes lit up as she looked at it. Just a single heavenly treasure tree can actually create such abundant heaven-earth origin qi. This is impossible. Hualian said in disbelief. The reason why the primitive world of the wood spirit had such abundant primal energy was because of the large number of heaven-reaching treasure trees. In the planting space, there was only one heaven-reaching treasure tree, so the amount of primal energy was a little strange. My planting space can't be calculated according to the rules of the outside world. Yi Xian's voice sounded in the planting space. Indeed, a single heaven-reaching treasure tree could not create such a large amount of primal energy. However, one should not forget that planting spaces had different levels. Moreover, this heaven-reaching treasure tree had grown up drinking Yi Xian's blood. How is it? This place is not bad, right? Yi Xian projected a figure in the planting space and said with a smile, moving so many beasts here will consume a lot of primal energy. However, if you help me plant, I can open up a forest for you. Before, the planting space only allowed one heaven-reaching treasure tree, but now that it had reached the 3rd level, there was no such restriction. It was completely possible to create a primitive world of the wood spirit in the planting space. It is possible, but the great bacterial empire is not destroyed yet. Hualien said after a pause. That's easy. Yi Xian's heart stirred. In the next moment, these heaven-reaching beasts appeared in the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance in the primitive world of the wood spirit. I only need to borrow these 4th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. When the time comes, I will release whoever I encounter and the great bacterial empire will be destroyed in a single day. Yi Xian continued. If they thought about it this way, this was actually a mobile military camp. It was terrifying just thinking about it. But, what if you were to accidentally fall? Hualien said worriedly. Don't be afraid. Look again. Yi Xian sent the scirich beasts into the planting space, then released them again. This time, they weren't in the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters in the primitive world of the wood spirit, but in the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent. Where is this? Hualien looked around in shock. She felt that the chi of heaven and earth here was too sparse. It wasn't even 1/10,000th of the primitive world of the wood spirit. This is the Bloodstone continent, my homeland. There aren't even manifestation realm experts here. I have one clone here, and the other 2 are in the primitive world of the wood spirit. As long as this clone of mine doesn't die, I won't die. Yi Xian's second clone replied. You have 3? Hualien was very shocked. That's right. The other 2 are wandering outside, and this one is staying at home. That's very safe, isn't it? Yi Xian's second clone nodded. At the same time, he sent Hualien and the others into the planting space. Now, there was no need to worry about them. Hualien was already convinced by Yi Xian. This human had too many tricks up his sleeve. All right. As long as we destroy the great bacterial empire, I can move the entire Tree Demon Alliance to your space and help you build it. Hualien agreed immediately. Deal. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was his goal. Hualien was the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance. She had thousands of fulfillment realm scirich beasts and countless tree demons under her command. If all of them came to the planting space, then it would be awesome. The scirich beasts could be summoned to battle. The tree demons could also continuously produce chi of heaven and earth. Most importantly, Hualien had a large number of wood spirits under her command. She herself was a higher-level flower spirit. Her ability to plant treasures was much stronger than that of the wood spirit king. In short, Yi Xian had made a huge profit. However, the prerequisite for the Tree Demon Alliance to move to the planting space was to destroy the great bacterial empire. Hualien, how many 4th-stage fulfillment realm scirich beasts does your Tree Demon Alliance have? Yi Xian asked. Other than Big Gold, Big Mountain, and Little White, there's also Old Tree and Big Bear. 5 in total. After Hualien finished speaking, there was a huge commotion behind Yi Xian. The gigantic heavenly treasure tree began to twist and turn. The Old Tree was a 4th-level fulfillment realm tree demon. As for the Big Bear, it looked like a very ordinary black bear, but its strength and fur defense were extremely strong. A casual slap from him could probably shatter Yi Xian's double dragon sword bell. The Old Tree Demon Alliance had 5 4th-level fulfillment realm experts in total. However, only 4 of them were usable because the Old Tree couldn't be moved. 4 is enough. The next time I meet King Shrum, I can just kill it. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. In that case, Xiao Bai, De Jin, De Xiong, the 3 of you will go and assist Yi Xian. Hualien immediately ordered the 3 4th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. These 3 heaven-reaching beasts only listened to Hualien's orders, but for the sake of the Tree Demon Alliance, they had no choice but to obey Yi Xian's orders. Yi Xian immediately put the 3 4th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts into the planting space. Big Mountain, keep a quarter of the wood essence and give the rest to Yi Xian. Hualien said again. The wood essence wasn't that important to the Tree Demon Alliance because it was something that existed inside the bodies of the tree demons. The wood essence could only be used on the normal heavenly treasure trees. Hua Lian kept a quarter of it for future development. Haha, thank you very much. Yi Xian laughed and put away all the wood essence that the mountain giant had poured out. Then, he had the heavenly treasure tree devour them one by one. The heavenly treasure tree would probably need a day or two to absorb tens of thousands of wood essence. Using this opportunity, Yi Xian once again broke through the void and returned to his previous location. If I run into the king shroom, I'll have the three of you take action. If this happens a few more times, the Great Fungus Empire won't have any top-notch fighters left. Yi Xian projected himself into the planting space and said to the 3 4th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beasts. These 3 heaven-reaching beasts were the top fighting force of the Tree Demon Alliance. If they worked together, no one except the legendary King Shroom of the Great Fungus Empire would be able to defeat them. Yi Xian immediately continued to move. The Great Fungus Empire had an army of 100,000. If they were all annihilated, the planting space might actually be able to upgrade to the 5th level. At that time, it would be able to accommodate 5th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beasts. Yi Xian traveled through the Great Fungus Empire's territory. Because the news had been leaked, many military camps had begun to move and gather. However, this was all a waste of effort for Yi Xian. No, it was a stupid move for these military camps to gather together. The movement of such a large army would completely expose their position. Even without the help of the 3 heaven-reaching beasts, Yi Xian could easily annihilate them all. In order to increase the speed of their movement, Yi Xian directly rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and doubled his traveling speed. 1, 2, 5, 10, one military camp after another was annihilated by Yi Xian. In less than an hour, 20 military camps had been annihilated by Yi Xian. There were more than 2,000 people in total. At this rate, half of the Great Fungus Empire's army would be wiped out in a day. In 2 days, the Great Fungus Empire would be left with only a few generals. In the previous battle between the Tree Demon Alliance and the Great Fungus Empire, the Great Fungus Empire would attack while the Tree Demon Alliance would defend. It was because of this that the Great Fungus Empire was caught off guard by Yi Xian. After dozens of military camps had been annihilated, the Great Fungus Empire still couldn't think of a way to stop Yi Xian. They only sent out the King Shroom. Finally, after Yi Xian had massacred nearly 10,000 people, another aura caught his attention. No, it's not one aura, but 2. Yi Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly kept the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor into his planting space and then landed on the ground. The 2 King Shrooms had struck gold this time. Ta ta ta. Soon, 2 figures were reflected in Yi Xian's eyes. Sure enough, they were the 2 King Shrooms. The words on their umbrellas exposed their identities. Human, it was you who killed so many soldiers of my Great Fungus Empire? A King Shroom that was as fat as a pig asked. That's right, it was me. Yi Xian didn't intend to pretend to be innocent and directly nodded in response. After Junyi left, there was no news of him. Could it be that he died at your hands? The other King Shroom that was thinner asked. Who is Junyi? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. However, in the next moment, he reacted. The Junyi that the other party was talking about should be the King Shroom that was good at assassination. Humph, it doesn't matter if you did it or not. Today is the day you die. The fat King Shroom roared angrily and slashed down with its blade. The other skinny King Mushroom also pulled out his sword. The 2 mushrooms were actually holding 2 weapons. Needless to say, this scene was extremely out of place. Yi Xian was only at the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm, but the 2 King Shrooms didn't relax at all. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Xian, and they prepared to kill Yi Xian in one attack. Go! Fat King Shroom roared. Immediately, the 2 of them rushed out. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Yi Xian didn't waste time and split into 2. Unfortunately, the Twin Dragon Sword Bell was easily dispersed by the 2 of them. Big Gold, Little White, Big Bear, your prey is here. Yi Xian waved his hand, and 3 figures appeared on the battlefield. What? The 2 King Shrooms were shocked. Yi Xian was the only one here, So why did 3 skyspan beasts suddenly appear? More importantly, they were 4th level fulfillment realm skyspan beasts. An illusion? That was their first reaction. However, when they heard the wind howling, they knew this wasn't an illusion. This was reality. Big Bear, Little White, you two deal with the fat one. Big Gold and I work together. Xian immediately ordered. Of the 3 skyspan beasts, the Tiger King was the strongest. Big Gold and Little White were both speed types, so they naturally had to split up. This way, they would have a higher chance of success. Roar. The big golden-eyed Tiger King roared and charged at the sword-wielding monarch mushroom. The 2 king shrooms were so scared they peed their pants and hurriedly turned around. You want to leave? Not so easy. Twin Dragon Roar. Xian circulated his lifeblood true chi and attacked. Boom, although the Twin Dragon Roar didn't hit the 2 king shrooms, it successfully intercepted them. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by 3 heaven-reaching beasts. At that moment, Xian also rushed out and joined the battle. However, these 2 king mushrooms were much stronger than the Junyi from before. In a 2 versus 1 situation, they were able to handle it with ease. If 2 isn't enough, then I'll add 1 more. Xian's eyes widened. In the next moment, another figure appeared. Luo Luo. 100-fold demon fox clone. 100 heavy shackles. After Luo Luo appeared, she immediately used a powerful control skill. Hundreds of whips lashed out at the fat king fungus. The latter was relatively slow, so it became Xian's primary target. What? Big Bear and Little White were fighting against fat king fungus. It wanted to dodge, but Little White spat out an extremely cold breath to create a crystal wall that blocked its escape. Xiao! 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 The 100 shackles had been successfully sealed. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Without saying anything, Luo Luo immediately used her trump card. Instantly, Fat King Fungus was surrounded by the 7-colored demon fire. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded one after another. Even though Fat King Fungus's defense was not bad, it couldn't withstand Luolua's explosion. It immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, preparing to forcefully break free from the shackles. But at that moment... Hoo-hoo! Another sound broke through the air. The Snowwind Demon Spirit Condor suddenly opened its mouth and shot out an icicle the size of a finger, directly piercing through the stomach of the Fat King Shroom. At the same time, the extremely cold aura also froze the stomach of the Fat King Shroom and began to rapidly spread. Not good. Fat King Fungus's expression changed. In a blink of an eye, it was hit by 2 powerful restrictive skills. Next, how was it going to dodge Big Bear's attack? Speak of the devil and he will appear. Just as he was thinking this, De Xiong had already rushed in front of him in large strides. The bear paw, which was bigger than a wash basin, fell down mercilessly. Boom! The Fat King Mushroom's canopy that was like a pavilion was fiercely slapped. Instantly, Fat King Fungus felt that its head was about to explode. Luckily, it had thick skin and did not die under that paw. But, at that moment... Killing intent explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. Suddenly, a fierce roar came from the side. Fat King Fungus turned its head to look and realized that it was Xian who attacked it. What a joke, a King Fungus's killing intent value was shockingly high. It had forgotten about that Junyi just now. This time, it will not let anyone else take it. It must take it for itself. Fat King Fungus was restricted and could not dodge the attack. It was instantly swallowed by the attack. Ding, host's killing intent value increased. After the system notification, Xian's killing intent value increased by a large amount. Fat King Fungus, fallen, then, it would be that skinny one next. How dare you kill it, my emperor will definitely not let you go. The thin King Shroom roared angrily. My emperor? Hearing this, Xian raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask, my emperor is referring to Emperor Shroom? My emperor has already awakened. Just wait for your deaths. The thin Emperor Mushroom roared. This sentence revealed a lot of things. It turned out that the legend of the Huang King Shroom was true. The Huang King Shroom had not died, but was in a deep slumber. Now, he was awake, however, Xian disagreed and sneered, so what if he's awake? As long as the skinny mushroom died as well, the great mushroom empire would lose 3 king mushrooms. At that time, the Tree Demon Alliance would have the advantage in numbers. So what if it was the royal regent shroom? They would still gang up on her. Roar. After Fat King Shroom died, Big Bear and Little White came over to help. Soon, the thin mushroom was beaten to the end of its strength. You will definitely die in the hands of my emperor. My emperor will avenge us. The thin mushroom was still roaring at the sky. However, before he could finish speaking, he was struck by Xian's twin dragon roar and instantly died a miserable death. Ding, host's killing intent value increased. The system notification said. Xian usually ignored this notification, but it was still useful at critical times. The notification meant that the thin King Shroom was really dead and would not come back to life to attack. At that moment, Xian quickly rushed over and put away the corpse. Roar. Seeing the 2 King Shrooms die, Big Bear and the others were very excited. Don't be happy too early. You heard it just now. The Huang King Shroom has awakened. Go back and discuss with your leader. You're back? How were your gains? Hua Lian, who had been waiting at the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance, hurried over and asked. We killed a few thousand soldiers and 2 king fungi. Xian said directly. King Mushroom? Hua Lian's eyes lit up when she heard this. If all the king fungi died, then half of the great fungus empire would be gone. However, Xian continued, however, before the 2 king fungi died, they said that the king fungi had awakened. What do you think? What, the king fungi? Hua Lian was shocked and said, that old mushroom really isn't dead. That's what they said. The truth is yet to be confirmed, Xian said. Hua Lian fell silent. If Emperor Shroom was still alive, then things would not be so simple. The Great Fungus Empire is made up of the old mushroom's descendants. Maybe it fell into a deep sleep after giving birth to so many descendants and needed to rely on natural treasures to survive. Now, maybe it has enough natural treasures, so it has awakened. Hua Lian said slowly. This was her guess. However, since it was a war, then they had to prepare for the worst. The worst-case scenario was that the king fungi was still alive. Even if that old mushroom is alive, there's only one of it. We have so many helpers here. Even if we can't beat it, can't we run? Hua Lian continued. That's right. That's why I'm thinking if you should all come in and attack. Xian nodded and said. All of them? Hua Lian was slightly shocked. Yes, all of them. This is safer. Xian nodded and said. The Tree Demon Alliance had 5 4th-level Fulfillment Realm Heaven-connecting beasts, 103rd level Fulfillment Realm Heaven-connecting beasts, and thousands of 2nd-level and 1st-level Fulfillment Realm Heaven-connecting beasts. If they gathered together, it would be a terrifying army. One had to know that the Great Fungus Empire's defense line was very weak because they were the ones attacking before. Now that they were being counterattacked, they immediately collapsed. Alright, I'll summon them immediately. Hua Lian nodded and then used a special method to summon all the Fulfillment Realm Heaven-connecting beasts around the headquarters. It took them about 2 hours to gather all of them. During these 2 hours, Xian had also taken the time to destroy many of the Great Bacteria Empire's military camps. 2 hours later, he had collected all the heaven-connecting beasts into the planting space. There were more than 6,000 of them. More than 6,000 Fulfillment Realm Heaven-reaching beasts. Rumble. At this time, the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance suddenly let out a roar. Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the voice came from the gigantic heavenly treasure tree. Oh, the old tree is coming out. Hua Lian murmured. It's coming out? Xian was stunned. He did not understand what this meant. This heavenly treasure tree was actually a tree demon. Its combat strength was at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. In the past, Xian couldn't see through him because his realm wasn't high enough. But now, Xian had broken through to the Fulfillment Realm. That is, Xian raised an eyebrow. He saw that the tree trunk with a radius of 100 meters suddenly cracked open. Then, a big guy who was 10 meters tall walked out from inside. The old tree is no longer a tree demon. It's the devil tree battle soldier. Hualien explained. Devil tree battle soldier? This means that this tree demon has also mutated, Yi Xian immediately understood. Originally, this old tree was just a normal heavenly treasure tree. After mutating, it became a tree demon. After mutating again, it became the devil tree battle soldier. Don't be fooled by the old tree's small size. Its strength is above Big Bear and Big Mountains, Hualien continued. This sentence scared Yi Xian. Big Bear was the black battlefield bear. Its 2 full-strength slaps had seriously injured King Shrum. Big Mountain was the mountain giant that was as big as a mountain. He was also quite strong. It was fine if the devil tree battle soldier was stronger than Big Bear, but could it be stronger than the mountain giant? Young man, don't look down on me. I've absorbed quite a few human essence blood. The devil tree battle soldier suddenly walked over. It looked very clumsy, but Yi Xian knew that its explosive power was very shocking. Its speed might not be slower than Big Gold. Senior Tree, I have quite a few enemy corpses here. If you want them, you can take them. Yi Xian directly said. Haha, then many thanks. If there are more, it might mutate again. The devil tree battle soldier said in an old voice. Mutate again? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. His beast god bloodline had already evolved several times. This meant that he could sign contracts with more heavenly treasure beasts. At that time, if the devil tree battle soldier mutated, perhaps the beast god bloodline would also evolve. Senior, try this. Yi Xian suddenly took out some of his own blood potions from the devouring space and threw them to the devil tree battle soldier. Oh, let me try it. The devil tree battle soldier didn't think too much. It directly crushed the blood potion and threw it into its mouth. The devil tree battle soldier absorbed the blood that was full of vitality. Immediately, the devil tree battle soldier let out a satisfied sound. Old tree, what's wrong with you? Hualien couldn't help but ask. Good, this is too good. The devil tree battle soldier exclaimed, what blood is this? It made me grow so much. I originally had a lifespan of 50 years, but now I feel that my lifespan has increased by at least 5 years. This brat has a bloodline in his body. Those blood potions are actually my blood. Old tree, if you need it, you can have an unlimited amount. Yi Xian hurriedly said. An unlimited amount? When the devil tree battle soldier heard this, it immediately walked in front of Yi Xian. Just as it was about to speak, it seemed to have thought of something and asked, Brat, what are your conditions? It felt that Yi Xian definitely wouldn't give the blood potions for free. After all, humans were cunning. Senior is really insightful. Yi Xian gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, I want to sign a contract with Senior and become my helper. Haha, humans are indeed cunning. You want to use this to tame me? The devil tree battle soldier suddenly laughed loudly. No, it's a mutually beneficial contract. Yi Xian shook his head and said, my blood can have an unlimited amount. At the same time, I have a few special methods. As long as you sign the contract, your battle strength will instantly increase by 50%. At the same time, your growth speed will also increase by 50%. Battle strength and growth speed increase by 50%? The devil tree battle soldier felt a trace of disbelief. Even a tree that had lived for nearly 1,000 years had never heard of such methods. Perhaps it was because it hadn't seen many humans. After all, the entrance to the secret realm might not appear even once in 100 years. That's right. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, Luo appeared beside him. Grandpa Tree, the young master is right. Can you guess how old I am? Luo suddenly giggled. I can feel that you are not more than 20 years old, the devil tree battle soldier answered honestly. Yes, I am not more than 20 years old. To be more precise, I am not even 16 years old. Luo nodded. The devil tree battle soldier and the surrounding beasts were shocked. A 16-year-old 9th level Nether Passage realm martial artist. This talent was already 180 streets ahead of him. Guess what realm I was 1.5 years ago? Luoluo asked again. 9th level Nether Passage Realm. 8th level Nether Passage Realm. 8th level Nether Passage Realm. The surrounding heaven-reaching beasts were all speaking in beast language. Luoluo could understand all of these words. 1.5 years ago, I had yet to meet the young master. At that time I was only a supreme. Luoluo suddenly puffed out her small chest and put on a proud expression. What? That's impossible. The surrounding heaven-reaching beasts were all in disbelief. How could one go from supreme to the Nether Passage Realm in 1.5 years? It's true. Before I met the young master, I was only a supreme. After that, my cultivation speed skyrocketed. Supreme 3 minor disasters, Manifestation Realm, and Nether Passage Realm. Give me 2 more days, and I will be able to break through to the Fulfillment Realm. After Luoluo finished speaking, she added, oh, right. Before we met, the young master's realm was about the same as mine. In 1.5 years, she had broken through so many realms. This was truly frightening. On average, she would break through once every 10 days, moreover, it was the same for Yixian. They didn't expect that Yixian had climbed up step by step. Hualian suddenly recalled that Yixian had said that he didn't belong to any sect. So it was true. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier hesitated. If what Luoluo said was true, then Yixian's potential was limitless. Old tree, you can give it a try. If you're not satisfied, you can just cancel the contract. With so many beasts watching, I won't cheat you. Yixian said. Alright, let's try it. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier nodded. Deal. Yixian immediately exchanged for a Fulfillment Realm contract and set it up. Hua. A huge contract array expanded, enveloping Yixian and the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. Immediately after, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier sensed something. Because they had already discussed this beforehand, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier didn't refuse. Ding, the host has successfully formed a contract with the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. The system prompted. Now, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier was Yixian's third target. The first was Wei Zhentian, the second was Luoluo, and the third was Devil Tree Battle Soldier. Ding. The host's Divine Tree of Life bloodline has undergone a mutation. All advancement paths have been upgraded once. Right after the contract notification, another system notification rang out. Hearing this, Yixian was overjoyed. His eyesight was indeed not bad. This Devil Tree Battle Soldier was indeed capable. It actually allowed his Divine Tree of Life bloodline to evolve once, greatly increasing its recovery and detoxification abilities. Ding, the Divine Tree of Life bloodline is shared with the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. The third system notification once again caught Yixian off guard. Damn, shared with the Devil Tree Battle Soldier? Yixian jumped in fright. This meant that the old tree's life force would be extremely tenacious in the future. As long as the Devil Tree heart in its body wasn't destroyed, it could endlessly recover. You're right. I feel that my strength has increased by quite a bit. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier was also shocked. It turned to Dexiong and said, come, hit me. Dexiong didn't say anything and directly stepped forward, slapping the Devil Tree Battle Soldier's thigh. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. However, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier didn't move. Roar! Dexiong didn't dare to believe it. He and the Devil Tree Battle Soldier were both at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Although the Devil Tree Battle Soldier was stronger than him, his slap could still make the Devil Tree Battle Soldier retreat. But now, it was completely useless. When Dexiong retracted his bare paw, the place that had caved in from the slap was rapidly recovering. Kid, the Divine Tree of Life bloodline in your body is truly too miraculous. I feel that my absorption ability has increased by quite a bit. Quick, give me more blood potions, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier said excitedly. No problem. Yixian directly threw blood potions at the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. The latter opened its mouth and swallowed them all. Although the Devil Tree Battle Soldier had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, it only had an additional recovery ability. This was because it didn't have a bloodline in its body, and Yixian's blood was a great tonic for it. Ding, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. It is currently at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. the system suddenly notified. After swallowing hundreds of blood potions, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier's body grew a bit bigger and actually broke through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Haha, I actually broke through. I thought I wouldn't be able to break through in my lifetime. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier laughed wildly at the sky, his voice much younger. He felt that he had made the right choice in recognizing a master this time. Congratulations to the old tree for breaking through. Seeing this, Hualien hurriedly said. Roar! Roar! The group of heaven-reaching beasts also cried out excitedly as if they were the ones breaking through. At the same time, many heaven-reaching beasts looked at them with envious gazes. Some even stared straight at Yi Xian, hoping that he could tame them. However, Yi Xian didn't want them if they didn't have a specialty. The men, some blood has accumulated in my body, so I need to slowly absorb it. Come, let's directly attack the great bacterial empire. Even if that old mushroom is still here, I won't be afraid. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier said loudly. The old mushroom he spoke of was the great bacterial empire's Emperor Shroom, who was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. He was also at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm now, and he also had such powerful recovery abilities. How could he not beat that old mushroom? Roar! Hearing this, all the heaven-reaching beasts became excited. Then, they were all taken into Yi Xian's planting space. The great battle is about to begin. Now, let's directly attack the depths of the great bacterial empire. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Before, he was still a bit afraid of that Emperor Shroom, but now it seemed that he didn't need to. Today might be the day that the great bacterial empire perished. Immediately, all the heaven-reaching beasts, including Hualien, were all taken into Yi Xian's planting space. This was a terrifying army, and Yi Xian was now their commander. Eye of the Void. Yi Xian broke through the void and arrived at the great bacterial empire's territory. This time, Yi Xian was going to descend directly into the depths of the great mushroom empire, catching the enemy off guard. Of course, the living creatures along the way were all killed by him as extra income. Half an hour later, Little White arrived in the skies above the depths of the great mushroom empire. Snowwind Demon Spirit Condor, how dare you come to my great mushroom empire's territory? You're walking right into a trap. A shout rang out. Below them, thousands of experts from the great mushroom empire had already gathered. Among them, there were 3 king mushrooms. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and found that apart from these 3 auras, there was another mysterious aura that was stronger than the 3 king mushrooms. It seemed that this was the king mushroom. The king mushroom seems to be in that big mushroom. Yi Xian's projection in the planting space said. Good, let us out and kill them all. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier was already rubbing his hands together. No rush, let me have some fun first. Yi Xian sneered and had Little White descend quickly. At the same time, a stream of light shot out from his hand. Storm of Swords. This move was Yi Xian's true killing move. Last time, because he underestimated the enemy, the Xianming duo demons used the dual dragon roar of ice and fire to blast it away, so it was wasted. This time, there were thousands of soldiers from the great mushroom empire below, and there were still people coming from far away. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill to his heart's content. Feast of Slaughter. When the Skyquake sword transformed into 1,000 blood swords, Yi Xian also activated this divine skill. Feast of Slaughter. With every person killed, Yi Xian's strength would increase a little. Now that there were so many soldiers from the great mushroom empire below, if he killed them all, his strength would at least double, or even triple. In an instant, the 1,000 blood swords turned into streams of light and shuttled around the thousands of soldiers. The Skyquake sword had its own consciousness, so Yi Xian didn't need to control it. However, the Skyquake sword's killing speed was very fast, and its attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 mushroom people had fallen. Yi Xian's strength had doubled. Haha, your opponent is me. When the 3 king mushrooms saw this, they were prepared to completely shatter Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly and charged towards the 3 king mushrooms. Previously, it was a little troublesome for him to deal with Monarch Shroom, a 4th-level fulfillment realm cultivator. Now that his Feast of Slaughter was constantly improving, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 3 of them. If all the mushroom people died, then Xian would be able to kill the 3 king mushrooms. However, right at this moment, a mere human dares to be so presumptuous in my territory? How dare you? An old voice sounded. A purplish-black mushroom drilled out of the 1,000-meter-tall mushroom. It was as tall as a nanometer. Emperor Shroom, you finally appeared. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Yi Xian didn't want to be enemies with this Emperor Shroom, but this time, he had obtained a new monster. It was enough to fight against this Emperor Shroom. Old tree, I'll leave this Emperor Shroom to you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a figure appeared around him. It was the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. No problem. After the old tree appeared, he exploded with all of his aura, causing the 3 king fungi to tremble. This old tree has broken through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm? The 3 king fungi had gloomy expressions. This was troublesome. Their father, Emperor Shroom, was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. But now, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier had broken through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Their advantage was gone. So it's you. The Emperor Shroom recognized the old tree and said, 500 years ago, we fought. After that battle, I fell into a deep sleep, and you were heavily injured and on the verge of death. I didn't think you would be able to live until today. 500 years ago, he was already at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. However, because he had produced too many children, he was evenly matched with the 4th level old tree. In the past 500 years, the old tree had recovered by devouring the corpses of dead connecting heaven beasts and humans. It had only recently recovered to its peak. This old one won't die so easily. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier roared and clenched his fists, then smashed them into the ground. His fists smashed into the ground. In the next moment, countless vines and branches extended from the entire area. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These sharp branches extended from the ground, directly piercing through the obstructing Great Fungi Empire soldiers, opening a path for the old tree and the Emperor Shroom. Die, old rotten wood! The Emperor Shroom was furious. He pulled out a giant bone blade and charged at the old tree. The one to die is you. The old tree roared and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows. Bang! The Emperor Shroom slashed down with the 3-meter-long bone blade in his hand, but the old tree blocked it with one hand. Impossible! The Emperor Shroom felt incredulous. Back then, because he had produced too many children, his strength had decreased greatly. In the past few years, he had used large amounts of treasures to recover. Now, even if the old tree had mutated into the Devil Tree Battle Soldier and reached the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, he could not block his blade. Haha, do you think I'm still as strong as before? The old tree laughed and threw out a heavy punch. Bang! The attack was fast and powerful, and it smashed into King Shroom's head. King Shroom was sent flying, and she didn't even want her knife anymore. In just a single exchange, the difference in strength was decided. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier that had taken Yi Xian as its master had not only reached the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, but also increased its strength by 50%. Its strength had surpassed the Emperor Shroom. No, this is impossible. Regent Shroom still had a shocked expression on her face. Nothing is impossible. Today is the day your great fungal empire perishes. Die. The old tree did not say anything else. He held the blade in his hand and charged at the Emperor Shroom. The outcome of this battle would probably be decided in 3 seconds. At this time, on the other side, Yi Xian's opponents were 3 Emperor Shroom at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, but as time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Now, 3,000 soldiers of the Great Fungal Empire had died under the sword storm. The feast of slaughter would increase according to the number and level of the people killed. Not only that, the sword storm also increased. A second later, an entire army of 5,000 was turned into corpses. Yi Xian's strength had increased by 3 times. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Bam! The gigantic double dragon sword bell enveloped the 3 king fungi. Back then, the king fungi called Junyi had broken through the dual dragon sword bell. However, Yi Xian was now 3 times as strong as before. Even if the three king fungi attacked together, they wouldn't be able to escape so easily. "Taste this move!" shouted Yixian. Then, a dragon's roar rang out. The dragon's roar reverberated through the dual dragon sword bell. The three king fungi's expressions darkened as they tried to defend themselves. However, before the dragon's roar stopped, Yixian attacked again. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! One of the king fungi was surrounded by the sound wave attack. He couldn't defend himself and was instantly hit. Pfft! He spat out several mouthfuls of blood and was instantly on the verge of death. "Junyao!" The other two monarch fungi with the title of king shouted. However, right at this moment, an extremely powerful attack had already arrived. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar. Boom! In an instant, the king fungi called Junyao was swallowed up by the dragon's breath. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification let Yixian know that this monarch mushroom was already dead. "Now, it's your turn." Yixian's gaze suddenly fell on the remaining two king fungi. Coincidentally, these two king fungi had joined forces to break through the dual dragon sword bell. However, there was something even more terrifying waiting for them outside the dual dragon sword bell. Bladestorm. In an instant, the two king fungi were surrounded by Wei Zhentin's crimson swords. In the blink of an eye, they were sliced into minced meat. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Two more system notifications rang out. Yixian's killing intent had increased by quite a bit. It could be said that Yixian had achieved a complete victory in this battle. Not only had he killed more than 5,000 soldiers of the Great Fungus Empire, but he had also killed three king fungi. Of course, he was able to achieve this on his own because there were too many soldiers in the Great Bacterial Empire, which greatly increased the amplification effect of the Feast of Slaughter. If he did not use Killing Feast, Yixian would not have been able to deal with the three king mushrooms. At this time, the ground had already turned into a purple sea of blood, and corpses were everywhere. The citizens of the Great Bacterial Empire had poisonous blood flowing through their veins, which was extremely harmful to the soil and trees. According to Hualien and the old tree, this was all because King Shrum ate a poisonous fruit, turning him into a poisonous mushroom. Because of this, his descendants were all poisonous as well. Boom! 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 In the distance, loud rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Yixian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Old Tree grabbing Regent Fungus and beating it up like he was venting his anger. This was understandable. After all, the Tree Demon Alliance was almost destroyed by this group of poisonous mushrooms. This was a rage that had been suppressed for hundreds of years. "Old Man Moo, I admit defeat in this battle, but I won't let you off so easily." At this time, King Shrum suddenly shouted. These words shocked Yixian, Hualien, and the others on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. This King Shrum, did he have other methods? While they were still in shock, the Emperor Mushroom's body suddenly doubled in size. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Yixian's body trembled as he hurriedly sent out a thought. Pung! King Shrum's body exploded, purple poisonous blood splattered everywhere. Yixian, who was nearby, was also affected, and his flesh was instantly pierced through. Fortunately, his eyes were not affected, or else it would be troublesome. King Shrum self-destructed, but he did not expect that he did not kill a single enemy, not a single one. At this critical moment, Yixian immediately sent the surrounding spectators and Old Tree into the planting space. However, as Old Tree was the closest to King Shrum, he was still splashed by the poisonous blood. Inside the planting space, Old Tree, are you all right? Hualien asked worriedly. Haha, I'm fine, I'll recover soon. Old Tree looked at his corroded tree shell and laughed. As long as the demonic tree heart was not damaged, he would be fine. Because after signing a contract with Yixian, he possessed the recovery ability of the divine tree of life bloodline. In the blink of an eye, he was fully recovered. Seeing this, the surrounding sky connecting beasts let out a sigh of relief. But then again, King Shrum had already self-destructed, and 6 King Shrums had died. Even if there were still some left, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yixian immediately let them out again. At this time, Yi Xian had already thrown all the corpses into the planting space. Because the blood of the poisonous mushrooms was poisonous, Yi Xian first drained them dry before throwing them to the sky-connecting treasure tree. The Great Fungus Empire is finally destroyed, but only half of it. There are still many soldiers of the Great Fungus Empire in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. We must uproot them all. Old Tree looked around and said. There may still be King Shroom, but they are no longer a threat to us. Now, all of you, go out and hunt. Hua Lian said to the enormous group of sky-connecting beasts in front of them. Immediately, the horde of heaven-reaching beasts dispersed in confusion. With the King Shroom of the Great Fungus Empire dead, there was nothing left to fear. They could finally have a good fight. Not only that, but Yi Xian also moved out. Although the mushroom people were not humans, they still had killing intent points. The Great Fungus Empire had many military camps, so this was a large amount of killing intent points. He immediately broke through the void and arrived at the second line of defense of the Great Fungus Empire. Only by flanking them from both sides could they completely destroy them. However, he had only run a few steps when he encountered a human. It's him? Yi Xian trembled as he recognized the human's aura. This human was the white-haired elder of the Green Sun Sword sect. He hadn't expected to run into him here. He's at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Maybe he knows who Lu Tiangong is. Capture him. Yi Xian immediately made his decision and quickly rushed out. Who is it? Because Yi Xian didn't deliberately hide his aura and figure, the white-haired elder discovered him. Yi Xian didn't waste time and glared. Scorching hell. Yi Xian had broken through to the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm, and this white-haired elder was only at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. In less than 3 seconds, the elder's soul power was greatly reduced and he was controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. The white-haired elder said respectfully. Who are you? Yi Xian asked. This lowly one is Lu Yuanhang, an elder of the Green Sun Sword sect, the white-haired elder answered instinctively. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, All right, let me ask you. Do you know someone called Lu Tiangong? Lu Tiangong? Grandfather? Yi Xian didn't expect to find Lu Tiangong's grandson. He continued to ask, Look, is this portrait of your grandfather? When they were escaping, Yi Xian remembered Lu Tiangong's face and drew it. Lu Yuanhang looked and immediately nodded. Yes, it's my grandfather. After hearing this answer, Yi Xian was sure that he didn't find the wrong person. Lu Yuanhang's grandfather, Lu Tiangong, was the Lu Tiangong he was looking for. Let me ask you again, what's up with his left eye? Yi Xian asked again. Grandfather's left eye is the eyeball of a heaven-reaching beast that he obtained by chance when he was training. It's called the Eye of Myriad Forms. It can use the power of myriad forms from a distance. Lu Yuanhang answered. Eye of Myriad Forms? Use the power of myriad forms from a distance? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He felt that the Eye of Myriad Forms was a good thing. If he obtained it and used a special devouring method, he might be able to obtain such an ability. With such an ability, he could increase his battle strength and use it for a long time. After all, even a Rebirth Realm expert had to use the power of myriad forms to fight. Very good. Where is your grandfather now? What's his realm? Yi Xian asked again. My grandfather is in the Green Sun Sword sect. He's a Grand Elder and is already at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Lu Yuanhang answered without thinking. 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this realm. It seemed that he still needed to increase his realm 1 or 2 more times before he could fight Lu Tiangong. Although the old tree was currently at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, Lu Tiangong was a human after all. He also had the Eye of Myriad Forms. His strength was probably at the peak of the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. If Yi Xian wanted to fight him, he would need to be at least at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Fortunately, there were many humans from the outside world here. Very good. Go over there and wait. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. The matter of Lu Tiangong could wait until they left the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. The most important thing now was to destroy the remaining remnants of the Great Bacterial Empire. The primitive world of the wood spirit wasn't that big, but it wasn't that small either. 2 days had already passed by the time Yi Xian finished dealing with the rest of the matters. In the past 2 days, he had killed a total of 30,000 mushroom men, and his killing intent had skyrocketed. However, what made him feel helpless was that the Emperor Shroom had self-destructed that day, so he didn't get any killing intent points. In addition, in these 2 days, Yi Xian dealt with the remaining humans. He killed all of the people from the Flying Scorpion stronghold. As for the people from the Green Sun Sword sect, they were charmed by Luo Luo. There were only 30 of them. With Luo Luo's cultivation at the first level of the fulfillment realm, it was easy for her to charm them. As they had already discussed this beforehand, Hualian and the others would all move into the planting space. Of course, those who wanted to stay could also do so. After all, Yi Xian was not a human trafficker. On the 3rd day after the Emperor Shroom's death, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the primitive world of the wood spirit. This entrance was even more unstable than before, and would probably collapse within 10 days. At this time, Yi Xian had already left the primitive world of the wood spirit with the group from the Green Sun Sword sect. "Young master, where are we going now?" The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The two had already signed a contract, so the old tree could communicate through space like Yi Xian. "To the Green Sun Sword sect. I need to investigate some things," Yi Xian replied. At the same time, he immediately sensed and found that Nalan Bing wasn't very far from where she was when they first entered the primitive world of the wood spirit. It seemed that she had encountered something, or was resting. Yi Xian didn't care too much and headed straight for the Green Sun Sword sect. With the 4th level fulfillment realm Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, they only needed half a day to reach the Green Sun Sword sect. Half a day later, they arrived at the Green Sun Sword sect. Before that, Yi Xian had also stored the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor into the planting space. Lu Yuanhang and the others left by flying. If they suddenly came back riding a 4th level fulfillment realm Tong Tian beast, it would be too eye-catching. Soon, Yi Xian followed this group and entered the Green Sun Sword sect. Elder Lu, you're back so early?" An elder came over and glanced at the people around him. Lu Yuanhang sighed and shook his head. "The entrance of the secret realm is very unstable, so we came out early." Sigh, 100 people went in, but less than half came out. "Then how was the harvest this time?" the elder asked again. "The only thing that can be used in the primitive world of the wood spirit is this wood essence. This time I brought back 500 pieces, which can greatly increase the effect of the planting of natural treasures," Lu Yuanhang replied. However, before he could finish speaking, a strange voice rang out. "What? Elder Lu, you brought the team over and only brought back this trash?" Everyone looked over and saw a young elder walking over. "Elder Wu, what do you mean by this?" Lu Yuanhang couldn't help but ask. "Nothing. I just feel that it's not worth it for those disciples who died." The young elder shook his head. That's my Lu family's disciple. It has nothing to do with you," Lu Yuanhang said in displeasure. This time, they had indeed lost a lot of people, but if they gave these wood essence to other forces, it would be worth it. Moreover, this time, the Green Sun Sword sect master said that he would send more people to help, but in the end, not even a dog came. "You can't say that. That person is not only a disciple of your Lu family, but also a disciple of my Green Sun Sword sect. Could it be that Elder Lu thinks that your Lu family doesn't belong to my Green Sun Sword sect?" the young elder said in a strange voice. After hearing the young elder's words, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. On the way, Yi Xian listened to Lu Yuanhang talk about some things about the Green Sun Sword sect. There were 2 major factions in the Green Sun Sword sect. One was the Wu family of the sect master, and the other was the Lu family. These 2 families were quite harmonious 100 years ago, but in recent years, there had been some differences, so they were a little hostile. This young elder was from the Wu family, and he was the youngest elder in the Wu family. Now that he saw the Lu family at a disadvantage, he naturally had to jump out to add insult to injury. Otherwise, he would be unhappy. Lu Yuanhang didn't know how to answer when he was scolded like this, so he just led the team in. Seeing Lu Yuanhang leave, the young elder's lips curled into a smile. At the same time, a trace of killing intent could not help but appear in his eyes, but it was only a flash. With Yi Xian's concealment skills, even a 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert wouldn't be able to see through him. After returning to the Green Sun Sword sect, Lu Yuanhang dismissed the others. "Master, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me," Lu Yuanhang said to Yi Xian in a hidden corner. "But first hand over those wood essences, then come find me," Yi Xian said to Lu Yuanhang. "Yes." Lu Yuanhang nodded and left. He had to hand over the 500 wood essences and report the casualties to the Lu family higher-ups. Although the Great Mushroom Empire had already been annihilated by Yi Xian, all of the heavenly and earthly treasures collected by the Great Mushroom Empire had been used on the Emperor Mushroom. In addition, the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold and the Azure Yang Sword sect didn't bring much, so Yi Xian wasn't able to break through. However, he now had a large fortune, and that was the remaining 10,000 wood essences. If he took them out, they would be very valuable. However, the wood essences were useful to the heavenly treasure tree, so Yi Xian decided not to trade them. "I still have a 100-year supply of supreme-grade Fountain of Youth. It's time to take it out." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Supreme-grade Fountain of Youth was much better than Fountain of Youth because there was no limit to how much it could be used. He decided to take out a 5-year supply and see the effects. Soon, Lu Yuanhang returned. Although they'd lost dozens of geniuses this time, the 500 wood essences were worth quite a lot. It was enough to raise twice as many geniuses as the Lu family had lost. "I have a 5-year supply of supreme-grade Fountain of Youth here. I wonder if the Lu family can digest it." Yi Xian took out 5 jade bottles from the devouring space. "Supreme-grade Fountain of Youth?" Lu Yuanhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He'd heard of the Fountain of Youth before. Every time it appeared, it would cause a commotion. There were many pills in the world that could increase one's lifespan, but some pills had conflicting medicinal properties. Some had to be taken at a certain realm for it to be effective. However, the Fountain of Youth didn't have such restrictions. Of course, ordinary Fountain of Youth would have no effect after drinking too much. "Master, this top-grade immortal spring water is?" Lu Yuanhang asked. "That's because there's no limit to how much it can be consumed. Even if it takes 100 years, you can still refine it," Yi Xian replied. "Well, I'll have to ask Grandpa. I don't know how much I can give you," Lu Yuanhang said with a frown. "Sure. Just say that this elixir of youth is from the old tree. Later, you guys go outside and meet the old tree." Yi Xian nodded. Before entering the Green Sun Sword sect, Yi Xian had instructed Old Tree to wait outside the sect. "Yes." Lu Yuanhang nodded and immediately turned around. The Old Tree was already at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. He was one of the top experts in the Green Sun Sword sect. Lu Yuanhang only needed to say that he met him in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. In this world, there were many strange things. Humans and beasts could mate, so what was so strange about humans and trees being friends? Soon, Yi Xian sensed that Lu Yuanhang had left and was flying out of the Green Sun Sword sect. There were 3 other Lu family experts with him. All of them were at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly followed. He knew that the Lu family experts were looking for the old tree. However, these experts moving together also attracted the attention of the Wu family experts. "Where are these old fellows going?" The experts of the Wu family thought to themselves and immediately followed after him. Not only that, but the disciples also flew into the air one after another to follow the elders. They wanted to see what was going on. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. In less than half a minute, hundreds of Green Sun Sword sect disciples had followed them and left. "Oh no, they're following us." A Lu family expert's expression changed drastically. This time, he was going to discuss the price of 5 years' worth of elixir of youth with the old tree. He didn't expect the Wu family to follow him. "Yuanhang, go there immediately," a 100-year-old elder said to Lu Yuanhang. "Yes, father." Lu Yuanhang nodded and took the lead to lead the group, heading towards the designated location. As for the elders of the Lu family, they all stopped in their tracks. "What are you doing?" Lu Yuanhang's father, Lu Gaoyang, asked. However, the Wu family elders didn't plan to answer. Instead, they chased after Lu Yuanhang. They felt that something big must have happened to the Lu family. Otherwise, why would they mobilize 3 4th-level fulfillment realm elders? Wait. Seeing that they were ignoring him, Lu Gaoyang hurriedly stood in front of him. Lu Gaoyang, do I need your permission to go anywhere? A Wu family elder couldn't help but ask. Oh, is that so? Yuanhang, stop. Lu Gaoyang's expression froze, then he shouted. Lu Yuanhang, who was leaving, also stopped when he heard this. Then, the two sides just stared at each other. Seeing that the other side had stopped moving, the Wu family elder could only ask directly, Lu Gaoyang, what's the matter that would make you 3 old guys come out of seclusion? In the Green Sun Sword sect, the people in charge were usually elders under 100 years old. Those over 100 years old would usually start to cultivate in seclusion. But now, the Lu family had mobilized 300-year-old elders. It was a little strange. My son met an expert, so we came to meet him. What, can't we? Lu Gaoyang snorted coldly. Expert? Hearing this, the Wu family elder raised an eyebrow, and his heart trembled violently. For Lu Gaoyang and the others to personally welcome someone, that person was at least at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. No, it should be an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Lu Yuanhang had only gone to the wood spirit primitive world once, but he actually met an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. It was unbelievable. If this expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm stood with the Grand Elders Lu family, then the sect masters Wu family would be in trouble. Oh? Since there's such an expert, then I naturally have to meet him. The Wu family elder couldn't help but laugh. Lu Gaoyang's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect the Wu family elder to be so thick-skinned. The group of disciples also knew that there were 2 factions in the Green Sun Sword sect. However, their strength and aptitude didn't meet the requirements, so they didn't belong to any of the factions. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed twice. In the Green Sun Sword sect, the Wu family had always been the sect master of the Green Sun Sword sect, and the Lu family had always been the Grand Elder. The sect master and the Grand Elder both had supreme positions. If the 2 families had a good relationship, the sect would definitely rise to a higher level. Unfortunately, the 2 families didn't get along well. Yi Xian looked at the Lu family and Wu family that were at odds with each other, and a plan suddenly formed in his mind. The Lu family's Lu Tiangong had a grudge with him, but the sect master's Wu family had nothing to do with him. Yi Xian immediately ordered the old tree, who was on standby, to rush over. With the old tree's speed, it would only take 10 seconds. Elder Wu, this expert is someone my son knows. My son and that senior have similar interests. He only wants to meet us. Why are you following him? Lu Gaoyang snorted. Similar interests? The leading Wu family elder grinned. Then all the more I want to meet him. Who knows, I might be able to hit it off with that senior. Bastard. Lu Gaoyang cursed in his heart. If looks could kill, this Wu family elder would have died 10,000 times over. However, just as they were about to confront each other, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Bang! 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 The ground shook, startling everyone in the air. Many people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge figure charging towards them. A heaven-reaching beast? The leading Wu family elder's eyes flashed. He shouted, "What an evil creature! How dare you behave so atrociously in my Green Sun Sword sect's territory? You're courting death." Before he could finish speaking, he had already made his move. On the other side, the Lu family also prepared to attack when they saw the strange heaven-reaching beast. At this time, Lu Yuanhang hurriedly reminded them, "Father, uncles, he's the senior I was talking about." What? Lu Gaoyang and the other 2 were shocked. Lu Yuanhang had said before that this senior of the Supreme Great Immortal Spring was a bit strange and told them not to be surprised when they saw him. However, they never expected that the senior Lu Yuanhang said was strange to this extent. The Supreme Great Immortal Spring was actually a heaven-reaching beast. However, when they thought of the realm Lu Yuanhang had mentioned, they resisted the urge to attack. 5th level of the fulfillment realm. This heaven-reaching beast was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, a realm higher than the 3 of them. Don't attack. You're screwing with the Wu family. Lu Gaoyang cut to the chase. The other two immediately understood and looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Didn't the Wu family want to meet the senior Lu Yuanhang new? Let's see how you'll meet him now. Not only did you not attack, you even called him an evil creature. You're done for. Haha, thinking of this, Lu Gaoyang and the other two were overjoyed. They could only hope that the Wu clan elder would be beaten half to death by this heaven-connecting beast. Xiao. 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 Several streaks of sword light pierced through the air, preparing to kill the huge heaven-connecting beast that was charging towards him. This sky-connecting beast was the Devil Tree Battle Soldier, Old Tree, that Yi Xian had called over. At the same time, he had received another order from Yi Xian to not defend himself. Bang! 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 3 explosions rang out. The 3 sword rays directly fell on Old Shu's body, shattering his hard bark armor. Ouch! It hurts. The old tree cried out in pain. When the Wu family elder saw this, his expression changed. This heaven-span beast's level was most likely not low. What are you doing? He's the senior I was talking about. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly shouted. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The senior Lu Yuanhang was acquainted with this moving tree? Not good, we've been tricked. The leading Wu family elder was an expert who had lived for 100 years. He immediately realized that he had been tricked by the Lu family. Just now, they thought that the senior Lu Yuanhang was acquainted with was a human. They didn't expect it to be a heaven-connecting beast, and a talking tree at that. Green Sun Sword Sect, I, Old Tree, sincerely came to make a deal with you. Is this how you welcome me? The old tree suppressed the recovery ability of the divine tree of life bloodline in his body and said angrily. Old tree, it's a misunderstanding. The one who attacked you wasn't me. I've already brought my father. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly reported. At this time, the old tree's gaze suddenly landed on the 3 4th-level fulfillment realm elders of the Wu family. He said, I, Old Tree, spent nearly 1,000 years to break through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Now, you juniors of the 4th level of the fulfillment realm dare to attack me and call me evil creatures? 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Hearing this, the Wu family elders' hearts trembled violently. It seemed that they had bitten off more than they could chew. Senior, please forgive us. Just now, we acted subconsciously. Please forgive us, the leading Wu family elder hurriedly said. If an apology was enough, why would the sect need an enforcement team? You were called evil creatures by your disciples. Would you let them go if they apologized? The old tree roared angrily. Senior, here are 10,000 prosperity pills. Take it as an apology. The Wu family elder sincerely wanted to be on good terms with the old tree, so he could only painfully take out 10,000 prosperity pills and throw them over. Prosperity pills are useless to me, but I'll keep them for now. This matter is over. The old tree snorted coldly and swallowed the prosperity pills. These prosperity pills were enough for Yi Xian to break through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian was overjoyed that he had tricked them. Thank you for your forgiveness, senior, the leading elder said with cupped fists. He then said, this one is Wu Yong. Greetings, senior. Although the old tree was only a talking tree, his realm had reached the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Moreover, judging from the injuries just now, the old tree's combat strength was not so simple. Forget it. The old tree said magnanimously, this time, I've come to collect the supreme great eternal spring water that I've stored for 1,000 years. I don't know if the Green Sun Sword Sect has the ability to eat it. Boom, everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Eternal spring water, supreme grade? I reckon you don't know the effects of supreme grade eternal spring water. I'll tell you now. Supreme grade eternal spring water is different from ordinary eternal spring water. The old tree looked around and said, I've stayed in the wood spirit primitive world for nearly 1,000 years and collected a total of 5 years worth of supreme grade eternal spring water. It's enough to increase a person's lifespan by 5 years. 5 years was neither long nor short for the elders present. They had all lived for more than 100 years, and even Lu Yuanhang was over 80 years old. 5 years was really nothing. However, what if he managed to make a breakthrough in the 5 years he had left? If someone broke through, they would be able to increase their lifespan by a few years, which would bring great contributions to the entire family. For example, the Wu family's patriarch, who had lived for nearly 200 years, was about to break through, but unfortunately, he did not have enough lifespan left. These 5 years' worth of supreme-grade eternal spring water might be able to treat some of his hidden ailments. In that case, his lifespan would not only increase by 5 years, but also by 8 or 10 years. If he broke through again in these years, he would be able to live for many more years. This immortal spring really came at the right time. Wu Yong's eyes sparkled as if he was determined to get it. However, there was another problem. A 5-year supply of supreme-grade immortal spring was not cheap, right? Senior, this supreme-grade immortal spring, do you want? Wu Yong hurriedly asked. However, before he could finish, the old tree interrupted him. "Io, old tree, I've been walking for so long and even got injured. Aren't you going to invite me over for a seat?" Hearing this, Lu Gaoyang hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Senior, this way please. Our sect is over there." Then, he glanced at Wu Yong. The Lu family could give up on this 5-year supply of supreme-grade immortal spring, but they could not let it fall into the Wu family's hands. Then, the old tree, surrounded by a group of disciples and elders, arrived at the Qingyang sword sect. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. "Damn, what is that? A moving tree? Is he a tree demon? He can talk. There are so many secluded elders. Did they capture him?" No, the elders seemed to be very nice to him. The crowd of disciples stared with their eyes wide open and their tongues tied. This was the first time in the history of the Qingyang sword sect that something like this had happened. Oh, so this is a human sect. Not bad. The old tree looked around like a farmer entering a city. He was originally a very ordinary heavenly treasure tree. Then, he coincidentally turned into a tree demon and mutated into a demon tree battle soldier. From beginning to end, he had never left the primitive world of the wood spirit. This was the first time he had come out. "Senior tree, please rest here. I'll go get the sect master," Wu Yong said and quickly left. He had to send the news of the supreme-grade immortal spring back to the Wu family. "Old tree, I'll take my leave too." A Lu family expert also left to go get the Lu family's representative. In fact, the Lu family was not concerned about the supreme-grade immortal spring, but the old tree, a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert. As long as they had a good relationship with the old tree, the Lu family would have more say in the Green Sun Sword sect in the future. "Alright, then this old tree will take a rest first." The old tree walked directly to a tree and sat down. In reality, Yi Xian really wanted to go over and take the bag of fulfillment pills. That way, he could break through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't expose himself as he was surrounded by people. Soon, Wu Yong brought an old man over. This old man was the current sect leader of the Green Sun Sword sect, Wu Junying. Wu Junying was an expert at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. "Wu Junying greets senior," Wu Junying hurriedly said. "You are the sect leader of the Qingyang sword sect?" The old tree's bell-like eyes fell on Wu Junying. "Yes." Wu Junying nodded and said, "I wonder if senior's 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water." "Don't worry." The old tree suddenly interrupted. Other than the Wu clan, there was also the Lu clan and the Qingyang sword sect, so there was no need to make a decision so quickly. After all, the highest bidder would win. Hearing this, Wu Junying's expression changed. It seemed that the old tree knew about the Qingyang sword sect's situation. Since that was the case, then it was a fair competition. After a while, someone from the Lu clan also arrived. Moreover, it was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, Lu Tiangong. "It really is you." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Lu Tiangong still wore an eye mask, so he didn't notice Yi Xian and directly landed. "Greetings, senior." Lu Tiangong hurriedly greeted the old tree. Although they were both at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, the old tree was several times older than him. It was natural for him to call him senior. "You have all come for the 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water. However, since you haven't seen it, I'm sure you don't completely believe it." The old tree didn't waste time. He suddenly spat out several jade bottles and said, "Inside these are the top-grade immortal spring water. Feel it." After saying that, he extended a branch and removed the cork from the bottle. Immediately, a strong aura of life spread out. Wu Jinying had actually taken the immortal spring water before, and it was already the maximum amount. It increased his lifespan by 10 years, so it wouldn't have any effect if he took it again. However, the top-grade immortal spring water in front of him ignored this side effect. Simply put, it was still effective for him. "Come, try it." The old tree used a branch to pick up a few drops of the top-grade immortal spring water, and they fell in front of the elders. Wu Jinying immediately swallowed a drop of the top-grade immortal spring water in front of him and felt it. Ordinary immortal spring water had no effect on him, but this drop of immortal spring water still had an effect on him. As expected, this was the top-grade immortal spring water. "Senior, please name a price," Wu Jinying directly asked. Everyone knew that he had taken the immortal spring water. Now that he said this, it proved that this immortal spring water was top-grade. "Haha, you are all smart people. You know the importance of this top-grade immortal spring water. I won't cheat you. 1,000,000 fortune pills." The old tree opened and closed his mouth, but everyone around was stunned. 1,000,000 fortune pills? The group of disciples opened their mouths wide. 1,000,000 fortune pills was enough to create a 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert. This big guy could really open his mouth. "Senior, you're not joking?" Xingyang Sword sect leader Wu Jinying couldn't help but ask. "Since you think I'm joking, then I'll take my leave." When the old tree heard this, it immediately got up and prepared to leave. "Wait." At this time, Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted, "Senior, 1,000,000 fortune pills is not a small amount. Let me prepare for a few days." "Oh? So you want it?" The old tree was a little surprised. "Yes, 1,000,000 fortune pills to buy 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water is definitely worth it," Lu Tiangong said immediately. Worth it, this was definitely worth it, even if they didn't need it. If they gave it to a higher-level faction, they would definitely be able to earn back 1,000,000 fortune pills, or even double it. "Wait, I want it too." Xingyang Sword sect leader Wu Jinying immediately responded. Both sides wanted it. What should they do? Since both of you want it, then it's difficult. How about this, I'll give it to whoever gathers the items first. The old tree swallowed a few jade bottles and said, "Also, the fortune pills can be exchanged with natural treasures and ores, as long as the amount is correct." 1,000,000 fortune pills was not something an ordinary person could take out. Even the entire Wu family probably couldn't take out that much. However, if they used natural treasures and ores, it might be possible. "Alright, it'll go to whoever gets it first." Xingyang Sword sect leader Wu Jinying nodded. However, even if they wanted to, it wouldn't be easy to gather 1,000,000 fortune pills. It would take at least 2 or 3 days. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. I'll stay in your Green Sun Sword sect for these 3 days, continued the old tree. "Alright, 3 days." Lu Tiangong nodded. "In that case, you can all leave. I'll sleep here for 3 days." After the old tree finished speaking, it took root under the tree. In the blink of an eye, it formed a big tree nest, blocking everyone outside. Then, Grand Elder Lu Tiangong and sect leader Wu Jinying looked at each other and left one after another with their people. Not only that, but the surrounding disciples also dispersed. After all, the old tree had already gone to rest, so there was no point in staying here. However, Wu Jinying was thinking about something else. "Jinying, what do you think about this?" asked Wu Yong. Although Wu Jinying was the sect leader, she was a generation younger than Wu Yong, so it was fine to call her by her name. "Third uncle, 1,000,000 fortune pills isn't a small amount." Wu Jinying sighed. "Are you thinking of giving up?" Wu Yong frowned. "No, the old ancestor suffered too many injuries in his early years. I don't think he'll last more than 3 years. It's not that easy to break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm in 3 years. Wu Jinying narrowed her eyes and said softly, "Why don't we use this opportunity to?" Hearing this, Wu Yong's heart skipped a beat. He said in shock, "Don't tell me you're thinking of, that's right. Ever since the 2 great families of our Green Sun Sword sect became estranged, they've been deteriorating day by day. So why don't we use this opportunity to uproot the Lu family? A murderous intent suddenly flashed through Wu Junying's eyes. The Lu family's ancestor and our Wu family's ancestor were good brothers after all. Wu Yong couldn't help but say, his heart trembling. Third uncle, you're too kind. If we don't get rid of the Lu family, our Green Sun Sword sect will deteriorate day by day. We can't let this continue. Wu Junying shook her head and sighed. Third uncle, let's do it. But the Lu family has 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts, and we only have 2. Who's going to deal with that old tree? Wu Yong continued. Wu Junying wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of the Lu family. At the same time, she wanted to kill the old tree and seize the supreme-grade fountain of youth. To this question, Wu Junying only said a few words slowly. Flying Scorpion Stronghold, Underworld. After the Lu, Wu, and Green Sun Sword sect disciples left, Yi Xian also sneaked into the old tree's nest. Young master, I got this just now. When the old tree saw Yi Xian enter, he immediately threw the 10,000 rui pills at him. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured them all. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. The system prompted. Yi Xian was already close to breaking through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Now that he had 10,000 fortune pills, it was enough for him to break through. However, he didn't devour all of them. He only devoured about 5,000 fortune pills and kept the rest. If he could get 1,000,000 more fortune pills, he might even be able to break through to the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, let alone the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. However, would it be that easy? These 2 families agreed so easily because of each other. I wonder if this transaction will go smoothly. Yi Xian thought to himself. If this transaction went well, then Lu Tiangong was dead meat. He didn't know if things would go so smoothly. If there were any unexpected changes, then he still had the old tree and almost 10,000 heaven-reaching beasts to back him up. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, it was still the same old saying. If he couldn't win in a fight, could he not run away? However, Yi Xian didn't plan to just sit around for these 3 days. He had to make use of these 3 days. Old tree, be careful. I'm going out for a while. Yi Xian said to the old tree in his mind. Go. I'll set up the giant tree protection barrier here. Even a 6th-level fulfillment realm expert won't be able to break through in a short time. The old tree replied. All right. Yi Xian nodded. If the Wu family and the Lu family could really gather 1,000,000 fortune pills in 3 days, then he could break through the void and return with a single word from the old tree. Young master, where are we going? Luo asked in the planting space. To the nearest city. Yi Xian replied. Right now, he lacked strength the most. Therefore, if he made good use of this time, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm first. At that time, even if there were any unexpected changes in 3 days, he would be able to deal with them well. The Green Sun Sword sect is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although they don't have a 6th-level fulfillment realm expert, it would be a mess if they were discovered. Yi Xian continued to think in his mind. After all, he was currently making a purchase of 1,000,000 fortune pills. Even if he used the Eye of Control to earn money in the Green Sun Sword sect, he wouldn't be able to gather 1,000,000 fortune pills in 3 days. Unfortunately, the nearest city to the Qingyang Sword sect was 2 days away from here. Therefore, he had to hurry. He immediately left the Green Sun Sword sect and headed for Tiger Tail City. Tiger Tail City wasn't a small city. Yi Xian wanted to go there and buy some things along the way, such as ores. He had broken through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, but Wei Zhentian was still at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he needed to use the remaining 5,000 fortune pills to increase Wei Zhentian's strength. As for the old tree, there was even less to worry about. The old tree could grow by consuming blood. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so the old tree could break through just by absorbing his blood. After all, the higher Yi Xian's realm was, the more effective the bloodline of the divine tree of life would be. He didn't need to worry about the old tree's realm not being able to keep up. Very quickly, 2 days passed. 2 days later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at Tiger Tail City. Let's go buy some things first, Yi Xian thought to himself. He still had 500 pieces of wood essence in his devouring space. The heavenly treasure tree in his planting space had already devoured tens of thousands of wood essence, so he didn't need these 500 pieces. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the auction house. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control to control the second level of the Fulfillment Realm director of the auction house. Convert all of these wood essence and fortune pills into ores and cultivation treasures. We'll split them 50-50. Yi Xian gave the items to the director of the auction house, who was controlled by the Eye of Control. There were only 5,000 fortune pills. Wood essence was good stuff. One piece was worth about 100 fortune pills. 500 pieces were worth 50,000 fortune pills. Previously, to put on a show, Yi Xian had also given Lu Yuanheng 500 pieces of wood essence. This was also a large sum, so the Lu family didn't feel that this trip to the wood essence primitive world was a loss. If all 50,000 fulfillment pills were exchanged for ores, it wouldn't be enough for Yi Xian to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he decided to split them equally. Besides, with the Eye of Control, he would definitely be able to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm within a day. Soon, the director of the auction house returned with a lot of things. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The two system notifications caused Wei Zhentian to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm. Now that the proper business was done, it was time to do some improper things. Where is the underworld branch of Huwei City? Yi Xian asked the director of the auction house directly. A person at the second level of the fulfillment realm should be qualified to know about the underworld branch. Since the director of the auction house was under control, he naturally reported the location directly. Although Mo Shui was already dead, he still had to find out about the mysterious underworld duo demons. Moreover, those assassins were all filthy rich and earned much more than they did in the auction house. After all, the director of the auction house had some power, but the truly valuable things could only be taken out by the higher-ups. Yi Xian was only at the second level of the fulfillment realm, so he could only take control of the second level of the fulfillment realm. There were a lot of people in the underworld. As long as he waited there and didn't have a cultivation higher than the second level of the fulfillment realm, then all the rewards would be his. While he was thinking, Yi Xian arrived at the underworld branch under a house. In this branch of the underworld, there were experts at the fifth level of the fulfillment realm guarding it. Yi Xian wanted to use the sword storm here, but unfortunately, there were still a large number of innocent people in the surroundings. He was afraid that they would be injured. After entering the underworld, Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control and began to control people. His targets were those at the first and second level of the fulfillment realm. These people could be controlled almost immediately. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. The system notifications continued to ring. Yi Xian directly controlled 20 people and obtained their wealth, a total of 30,000 fulfillment pills. Not bad, not bad. Now I'll wait for people and control them as they come. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he would be able to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm today. At the same time, he had already asked a servant to help him investigate those matters. He was sure that there would be a reply soon. However, just as Yi Xian was casually flipping through the mission list, his attention was attracted by a mission on the first page. This mission required a lot of manpower. A fulfillment realm expert would require 500 fulfillment pills, 3,000 for a second-level fulfillment realm expert, and 10,000 for a third-level fulfillment realm expert. As for the fourth and fifth level of the fulfillment realm, it was 50,000 and 200,000 respectively. 200,000 fortune pills to hire a fifth-level fulfillment realm cultivator was already very good. This kind of mission was very rare. There were only a handful of forces in the vicinity that could afford such a price. The Green Sun Sword Sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were the only two major powers in the vicinity. Could it be the Lu family or the Wu family? Yi Xian immediately thought of these two clans. He took a closer look and realized that the gathering point was near the Green Sun Sword Sect. Moreover, the mission was issued half a day after they and the old tree had arrived at the Green Sun Sword sect. A big mission like this requires a lot of investigation. Otherwise, if the mission is fake, it would waste a lot of people's time, Xian thought to himself. He guessed that it should be the Lu family or the Wu family of the Green Sun Sword sect. Moreover, this big mission required 3 5th-level fulfillment realm experts. It seemed that one of the clans of the Green Sun Sword sect had made a big move. 3 5th-level fulfillment realm experts would require 600,000 fortune pills. Including the rest of the people, it would cost at least 800,000. However, many people would die after the battle, so I can save a lot of money. Xian thought to himself. He guessed that this mission was issued by either the Wu family or the Lu family. Their target was probably the other family. It was likely that the old tree was included as well. After all, the old tree had the top-grade immortal spring water. Otherwise, they would only need to hire 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts to annihilate another family. Why would they need 3? This mission is definitely not only issued in Hui City. It's issued in other cities as well. I wonder how many people will go. Xian thought to himself. The reward for this mission was very tempting. Moreover, there was a note in the mission that said that the spoils of war belonged to whoever obtained them. However, it was at this moment that Xian saw a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner from the corner of his eyes. His expression changed greatly. This 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner had just entered the Underworld branch. After seeing the mission, his face turned so green that one would think that he had hemorrhoids. Seeing this, Xian subconsciously blinked his eyes and used the Eye of Control once. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Immediately, this 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial artist was controlled. Then, Xian walked over and asked directly, "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Lu Qingshan," the 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner answered honestly. "Lu family?" Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Then what did you see just now? Why do you have such an ugly expression?" "It's this mission." Lu Qingshan answered directly. "My Lu family and the Wu family are not on good terms. I originally only wanted to accept a mission, but I didn't expect to see this." "Oh, then do you think it's the Lu family or the Wu family that issued it?" Xian asked. Lu Qingshan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I feel that the Wu family is going to act against my Lu family." "Is it the Wu family that issued it?" Xian narrowed his eyes. No matter what, he probably had to rush back to the Green Sun Sword sect because the gathering time had passed. These missions are issued through a special method. If I rush back now, I definitely won't make it in time. However, I have the Eye of the Void, Xian thought to himself. Previously, when he came here, he also rode on Whitey and spent 2 days. This was because Hui City was a big city. This mission could not only be issued in Hui City, but also in the small cities around the Green Sun Sword sect. Perhaps a powerful assassin passing by saw this mission and rushed to the gathering place. However, Old Tree had not sent any news, so Xian still had some matters to attend to. "Old Tree, you have to be careful on your side. The Lu family and the Wu family may have a big battle. The Wu family has many experts, and you're also a target." He could not miss the battle between the Wu family and the Lu family. "Don't worry. Ever since I gained this recovery ability, my giant tree protection barrier has become several times stronger. Even if the entire Green Sun Sword sect attacks me, it won't be that easy to break through." Ever since it signed a contract with Xian, the old tree had the same regenerative abilities as Xian. The giant tree's protection barrier was actually formed by the old tree's tough branches. With such astonishing regenerative abilities, it would not be so easy to break through even if the Lu and Wu families worked together. "Good, then I'm relieved." Xian nodded. Although he had signed a contract with the old tree was different from Megatron. It was not a treasure. In short, the old tree could die. However, just as he finished speaking, the old tree said, "Young master, someone's coming." Far away in Hui City, Xian raised an eyebrow. "Someone's coming, who is it? Is it the Wu family or the Lu family?" It's the Wu family sect master, Wu Junying. He says he's gathered 1,000,000 fortune pills and wants to make a deal, the old tree continued. Don't open the barrier yet. I'll go back immediately. Yi Xian immediately said. He had originally planned to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm before returning, but now, it was probably too late. He had to go back immediately. He immediately broke through the void and returned to the Green Yang Sword sect, near the old tree. He immediately sensed for a moment and found that there were not that many experts. It seemed that the gathered assassins were still nearby, waiting for the Wu family's signal. Lu Qingshan felt that the Wu family was going to make a move this time, but he did not have time to send a message. However, there might be Lu family members in the cities around the Green Yang Sword sect. Perhaps the Lu family already knew about this. Senior, I've already prepared the items. They will arrive at the Green Yang Sword sect soon. Why don't we go and receive them together? Wu Junying, the Green Yang Sword sect master, said respectfully outside the giant tree's protection barrier. When he heard this, Yi Xian coldly snorted in his mind. Once they receive them, they probably won't be able to come back, right? He knew that the old tree had become the Wu family's first target, and then the Lu family. The old tree and Yi Xian could communicate telepathically. After receiving Yi Xian's instructions, he replied, "There's no need. This old man can still afford to wait. We'll talk about it when you arrive." Originally, the Wu family had wanted to lure the old tree out and kill him quickly. Then, they would use other forces to deal with the Lu family. However, the old tree was not coming out now. This was a trap. Junying, what do we do now? Elder Wu Yong said. Third uncle, inform the others to attack immediately. Wu Junying bellowed. Although they didn't manage to invite a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert from Hell, they did manage to hire one from Flying Scorpion Village at a high price. If they really wanted to calculate, they would be much stronger than the Lu family. Moreover, the Lu family probably didn't know what they were doing, so they could launch a sneak attack. As long as the Lu family was reduced in number, the success rate of the battle would increase again. All right. Wu Yong nodded and left quietly. This scene fell into Yi Xian's eyes. Immediately, he told Lu Yuanheng everything he knew. The Lu family and the Wu family had always been at odds with each other, so there were always people keeping an eye on sect master Wu Junying's movements. When Wu Junying approached the giant tree protection barrier, someone had already reported to Lu Yuanheng and Lu Gaoyang. They immediately gathered around. Father, my informant in the Wu family just sent news that the Wu family has issued a major mission in Hell. It seems that they're going to attack us today. Lu Yuanheng said. What? A major mission in Hell? How many people? Lu Gaoyang asked in shock. The mission is to find 3 5th-level fulfillment realm experts and give them 200,000 fulfillment pills each. Lu Yuanheng reported. 200,000 fulfillment pills. When he heard this, Lu Gaoyang shuddered and his expression changed drastically. It seems that the Wu family really wants to destroy our Lu family this time. Quick, inform everyone. Yes. Immediately, someone quickly left to inform the Lu family's upper echelons. Then, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and the news spread throughout the Lu family. If the Wu family wanted to attack the Lu family, then everyone would have to evacuate from the Green Yang Sword sect. The Lu family didn't expect the Wu family to attack them. This time, they were in trouble. Soon, Lu Tiangong found out about this matter and quickly rushed over. Sect Master, you've gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills? Of course. Although I don't have enough fulfillment pills, I used other treasures to make up for it. Wu Junying nodded. Lu Tiangong naturally didn't believe this answer. At this moment, he was very nervous. The Wu family and the Lu family had been fighting for 100 years, but the Green Yang Sword sect was jointly established by the ancestors of the two families. It shouldn't be to the point of killing. However, he underestimated Wu Junying's methods. If Lu Yuanheng's information was correct, Wu Junying had probably already gone to inform the assassins. However, it was obviously impossible for the entire Lu family to evacuate from the Green Yang Sword sect now. After all, the Lu family still had manifestation realm martial artists who couldn't keep up with the speed. Therefore, the Lu family could only ally with one person. No, it wasn't a person, but a tree. Senior old tree, can I see you now? Lu Tiangong asked hurriedly. See what? If the item isn't here, I won't see you. The old tree's voice came from the giant tree protection barrier. The Lu family's only choice now was to cooperate with the old tree. However, the old tree didn't want to see him now. What should they do? Old tree, actually, I've already gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills. I want to make the deal now. Lu Tiangong had no choice but to say so. As soon as he said that, the expression of the Green Yang Sword Sect Master, Wu Jinying, changed. Impossible, you can't have gathered it. Since you have it, then come in. If you don't, then you're just making fun of me. Old tree, don't have such a good temper. The old tree snorted coldly. Yes. Lu Tiangong nodded slightly. Immediately after, the giant tree protection barrier broke open a hole on Lu Tiangong's side. When Lu Tiangong saw it, he hurriedly rushed in. Seeing Lu Tiangong enter, Wu Jinying's expression changed drastically. She thought to herself, impossible. The Lu family couldn't have gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills in such a short time. He must be spouting nonsense. Looks like he's already seen through my plan. However, since he already knows, why hasn't the Lu family made a move yet? They're still like a sheet of loose sand now. His mission was listed at the top of the list by the underworld, so it was easy to see. At the same time, he didn't see any big missions other than the one he issued, so the Lu family probably didn't have a backup plan. Since they knew, why didn't they make arrangements secretly and then find helpers? They didn't even send the Lu family disciples away in advance. Therefore, Wu Jinying was very surprised. However, so what if the deal was a success? Wouldn't the Wu family own the supreme-grade fountain of youth in the end? At this time, Lu Tiangong had already entered the giant tree protection barrier and saw the old tree. What do you want? The old tree couldn't help but ask. Lu Tiangong trembled when he heard this. Shouldn't the old tree be making a direct deal? Why did he ask about it? Could it be that he also felt that the atmosphere was a little off? Senior, the Wu family has sent experts from the underworld to kill you, followed by the Lu family. Lu Tiangong went straight to the point. Oh, I know. The old tree nodded slightly. This answer shocked Lu Tiangong again. The old tree had stayed here for 3 days and hadn't moved at all. How did he know? Could it be that he had clairvoyant ears? Senior, you're alone. Why don't you work with us? As long as we destroy the Wu family, the Lu family is willing to take out 1,000,000 fortune pills as compensation. Lu Tiangong said. 1,000,000 fortune pills were just compensation, not money for the supreme-grade fountain of youth. 1,000,000 fortune pills to hire a 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert was already too much. However, Lu Tiangong felt that the old tree wasn't an ordinary person. Since he knew that the Wu family was going to attack him, yet he still stayed here, he obviously had some tricks up his sleeve. Don't talk nonsense. How much do you have now? Give it to me. The old tree stretched out his hand. Now? Lu Tiangong raised an eyebrow, but when he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better, he immediately took off his own universe ring and threw it over. There weren't many things in this universe ring because Lu Tiangong had used it to nurture the Lu family disciples. Even so, this universe ring was worth 100,000 fortune pills. These are the down payment. When the underworld assassins come in later, I'll catch them off guard. The old tree looked calm and composed, which made Lu Tiangong sigh in relief. It seemed that this old tree did have some tricks up his sleeve. Thank you, senior. Lu Tiangong hurriedly thanked him. He hadn't revealed much of his strength. At least Wu Jinying and the others didn't know his true strength. With the Eye of Myriad Forms, he could block 2 Wu family experts at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm all by himself. If the Wu family only had one helper at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, then they might not necessarily lose this battle because the Lu family also had a 5th level fulfillment realm expert. Since the Wu family wanted to destroy the Lu family didn't need to worry about anything else. In one word, fight. After the discussion, Lu Tiangong prepared to leave the giant tree protection barrier. However, right at this moment, which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my Qingyang sword sect? A loud shout entered everyone's ears. In the sky far away from the Green Sun Sword sect, a group of experts came, causing the elders of the Green Sun Sword sect to shout. There were more than 100 people in this group, and the leaders were 3 4th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. Due to the lack of time, no one at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm passed by. Therefore, the strongest one was at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Seeing this, the other 5th-level Fulfillment Realm expert of the Lu family let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lu family might not be wiped out in this battle. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the lead said loudly, "Sect Master Wu, you are truly heartless. You actually want to carry out a sect cleansing?" Hearing this, the Green Sun Sword sect disciples present were shocked. This group of assassins was actually invited by Sect Master Wu. "Shut up. I didn't invite you here to spout nonsense," Wu Junying shouted angrily. This sentence undoubtedly confirmed the words of the middle-aged assassin just now. These people were really invited by Wu Junying. "Sect Master, why did you invite these assassins?" A Lu family elder couldn't help but ask. In truth, he already knew, but he still wanted to ask clearly and let the surrounding disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect know that the sect master was a treacherous person. Since she had already admitted it, Wu Junying didn't plan to hide it anymore. She said loudly, "Lu Tiangong, I will give you a chance now. If you leave the Green Sun Sword sect now, I can spare your lives." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present could not help but gasp in shock. As expected, the Wu family invited assassins this time to destroy the Lu family. Not to mention the disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect, even outsiders knew about the 2 major factions in the sect. Now that Wu Junying had invited so many experts, it was obvious that she wanted to drive the Lu family away. When the Lu family heard this, their faces turned ashen and very ugly. The Lu family had worked hard in the Green Sun Sword sect, even if they didn't contribute. Besides, once the Lu family left, the Green Sun Sword sect would only have 2 5th-stage Fulfillment Realm experts left. "Wu Junying, you want to drive my Lu family away just because of this supreme great immortal spring water?" Lu Tiangong walked out of the giant wood protection barrier and glared at Wu Junying. "This is not my idea alone, but the idea of my Wu family's 2 ancestors." Saying this, Wu Junying also turned around. At this time, 2 figures walked out of the Wu family camp. These 2 were the Wu family's 5th-stage Fulfillment Realm experts. One of them was called Wu Qianshan, and the other was called Wu Qianshui. The older brother, Wu Qianshan, was already 185 years old. In a few years, he would probably die. The younger brother, Wu Qianshui, was only 170 years old. He could live for many more years. This time, the Wu family wanted to buy the supreme great immortal spring water for Wu Qianshan. This way, the immortal spring water might be able to cure some of Wu Qianshan's hidden injuries and let him live for another 10 years. If he made a breakthrough in 10 years, he could live for a few more years. Driving the Lu family away was the decision made by the Wu family as a whole. If the Lu family didn't agree, then they had no choice but to destroy them. "Lu Tiangong, we originally wanted to directly attack, but the ancestors of our 2 families have a very deep relationship after all, and your Lu family has also contributed to my Azure Yang Sword sect, so you should leave," Wu Qianshan replied with an old voice. This voice was even more aged than the old tree. He sounded like he was on his last breath. "Wu Qianshan, are you really going to be so heartless?" A Lu family elder walked out. He was the 5th-stage Fulfillment Realm expert in the Lu family other than Lu Tiangong. His name was Lu Heng. He was 1 generation older than Lu Tiangong. "Lu Heng, we once fought side by side. Let's go." Wu Qianshan sighed. The reason why the Wu family didn't attack immediately was mainly because he had some friendship with Lu Heng. "Wu Qianshan, you want my Wu family to leave?" "Impossible. If you want to attack, then come." Lu Heng snorted coldly. "Big brother, since the Lu family doesn't cherish the opportunity, then let's fight," Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui yelled. "Lu Heng, you really don't want to leave?" Wu Qianshan couldn't help but ask again. "Humph, you want us to leave?" "Impossible." "That's right, we're not leaving. The Green Yang Sword sect was established by our 2 ancestors. Why should we, the Lu family, leave? If you want to fight, then let's fight. We're not afraid. The disciples of the Lu family shouted one after another. Shut up. Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted, Wu family, do you really think you can defeat us today? Hearing this, Wu Junying couldn't help but say, Lu Tiangong, do you think you can fight us if you team up with Old Tree? Humph, do you think you can destroy the Lu family with these assassins? Lu Tiangong snorted. He thought the Wu family would find 5th level fulfillment realm experts to help, but now, there were only 3 4th level fulfillment realm experts. The rest were nothing to be afraid of. The Lu family also had Old Tree at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. On the whole, the Lu family's strength should be slightly superior, but did the Wu family only invite Underworld Palace's assassins? Ha ha ha, Lu Tiangong, do you think I only prepared? At this time, Wu Junying suddenly laughed. What? Hearing this, the Lu family people were shocked. Wu Junying had invited other people. Immediately, they thought of a force. There was only one force in this area that could invite experts in 2 days. Flying Scorpion Stronghold. While they were still in shock, another figure shot out from behind the Wu family's camp. This person was tall and sturdy, and had no hair. There was a black scorpion tattoo on the top of his head, and the big hammer in his hand was stained with dried blood. Flying Scorpion Stronghold's chief, Flying Scorpion? Lu Tiangong immediately recognized this bald man. Yes, this bald man was Flying Scorpion Stronghold's chief, Flying Scorpion. He was a 5th level fulfillment realm expert. When this person appeared, the Lu family people's expressions turned ugly. Originally, they had 3 5th level fulfillment realm experts, but now the Wu family also had 3 5th level fulfillment realm experts. No, it was more than 3. Me too. As soon as the voice fell, another figure attacked. This was a middle-aged man in blue clothes. Flying Scorpion Stronghold second chief, Poison Scorpion? Lu Tiangong's face twitched. The Wu family, how much did they spend to invite 2 5th level fulfillment realm experts? However, the appearance of the venomous scorpion frightened the Wu family. I only invited Flying Scorpion. Why is venomous scorpion here? Wu Junying was puzzled. Sect Master Wu, you spent 400,000 fortune pills to invite my big brother. I don't need that much. 300,000 fortune pills is enough. Scorpion laughed loudly. I only need 1. Wu Junying gritted his teeth and said. He could faintly sense the other party's intentions. 200,000 fulfillment pills was enough to hire a 5th level fulfillment realm expert. In order to deal with the Lu family, he had doubled the number of flying scorpions to help. But now, Poison Scorpion had actually tagged along as well. However, he wasn't giving it away for free. Instead, he was asking for 300,000 fortune pills. 400,000 plus 300,000, that was 700,000. In addition to those assassins, he had spent nearly 1,000,000 Rui pills. This was not a small number. Sect Master Wu, you don't understand the current situation. If I didn't come, your Wu clan would only have 3 5th stage fulfillment realm experts, and the Lu clan would only have 3 5th stage fulfillment realm experts. If I were to come, then your Wu clan would have 4 members. Annihilating the Lu clan would be even more dependable. Scorpion sneered. Humph, there's no need. Wu Junying snorted coldly. He knew that Scorpion was here to take advantage of the situation and make a lot of money. After all, such a big order was not something that could be casually accepted. If that's the case, then forget it. After Scorpion finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and said, Big brother, I haven't sparred with you in a long time. Why don't we have a match today? When Flying Scorpion heard this, he chuckled and said, Sure. This sentence caused the hearts of the Wu clan members to tremble. What did Scorpion mean, sparring? Could it be that Scorpion was going to side with the Lu clan? Lu clan, Scorpion, will be here today. I'll give you a discount. 250,000 fulfillment pills. Do you want them? Scorpion suddenly shouted at Lu Tiangong. As expected, when those words fell into the ears of the people present, they all had the same guess in their hearts. Now, it seemed that Scorpion really did have such intentions. The Wu clan had spent 400,000 fulfillment pills to hire Flying Scorpion. If the Lu clan hired Scorpion, then wouldn't the Wu clan have wasted 400,000 fulfillment pills? At this moment, it was the Wu clan members' turn to have ugly expressions. Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui glared at the two fort leaders of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. It seemed that they were going to be cruelly robbed today. This was not the main point. The main point was that if they chased the Lu clan out of the Green Sun Sword sect, then their strength would be the same as that of the Flying Scorpion stronghold, with only 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts. No matter what, the Flying Scorpion stronghold would be the biggest beneficiary today. After hearing Scorpion's words, Lu Tiangong's eyes lit up. He was about to speak when Wu Jining beat him to it and said, "All right, 300,000 fulfillment pills. I accept." Haha, sect leader Wu, you're so straightforward. My big brother and I will listen to your orders today. Scorpion laughed and said, "However, us brothers have the same rules. We'll pay half of the deposit first." Flying Scorpion had paid 400,000 fulfillment pills, while Scorpion had paid 300,000 fulfillment pills. The two added up to 700,000 fulfillment pills, so half would be 350,000. Before this, Flying Scorpion had already received the deposit, but Scorpion had not. Damn it, you two blood-sucking scumbags. After today, I'll make you spit out all of them. Wu Jinying's expression was dark. She took out a big bag from her universe ring and threw it to Scorpion, saying, "Only 150,000. Alright, 150,000 first. After this is done, I'll give you 200,000. Scorpion put away the bag happily. Now, the Wu clan had 4 5th-level fulfillment realm experts, while the Lu clan only had 3. Damn it. Seeing this, Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng cursed in their hearts. Originally, the Lu clan still had a chance to turn things around. However, with the addition of Scorpion, the Lu clan was in even more danger now. Lu Heng, I'll give you one more chance. If the Lu clan leaves just like this, we won't do anything. Wu Qianshan emphasized once more. Hearing this, Lu Heng turned to look at the Lu clan disciples behind him and said resolutely, "You want us to leave? Impossible. Today, only one of our clans can survive." Sigh, if that's the case, then so be it. Wu Qianshan sighed and said, "The battle between our clans will only be limited to the fulfillment realm. Those in the Nether Passage realm should not join. If my Wu clan loses, I hope that your Lu clan can let the others go. If your Lu clan loses, we will let them go as well." All right. Lu Heng replied immediately. In terms of strength, the Lu family currently had 2 5th-stage fulfillment realm cultivators, 1 old tree, and over 300 fulfillment realm cultivators. The Wu family's strength was about the same, but they still had 100 assassins and 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. Before the battle even started, the members of the Lu family already knew their fate. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he mixed in with the crowd of disciples. The two families were not on good terms, but they fought to the point of life and death. This was a world where the strong were respected. For the sake of profit, anything was possible. However, he did not plan to stand by and watch. He was prepared to make a big scene. Old Tree had already obtained many benefits. As long as he gave them to him, he could break through to the 3rd stage of the fulfillment realm. At that time, there would not be many people present who could stop him. He might be the one who benefited the most today, and not the 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. Lu Yuanhang is now my man. Although Lu Tiangong has a grudge against me, I will stand with the Lu family today. After all, Lu Tiangong will be killed by me. Yi Xian thought in his heart. When Mo Shui died at his hands, Nalanbing was furious. This was everyone's temper. If they had a grudge against them, they would want to kill them with their own hands to vent their anger. If they died at the hands of others, this anger would continue to accumulate, which was not good for their state of mind. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. He would help the Lu family win this battle, then settle the score with Lu Tiangong and ask about the mysterious underworld duo demons. At this time, the atmosphere was very tense. The disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect had all retreated far away, afraid that they would be affected. No one would have thought that such a big battle would occur in the Green Sun Sword sect. Moreover, it was between their own people and the experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. However, in their hearts, they all thought that the Lu family would lose. Seeing that no one had made a move yet, Xian quickly moved closer to the old tree. When the battle began, he would immediately break through to the third stage of the fulfillment realm and kill everyone. All Wu family members, listen to my order. Kill. After a few seconds of silence, Wu Jinying shouted out loud. Immediately, all of the Wu family members rushed towards the Lu family. At the same time, the group of assassins also acted according to the situation. Flying Scorpion, Poison Scorpion, you two stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. When the battle began, the Wu family ancestor, Wu Qianshan, shouted loudly and rushed in another direction. This direction was the old tree's giant wood protection enchantment. Wu Qianshan was like a lamp that had run out of oil. After this battle, he would lose some of his lifespan, so he had to obtain the immortal spring water. Azure Sunbreak. Wu Qianshan, who was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, immediately channeled his lifeblood true energy and attacked the giant wood barrier. Boom, the sword light pierced through the air and landed on the giant tree protection barrier, breaking many of the tough branches. However, after these branches were broken, they quickly recovered. What a strong recovery ability! Wu Qianshan's face sank. At this moment, another figure flashed over. Big brother, let me help you. Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianxue, came to help. The Lu family only had 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts, so the 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold were enough to stop them. Therefore, Wu Qianshan wanted to kill the old tree first. After that, the situation would be more or less stabilized. In their hearts, the old tree's combat strength was probably not as good as Lu Heng's, so they wanted to kill him first. However, they were wrong. Ha ha ha, my giant tree protection enchantment is not something that just anyone can break. The old tree's loud laughter came from the giant tree nest. At the same time, Yi Xian had also arrived. Then, the old tree hastily broke open a hole and let Yi Xian in. Little young master, this is for you. Go on a killing spree. The old tree tossed all the things he obtained from Lu Tiangong to Yi Xian. Alright, old tree, be careful. Yi Xian nodded and directly swallowed the items that were worth 100,000 fulfillment pills. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. The system notification caused Yi Xian's strength to undergo a tremendous change. He was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with someone at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. However, don't forget that he still had the slaughter feast and other trump cards. Ding! The host has triggered a random quest. Kill 100 Wu family fulfillment realm experts by yourself, and make sure that no more than 100 Lu family fulfillment realm experts die. Reward for completing the quest, all targets will experience a breakthrough once. Another system notification sounded, and Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a random quest like this. However, the reward was too tempting. All targets could experience a breakthrough once. This meant that the old tree could break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm after the quest was completed. I must kill 100 Wu family experts by myself, and make sure that no more than 100 Lu family fulfillment realm experts die, Yi Xian quickly thought in his mind. The Wu family was mentioned in the quest, which meant that it didn't include assassins. Therefore, he had to focus on the Wu family. As long as he killed 100 Wu family members by himself, the battle was more or less over. No matter how many Lu family members died, he probably wouldn't lose more than 100. Wei Zhentian, don't use Bladestorm this time. Yi Xian said in his mind. Wei Zhentian's Bladestorm was an ultimate move. This quest looked a little troublesome, but it was actually very simple. Don't forget, there was still Luoluo. Yi Xian immediately left the giant tree protection barrier. Now, it was time for him to show off his skills. Come, Dark Night Sky. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, the sky started to darken. Dark Night Sky was the reward of the random quest in the Wood Spirit primitive world where he destroyed the Great Bacterial Empire. It could turn the sky into night, and it had a cooldown of 1 day. This way, Yi Xian would have the passive effect of the assassination state. What's going on? why did the sky turn dark? Everyone, be careful. Everyone around was shocked. Why did the sky suddenly become covered with dark clouds? Moreover, it was incomparably dark, without a trace of light. Fortunately, the ones fighting were all fulfillment realm experts with spiritual senses, so they could still fight. Feast of Slaughter. Yi Xian hid in the darkness, and the passive effect of the assassination state took effect. His combat strength and speed were both significantly improved. Kill. After he roared in his mind, he also charged out. At the same time, Luoluo also appeared and used the Eye of Enchantment. The appearance of this large pink eyeball under the night sky attracted everyone's attention. Kill. Luoluo gave the order directly. Immediately, ambushes appeared within the Wu family. Whoosh! 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 Rays of sword energy pierced through the air. The controlled Wu family experts began to attack their own people. Under the circumstances of the ambush, the 50 people killed more than 20 people in an instant. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, began to kill. His targets were the Wu family experts at the first, second, and third level of the fulfillment realm. As expected, although the mission is a solo kill, Luoluo is my slave. If her controlled targets kill the Wu family members, it will be on my head. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seems that this random mission is very simple. In the blink of an eye, 50 people were killed. The Lu family, Wu family, and assassins' first charge only killed a dozen or so people. What's going on? Wu Junying, the sect master of Green Sun Sword sect, and the others did not understand the situation. Why would those people from the Wu family suddenly attack their own people? Could it be that they were bought by the Lu family beforehand? No, it's that pink eyeball. It's controlling them. Wu Qianshan and the others immediately reacted. Unfortunately, Luoluo had already attacked. 100-layer Demon Fox Avatar. Rainbow Demon Fire, 1000-layer Explosion. Luoluo used her signature move and bombarded the Wu family team. Bang! 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 In the air, a series of huge waves were set off, and the rumbling sounds were unceasing. Although Luoluo was only at the first level of the fulfillment realm, she was strong enough to challenge those above her level. Moreover, she was very good at group attacks. In just one round of bombardment, more than a dozen fulfillment realm martial practitioners had fallen, and one of them was a Wu family expert at the third level of the fulfillment realm. 30. 40. 50. The kill count in Yi Xian's mind kept increasing. After breaking through to the third level of the fulfillment realm, he could almost instantly kill third-level fulfillment realm experts. He did not even need to use the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon sword formation. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, madly killed the Wu family experts. Second brother. Seeing this, Wu Qianshan immediately shouted and rushed out at the same time. The Eye of Charm and Luoluo had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be troublesome. At the same time, he also discovered that a person suspected to be an assassin was slaughtering the experts of the Wu family. Yes, big brother. Wu Qianshui nodded and immediately flew towards Luoluo. Originally, the two ancestors of the Wu family had been aiming for the old tree, but now, they had no choice but to leave. Haha, after fighting for so long, you want to leave now? The old tree inside the giant tree protection barrier suddenly laughed loudly. Then, the giant tree protection barrier quickly grew, directly blocking Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui. Divinewood Prison, stay here obediently. The old tree's voice fell into Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui's ears. At this time, they discovered that they were trapped in a prison of branches. Breakthrough. Wu Qianshan shouted and joined hands with Wu Qianshui to attack one point. The defense of the Divinewood Prison was slightly weaker than the giant tree protection barrier, but the old tree didn't plan to trap them for too long. 3 seconds was enough. 3 seconds might seem like a short time, but the people fighting right now were all fulfillment realm experts. To them, 3 seconds felt like an eternity. If Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui were trapped for 3 seconds, the outcome of this battle would be decided, at this time, in the distant sky. This is bad. The two ancestors of the Wu family are trapped. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion's expressions changed. Their mission was to stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. But now, things were not as easy as they and the Wu family had imagined. The Wu family had a few more difficult missions, so it was hard to say who would win this battle. Luo Luo, Yi Xian, and the old tree. These three people made a move, and in the blink of an eye, the Lu family, who was at a disadvantage, crushed the Wu family with overwhelming momentum. The situation suddenly became frightening. Big brother, what should we do? When Poison Scorpion saw this scene, he quickly moved to Flying Scorpion's side and asked. It doesn't look good. Flying Scorpion shook his head and said, I didn't expect the Lu family to be hiding so many experts. No wonder they are so calm. Then Poison Scorpion frowned. Watch a little longer. If the situation is not good, we will leave immediately. Flying Scorpion shouted and charged toward Lu Tiangong again. Yi Xian and Luo Luo's appearance disrupted the Wu family's formation. Even the Lu family did not know where Yi Xian and Luo Luo came from. Could it be that they were acting bravely? What a joke. Wait, that little girl. At this time, Lu Tiangong's eyes flashed as if he thought of something. Before he escorted the Xianming duo to the next location, the Xianming duo gave him a portrait. The person in the portrait was a girl of the fox race, Luo Luo. He did not expect to meet her here. The two seniors said that this girl of the fox race was with the young man who left that day. Could that young man be here too? Lu Tiangong suddenly thought of Yi Xian who broke through the void and left that day. However, he did not have time to think because Flying Scorpion was already charging toward him. Right now, he had to settle the battle between the two families first. Flying Scorpion, how dare you interfere? I will make sure you don't return. Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted. In the next moment, his left eye patch turned into nothingness. The Eye of Myriad Forms. Ordinary people needed to move to use the power of myriad forms, but Lu Tiangong, who had the Eye of Myriad Forms, could use it from a distance. Flying Scorpion immediately felt an additional power of myriad forms in his body. Is this the power of the Eye of Myriad Forms? But it can't do anything to me. Flying Scorpion snorted coldly in his heart. At the same time, he was glad that Lu Tiangong only had one Eye of Myriad Forms. If there were two, it would be troublesome. As for Lu Tiangong's other Eye of Myriad Forms, no one knew where it was. In an instant, the two of them continued to fight. At the same time, the battle between the Wu family and the Lu family had reached its climax. Ding! The host has achieved the first requirement of the random mission. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. The first requirement of the random mission was to kill 100 of the Wu family's experts. He achieved it so quickly, Yi Xian did not expect it. After all, the battle had only started for 3 seconds. The Wu family originally had more than 300 people. Now that 100 of them were dead, there were only 200 left. Fortunately, they had the help of the assassins from the underworld. However, only 30 or so people from the Lu family had died. Now that the mission is complete, it's time to protect the Lu family experts. Yi Xian thought to himself as he charged toward the 4th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. The Lu family and the Wu family both had more than a dozen 4th-level Fulfillment Realm elders. As long as the Wu family had experts of this level, the outcome of this battle would be decided. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew out from the divine wood cage in the distance. Young master, I underestimated them. I only trapped them for a second. Old Tree said guiltily. It's fine. We'll take one each. Yi Xian didn't care. They were just 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. It was nothing. After all, he had used the Eye of Control to control a new batch of experts. They were all 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm experts. These people were all assassins. They were still in hiding and hadn't been exposed yet. You're the Wu family forefather, right? How dare you target my supreme great eternal spring? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he charged forward. Doppelganger. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Eruption. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Yi Xian used his trump cards and charged toward Wu Qianshan. It's you. Wu Qianshan's eyes turned red as he recognized Yi Xian. He was trapped in the Divine Wood prison earlier, and Yi Xian was hidden in the darkness. Even he couldn't find him. Now that Yi Xian had exposed himself, there was still a chance to turn the situation around if Yi Xian was killed. However, he was too naive. You guys, attack. Yi Xian gave orders to the 20 or so third-level fulfillment realm experts under his control. They immediately began to ambush the surrounding Wu family experts. Amidst the explosions, the Wu family experts fell one after another. They were caught off guard. What? The surrounding people were shocked. Why did the hired assassin suddenly betray the Wu family? Was it because of the pink eyeball? Kill. Anyone who goes against my Wu family, kill them all. Wu Junying, the sect master of the Green Sun Sword sect, roared loudly. More than 30 members of the Wu clan had turned traitor. Now, even the assassins had turned traitor. This was going to be troublesome. Second brother, let's go. When Xianxia saw this, he didn't dare to stay any longer and left immediately. Go. Scorpion left as well. Of course, the main reason why the flying scorpion left was because Lu Tiangong was too powerful. If the battle continued for another 10 seconds, the flying scorpion would probably be killed by Lu Tiangong alone. The outcome had already been decided. The Wu family had lost. Flying scorpion, poison scorpion, you two mother asterisk curs. Seeing flying scorpion and poison scorpion leaving, the sect leader of Green Sun Sword sect, Wu Junying, couldn't help but shout furiously. He had spent 350,000 Rui pills as a deposit, but he never expected that flying scorpion would become a deserter in less than 5 seconds after the battle started. Most importantly, once they left, who could stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng? Lu Tiangong looked at Xianxia and Poison Scorpion with a flicker in his eyes. Although he really wanted to kill Xianxia and Poison Scorpion, he didn't have the time. At this moment, he turned his gaze to a battlefield. Over there were 5 figures fighting. Old Tree was fighting with Wu Qianshui, while Wu Qianshan was being held back by a pair of twins. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Wu Qianshan was actually at a disadvantage. That brat, Lu Tiangong's body trembled. As expected, Lu Tiangong had already confirmed that Luo Luo was the person the Xianming duo was looking for. Now that he saw Yi Xian, he was even more certain of this. However, he was surprised that Yi Xian, who had fled like a mouse when he saw him, was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, Yi Xian had grown to the point where he could contend with Wu Qianshan in such a short time. Didn't this mean that Yi Xian could also fight with him? Lu Tiangong hesitated when he thought of the Xianming duo's reward. As long as he captured Luo Luo, he would be able to obtain a huge reward, the shattering superpower. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were helping the Lu family now. Without these two people, they would be the ones being suppressed. If he attacked Luo Luo now, it wouldn't be right. Let's take care of the Wu family first. Lu Tiangong immediately made his decision. This was the right decision. After all, if he attacked Luo Luo, Yi Xian would very likely switch sides with the Wu family. At that time, the Lu family would be the one to be destroyed. Immediately, he and Lu Heng rushed toward Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui. The Wu family originally had 4 5th-level fulfillment realm experts. Now that Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion had left, there were only 2 left. At the same time, the invited assassins from the underworld also left when they saw that the situation wasn't right. The Wu family's original 400 people quickly dropped to 100 people. The Lu family, on the other hand, had twice as many people as them. The battle was already over. However, Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui were both 5th-level fulfillment realm experts. To Yi Xian, they were an enormous amount of killing intent, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. Yi Xian, who was attacking Wu Qianshan, suddenly felt 2 auras. He turned his head and saw that it was Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. Are these 2 people going to fight me, or are they going to team up? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he had changed his appearance and his aura, Luo Luo and the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon sword formation had exposed him. Therefore, he guessed that Lu Tiangong should have recognized him. Yi Xian thought in his heart that if Lu Tiangong attacked him, then he would immediately switch sides to the Wu family and directly kill Lu Tiangong. However, he felt that Lu Tiangong wasn't that stupid. After all, one wrong move could cause the entire game to be lost. If Lu Tiangong dared to attack him, the Lu family might still be the winner, but they would still be slaughtered by Yixian. "I'll help you," Lu Tiangong shouted and charged toward Wu Qianshan. In fact, when Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion left, Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui knew that they were going to die today. "Lu Tiangong, remember our agreement," Wu Qianshan shouted. Before the battle, they had an agreement that the winner couldn't attack anyone below the fulfillment realm. In other words, they couldn't kill them all. Now that the Wu family was defeated, Wu Qianshan naturally had to protect his own clansmen. "Okay," Lu Tiangong immediately replied. As long as the Wu family's fulfillment realm experts were all dead, they wouldn't be a threat to the Lu family. There was no need to kill them all. "Big brother!" Wu Qianshui, who was fighting Old Tree nearby, suddenly shouted. He suddenly thought of something. At this time, Wu Qianshan shouted and directly used the long sword in his hand to cut his own neck. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Wu family's ancestor, Wu Qianshan, actually committed suicide? The F***CK? Yi Xian was shocked. This was a huge amount of killing intent. How could he let it go so easily? However, he was still one step too slow. Rip! With a crisp sound, a head was thrown into the air. Yi Xian was stunned. He thought, why is Lu Tiangong here? If he did it himself, he could definitely kill Wu Qianshan in 5 seconds. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compare to Wu Qianshan's suicide. At this time, Yi Xian's gaze quickly fell on Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui. Rip! Another crisp sound rang out. Wu Qianshui also committed suicide. The outcome was decided. Right now, the Wu family no longer had a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert. Forefather. When Wu Junying and the others saw the 2 heads, they immediately shouted. 2 patriarchs had fallen, which meant that the rest of them would definitely die as well. After all, the Lu family would never let these threats go. All fulfillment realm experts must die. Follow the forefather. Suddenly, someone shouted. A Wu family expert also swung his sword and committed suicide. Lu family, we will abide by the agreement. Son, father will take his leave first. See you in the next life. The Wu family experts committed suicide one after another. Corpses fell from the sky, and blood poured down like rain. Inside the Green Sun Sword sect, blood flowed like rivers. In the blink of an eye, the Wu family only had 30 fulfillment realm experts left. Almost all of them were young geniuses. They were afraid of death, so they didn't attack. Besides them, there was also the group of underworld assassins controlled by Yi Xian and some Wu family members. The Lu family didn't chase after them. They just surrounded them. As for the group of assassins, they had already fled far away. After them, we can't let those assassins go. Lu Heng came to his senses and immediately shouted. Although the assassins were hired, they had killed some Lu family members. Naturally, the Lu family wouldn't let them go. Immediately, the 4th-level fulfillment realm experts of the Lu family all gave chase. The battle was over. However, before this, Yi Xian had already taken Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui's universe rings and earned more than 100,000 fulfillment pills. At this time, the whole place was silent. The surrounding disciples of the Azure Yang Sword sect all held their breaths. In the Qingyang Sword sect, all the disciples had gathered around. There were more than 20,000 of them. They all knew that from now on, there would be no more Wu clan in the Qingyang Sword sect, only the Lu clan. The future sect master would also be a member of the Lu clan. Although a large number of the Wu family members had committed suicide, there were still a few high-ranking members of the Wu family who were still alive, including the sect master of the Qingyang Sword sect, Wu Junying. The winner takes all. Today, my Wu clan has lost. Wu Junying knelt on the ground and said to Lu Tiangong, Lu Tiangong, do you still remember the promise the ancestor made to you? Don't worry, my Lu family won't kill you all. Lu Tiangong nodded. Alright, then I'm relieved. Wu Junying nodded and said, however, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did my Wu family lose today? After he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Xian and the other two. Without them, the Wu clan definitely wouldn't have lost this battle. Following Wu Juning's gaze, the gazes of over 20,000 people immediately gathered on Xian's trio. Among them, Xian was still wearing the Lu family's uniform. Haha, I'm not a member of the Lu family. I'm just here to look for someone, Xian said with a grin. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were all shocked. Looking for someone, and then coincidentally stumbled upon this battle, should they say that the Wu clan was unlucky, or that the Lu clan was lucky? Many people were also guessing in their hearts who Xian was looking for. At this moment, Lu Tiangong said, "Kid, you're here to seek revenge, right?" From Luoluo and the twin dragons of ice and fire, he already knew that Xian was the one who escaped that day. That's right. Xian nodded and took off his disguise mask, revealing his true face, and said, "You almost killed me that day. Today, I'm here to seek revenge. However, I don't want you to die at the hands of others, so I helped a little." Boom, hearing this, Wu Juning and the others couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the person Xian was looking for was Lu Tiangong, there was a grudge between them. Xian wanted to kill Lu Tiangong with his own hands, so he helped the Lu clan. It seemed that the heavens really wanted to destroy the Wu clan. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Are you going to act now? Lu Tiangong narrowed his eyes. Not for now. You can deal with your clan first. Xian shook his head and said. All right. Lu Tiangong ignored Xian and turned to look at Wu Juning. The Wu clan still had a few fulfillment realm martial practitioners left, so they had to be dealt with. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. At this time, Wu Juning suddenly stood up and turned to look at the group of Wu clan young geniuses. Clan master, no, don't, I don't want to die, uncle, let me go, father, what are you doing, father? Wu Juning's sons were among these young geniuses. However, the Lu clan wouldn't let them live. I'm sorry, you all. Be on your way. Wu Juning sighed and directly swept out with her sword. Slash. 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 With Wu Juning's 4th level fulfillment realm cultivation, she beheaded more than 20 people with a single swing of her sword. Then, she killed everyone with another swing of her sword. Let's go too. Beside Wu Juning, Wu Yong also raised his hand and slit his own throat. Wu Juning also committed suicide without another word. Now, other than the Wu clan members under Luolua's control, the Lu clan no longer had any fulfillment realm martial practitioners. However, the sounds didn't stop. Slash. 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 After receiving Xian's orders, Luoluo also ordered the charmed Wu clan members to commit suicide. Xian needed to test something. As expected, the Wu clan members who committed suicide also had killing intent points because they were under Luolua's control, and Luoluo was Xian's slave. Xian had killing intent points for the people they killed. When they committed suicide, Xian also had killing intent points. Now, there wasn't a single fulfillment realm Wu clan member in the Green Sun Sword sect. Of course, there were still some outside. Xian used the power of all creations to gather these people's universe rings. This wasn't a small sum. 300,000, Xian obtained 300,000 fulfillment pills from this battle, and this didn't include the 100,000 Lu Tiangong gave to the old tree. Uncle, this little fox is my target, Lu Tiangong suddenly said in a small voice. Previously, Lu Tiangong received orders to rescue the Xianming duo demons and escort them for a while. Lu Heng also knew about this because the person who gave the order to Lu Tiangong was also a member of the Lu clan. As long as we capture her, we can get a fragmented divine ability? Lu Heng asked softly. Fragmented divine ability, that little fox was worth a fragmented divine ability. A fragmentation divine ability was a fragmentation realm martial practitioner's divine ability. If they could obtain it, even if they could only use it once in a short period of time, they would be able to dominate. 5th level of the fulfillment realm, 6th level of the fulfillment realm, 7th level of the fulfillment realm, as long as they learned the shattering divine power, they would be able to beat up even a 7th level fulfillment realm expert. However, all of this had to be done after Luoluo was captured. Ding, host has completed the random mission. All objects realms have increased. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding, Luo Luo has broken through. Ding, Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. The 4 system notifications caused Yi Xian to be overjoyed. Wei Zhentian had broken through very quickly. Luo Luo was originally about to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, but now, she had broken through ahead of time. Not only that, this time, she had directly increased by 1 level. For example, Luo Luo's experience had increased from 80% of the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm to 80% of the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, not the initial 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. It was a direct increase of 1 level, not a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. However, what made Yi Xian most gratified was that Old Tree had broken through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Young master, what did you do? I feel like I broke through. Old Tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Nothing, I just used a secret art, Yi Xian casually replied. Old Tree knew that he did not want to talk about it, so he did not ask. Yi Xian did not tell anyone about this, not even Luo Luo. Right now, no one noticed the change in Old Tree. Their attention was on Lu Tiangong and Yi Xian. Young man, I thank you for your help, Lu Tiangong said. Forget about the thanks. Next, it's time to settle our old debts. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, you almost killed me back then, so today, I'm here to take revenge. Do you want to fight me together, or one-on-one? The moment he said this, the surrounding Lu family disciples and Green Sun Sword sect disciples were all shocked. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, but he wanted to fight Lu Tiangong one-on-one, and even 2-on-1. This was too terrifying. However, Yi Xian's strength was clear for all to see. Even Wu Qianshan was beaten to the point that he had no temper in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian did indeed have the strength to challenge Lu Tiangong alone. Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng knew all this. Since it's a grudge between you and me, then don't involve others. Let's have a life and death battle. Lu Tiangong said very calmly. Alright, a battle of life and death. Yi Xian immediately responded. In fact, whether it was Lu Tiangong alone or with Lu Heng, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, he still had the Blade Storm. Lu Tiangong had used up a lot of true qi just now, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so he had already recovered to his peak. Although Lu Tiangong possessed the Eye of All Things, Yi Xian was confident that he could kill Lu Tiangong. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly landed on the ground and cloned. Immediately, 2 illusory heavenly dragons appeared, one of ice and one of fire. What a miraculous ability! Is that a true qi clone, or is it real? It should be true qi. It's really impossible. He's not even afraid of the Wu family's ancestor. It's hard to say how the Grand Elder will fare in this battle. The surrounding Lu family members and Green Sun Sword sect disciples discussed. Lu Tiangong also landed on the ground with Yi Xian. At this time, the surrounding people had already retreated far away. A battle between 5th-level fulfillment realm experts was no laughing matter. If they were caught in the shockwaves, they would either be severely injured or killed. Yi Xian stood on the ground and looked at Lu Tiangong. Although he was confident that he could win, he still had to be careful. On land, he had 9 agility advancement boosts to his movement speed. Come on, kid. Lu Tiangong said to Yi Xian. There's no rush. Let me ask you a few questions first. Yi Xian suddenly said. I know what you want to ask. Wait until you defeat me. Lu Tiangong refused to answer. Alright, then I'll defeat you first. Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, he attacked. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragons of Ice and Fire Sword Formation. Yi Xian attacked with all his strength. At the same time, Wei Zhentian, who had broken through to the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, also moved out from the side. Eye of Myriad. After the battle began, Lu Tiangong's left eye flashed and instantly sent Wei Zhentian flying. The Eye of Myriad could use the power of Myriad from a distance, and its speed was much faster than ordinary people. Unfortunately, Wei Zhentian was now at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. He was very tough and could not be destroyed so easily. After Wei Zhentian was sent flying, he turned into a streak of light and shot out again. Twin Dragon Roar. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a dangerous aura spread. Lu Tiangong focused his eyes and saw a dragon's aura attacking him. So powerful. Under other circumstances, he would have chosen to dodge. However, there were countless Lu family disciples watching. If he dodged, wouldn't he be admitting defeat? Green Sun Sword Bell. Lu Tiangong immediately used the strongest defensive divine ability of the Green Sun Sword sect. Immediately, a huge cyan bell surrounded him. The Eye of Myriad could not only be used from a distance, but also increase the power of Myriad. Simply put, Lu Tiangong's Myriad was stronger than ordinary people. Boom! The twin dragon roar slammed into the Green Sun Sword Bell, and a bell sound immediately spread out. Fortunately, the disciples were far away, or else someone's head would have exploded. Lu Tiangong was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, and his cultivation was not low. Yi Xian was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. There was a difference of 2 levels, so this time, no one had the upper hand. However, Yi Xian did not use killing intent explosion for this twin dragon roar, so its power was only half. He did this to lower Lu Tiangong's guard. Lu Tiangong, try this again. At this time, Yi Xian gathered his true energy again and launched another attack. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another dragon's breath erupted. Lu Tiangong's expression turned serious, and he used the Green Sun Sword Bell again. However, as the dragon's breath approached, his expression changed abruptly. This time, the aura was twice as strong as before. Not good. Lu Tiangong's expression changed greatly, and he immediately abandoned the Green Sun Sword Bell to escape. However, because he was too slow, he was directly shocked by the aftershock of the twin dragon roar, and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The dignified Grand Elder of the Green Sun Sword sect was actually beaten to the point of spitting blood by a junior at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. This stunned the surrounding people. This kid's strength has increased so quickly. Even the top geniuses of my sect are not 1/10 of his strength. Lu Tiangong hurriedly stabilized his injuries and thought to himself. While he was surprised, Yi Xian had already turned into 2 streams of light, and attacked him from the left and right. This time, Lu Tiangong did not defend and directly attacked. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. The 2 giant golden bells fell. One missed, while the other successfully trapped Lu Tiangong and Yi Xian inside. Is this the Green Sun Sword Bell? Lu Tiangong's expression froze. The Green Sun Sword Bell was one of the Green Sun Sword sect's wishful will divine ability. Not everyone could learn it. And now, Yi Xian actually used a similar divine ability. Was it a coincidence? Lu Tiangong didn't understand. At the same time, he also didn't understand why Yi Xian used this skill. The Green Sun Sword Bell was only used for defense. However, before he could even attack, Yi Xian had already used it. Why, in the next moment, he understood. Lu Tiangong, take this. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of ice and fire dragons. The 2 heavenly dragon phantoms merged into one and roared at the sky. Boom, a sound wave attack quickly spread out. What? Lu Tiangong turned pale with fright. He hurriedly used the all-creation strength to protect himself. At the same time, he kept attacking to weaken the sound wave attack. Now, he understood Yi Xian's method. He used echoes came from all directions. Break! Lu Tiangong attacked as he retreated. Then, he suddenly turned around and prepared to break the double dragon sword bell. But at this moment, the 2 Yi Xians suddenly attacked from the left and right. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon, Ice and Fire Double Dragon Sword Array, Lu Tiangong was suddenly attacked from both sides. What a troublesome brat. Lu Tiangong was a little regretful. That day, he was careless and allowed Yi Xian to escape. If he had known, he would have killed Yi Xian on that day. However, he forgot that if Yi Xian was killed on that day, the Lu family would probably be destroyed as well. Lu Tiangong, I have many tricks up my sleeve. Have a taste of this. When this voice rang out, Lu Tiangong felt his surroundings change. The people around him had disappeared, and in their place were countless flame demons. Beneath his feet was scorching hot magma. Illusion? Mental attack? Lu Tiangong immediately reacted. Sure enough, Yi Xian had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It was too scary. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. Eye of control. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. What? You want to control me? Lu Tiangong was shocked. How could an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, the Grand Elder of the Green Sun Sword sect, become someone else's slave? No, Lu Tiangong continued to resist. This old fellow has lived for more than 100 years. His soul is incredibly powerful, so it won't be that easy to control him. Thankfully, I have the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Let's exhaust his true energy first. Yi Xian thought to himself. Even if he was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, as long as he didn't have any true energy, he was like a piece of fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. But at this time, the Lu family's other 5th level fulfillment realm expert, Lu Heng, quietly approached Luo Luo. As long as he could obtain a fragmented divine ability, he could do anything. After all, as long as he had a fragmented divine ability, the strength of the Green Sun Sword sect would increase exponentially. Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, naturally knew Lu Heng's whereabouts. Too naive. It won't be that easy to touch Luo Luo. Yi Xian thought to himself. Beside Luo Luo was the old tree, who had broken through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. If Lu Heng dared to attack, the old tree would crush him to death. When Lu Heng saw that Lu Tiangong was suppressed by Yi Xian and was about to lose, his expression turned serious and he immediately attacked Luo Luo. Yi Xian was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, but he had the ability to fight against Wu Qianshui and Lu Tiangong. He was very monstrous. Although Luo Luo was also at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, Lu Heng didn't believe that Luo Luo had the same strength. The only thing he had to be wary of was the old tree. How could a human not be able to beat a tree? However, he was wrong. This tree wasn't simple. Little thing, how dare you touch the little fox? You're courting death. The old tree had received Yi Xian's sound transmission and pretended to be paying attention to the battle. Now that he saw Lu Heng attack, his large hand grabbed fiercely. Slap. Crack. Boss Tree reached out and grabbed Lu Heng in his hand. With just a casual squeeze, he crushed Lu Heng's bones. Lu Heng couldn't help but cry out in pain. He never thought that he would be caught so easily. How was this possible? TSK, young man, do you think this old man is only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm? The old tree suddenly started to show off. What? This sentence frightened Lu Heng. Was this old tree not at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, but the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? How dare you touch the little fox? You deserve 10,000 deaths. However, the one who will decide your fate is not me, but my young master. The old tree suddenly turned and looked at Yi Xian. Following the old tree's gaze, Lu Heng realized that the young master the old tree was talking about was Yi Xian. How was it possible that a 3rd-level fulfillment realm cultivator had a 6th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast as a servant? Not only that, even the surrounding people felt that it was impossible. The former Grand Supreme Elder was caught instantly and couldn't move. He must be at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. That old tree is at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? Why did the former Grand Supreme Elder attack? The Lu family members and the Qingyang Sword sect disciples didn't understand. This battle was clearly between Yi Xian and Lu Tiangong, and Lu Tiangong had said that it would be a one-on-one battle. But now, Lu Heng was using a sneak attack. What was going on? Lu Tiangong, you really want to catch Luo Luo? Yi Xian suddenly stopped. I can't help it. As long as I catch her, I can get a fragmented divine ability. Lu Tiangong sighed. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me. If you don't, he will be crushed to death, and I will destroy your Lu family and even the entire Qingyang Sword sect. Yi Xian said in a threatening tone. Sigh. Lu Tiangong sighed again. If the old tree was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, they might be able to fight against Yi Xian. But now, the old tree was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Even if he and Lu Heng worked together, they might not be a match for the old tree, let alone Yi Xian alone. Also, he felt that Yi Xian hadn't used his full strength in the battle. This time, they were completely defeated. It's not that I can't submit to you, but I have a request. Lu Tiangong said. Originally, he didn't have the right to talk about conditions, but Yi Xian wanted to hear what it was. Speak. Yi Xian said. After Lu Tiangong's reminder, Yi Xian came to his senses as well. The current Qingyang sword sect was probably as strong as the Flying Scorpion stronghold, or even weaker. That's a small matter. I can promise you that, but I'll say this first. I'll take away your Eye of Myriad. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Lu Tiangong answered without hesitation. The Eye of Myriad was indeed a good item, but there was only one, so its power could not be maximized. Compared to the entire Lu family, the Eye of Myriad was nothing. If that's the case, then don't resist. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he used the Eye of Control on Lu Tiangong. Ding. Control successful. Lu Tiangong was willing, so he was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Now, the Grand Elder of Qingyang Sword Sect, Lu Tiangong, was Yi Xian's servant. However, this was not the end. Greetings, Master. Lu Tiangong knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully. This scene frightened the surrounding people. The strongest person of the Lu family and Qingyang Sword Sect was controlled by Yi Xian. Lu Heng, who was caught by the old tree, was also shocked because Lu Tiangong's strength was above his. However, whether it was Yi Xian or the old tree, they were not ordinary people. The most terrifying one was the little fox, Luo Luo. She had a fragmented superpower, so there must be something extraordinary about her. Lu Heng, he has submitted to me. It's your turn. Yi Xian suddenly turned to Lu Heng and said. Lu Heng, who was caught by the old tree, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, did not even have the ability to resist. If the old tree wanted to, he would probably be crushed into pieces. Therefore, he could only choose to submit. Ding. Control successful. Another system notification sounded. Then, the old tree released Lu Heng. Now, Yi Xian controlled the entire Qingyang Sword Sect. If he wanted to, he could become the sect leader of Qingyang Sword Sect. However, he did not think much of Qingyang Sword Sect. Lu Tiangong, give me the Eyes of Myriad Forms. After controlling Lu Heng, Yi Xian said to Lu Tiangong. Yes. Lu Tiangong didn't dare to be negligent. He directly put his hand into his left eye, and with a slight tug, he removed the Eye of Myriad. Last time, Yi Xian didn't notice anything strange, so he thought Lu Tiangong was just blind in one eye. This time, he accurately saw that the Eye of All Things was only connected to Lu Tiangong's true qi. It didn't grow in the eye. In order to install this Eye of Nature, Lu Tiangong had personally dug out his left eye. Yi Xian used his 10,000 mammoths force to hold up the Eye of Myriad mammoths and carefully examined it. He didn't want this Eye of Nature to replace his left eye. Instead, he was preparing to devour it. Ding. The host has devoured an Eye of Myriad Forms. Ding. The host's strength of all creations has increased. The system notifications rang continuously. As expected, after devouring this Eye of Myriad Forms, Yi Xian's strength of all creations had increased. Moreover, he had obtained the ability to use the strength of all creations from a distance. Of course, there was a distance limit. Originally, the strength of all creations increased as the strength of one's soul increased. Yi Xian's soul was already stronger than others. Now, after devouring this Eye of Myriad Forms, it was even stronger. I wonder if the effects will multiply if I devour another Eye of Myriad Forms. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was very curious. He glanced at Lu Tiangong and exchanged for a fake eye. Put on this fake eye first. It'll be almost the same as your original eye. Seeing this, Lu Tiangong's single eye lit up. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Lu Heng, clean up the battlefield. Collect all the spoils for me. Yi Xian turned his head and said to Lu Heng. Then, he said to Lu Tiangong, come with me. He came to the Qingyang Sword Sect this time to find Lu Tiangong. He had a lot of questions to ask. Soon, Yi Xian brought him to the giant wood protection barrier. Where did the twin fiends of the mysterious underworld go? Yi Xian went straight to the point. I'm not sure. I only escorted them to Flying Sand City and handed them to my ex-wife. Lu Tiangong shook his head. Flying Sand City, ex-wife? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had been in this world for 10 years, but this was the first time he heard the word ex-wife. Tell me in detail. It's like this. My ex-wife left me a few decades ago and married the city lord of Flying Sand City. However, we still have her. This time, she got the news, so she sent me a message asking me to pick up the Xianming duo demons. I escorted the Xianming duo demons to Flying Sand City. Then, she asked someone to escort them to other places. Lu Tiangong said honestly. Is there anything else? Yi Xian continued to ask. No. The Xianming duo demons kept asking me to send people to look for Master and Miss Luoluo. I sent people, but there was no news. Lu Tiangong shook his head. Then have you heard of the Yinyang Temple? No. Lu Tiangong shook his head again. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Although the Qingyang sword sect was not bad, it was only a third realm of connecting heaven realm. It was still far from the nirvana realm. It was normal that he did not know. Okay. Then how did you get the eyes of myriad forms? Yi Xian changed the topic. My ex-wife and I obtained these eyes of myriad forms after we killed a heaven-reaching beast during our training. At that time, we divided the eyes of myriad forms equally. One for me, and the other for my ex-wife. Lu Tiangong answered. A connecting heaven beast? What was it like? Yi Xian frowned, suddenly interested. This? I don't remember clearly. Lu Tiangong said subconsciously. Don't remember clearly? What do you mean? Yi Xian didn't understand. How could a fulfillment realm expert with an outstanding memory forget such an important matter? Lu Tiangong was under his control, so there was no way he was lying. I don't know either. I don't remember the shape of this connecting heaven beast. I don't even remember its cry. Lu Tiangong shook his head. In that case, it would appear that there's something special about that heaven-reaching beast. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. He took out a map and looked at it. Flying Sand City was 3 days away from the Qingyang sword sect. However, with Yi Xian's current speed, it would only take 2 days. Next, Yi Xian asked Lu Tiangong a few more questions. Not long after, Lu Heng walked in. Master, these are the spoils of war from the Lu family and the assassins. Lu Heng handed over a bag full of universe rings. Very good. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He grabbed a handful of universe rings and began to madly devour them. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level of fulfillment realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level of fulfillment realm. 2 system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. As for the remaining treasures, he left them for Luoluo. Young master, where are we going now? Luoluo also walked in and asked. You go and cultivate. Old Tree will stay in Azure Sun Sword sect. I'll bring them out to hunt down the 2 fort masters of Flying Scorpion Stronghold. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left with Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. Both of them were at the 5th level of fulfillment realm. As for Yi Xian, he was using the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. With the support of an expert's 10,000 mammoth power, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor's flying speed would increase by a lot. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion had just left. They would probably be able to catch up very soon, as long as they were returning to Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Since he had promised Lu Tiangong, Yi Xian had to fulfill his promise to destroy Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Yi Xian and the other 2 rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and left Azure Sun Sword sect. With the support of 3 experts and the 10,000 mammoth power, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor's speed approached the 6th level of fulfillment realm. In just 2 minutes, Yi Xian found Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion. As it turned out, the 2 of them weren't planning to return to Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Instead, they were wandering around Azure Sun Sword sect, preparing to make more money. Unfortunately, they encountered Yi Xian. Lu Tiangong, Lu Heng? After seeing the three people on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion were shocked. They quickly turned around and ran. Previously, Lu Tiangong was fighting Flying Scorpion alone. If he had a few more seconds, Flying Scorpion would have been killed by Lu Tiangong. Now that Yi Xian and Lu Heng were here, Flying Scorpion didn't have the strength to fight back. Unfortunately, their speed was much slower than the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. Go! With Yi Xian's order, Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng immediately charged out. At the same time, he rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and blocked the two fort masters. Double Dragon Sword Bell. The two Yi Xian immediately used their trapping divine skill. In the blink of an eye, Flying Scorpion and Poisonous Scorpion were trapped inside. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. The Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon suddenly merged and let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon's roar quickly spread out. Block it! Flying Scorpion yelled and joined forces with Scorpion, preparing to block the sound wave attack. As for Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng, they had Yi Xian's genuine qi and strength of all creations on them, so this attack did not have much of an effect on them. Azure Sun Break. The two of them simultaneously used the strongest attack of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Bang! Bang! Two crisp sounds rang out as both Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion flew backwards. Twin Dragon Roar. This dragon breath engulfed the two of them. Yi Xian of the Fulfillment Realm was already at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm, but he didn't use his killing intent eruption because he didn't want to kill the two fort masters. Scorching Hell. Eye of Control. The two fort masters were heavily injured, so Yi Xian took the opportunity to control them. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control succeeded. Ding. Control succeeded. In the end, the two fort masters couldn't escape this fate and were controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion knelt on one knee and cupped their fists respectfully. These 2 potions are for you. Yi Xian tossed them 2 potions and summoned Luoluo at the same time. Luoluo was also at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm, so Yi Xian wanted her to charm the two fort masters. This way, when Yi Xian's Eye of Control was not enough in the future, the two fort masters would not be released from his control. Ding. Flying Scorpion has escaped control. Ding. Poison Scorpion has escaped control. 2 more system notifications rang out. Just like that, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion were handed over to Luoluo by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian walked over and took their universe rings. Previously, Wu Junying had paid them 350,000 fulfillment pills as a deposit. Adding the wealth that the two brought out, the 2 universe rings had about 600,000 fulfillment pills in them. The 2 of you will join the Azure Sun Sword sect from now on. As for your Flying Scorpion fort, I will destroy it directly. Yi Xian said to the 2. Yes, Master, please do as you wish. The 2 fort masters nodded respectfully. The Flying Scorpion fort was built by them single-handedly. There were countless experts in it, and it was comparable to the current Azure Sun Sword sect. Although it was a pity to destroy it, Yi Xian was their master's master, so they still had to listen to his orders. Then, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor flew towards the Flying Scorpion fort with Yi Xian and the other 4 fort masters. With 4 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts supporting it with the power of all creations, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor's speed was very fast. It only took them half a day to reach the Flying Scorpion fort. Fort Master and Second Fort Master are back. HM? Who are those 3? They should be the people who joined our Flying Scorpion fort. Their auras are so strong. They are at least at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. When Yi Xian and the other 4 fort masters arrived at the Flying Scorpion fort, the people in the Flying Scorpion fort welcomed them with joy. However, what awaited them next was the sharpness of blood. The Flying Scorpion fort is filled with a group of vicious people who commit all kinds of crimes. It's not a pity to kill them. Go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters. Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters were all 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. Any two of them would be enough to raise the flying scorpion fort to the ground. Moreover, there was also Xianxia, a super genius who could challenge those above his level. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire. Xianxia formed a giant golden bell. However, this time, he was not inside, but outside. The flying scorpion fort was built in a valley, so the dragon roars could be heard everywhere. Ah, my head is going to explode, what's going on? Why is the fort master attacking us? I remember now. Those two people are wearing the robes of the Green Sun Sword sect. Is the fort master working together with the Green Sun Sword sect to eliminate us? Run! The martial practitioners of the Flying Scorpion Fort fled in all directions. Another dragon's roar rang out. Every Flying Scorpion Fort martial practitioner at or below the first level of the Fulfillment Realm collapsed to the ground. Try this move again. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Eruption. Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire. He had only used the normal Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire before. This time, the power was at least twice as strong as before. Immediately, a second-level Fulfillment Realm expert collapsed to the ground. Other than Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion, there were 8 fourth-level Fulfillment Realm experts in the Flying Scorpion Fort. However, Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters took care of these 8 people. Since they were all Xianxia's servants, the killing intent points of the people they killed were all added to Xianxia. Although the killing intent points were almost inexhaustible, there were still a few more God of Slaying bloodline skills that had not been activated. Who knew if there were skills that consumed a lot of killing intent points? Therefore, one could never have too many killing intent points. There were more than 10,000 people in the Flying Scorpion Fort, and more than 9,000 had died to Xianxia's bell. The entire Flying Scorpion stronghold was bathed in blood. The smell of blood spread to more than 10 miles away, and the stronghold was filled with screams. A few minutes later, Xianxia and a few others were the only ones left in the Flying Scorpion stronghold. The Flying Scorpion stronghold often committed robberies and had captured many beautiful girls and women. There were more than 1,000 of them, and some of them were even toyed with 10 to 20 times a day. Fortunately, these people were released by the Flying Scorpion stronghold early in the morning, and Xianxia covered them with his true qi, so they were not injured. Oh my God, they're all dead. Thank you, Master, thank you. These girls kowtowed to Xianxia, even if the ground was covered in blood and broken limbs. All of you, take some money and leave. Go back to where you came from. Xianxia waved his hand and threw a bag to each of them. The money in the bag was enough to last them for the rest of their lives. Thank you, Master. The group of girls thanked him again and again, then left. The Flying Scorpion stronghold was one of the local tyrants in this area. Now that it was destroyed, they would be fine. Then, Xianxia asked those who were controlled by Luoluo to collect the spoils of war. All of you go too. Xianxia said to Lu Tiangong and the others. Yes. Lu Tiangong and the others nodded and dispersed. However, at this moment. Ding. The killing intent value of the host has reached the upper limit of the current level. If you choose to clear it to 0, you will obtain 1 devour point. The system suddenly notified. What? If I choose to clear it to 0, I will obtain 1 devour point? Xianxia was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but say to himself, the Godslayer bloodline is indeed the Godslayer bloodline. I can actually use this method to obtain devour points. This time, it was probably because he had obtained a large amount of killing intent value from the massacre of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. If he chose to clear it to 0, he would obtain 1 devour point. This would take some time, and he would not be able to use some of the Godslayer bloodline skills, such as Killing Intent Explosion and Blade Storm. If he did not clear it to 0, he would not obtain 1 devour point. Compared to devour points, what was the Killing Intent value? 0. Xianxia made his decision. Ding. Killing Intent has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 devour point. The system prompted again. Xianxia swallowed his saliva when he saw the devour point on the interface. This was not bad at all. If the one who obtained this was a ruthless person, then he would probably slaughter all the surrounding forces. That way, the killing intent value could once again reach the upper limit of the current level, and then choose to reset it to 0. But Xian wouldn't do that. Although he was capable of killing, and had killed quite a number of people, he would not kill innocent people. Previously, he could have used Blade Storm several times, but he was worried about the innocent civilians around him, so he did not use it. For example, when he was in Tianyuan City, he could use Blade Storm to kill Mad Dragon. Now, the system had already cleared the killing intent value to 0. Not only could he not use Killing Intent Explosion and Blade Storm, even Dark Knight Canopy could not be used. Fortunately, his spoils of war were still being collected. As long as he devoured those killing weapons, he would be able to obtain a large amount of killing intent points, so he did not have to worry too much. Master, the items have been collected. After a while, Lu Tiangong and the others handed the items to Xian. In the entire Flying Scorpion stronghold, only a handful of people had managed to escape, so their spoils of war were all gathered here. Xian unceremoniously threw all the items into the devour space, and then calculated that there were about 1 million low-grade fulfillment pills. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. There was only one notification from the system. Unfortunately, every time Xian broke through, his leveling up experience would greatly increase, so he could not break through this time. But the transcending heaven artifacts inside gave him a large amount of killing intent, so he could use Killing Intent Explosion and Blade Storm again. Just as Xian was inspecting those strange items, he found an interesting transcending heaven artifact. It was a wooden seal with a heavenly dragon carved on it. Previously, he had only devoured swords and weapons, so this item was a little strange, so he kept it. Ding, this item can be used as a transcendent artifact. The system notification sounded again. Transcendent artifact? Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly looked. He found that there was a transcendent artifact that could be refined called the Divine Wood Seal, and the transcendent artifact's artifact spirit was the Old Tree. Old Tree, do you want to become immortal and indestructible? Xian transmitted in his mind. Hearing this, the Old Tree in the Green Sun Sword sect paused and said, "Who doesn't want to? Alright, I have a way to help you become immortal and indestructible. As long as my 3 clones don't die, you won't die." Wei Zhentian is in such a state now, Xian said again. The other side paused again. Little young master, your methods are truly heaven-defying. Come, I want to live forever, the Old Tree replied. Then I'll return immediately. Xian nodded. Immediately, he broke through the void and brought Lu Tiangong and the others back to the giant tree protection barrier of the Green Sun Sword sect. At this time, in the giant tree protection barrier, the Old Tree looked at Xian expectantly. Ding, refining the Divine Wood Seal will consume 1 devour point. Proceed? The system notification sounded. Xian remembered that when he refined the first transcendent artifact, the heaven-shaking sword, he did not consume any devour points. But at that time, he had just leveled up and the transcendent artifact system had just been activated, so he was rewarded with a chance to refine a transcendent artifact for free. As for the second time, he did not consume any devour points, perhaps because the transcendent artifact's quality was not good enough or because the Dragon Ball was rare. Now that the Divine Wood Seal required 1 devour point, Xian happened to get 1 devour point. Moreover, he felt that it was worth it. The transcendent artifact's Divine Wood Seal skills would change according to its artifact spirit. At least, it was very good to have the Old Tree as its artifact spirit's skill. Yes. Immediately, Xian put the Old Tree into the storage space and replied in his mind. Ding, begin refining transcendent artifact. Ding, the transcendent artifact's Divine Wood Seal has been successfully refined. Finally, Xian refined the 3rd transcendent artifact, the Divine Wood Seal. After the transcendent artifact's Divine Wood Seal was successfully refined, Xian immediately summoned the Old Tree. Now that I'm immortal and indestructible, it doesn't feel any different. The Old Tree touched its withered body and asked curiously. No, you've changed a lot. Old Tree, you can even change into a human form now. Xian said with a smile. A human form? Really? After a long while, the old tree's body began to shrink. Its bark also began to change, turning into human skin. Finally, it turned into a bald old man with a burly figure. Oh my, this old man actually turned into a human. The old tree couldn't believe it, and touched it with its hands. However, it only had the appearance of a human. Beneath its skin was plant tissue. However, the old tree was now an immortal existence. Grandpa Tree, how do you feel? Luo hurriedly went up to the old tree and intimately held its arm. With Luo's height of 165 meters, she didn't even reach the old tree's shoulder. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian also checked the divine wood seal's skills. After the old tree was refined into a treasure, it would live and die together with Xian. In addition to being able to transform into a human, it also had 3 additional skills. The first skill was called Divine Wood Prison, which was the one the old tree used before. However, its effect was greatly improved, and its cooldown time was 1 day. The second skill was called Wild Python Sweep, which extended countless sharp vines to attack. Its cooldown time was 3 days. Judging from its cooldown time, this skill's power was probably not small. As for the third skill, it was called Nurture, which could increase the growth rate of heaven and earth treasures. Its cooldown time was 1 day. A control skill, an attack skill, and a support skill. This was the Divine Wood Seal. Immediately, Xian stored the old tree into the planting space, and then let him use Nurture. Immediately, the old tree took root in the planting space, and a mysterious energy flowed through its roots into the ground. Some of the heaven and earth treasures that had yet to mature directly bloomed, and even the seedlings that had just been planted began to grow rapidly. The Nurture skill could be used once a day, and the effect of one use was actually equivalent to a month's growth of these heaven and earth treasures. Almost all of the heaven and earth treasures could mature after one use of Nurture. In other words, Xian could harvest a large portion of them in 1 day. How awesome! Not bad, not bad. This is a really good skill. Xian was very satisfied. A single harvest of heaven and earth treasures was worth about 50,000 fortune pills. This was a steady source of income. Even if Xian slept with him for a day, he would still have an income. Moreover, if the old tree's level increased in the future, or if the level of the planting space increased, then he would be able to plant even higher level heaven and earth treasures. In a single day, he would be able to harvest 100,000 fortune pills, 200,000 fortune pills, or even 1 million fortune pills. In short, he could have a steady stream of income. At this moment, what he wanted the most was to try out the Divine Wood Prison and the Berserk Python Sweep. However, the former required a cooldown of 1 day, while the latter required a cooldown of 3 days. Therefore, he couldn't use it recklessly. It was better to use it when necessary. Little young master, come, break my heart of the devil tree for me to see. The old tree suddenly said to Xian excitedly. He wanted to see if he was truly immortal. All right. Xian didn't waste any more time. He drew his sword and slashed at the old tree's heart of the demon tree. Azure Sunbreak, the old tree was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. The defense of his bark was extremely tough. Xian's attack probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense so easily. However, the old tree could freely control his own body. Therefore, he broke through the defense and exposed the devil tree's heart to the air. Bang! Crack! With a crisp sound, the old tree's heart of the demon tree directly shattered and turned into nothingness. Originally, the old tree wouldn't have exposed the devil tree's heart no matter what. However, things were different now. The devil tree's heart was destroyed, but he didn't die. It was simply a miracle. Haha, this old man is actually immortal. The old tree couldn't help but laugh loudly. He once again transformed into his human form. He also knew that Xian had a third doppelganger on some low-level continent. As long as Xian's 3 doppelgangers didn't die, then he wouldn't die either. He could live forever and continue to grow. In the future, he could even rise to the Heaven Ascension realm. The Heaven Ascension realm had the ability to reach the heavens. Even he, an old piece of wood who had lived for 1,000 years, didn't dare to think about it. Not to mention the Heaven Ascension realm, he didn't even dare to think about the Fragmentation realm before. Now, that might not be the case anymore. Young master, what do we do next? Luo Luo asked again. You're about to break through. Continue cultivating. This time, I'm going to Flying Sand City to find the other Eye of Myriad Forms, answered Yi Xian. Oh right, there's something about this Eye of Myriad Forms in my inherited memories. Luo Luo suddenly remembered something. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He asked, what is it? Luo Luo began to explain, in this world, there are many eyes with special abilities. For example, my Eye of Charm, the Eye of Death, the Eye of Reincarnation, and so on. This Eye of Myriad Forms is one of them. This Eye of Myriad Forms can be born from life, such as humans and Heaven Ascension beasts. It can also be born from the beast race. If one's realm reaches a certain level, this Eye of Myriad Forms can be used across space and kill people. After hearing this, Yi Xian nodded slightly. It seemed that he had found something good. However, this eye originally came in a pair. He only had one, so he had to get the other one. Alright, I'm going to Flying Sand City now, said Yi Xian. Relying on the senses of the Death Hunt command, he felt that the Xianming duo demons had stopped. Perhaps they were resting, or doing something else. Therefore, if he took the opportunity to put in more effort, he might be able to catch up. Immediately, he rushed to Flying Sand City. Now that Wei Zhentian had reached the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm, he directly transformed into a heavenly dragon and hurried on his way. He was much faster than the snow wind demon spirit condor. In addition, Yi Xian brought the 2 5th stage fulfillment realm experts, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion, and constantly used the power of myriad forms to support them. In just one day, he arrived at Flying Sand City. Flying Sand City was built in a desert oasis. Behind Flying Sand City was the Desert of Despair. It was said that no one could come out from there. Yi Xian landed outside Flying Sand City, then broke through the void and sent Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion away. He then brought Luo Luo and Old Tree into Flying Sand City. Wow, this Flying Sand City is different from the other cities. After entering Flying Sand City, Luo Luo couldn't help but open her eyes wide. In other human cities, it was rare to see the beast race. However, in Flying Sand City, the beast race could be seen everywhere. Demonic snake race, ferocious tiger race, giant elephant race, scorpion race. Yi Xian glanced around and found many beast race. Could this Flying Sand City be the gathering place of the beast race? Not only that, the atmosphere of Flying Sand City was different from other places. It was a bit like the western region in ancient times. You can walk around. I'll go take a look at the City Lord Mansion. If Luo Luo was alone, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be at ease. However, Old Tree was already at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. With him around, there wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Flying Sand City also had experts at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, so Yi Xian still had to be careful. Lu Tiangong's ex-wife had remarried into Flying Sand City's City Lord Mansion and become the City Lord's wife. It had been a few years now. Therefore, Yi Xian went directly to the City Lord Mansion this time and prepared to seize the Eye of Myriad by force. At the same time, he also wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the Xianming duo. However, after arriving at Flying Sand City, he felt that the Xianming duo wasn't far from him. The Xianming duo might be in the Desert of Despair behind Flying Sand City. He had to admit that Flying Sand City was very strong. Along the way, Yi Xian felt many powerful auras. 4th and 5th level fulfillment realm experts could be seen everywhere. This Flying Sand City's City Lord might not only be at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. I heard that he might already be at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked. However, with his current realm, he wasn't afraid of the City Lord. However, just as he was about to reach the City Lord Mansion, Luo Luo's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Young master, come quickly, we're in trouble. Luo Luo shouted somewhat anxiously. What? Yi Xian was slightly surprised and hurried in Luo Luo's direction. Relying on the connection between him and Luo Luo, he quickly found Luo Luo and Old Tree. At this time, Luo Luo and Old Tree were surrounded by a group of people. The leader was a young man around 30 years old. 3 5th level fulfillment realm experts? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. In addition, there were several fourth-level fulfillment realm guards around them. It seemed that this young man's identity was very unusual. "Kid, what are you doing?" Seeing Yi Xian suddenly fall from the sky, one of the guards hurriedly intercepted him. "You dare to stop me with just you?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly used the Eye of Control to control him. Tap. Yi Xian landed in front of Luo Luo. "Young master." Luo Luo hurriedly went up to hold Yi Xian's arm. "Young master?" Hearing this, the young man in the lead raised his brows and said, "This little fox is your maidservant?" "She's my little sister." "What's wrong?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This young man was actually an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian could guess his identity based on this fact alone. "Younger sister?" The leader was stunned. Luo Luo had clearly called Yi Xian young master just now. How could they be siblings? Furthermore, why was one of the siblings a human and the other a fox? I've Ked Catwoman, Snake Woman, Tiger Woman, and even the Elephant Clan, but I've never Ked a little fox. I can see that she is still a virgin. You can name a price, however high it is. The young man in the lead spoke in an arrogant manner. In this flying sand city, he could walk sideways. No one dared to provoke him. Name a price? If I were to take a fancy to your mother, would you name a price? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes again and retorted with sharp words. What did you say? The leader's eyes widened. He thought he had misheard. Yi Xian dared to speak to him like this. This was an insult to his mother. Trash, do you know who he is? Suddenly, a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert stepped forward and pointed at Yi Xian's nose. Who? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. Huang Qingyi, the young city lord of Flying Sand City, the grandson of the city lord. The 5th-level fulfillment realm expert replied. As expected, Yi Xian's heart trembled. This young man in the lead was indeed the young city lord of Flying Sand City. But, so what? So it's the young city lord. I've heard so much about you. However, do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me just because you're the young city lord? The corner of Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. The old tree was a heaven-reaching beast. Now that he was in human form, he looked easy to bully. The reason why he didn't make a move was because this was the city. He was waiting for Yi Xian to come. Before that, he just needed to protect Luo Luo. You dare to offend me? Even if you have a great background, you won't be able to leave Flying Sand City. Huang Qingyi snorted coldly. Is that so? With just the 3 of you at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm? Yi Xian had an extremely disdainful expression. It seems that you do have some background. However, none of the women Huang Qingyi, have ever been able to escape. Huang Qingyi's eyes suddenly turned cold. If it wasn't for the fact that Flying Sand City was filled with crooks and experts, and his father repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble, he would have already attacked. Now, his mother was insulted by Yi Xian. How could he just let it go like this? Is that so? Yi Xian still looked calm. Not only that, even Luo Luo looked very relaxed. She believed in Yi Xian. After all, she had watched Yi Xian grow step by step until now. Even a reincarnator had died at the hands of Yi Xian. What was a mere Huang Qingyi to him? This brat only knows how to think about lewd things all day long. Young master, let me do it. Old Tree couldn't watch anymore and took a step forward. Although he was a treant, he already treated the clever and cute Luo Luo as his own granddaughter. Before Yi Xian came, he didn't make a move. Now that Yi Xian's attitude was very clear, he naturally had to show off his skills. Old Tree, don't hold back. Yi Xian said in a low voice. All right. Old Tree walked forward. Seeing this, a 5th stage fulfillment realm expert also walked forward. At the same time, he said in a threatening tone, Old man, I will pluck your head off and hang it on the city wall to rot. This is the first time this old man has been threatened by a human, Old Tree snorted coldly. As expected, the surrounding people trembled in their hearts. They could all see that this bald old man wasn't simple. He was able to remain so calm even when surrounded by so many people. He was clearly not an ordinary person. Just now, some people guessed that he was a snake demon or a demon. Old Baldy, you court death. The fifth stage fulfillment realm expert let out a low cry and charged toward Old Shu with his bare hands. He was very fast, faster than 95% of the people present. Only a dozen or so people who were watching the show could see his figure. Among them was the old tree. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Old Tree. Then, he reached out with his right hand like a claw and prepared to twist Old Tree's head off. But at this time, Old Tree moved even faster and grabbed his opponent's throat. Crack! With a crisp sound, the martial practitioner at the fifth level of the fulfillment realm had his throat snapped and his head plucked off from his body. Instant kill. This fifth stage fulfillment realm martial practitioner was instantly killed. The whole place was dead silent. Old Tree was at the sixth stage of the fulfillment realm. Add to that the boost from Yi Xian's beast god bloodline, it wasn't too difficult for him to kill a fifth stage fulfillment realm martial practitioner. Yi Xian had imagined this scene in his mind a long time ago. End of chapter 1281. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.